Welsh, the housekeeper, spotted a large scruffy black dog lurking in the grass. His expression tightened with concern as he turned to Peter. "Young master, you should step back. That looks like a stray, and it's bound to carry all sorts of bacteria. You don't want to risk infection." Peter, however, merely smiled as he studied the dog's wary stance.
"Don't worry about me, Welsh.
Since this dog has made it here, it's not a bad thing. Give it some food. No creature should go hungry." "Young master, do you mean to keep it?" Welsh asked, intrigued, thinking Peter wanted a pet.
Peter shook his head. "No, just pity. It's been through a lot.
"The least I can do is give it a proper meal." Welsh glanced at the dog and nodded knowingly. He had served Peter long enough to recognize that the young master saw more than most. This black dog was no ordinary stray, but he asked no further questions. Peter observed the animal carefully, noting its cautious body language.
"Let's feed it first.
It needs strength if it's going to keep moving." The black dog's ears twitched at Peter's words, its sharp eyes flashing with suspicion before it bristled and took a step back. Ignoring the reaction, Peter turned and strolled back into the house. Welsh returned a moment later with a fresh plate of food, setting it down a few meters from the dog. "This is from my young master," he said plainly. "Eat." The black dog stared at the food, then at Welsh. It swallowed instinctively, but its eyes remained guarded. These two spoke to him as though they knew his secret. Impossible. Yet, their behavior was anything but normal. "Rest assured, there's no poison," Welsh continued. "Our young master just took pity on you. But after you eat, you'd best move on. We don't like trouble lingering." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the dog alone with the plate of food. The dog hesitated, glancing up at the house, at the mysterious young man within. Its stomach growled loudly. It had scavenged through trash before, but hunger gnawed at its insides. After a long pause, it relented, stepping forward to devour the food. Inside the house, Peter and two others watched from an unseen vantage point. "Peter, why are you so interested in that dog? Is there something special about it?" Kristen asked, curiosity evident in her tone.
Peter smirked.
"The Ministry of Magic is searching for a certain escaped prisoner, aren't they? That dog out there is the one they're after." Kristen and Welsh exchanged startled glances. "You're saying that Black Dog is a fugitive?" Kristen asked in disbelief.
Peter nodded.
"He's just a wrongly accused man with a less than stellar decision-making history."
Kristen frowned.
"Then why help him?"
Peter shrugged.
"I don't concern myself with ministry politics."
"He'll leave soon enough."
"It's not our problem." Welsh, keeping an eye outside, soon reported, "He's gone." Peter merely nodded, brushing off the incident. Time passed quickly, and soon, it was the start of the school term. Peter's textbooks arrived via owl delivery, so he had no need to visit Diagon Alley. Welsh drove him to King's Cross Station, where the presence of Aurors was impossible to miss. Many wizards milled about, with several poorly disguised ministry officials loitering, as though expecting trouble at any moment. Peter chuckled as he watched a few undercover Aurors fail to blend in. Their odd behavior caught the attention of Muggle guards, who repeatedly attempted to question them before being obliviated. Shaking his head at the ministry's inefficiency, Peter casually walked through the barrier to platform 9 3/4. Security was even tighter on the platform. Aurors stood at nearly every carriage entrance, scanning the crowd for any sign of Sirius Black. Peter ignored the heightened security and boarded the train, heading straight for the front. Entering an empty compartment, he locked the door behind him and settled in with a book. A short while later, a knock interrupted his reading. Looking up, he saw the Weasley twins pulling exaggeratedly dramatic poses outside the door, clearly indicating they wanted in. Amused, Peter flicked his hand, unlocking the door with a wave.
"Finally!"
Fred exclaimed as they stepped inside. "You lock yourself away in luxury while we search compartment after compartment?"
"Rude."
Peter raised a brow. "Ever heard of a summoning charm? Would have saved you the trouble." "Not all of us treat magic like breathing, Peter," George shot back with a grin.
"So, how was Egypt?"
Peter asked, changing the subject. "I saw your photo in the Daily Prophet, posing with the pyramids."
"Brilliant," George declared.
"We explored hidden passageways, some of which haven't even been fully mapped out yet. Ancient Egyptian wizards knew how to keep their secrets. We tried to trap Percy in one of those secret passages, but Bill caught us before we could finish the job," Fred lamented.
Peter chuckled.
"What did Percy do to deserve that?" George rolled his eyes. "He got the head boy badge over the summer. Now he polishes it constantly, even at meals. It's unbearable. We wanted to swap his badge with one that said, 'I'm Big Head Percy.' But the Prat even sleeps with it on." Fred added dramatically.
Peter laughed.
Percy does deserve his position though. He's top of his class, took 12 subjects, and was a prefect before.
It's well earned. Oh, don't say that, George groaned.
His ego doesn't need feeding. Fred suddenly pulled out a small gift box and handed it to Peter. By the way, this is for you. A little something from our Egypt trip. Peter accepted it, intrigued. What is it? The twins only grinned mischievously. Open it and find out. We found this in the coffins of the Egyptian pharaohs while exploring the pyramids, and we brought it back for you. George declared triumphantly. Peter took the small gift box and opened it, his brow furrowing as he uncovered a golden-green scarab. Well, thanks, but you didn't touch this with your bare hands, did you? Peter asked, eyeing the object warily. This thing is laced with corpse poison. The twins exchanged glances before Fred shrugged.
We don't think we did.
Bill made us wear dragonskin gloves the entire time, just to be safe. The cursebreakers always do that when entering tombs, so we never took them off. Peter exhaled, relieved. Then you should be grateful for Bill's precautions. These scarabs feed on carrion, and even though this one is long dead, its residual toxins remain potent.
You're lucky.
The twins chuckled nervously. Oops, we'll be more careful next time. Peter gave them an unimpressed look. Do you have more of these?
Hand them over.
If you two want to risk your own necks, fine, but don't endanger others. Fred and George shook their heads quickly. Nope. We only stumbled into the pharaoh's tomb by accident. Once Bill found this one, he kept us on a tight leash.
Peter sighed.
You two always act before thinking. One of these days you'll get yourselves killed.
Fred grinned.
Peter, you sound just like our mum.
George nodded.
Yeah, very motherly of you. Peter, you should destroy that scarab, George added, eyeing the object warily. Since it's dangerous.
Peter smirked. No need.
These scarabs are rare relics, especially when preserved like this. I think Professor Snape might find it interesting.
Fred snorted.
Figures you'd find a way to turn something cursed into an academic opportunity. Their conversation shifted as Fred looked out the window and muttered, the Ministry of Magic is going all out just to catch one fugitive. There are auras everywhere, even some undercover ones. You'd think they'd have better things to do. Not long after, Alan and Cedric joined them, and the group happily exchanged stories about their summer holidays. Before long, the Hogwarts Express pulled away from the platform, setting off toward school. A knock at the compartment door interrupted them.
Alan, being the closest, opened it. Neville?
Lost your toad again? He asked curiously. Neville shook his head.
No, Alan.
I actually came to see Peter. Alan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the change in Neville. He had always been timid, but now he looked more confident, his posture straighter. Though still a little shy, the difference was noticeable. Peter, Neville's here for you, Alan said, stepping aside. Peter looked up from his book and smiled. Neville, what brings you here? Don't tell me your grandmother already completed that collection task.
Neville chuckled. Not yet.
My parents and some of their old friends are still overseas, so it'll take time. But my grandmother sent me with this. He handed Peter a piece of parchment. She remembers promising to teach you the improved Patronus charm but doesn't have time now, so she wrote down the instructions. If you have any questions, you can contact her anytime. Peter took the parchment with a warm smile.
That's kind of her.
She should focus on helping your parents recover first. There are plenty of professors at Hogwarts I can ask for guidance. I'll tell her that, Neville said, grinning. He then eagerly pulled out a brand new wand. Look. My grandmother took me to Ollivander's to get a new wand. It feels amazing. I returned my father's wand to her. She said he can have it back when he's fully recovered.
Peter beamed.
That's great news, Neville. Didn't I tell you before that your father's wand would soon return to him? Now you've got a wand of your own, use it well. Your magic is just as strong as anyone else's, and I have no doubt you'll catch up or even surpass others soon. Neville's eyes shone with gratitude. If it weren't for you, Peter, I wouldn't be where I am today. When my parents are better, my grandmother is planning a big celebration, and you must come.
Peter nodded. Of course.
I'll keep visiting St. Mungo's on weekends. I doubt we'll have to wait until Christmas for your parents' memories to fully return. You'll see them soon.
Neville's smile widened. That's wonderful.
My mum already says she remembers me and doesn't want to stay in the hospital anymore. We had to convince her to let me go back to school. Peter watched Neville's excitement with amusement before a sudden thought struck him. With a flick of his wand, he locked the compartment door and cast an undetectable extension charm. Instantly, the space expanded to several hundred square meters, making the entire group feel like they had shrunk.
Whoa!
Neville gasped, eyes wide with awe.
That's incredible.
You can do the extension charm so easily. Cedric, though impressed, looked concerned. Peter, the Ministry of Magic is crawling around the train. If they catch you doing this, you could get in trouble.
Peter waved him off. Relax.
I've concealed our compartment with a notice me not charm. No one will find us. He then turned to Neville and smiled. Since you're doing so well, I think you're ready to try something new. Want to practice a spell?
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Neville looked at Peter in surprise. He didn't expect Peter to teach himself the spell, and nodded in surprise. Not to mention that Peter is powerful and will have a lot of magic. When he was at Longbottom Manor, he personally experienced the rapid improvement of his strength, and in just half a month, he made up the magic knowledge of the first and second grades that had fallen behind. The spell I'm teaching you now is called the Patronus spell, the magic on that parchment that your grandmother asked you to bring. It is a very old white magic that has a restraining effect on black magic creatures, and it can also drive away Dementors and Voldemort bats, which is a good spell. Peter introduced. Peter, this is a high-level spell. I mean, I'm only in the 3rd grade. Can I learn this spell? Neville said unconfidently. Believe me, Neville, this spell is not very difficult, and it is very suitable for your current state, because it requires the happiest memory and the determination to guard, and I see this trait in you now, and it will definitely succeed. Peter said confidently. Then Peter spent an hour repeatedly handing over the pronunciation skills of the patron saint spell and the swing of the wand to Neville, and after confirming that Neville remembered, he took him to the side and asked him to use the guardian spell according to the method he taught. Do you say that Peter was really able to get Neville to successfully cast the Patronus curse? It's only been more than an hour, which is unlikely. Alan said doubtfully to the partner next to him. I also think it's impossible. We've been practicing for so long, and now we haven't summoned the physical guardian spirit. If he wants to succeed in such a short period of time, where can the face of our seniors be placed? Fred said confidently. Me too. Fred and I were on the verge of condensing the physical patron saints during the last semester's holidays, but after a whole vacation, there was still no progress. I don't believe a third-year student can do it. George agreed. I think it's possible. You should also feel the change in Neville. He is very happy now. I can't find anyone who is so happy from the bottom of his heart. I think this is why Peter wanted to take this opportunity to teach him the patron saint spell. Cedric smiled at Peter and Neville, full of anticipation. Call God Guard. Neville raised his wand and shouted. But nothing happened. Peter, you see, I just can't make it. Did I learn too early? Neville said disappointedly. Peter shook his head, and he leaned down to look into Neville's unconfident eyes and said firmly, Neville, you have to believe in yourself. Don't you want to cast this spell for your parents to show at Christmas? They will certainly be happy. Neville, are you telling me now that you're happy now? Think about it. It won't be long before your parents can personally go to the 9 3/4 platform to pick you up. Peter followed the rules. You can all sit together in the future. They can listen to the funny things you will do in school. They will be proud of you. They love you very much. Neville. Listening to Peter's words, the happiness in Neville's eyes instantly blossomed, and the magic around him seemed to feel his ultimate pleasure, constantly trembling. Now, give it a try. You have to always remember how you feel about happiness now, and then think about whether you want to firmly guard this happiness and prevent your parents from being endangered again. Peter said softly. Neville nodded, his eyes firm, raised his wand again, and read aloud, Call God Guard. Then the silver mist poured out of Neville's wand, more and more, and finally it was about to condense. Looking at Neville's somewhat reluctant look, some of the follow-up was weak. Peter walked over to Neville and whispered in his ear, think of the Lestranges, they're not dead yet, and if one day they hear that your parents are okay, how do you think they'll react? After all, Azkaban is not safe either, and isn't someone escaping from it now? As soon as Neville heard the surname, his pupils narrowed, his eyes were even more determined, and the wand in his hand burst into a crackling sound, and then more silver smoke poured out and gathered together. Finally, in front of Neville, a silver lion with its head held high and roaring appeared, and the lion was mighty, walked to Neville and looked at him. Neville looked at the male lion in front of him in a daze, and his hand involuntarily touched the head of the lion. The lion was almost as high as Neville, but he rubbed his hand very affectionately, and then it dissipated into smoke. Snap! Loud applause rang out around him, instantly waking Neville awake. He looked at Peter, who was smiling, looked at his hand in disbelief, and asked, Did I really succeed? Yes, Neville, you succeeded, or a mighty lion. Peter smiled and nodded, saying appreciatively, You are the real Gryffindor. Just look at your lion patron saint. The patron saint is a reflection of your heart. There's no better proof of where you belong. Several other partners were also very surprised to applaud, and the twins even whistled, walked over and patted Neville's shoulder, and said, I really didn't see it. Neville, usually cowering, I didn't expect to hide a male lion in my heart. It's true, the patron saint is the symbol of Gryffindor, which can certainly envy many Gryffindor people. including us. Alan and Cedric also sincerely congratulated Neville, and they were very surprised that they had successfully summoned the patron saint in just 1 hour. Neville was surrounded by the crowd, looking a little embarrassed, and his face turned red. Well, don't bother Neville, now 2 years younger than you. Neville has successfully performed the patron saint, but Alan, Fred, George, the 3 of you are still standing in place. Don't you feel ashamed? Practice your guardian charms? Peter lectured the 3 men. Why are the 3 of us scolded? Cedric, Peter, you're too eccentric. The twins muttered. Because people have long been able to summon the guardian spirit. Peter said to the 3 of them in a nonchalant manner. What, Cedric, you were able to summon long ago? I don't believe it. The 3 looked at Cedric in surprise and instinctively shook their heads in disbelief. Said, give these 3 slackers a look at your patron saint. Save them a reason to continue to be lazy? Peter said to Cedric. Cedric smiled and nodded, waving his wand. Call God guard. I saw a badger the size of a dog, jumping out of Cedric's wand happily, running around this person for a while, and then dissipating. Another patron saint who represents the hallmark of the academy. Cedric, you're awesome. All 3 looked at Cedric's patron saint in amazement, and then complained, you will curse the patron saint and not tell us, and now there is one less brother and sister. I also succeeded before the start of school. Cedric said with some embarrassment. Don't make excuses for your laziness. Cedric has been practicing spells non-stop during his holidays, which is much better than your 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying nets. Peter said directly. We've learned to. It's just not talented enough. The 3 of them said quickly. Come on, Fred, George, you 2 have been practicing for the other day when you were home, and you're both crazy when you were in Egypt, and you don't remember this. As for Alan, he went to France, his face was all brown, and the wand couldn't remember where it was. Peter glanced at the 3 of them and said without anger. Peter, it's not fair. You look at our memories again. The twins covered their chests with their hands and looked at Peter warily, complaining, we don't have any privacy in front of you. I'm afraid you know exactly what panties to wear. I think I'm going to have to learn brain occlusion. Alan agreed. I have no interest in what underwear you guys are wearing. This time I just checked if you had practiced the patron saint spell properly, otherwise I wouldn't want to bother with your wasted head. Peter glared at them and complained. It's over. Peter was infected by Snape. How did his tone become more and more like Snape's? The twins said in a fuss. Cluck. Neville was amused by them and sat watching, playing with the twins. Boom! The train braked suddenly, leaving Peter and his party almost unable to stop. What's going on? Shouldn't have been to school yet. How to park? Alan asked doubtfully, and then tried to look out through the window, but a layer of frost suddenly formed on the glass, blocking the view. The temperature suddenly plummeted, and the exhaled breath of the crowd was clearly visible. What's going on? Neville asked with some trepidation. Something got on the bus? You all have your wands in hand and the guardian spirit spell ready, those things are greedy. Peter said solemnly. The lights on the train suddenly went out, causing a cry. Peter, what the hell is going on in the car? Alan couldn't help asking, his expression a little nervous. It's a Dementor, Peter. Cedric said, I read in the book, when the Dementors appeared, this was the case, the temperature suddenly became cold, and the memories of feeling happy gradually disappeared. Peter nodded, he waved his wand, and a ball of light flew out from the top of the wand, instantly illuminating the entire space and giving everyone around them a sense of peace of mind. Listening to the sound of the door opening next door, and then the sound of screams and sobs of fear made Peter's companions a little nervous. With the sound of movement outside the door, the temperature in their box gradually dropped, and the exhaled breath turned into fog. The door of the compartment was locked by Peter, but the outside thing directly pushed open the compartment door as if nothing had broken in, only to see that it was draped in a ragged cloak like grey mist, and the dry as a corpse's hand was clutched on the doorknob, and the face covered by the cloak only leaked out a mouth like a black hole, greedily taking a deep breath toward Peter. Peter immediately felt that his happy emotions had been sucked away, negative emotions suddenly surged up, and bad memories of the past were constantly being recalled in his mind. The people around Peter were even more unbearable, and the twins had lost their former activity and hugged each other with fear. Alan and Cedric shrank to the back, and Neville sobbed quietly, as if remembering sad things. Peter looked back, tried to concentrate, and then angrily yelled at it, "Get out. We don't have anyone you're looking for here. Dementors are deaf, they feed on the positive emotions of humans. It is difficult to get a chance to come out of Azkaban, of course, seize the time to have a good meal. After all, the memory of those prisoners, how can there be the simple happiness of children, but also make them feel delicious?" Peter was really angry this time, and he didn't know what these Ministry of Magic people really thought. To let a group of Dementors into a carriage full of students, wasn't it a bunch of hungry wolves in the flock, but also a group of delicious and tender lambs? However, instead of using the Patronus charm directly to drive them away, he looked at his companions, gave them a lucidity spell, and said, "Okay, now that your opportunity to practice has come, use the Patron Saint charm you learned on it. Banish it. My brain is full of sad emotions now, I can't think of happy memories at all, and I can't make the Patron Saint curse." Alan shook his head and said. The twins also nodded their heads in agreement. "Don't be influenced by emotions, think about the memories we used to spend together. And happy memories of you and your family? You can't forget these things?" Peter encouraged, then turned his head to look at Cedric and Neville, sighed, and Neville, you have all successfully cast the Guardian Spirit spell. It will not be difficult to cast it again. Carefully recall how you felt when you were successful, and you will take the lead in casting it. Cedric nodded and pointed his wand at the Dementor, trying to recall positive emotions. Neville also nodded nervously, and took out his wand tremblingly, blushing, and recalling the memories of the success of the previous cast. Call God Guard! Call God Guard! The two shouted loudly. Both of their wands then managed to gush out silver mist, but Neville's impromptu performance was not very good compared to the skilled Cedric. But when the two patron saints were displayed, the temperature in the box began to warm up, and the sad mood gradually weakened. Ella, Fred, George, you guys keep up. Peter turned to the three of them. The three of them also seized the opportunity and raised their wands one after another. Call God Guard! Call God Guard! Call God Guard! The wands of the three people all gushed out a warm silver mist, and their emotions affected by the Dementors also recovered. Cedric's patron saint was the first to successfully condense, and his badger-shaped patron saint slammed his teeth directly into the Dementor, crashing into the Dementor, causing the Dementor to be directly knocked into the car door frame. Encouraged by Cedric, Neville's patron saint also succeeded in taking shape, and his lion patron saint roared towards the Dementor, biting at the Dementor's waist as if to bite it in two. The box was filled with positive emotions due to the appearance of two patron saints. Once again, the twins cast the Guardian Spirit spell. Call God Guard! Call God Guard! Only to see two identical magpies fly out of Fred and George's wands, and after a few happy circles, they quickly joined the camp, constantly pecking the Dementors with their mouths. Yay! Finally succeeded? The twins freed up one hand and clapped happily at each other. Ah, that's all I have left to do. Alan said enviously that his Patronus charm had only poured out a cloud of mist, or had not succeeded in condensing the Patronus. Peter stepped forward, patted his roommate on the shoulder, looked at him encouragingly, and said, Alan, try again. I believe you can succeed, but you are the second strongest person in Slytherin besides me, and there is no reason to be worse than anyone else. When you praise me, don't forget to bring yourself. Alan laughed and scolded, and then looked at his friends around him, all looking at him with encouragement and trust, and a warm current welled up in his heart. Call God Guard! Alan recited the incantation again, and his eyes looked firmly at the Dementor on the other side, only to see the mist gushing out of his wand gather more and more, and finally condense into a goat. As soon as the goat appeared, it was extremely aggressive against the horn and slammed into the Dementor. Oi, I did it! I actually succeeded! Alan held up his wand and cheered excitedly as he commanded the Guardians to attack the Dementors. At this time, the Dementors were surrounded by a badger, a lion, two magpies, and a sheep, but they looked a little pitiful. The tattered cloak on the Dementor's body was attacked even more by several guardian spirits, revealing the thin and rotten torso of the lower body. It's disgusting. Let me see what the real face is under this cloak. The twins were curious about the image under the Dementor's cloak and controlled the patron saint to lift the cloak over his head. The Dementor didn't expect to have such an encounter. It just wanted to suck the happy emotions of these people, but it didn't expect to encounter hard stubble, and each one would restrain its magic. Looking at these attacking animals, it is likely that they will be torn to pieces, so the Dementor directly opened its black hole-like mouth and made a harsh sound. The sound penetrated the wall, penetrated far, and the attack of the crowd was suddenly stunned, and then some wondered what this Dementor was doing. Peter's eyes suddenly burst into blue light, and then his look became serious, and hearing Peter's words, everyone knew the seriousness of the matter and quickly gathered with Peter. They can still deal with a Dementor, but if they come to a group, they have no confidence. At the same time, in the other carriages, in the name of searching for Blake, the Dementors, who had absorbed the happy memories of the students, heard the cries for help from their kind, and all of them suddenly became angry, rushed directly through the door of the carriage, and quickly flew into Peter's box. There were also some Aurors of the Ministry of Magic on the carriage, and when they saw the Dementors' behavior, they exclaimed, "Not good." The Dementors rioted. Stop them? Unfortunately, no matter how the Aurors blocked, the Dementors inside and outside the train rushed to the front of the carriage, and even a few Aurors who were too close were directly sucked in by the grumpy Dementors. If there were no companions to save in time, I am afraid that the souls would be sucked out. Peter and their carriages, as the Dementors gathered more and more, the air grew colder. Peter, we can't hold on. The twins and the others shouted at Peter, only to see their patron saint fade as the Dementors attacked them. Peter looked at the densely packed Dementors, directly picked up the wand, and sneered, "It's really an unfamiliar thing. Such a monster shouldn't exist in the world." He remembered that these Dementors had directly defected to the Ministry of Magic in the later stages, only because Voldemort had promised them that they could suck human emotions at will. Call God Guard. Peter took out his snakewood wand and said to the Dementors in the sky, I saw a very large silver snake flying out of Peter's wand, spreading its wings to cover the sky, rushing towards the Dementors in midair, emitting bursts of light waves from its body, emitting them all around, like layers of solid light shields, blocking the Dementors back. As soon as Peter's mind moved, the guardian god feather snake opened its huge mouth, stretched out its fangs, and bit down the Dementor who was the leader, directly biting the Dementor into two pieces. The Dementor let out a terrible scream, and then was directly corroded and dissipated by the light breath on the feather snake, leaving only a tattered cloak. When the other Dementors saw this, they were suddenly agitated, and they did not expect that the Guardian Charm also had the ability to kill the Dementors. Peter turned to look at the crowd and said, "These beasts are rioting now, and it is likely to hurt the other students in the box, and you will follow me to drive these ugly monsters out of the whole train. Listen to you, since they will all call companions, now we will also deal with these monsters together." The twins excitedly command the patron saints to attack the fallen Dementors. These monsters should stay in Azkaban. The people of the Ministry of Magic didn't know if their brains had been eaten, but they let these monsters run around. Alan also commands his own goat patron saint, bumping into Dementors everywhere. Cedric didn't speak, but looked at his badger guardian with a serious look in his eyes, grinning and chasing the panicked Dementors around in midair. Neville did not look afraid at this time, and with an excited face, he let his male lion guardian spirit bite a Dementor, violently tearing. Peter's feathered snake was the most ferocious, its largest size, and it was directly a shredded Dementor. Theoretically, the Patronus spell can only ward off Dementors, not kill them. But Peter knew the truth of mutual resistance. The guardian spirit is a pure light positive thing, and the Dementor is a complete dark creature. So Peter, in order to strike a fatal blow, when he controls the feather snake attack, when biting the Dementor, he directly injects light power into the Dementor through poisonous fangs. The Dementors were completely unable to absorb the light power in their bodies, but instead seemed to be injected with powerful sulfuric acid, and their bodies were quickly corroded, gradually dissipating in the screams, leaving only a dirty and torn cloak. In a short time, there were 6 or 7 Dementors torn apart by Peter's patron saint. Coupled with the Dementors being chased by several other guardians, the Dementors fell into a trap. The wind began to frantically escape. "Chase, don't let them escape," Peter said to his friends around him, and then controlled the feathered snake to pursue the fleeing Dementors. The companions are also very excited, and let their guardian spirits go after the fallen Dementors. Starting from the head of the train, a huge feathered snake guardian spirit led a group of animal guardian spirits, fiercely chasing the fleeing Dementors until they reached the rear of the train, driving the Dementors out of the entire train. Many students saw this shocking scene, the fantastic silver feather snake, the huge body directly wrapped around the train body, leaning back, opening the 2 huge wings behind them, roaring at the Dementors outside. And around it, there is a mighty male lion, a badger, a goat, and 2 cheerful magpies, surrounding it, exuding a bright and joyful mood, guarding the train, and confronting the Dementors in midair. "Wow, that's cool. What kind of magic is this? Actually able to drive away the Dementors?" Harry and their box, Ron looked out in amazement, especially the winged serpent with its head held high, very gorgeous and spectacular. "Read more books, Ron. This is the Patronus charm, which is said to be the only high-level magic capable of dealing with Dementors. I heard that it is difficult to learn, and many adult wizards can't master it." Hermione looked at Ron with a blank stare and looked at the patron saint outside in equal amazement. Then she looked at Harry worriedly and said, "Harry, are you sure you're really okay? When the Dementor came in just now, your face became very frightening." "It's all right, Hermione. Fortunately this Dementor just came in and rushed straight out," Harry said happily. "Eat a piece of chocolate, Harry, it's good for you." The middle-aged man who had been sleeping did not know when he woke up, handed Harry a piece of chocolate, and said gently, "Thank you, Professor." Harry looked at the professor with some surprise, who was a little haggard, took the chocolate and said politely, "You're welcome, just call me Lupin. I think you should all guess that I'm your defense against the dark arts professor for the new semester." The middle-aged man said gently, "Professor Lupin, your name is written on your suitcase," Hermione reminded. Miss Hermione Granger, "Yes, what a clever girl. You can also eat a piece of chocolate, it can alleviate the effects of the Dementors," Lupin said appreciatively. "Thank you, Professor Lupin." Hermione politely took a piece of chocolate and put it in her mouth. "You're the Weasley's child, so come along." Lupin gave Ron chocolate again. "Thank you, Professor, but you know my dad?" Ron asked doubtfully. "Arthur and Jasmine know each other, and your family's red hair is always easy to remember," Lupin said simply, looking at the 3 men with gentle eyes. Then he looked out at the landscape and exclaimed, "It's really a good guardian. I didn't expect so many people on the train to use the guardian charm and drive the Dementors out. Is it the Ministry of Magic?" As soon as the words stopped, I saw that the huge feather snake's mouth directly emitted an angry voice. "Orders of the Ministry of Magic, what do you really want to do? Is it to make these Dementors hurt the students? If you don't take these beasts away, they won't have to go today. I'll tear them all to pieces." It's Peter's voice? This snake was concocted by him? As soon as Harry heard the sound in the mouth of the giant snake, he immediately said in surprise, "That's right, Peter's voice? I didn't expect him to kick the Dementors out. It's amazing." Ron was also shocked. So, the patron saints who surrounded the serpent were Peter's companions. Unexpectedly, they all mastered the patron saint spell. "I really don't know how they did it." Hermione guessed it cleverly. "Those 2 identical magpies must be the patron saints of Fred and George." Ron said affirmatively, "The 2 of them are like this magpie chattering, and they can make the most trouble." "That badger must be Cedric Diggory, Peter and the only Hufflepuff in their group," Harry said. "That goat should be the patron saint of the remaining Alan White." Hermione guessed, then looked at the majestic lion in doubt, whose patron saint is this lion? Peter and their group, there should be no one else. Why not guess that the lion is the patron saint of Alan White? Ron asked rhetorically. Alan White, he was a Slytherin student? Do you expect him to be a Slytherin student, the patron saint being a lion? Hermione gave Ron a blank look, said in a nonchalant manner, and then guessed, although this lion patroness does not know which student it is most likely a Gryffindor student. I wish my patron saint was a lion, it was mighty. Ron looked enviously at the majestic lion outside and said, the premise is that you can learn well. Hermione gave him a blank look and said, Peter and the people in their group have all learned, why can't I? Ron retorted. Not to mention Peter, in their group, Cedric is very good, Alan White is the Slytherin house chief, and Fred George, the two of them, you are their younger brother, you should know them best, although their grades are not as good as Peter and Cedric, but the strength is also very good. Do you think you can match them? Hermione asked directly. How do I think Peter made friends and was looking for great people? When Ron thought about it, he suddenly felt worse than coming, and asked strangely. That's because good people are always attracted to good people, so they get together. Hermione said of course. Then aren't you very powerful? Why make friends with scum like Harry and me? Ron said with a skimmer. Well, I'm going to take care of you two idiots, and the day you save yourself will be reckless. Hermione glared at Ron, an expression you dare to return. Well, Hermione, Ron, don't argue yet. Let's look outside. Peter threatens the Aurors to tear the Dementors apart if they don't get them away. Do you think he would really do that? Harry quickly diverted their attention and said. Peter must have just frightened them. I remember reading in the book that the Patronus curse only resisted the exorcism of Dementors, not killed them. Hermione was superstitious about the knowledge in the books and spoke her mind. Children, I listened to what you just said. Are you saying that these patron saints were cast by the students in the school? Not an adult wizard? Lupin couldn't help but interject in surprise. Yes, Professor, the voice that was just spoken was Peter York, who was 2 grades older than us, a Slytherin student, a very powerful man, and the best friend of Ron's twin brother, and a very nice man. Hermione said. He was a Slytherin student. Gryffindor is getting along so well with Slytherin now. Lupin was surprised and said that in their time, because Voldemort was raging, Slytherin and Gryffindor were almost inseparable, and they didn't expect to be able to play together now? No, Professor, it's just Peter. He gets along well with every house, so his friends include only a few houses, and the other Slytherins are still very annoying. Harry replied. Especially the obnoxious Malfoy? Always love to find Harry in trouble? Ron grumbled. Ron, Harry, don't talk nonsense in front of the professor. Hermione hurriedly reprimanded, and motioned with her eyes to the 2 guys to shut up and not to say bad things about other people in front of an unfamiliar professor. Harry and Ron found themselves a little speechless and quickly shut up, in case the professor was a Slytherin graduate. Lupin saw the movements of several people and said with a gentle smile, Don't worry, I used to be a Gryffindor graduate, and I am still your senior, and I have fought with many Slytherin students in the first place. Really, Professor Lupin, you're also Gryffindor. It was so surprising. The 3 of them were very surprised. They didn't expect that the new professor would be a Gryffindor graduate, and then they felt a little kinder. Okay, I'll leave first, and I'll have to see how this thing is handled. Lupin stood up and said that he was now the only professor on the train and had a responsibility to protect the students. Well, Professor Lupin, I don't think you have to go, Harry said suddenly, then looked out the window stunned, pointed to the giant serpent guardian who was frantically biting the Dementor outside, and said, Peter seems to be impatient, his patron saint is now attacking the Dementor. When Lupin heard this, he suddenly ran a few steps over, and looked at the scene outside the window in a daze, only to see a giant snake waving its wings, sensitively and rapidly biting the Dementors fleeing in the air. Every Dementor that had been bitten by it seemed to have been poisoned by the light, and its body was quickly corroded, and finally it emitted a piercing scream, and its body was corroded clean, leaving only a grey and tattered cloak floating from the air. How did he do that? The Dementors were really killed by him? Lupin looked at the one-sided killing outside in amazement, very surprised, but soon he noticed Peter's operation and exclaimed, What a brilliant idea. Actually injected the positive power of the light into the body of the Dementor. The Dementor is a dark creature, of course, it is impossible to absorb and digest the light, it will only be killed. The 3 Harrys also crowded over, all looking out at the battle. In midair, the patron saints of Peter and his party switched their offensive, no longer guarding the train, but actively attacking, in which Peter was responsible for fighting, and the other companions' guardians were responsible for driving away the encircling Dementors, trapping them firmly together, and cooperating with Peter. In midair, accompanied by a scream, the Dementors died one by one, leaving only the cloaks to drift down like rain. Well, why do I feel a little pathetic about these Dementors at this point? Ron stared blankly out the window and murmured. Several people suddenly nodded their heads in agreement. Loud sound. Peter York, stop. These Dementors are the property of the Ministry of Magic. You can't slaughter them at will? One of the Aurors, who knew Peter, shouted anxiously. In their cognition, the Patronus charm did not have the ability to kill Dementors, so the warning to Peter just now was thought to be just a scare, so they did not take it to heart. Peter York is now famous in the Ministry of Magic, typical of thorns, and it is also a slippery thorn. In the 1st grade, he clashed with the Aurors and was later defused by Dumbledore. After that, he constantly confronted the Department for the Prohibition of the Abuse of Magic, and received dozens of warning letters for using magic outside the school, but they were all refuted by him for not using a wand, and finally directly let the Department for the Prohibition of Abuse of Magic give up the surveillance of this headache person. Not long ago, he taunted the Auror and Minister Fudge, who came to the door, and this matter was very lively in the Ministry of Magic. So the Aurors didn't heed Peter's warning, but wanted to wait for his magic to run out, to make him suffer a loss, and then they went to rescue him. Unexpectedly, there was a misjudgment of the situation, so that the Dementors died so much at once. The leader of the Aurors was already very remorseful, knowing that in addition to being Azkaban's guards, these Dementors were also executors of the Ministry of Magic's death row, and usually those who were sentenced to the most heinous were solved with the kiss of the Dementors. So the Dementors are, in a sense, the Ministry of Magic's deterrent, and now that deterrent is being slaughtered. Watching Peter still unmoved as he hunted down the Dementors, the leader of the Aurors exclaimed angrily, "Stop, Peter York! Are you attacking Dementors like this for no reason, just trying to provoke the Ministry of Magic? You know, this is not the Muggle world, and we can only arrest you if you do this again?" The feathered snake in midair stopped its attack and rushed directly to the Aurors, although it knew that the guardian spirit could not hurt people, but it was still startled by this sudden action. The giant serpent's white eyes stared closely at the leader of the Aurors, and a voice came out of his mouth, saying with a mocking tone, "Attack for no reason? Huh? You're pretty good at saying that if you want to check whether there's Blake in the carriage, just check it yourself. If you are lazy, you will get a bunch of hungry Dementors, which is not to put hungry wolves into the flock. You go and ask the students, each of them is sucked up by these greedy guys, and some Dementors are greedy and want to suck more. The students are not prisoners of Azkaban, and they also need to provide emotional food for these beasts. If they can't help it, one of them accidentally gives a Dementor kiss to the student, will you be able to pay for the innocent dead? Or is it that a simple apology can be revealed?" Peter's voice was so loud that the whole car could hear him, which immediately aroused the emotions of all the students, and many of them agreed with indignation. "That's right, what the hell is the Ministry of Magic trying to do? Put the Dementor into the carriage, and as soon as it comes in, it inhales at us, sucks away all our happy emotions, not to find people at all, but to find food, it treats us as food. As soon as the Dementors came in, I fell into grief, and I couldn't recall a single happy memory. It sucked all my joy away. I almost fainted. The Ministry of Magic is waste. After looking for so long and not finding Blake, but now with the Dementors halfway intercepted, these Dementors do not look for anyone at all, just absorb our happy emotions. I'm going to tell my mom." The students had all been sucked into emotions by the Dementors and fell into negative emotions, and at this time, when they were provoked by Peter's words, they all expressed their disgust for the Dementors and the anger of the Ministry of Magic's inaction, and loudly scolded the Ministry of Magic, trying to vent their discomfort. As soon as the Aurors heard the scolding of the students in the carriage, their faces became very smelly, and this was indeed their fault. Stopping the train halfway is actually their last resort. These Dementors are already hungry uncontrollably, especially the students in the train are full of laughter, and the whole train is full of cheerful emotions, which makes the Dementors how to endure. Finally, after consulting with the Dementors, they were asked to get into the car in the name of Search to suck the students' joy and eat a full meal, but they were not allowed to hurt the students. But they did not expect that there would be a variable of Peter, and they were not willing to give at all, and even used the Dementors as a practice tool for their companions, which would eventually trigger the Dementors to riot. "Don't be alarmist. Peter York, we've already said to the Dementors that we won't hurt the students," the Auror leader exclaimed. "Sucking on positive emotions is just the Dementors' instinct. All we've done is grab Blake as soon as possible." "Aha. If a bunch of beasts are only controlled by instinct, you Aurors will actually believe it. I don't know if I mean you're naive or stupid," Peter said sarcastically. "I think I can take this matter to the Daily Prophet and see what people think of it." "Forget it, the Daily Prophet is the mouthpiece of your Ministry of Magic, and such an article will certainly not be published. But I think another singing against the tune is not bad, or Wizards Weekly magazine can too. I have a good relationship with the Roger family in France, they have a stake in the French Wizarding Daily, and they can let the French discuss our British Ministry of Magic's approach. What do you think?" Wizards in the British and French wizarding circles, like the two countries in the ordinary world, look at each other unfavorably and always like to make fun of each other. English wizards were proud of Hogwarts and Dumbledore, so the French magical world was proud of Bousbadon and proud of Nicole May. English wizards think that French wizards are wandering skeletons, then French wizards think that English wizards are old-fashioned. In short, they look at each other unfavorably. If Peter were to take this matter to France, the French daily newspaper would certainly be very happy to accept it, and would even put it in the headlines and trigger a national discussion, and then the British Ministry of Magic would lose face and throw it to other countries. The Aurors' expressions were as if they had been fed, and when they thought of that scene, they were afraid that they would be blown crazy by the roar of the angry English wizards. The leader of the Aurors simply conceded defeat and said with a pleading tone, "Peter, I will bring back the remaining Dementors immediately, can you put them a yard? After all, they are the guards of Azkaban, and if they are less, then Azkaban is not safe. There are a lot of dark wizards imprisoned there. Unsafe? Blake all ran out, is it still safe?" Peter's mocking voice came, "Don't come directly to Azkaban to escape from prison in the future, then you are funny enough. Auror's face turned red, and he didn't know whether he was angry or ashamed, and finally he could only squeeze out the words and say, "This is just a special case. Blake has mastered abilities we don't know about before he lets him escape, and we'll make up for it later." Peter's patron saint, looking at the Auror silently, said after a moment, "If you want to spare these Dementors, you can let those of you who can communicate with the Dementors convey my meaning on your behalf, that is, they must swear that they must always stay in Azkaban. Otherwise, if I dare to go out and wreak havoc on myself in the future, I will let them all be destroyed by the Dementors. Leave none? This kind of monster that belongs to hell should not appear here." The Aurors looked at each other, and then the Aurors, who were the leader, confidently assured, "We can promise this. The Dementors obey the orders of the Ministry of Magic. They will not appear outside of Azkaban without the orders of the Ministry of Magic." "Really? You really believe them?" "Huh." Peter's mocking voice came, and then his voice became serious, "But I don't believe them. I need them to personally agree. These beasts can do anything for food. If one day someone promised them that they could suck human emotions at will in exchange for help, would you think these beasts would agree?" Cough cough. "Shouldn't there be such a thing?" The Auror, the leader, said in a hesitant tone of surprise. "Well, hurry up. I don't want to miss tonight's banquet. Otherwise I'll just kill these guys and save time," Peter said impatiently, the feathered serpent guardian with his fangs raised in his fangs to the Dementors surrounded in midair, ready to rush over at any time. "Wait. We immediately arrange someone to convey it on our behalf," the Auror, the leader, hurriedly said. Then an Auror, who could communicate with the Dementors, the phantom shifted to the roof of the carriage, hoarsely making a strange noise, communicating with the Dementors in midair. After the Auror had finished speaking of Peter, the Dementors in midair made a commotion and then attacked the surrounding guardians. "It seems that the negotiations have failed." Peter's mocking voice came. "Captain, the Dementors don't want to. If they feel hungry, they need to come out and find something to eat, and they say that the prisoners on the island taste bad and need to change their taste." The interpreter's Auror reported with a bad look. "How could it be? Didn't this Dementor obey the Ministry of Magic's orders? Why don't they listen to us?" The leader of the Auror said in disbelief. "Dementors are just willing to listen, the Ministry of Magic that will feed them. When better food is in front of you, do you think they will still be willing to listen to you?" Peter sneered sarcastically. "So, today I'm going to send them to hell." With that, the feather snake guardian spirit flapped his wings and rushed towards the Dementors who were trying to break the siege, on a viaduct somewhere in Scotland, over a train parked on a bridge. A feathered snake that resembled a silver dragon was torturing and killing fleeing Dementors everywhere, almost one Dementor at a time. And the other guardian spirits did not stop. They joined the battle, driving away the Dementors who were fleeing in a hurry, not letting them escape. In the blink of an eye, the gray scene in the sky suddenly became clear. There was no longer half a Dementor, only 6 silver illusory guardian spirits with light remained, standing high in the sky, looking down at the surroundings. Only the tattered cloak belonging to the Dementors, fluttering with the wind, proves the existence of the Dementors. The students and Aurors in the train below were all in shock at the same time, and they didn't expect that the Dementors who smelled of the wizards would be solved so easily. Then the students in the carriage burst into cheers and applause, which resounded throughout the train, and everyone excitedly discussed what had just happened, and speculated who the patron saints who had just appeared were. Everyone was very interested in the patron saint magic just now, and they wanted to learn this cool-looking magic right away. Only the Aurors at the front of the car had a somewhat complicated face. They looked at the guardian spirits that gradually dissipated in midair, and listened to the cheers of the thundering in the carriage, and they were a little overwhelmed. "Captain, why didn't we explain this to the minister? We lost more than 50 Dementors this time. All wiped out by Peter the Kid? That's 1/6 of all Dementors?" An Auror asked the leader of the Aurors. "Oh, what else can you do? You heard Peter's boy's words, and looking at the cheers in the car now, we can't arrest him." When he returned, he told the truth that the Dementors had rioted and were destroyed by Peter. The Auror, the leader, sighed and said. Then the opponent ordered, "Let the driver continue to drive, it has been delayed here long enough." At this time, inside Peter's carriage, a group of partners were also cheering excitedly, clapping and celebrating with each other. "Yeah, it's so exciting. Did you see that my goat patron saint had a horn on top and slammed the Dementor into Peter's patron saint's mouth, biting it in half?" Alan said excitedly. "Originally I was a little dissatisfied with my patron saint. I originally wanted a snake-like patron saint, but now I think sheep are not bad. Although the patron saints of our Weasley brothers are only magpies, our patron saints can stack on each other. The Dementors we encounter are all running around. Did you see the Dementors we opened just now? It was disgusting enough, like a rotting corpse. It disgusted me," George said excitedly, too. "Speaking of which, Cedric's badger guardian is powerful. I didn't expect Ced to look so gentle, but his guardian spirit is very fierce, chasing Dementors around. It is said that the patron saint is the reaction of the heart. I can't imagine that, Sid, your heart is so surging. LOL. Fred chuckled and teased, "Derek, I didn't know the patron saint would do this. I just let him attack the Dementor, and he stayed there. That's how badgers are?" Cedric was embarrassed and tried to explain to his partner the difference between the patron saint and himself. "But speaking of which, our Neville is even better. His lion patron saint stepped on the Dementors one by one, and there were at least 10 Dementors in his hands. The twins walked up to Neville, who was blushing with excitement, and hugged him, showing off, "This is our Gryffindor warrior. His record today is better than our seniors, applaud him." Everyone laughed and applauded for Neville, and the twins laughed and giggled and sang in the tunes of the eccentric sisters, "Neville is our jade." Neville blushed and kept hiding from the two brothers. Peter sat down and looked at the crowd with a smile before he reacted and cried out complainingly, "Hey, don't forget me, I'm the most involved, how did you leave me behind? You don't count? If we count you, how can we compare?" The twins schemed their lips and said, "You freak, even if your grades are better than ours, we can understand your strength. But why is the patron saint so much bigger than us? Compared with your feathered snake patron saint, our guardian spirit is like a notch behind. Yes, you can't count Peter the guy. Our patron saints can only drive away Dementors, but Peter's can kill them. If you count him, we haven't actually beaten one. After all, in the end, his patron saint is responsible for killing, we are only auxiliaries." Alan grinned in agreement. "You guys, is it my fault that people are too good? What a depraved world?" Peter shook his head and said sadly, "Listen to this guy, it's so infuriating. Is there such a Versailles?" Alan laughed and scolded. Neville sat on the sidelines, laughing and listening to their conversation, only to find the seniors so funny. "But why did your patron saint, Peter, speak? Any tips? Can you teach me?" Cedric asked curiously. "This is Dumbledore's modified Patronus spell, which can be used to transmit messages in time, and if two people are far apart, the Guardians can use the Guardians to pass messages from a distance in an emergency." Peter smiled and said, then took out the parchment that Neville had given him and handed it to Cedric. "I learned it from here. If you want to learn it, practice it according to the above, and ask me again where you don't understand." "Is this the parchment that Neville gave you just now? So you just learned it?" Cedric asked in surprise. Peter nodded and said indifferently, "I just looked at it when I was teaching the Neville Patronus spell. Dumbledore's idea is very clever. He has incorporated the guidance charm and the voice charm into the guardian spirit spell, and it just so happens that I am familiar with both spells, so it is very easy to learn." "Well, there's really no way to compare with you. I'll learn these two spells before I learn this improved version of the Patronus spell," Cedric said dejectedly. "Cedric, don't compare yourself to this freak, or sooner or later you'll have to attains." Fred patted Cedric on the shoulder and grinned. Cedric nodded, then looked at Peter expectantly and said, "Peter, your patron saint was able to kill the Dementors. How did you do it?" "I've never heard of a patron saint being able to kill a Dementor. You're making history." Peter didn't hide it, and explained with a smile, "Actually, the principle is very simple. I just injected the light positive power of the Guardian into the Dementor's body when the Guardian bit the Dementor. The Dementor is a pure dark creature whose powers are in its body, like poison, and will kill its evenness. So simple? So why hasn't anyone thought about this before?" Fred said in surprise. "Simple, didn't you hear what Peter said? It is to inject the power of the Guardian Spirit into the Dementor's body. We use the Guardian Spirit desperately to condense more of the power of the Guardian Spirit, and Peter's method is to kill the Dementor by sacrificing the power of the Guardian Spirit. If you do this, I am afraid that your patron saint will collapse in the first place." Alan turned to Fred and replied. Peter looked at Alan in surprise, not expecting him to understand so quickly, nodded and said, "This method is actually like Alan said. Every time my Guardian Spirit injects light power into the Dementor, it will reduce some of its strength. So if you just look closely, you will find that my Feather Snake Guardian Spirit has become a lot more illusory when he kills the Dementor. So this situation is only suitable for special cases. In general we just need to expel." Everyone understood it, and then temporarily abandoned this method. They were only now able to successfully use the Guardian Spirit spell, which was far away from them. "Okay, let's all change into our uniforms. Hogwarts is coming." With a wave of Peter's wand, the wide space around him shrank back and became the original box. "Then I'll go back first. Peter, thank you for teaching me this spell today. My grandma would be glad they knew I learned this magic. They always thought that my qualifications were mediocre and that I could not learn any great magic." Neville happily bids farewell to Peter. "Later, have a little confidence in yourself. Neville, don't you say that you have learned a lot of patron saint spells that adult wizards don't know now. If anyone later says you're stupid, let them cast a patron saint spell first." Peter smiled and encouraged. "I will, Peter." Neville looked up at Peter with a look of admiration and said. When the train stopped, Peter and his party, under the watchful eyes of everyone, got into a carriage and headed to Hogwarts Castle. "Haha, Peter, after today's events, I'm afraid you're more famous." The twins grinned. "You will not be less. I just heard someone discussing who the guardian spirits are you," Peter said indifferently. "Hey, since we're all famous, are we going to give our group a resounding name?" Fred said with a grin. "That is, we used white magic to destroy the Dementors today and completed the heroic and righteous act, otherwise our group would be named the Hand of Justice." George rushed to suggest. "The Hand of Justice? Then you might as well say Justice League," Peter said wordlessly. "Hey, Peter's suggestion is good, Justice League, sounds cool. How about our group get this name in the future?" Fred said in agreement. "I agree, that's a fantastic title. We'll all be members of the Justice League in the future." Alan agreed. Cedric also smiled and nodded in agreement. "Okay, don't play, I laugh at you guys, or are you serious? Justice League is the name of a comic book in the Muggle world, and you are not afraid to be laughed at in the words you use. You know, many Muggle wizards have heard of this name. Peter helplessly interrupted their thoughts. That's a shame. I think the name Justice League is good, too in line with our group, Alan said disappointedly. Or shall we name it the Phoenix Society? Just use Peter's Phoenix as a name, and it sounds good, Alan suggested. Then Dumbledore will come to you for royalties. He founded an Order of the Phoenix decades ago. Peter glanced at him and said, already have one. That's a pity, but I'll just say that the name is pretty good, and you see that Headmaster Dumbledore took this name, and it's a hero who sees it a little bit the same. Alan gave up while not forgetting to praise himself, and successfully won the blank eyes of many friends. Okay, let's stop messing around with names. Peter interrupted the plans of several people to continue to take names, and said, the 5 of us are not going to do anything big when we get together. It is simple and good, and what name we have to take. I agree with Peter that we are all friends, and it's just a lot of getting together to make these imaginary name groups, which is just a constraint for us. Cedric agreed, if we did form a formal group, we would be uncomfortable. Alan and the twins saw that the 2 school bullies did not agree and gave up such a plan, and they only had a whim, so that they did not really have such ideas. Hey, why is it cold again? Is it the Dementors who have reappeared? Alan drew his wand warily and looked outside and said doubtfully. Several others also pulled out their wands, ready to unleash the Patronus charm. Don't worry, you can see why if you look up above the castle. Peter calmly reassured, pointing to the sky. Several people looked out their heads in confusion and looked over Hogwarts castle, and found that there were many Dementors floating on it, constantly patrolling around the castle. Merlin's stinky socks? Is the Ministry of Magic ready to turn the school into Azkaban? Got so many Dementors? The twins looked at the Dementors in the sky outside and exclaimed. Peter, are we going to have another one and get these things out? The twins said excitedly. Don't worry, we were on the train for a legitimate reason, and now no one has come to mess with us, and if we do it, it will be considered a deliberate provocation to the Ministry of Magic. I don't want to be locked up in Azkaban, Peter said without anger, and quickly stopped these 2 guys who were afraid of chaos in the world. That's a pity, I haven't had a good time just now, I always feel that my patron saint can't wait to come out. The twins said disappointedly. I see that you can't hide your desire to show off, go back to your common room to show off, there are many people who want to see your patron saint. Peter went straight through the tunnel. When the carriage entered the castle gate, 2 eerie Dementors were floating on either side of the door, staring at the students, as if to see from them whether there was anyone disguised as Bulak. The students, who had already experienced the horrors of Dementors on the train, huddled together in horror, as far away from them as possible. When all Peter's students arrived at the school, they went to the hall for the opening banquet as soon as possible. Peter and his party came to the lobby, said goodbye to each other, and then sat down in their respective college seats. As soon as they entered, many students focused their attention on them, with curious and adoring eyes. As soon as Cedric returned to his academy, the students around him flocked to him, asking him if he was involved in the patron saints who had dealt with the Dementors before. After getting his nod and answering, they were even more excited. They Hufflepuff had been at the bottom for a long time over the years, and this time it was hard to have a popular student who belonged to their college, and they were even happier. Cedric, that badger patron saint must be yours, right? A schoolgirl looked at him expectantly and asked. Cedric smiled and nodded. The students around them immediately cheered. Nothing was better than the best students in their own college, and the conjured guardian spirit was the symbol of their own college, which made them happy and proud, and they praised Cedric as the real Hufflepuff. As for the Gryffindor students, they were very curious about what had happened at that time, and as for the patron saints of their 2 brothers, there was almost no need to guess, and the 2 identical magpie patron saints were almost impossible except for the twins. Surrounded by the crowd, the twins performed the guardian spirit spell in their pride, and looking at the 2 magpie guardian spirits that appeared again, everyone cheered and applauded for the 2 brothers. George Fred, whose patron saint is that lion? Could it really be the patron saint of Slytherins, Alan? Don't you tell me it's true, otherwise I'll have nightmares. Lee Jordan asked with urgency. The other Gryffindor students were also very curious to look at the 2 brothers. The lion was the symbol of Gryffindor, and they deserved to pay great attention to it. Of course not, Alan's patron saint is the goat, and the lion is our Gryffindor symbol. How could it be something that a Slytherin students could have? The twins shook their heads and said, who is that lion patron saint? I remember that there were only 5 people in your small group. How did 6 guardian spirits appear at that time? Jordan asked curiously. Of course someone went to us. The twins laughed and said, and then walked behind Neville, who was sitting on the sidelines, and solemnly cheered, cheer and applaud for our lion warrior Neville, but under the guidance of Peter, he learned the patron saint spell in just over an hour. And also a majestic lion guardian spirit? You say the battle situation at that time, Neville was alone against a dozen Dementors, and they were scattered everywhere? Merlin's beard is actually Neville. This is amazing. All Gryffindor people looked at Neville with an embarrassed face in disbelief. Many people knew Neville's grades, which were the lowest among Gryffindor students of the same level, and they did not expect that he would master such a profound magic as the Patronus charm. The 3 Harrys were even more surprised. They had the best relationship with Neville, and they all knew that he studied very hard, but his academic performance was still inferior to that of Harry and Ron, who were salted fish. Because he always couldn't remember things, even the password to enter Gryffindor, he had to write it down on the paper and carry it at any time, otherwise he could only enter outside the door. Unexpectedly, just one summer vacation did not see, it has undergone earth-shaking changes. Neville, show us and let's see your patron saint. Some students coaxed. No, it's almost time for the new students to be sorted, so let's sit down. Neville blushed and shook his head. Unfortunately, Gryffindor students did not know what discipline was, and they all coaxed Neville to become a patron saint. Neville, make them one. The twins put themselves on his shoulders and whispered in his ear, have you forgotten what Peter said? If you want to gain their respect, you have to show your strength so that no one will underestimate you. Neville looked at the twins with some surprise when he heard the twins, not expecting them to say such a thing, which sounded very much like Slytherin's words. The twins saw Neville's expression, shrugged and said, don't forget that we are friends with two Slytherin guys and will always get a little infected. And there is actually no difference between the academy at this point. Gryffindor also worships the strong, don't you want to be respected by them? Neville looked at the Slytherin table opposite, and saw Peter, who was surrounded by the crowd, as if he had noticed his gaze, and smiled at him. Call God guard. Neville strengthened his mind, waved his wand, and a warm silver mist poured out of the wand, quickly condensing a male lion taller than Neville, and the thick mane on his neck was clearly visible, and he appeared in front of everyone's eyes in a majestic manner. Wow, that's so cool. Everyone was fascinated by this lion for the first time, and they touched it curiously. Unlike the coldness of the ghost's touch, the entity of the guardian god brought a pleasant feeling, and everyone liked this magic. Neville has learned this magic, and I must master this magic this semester. I also want to see what my patron saint is. Some students confidently said that he felt that since a scum like Neville could learn well, he would certainly have no problem. The other students also nodded darkly, thinking that there must be nothing wrong with this. Many adult wizards can't master this magic, so I wish you learn it as soon as possible. The twins grinned and looked forward to seeing their expressions in a few months. You must know that they are all Peter's own little bit of church, but after practicing for many months without success, in the end, it was under this coincidence, led by Neville's happiness, that the gathering of everyone's emotions was accidentally successful, otherwise they would not have the confidence to succeed so quickly. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were so lively, not to mention Slytherin, and because of Peter's chief majesty, not many people dared to come to him for questioning. But Alan was surrounded by a circle of people, curiously inquiring about the train, and when he heard all the Dementors rushing towards them, they seemed to see that scene and took a breath. Peter was heard standing up again, and directly a patron saint's spell drove all the Dementors out, and led the patron saints of the crowd to take the initiative to attack, and looked at Peter and Ellen with adoring eyes. Peter looked amusedly at the reactions of Alan and the crowd, and now the students were always curious, and then he jokingly said with regret, why didn't anyone come to ask me? I'm not a man-eating monster, so I ran to ask Alan one by one. It's so sad. Last year's 6th grade chief Andrew Abbott, sitting in the second seat, heard Peter joking, laughed, and said, because the chief is the big guy, they think the big guy can't do this kind of degrading thing, so it's most appropriate to ask Alan. Ender, with less than a year to go before graduation, where are you going to get a job? Is it to go to the Ministry of Magic? Peter asked curiously. Since last year's chief scramble, which eliminated the pure-blood students who were looking for trouble, Peter's position in Slytherin has been unshakable, and even the senior students who were originally in a neutral position have leaned toward Peter, including Ender Albert. Yes, Chief, my dad works in the Magical Transportation Division, and after graduation I went to his department for an internship, and he wanted him to let me inherit his job later. Ender Abbott said. Peter understands that this phenomenon of sub-inheriting his father's business is very common in the magical world. Ender's father is the director of the Department of Magical Transportation, and when he graduates and enters the Department of Transportation, he has an advantage over others, can smoothly integrate into the Ministry of Magic, and the biggest possibility in the future is that Ender will become the director of the Department of Transportation. This is also one of the reasons why Peter does not like the Ministry of Magic. The entire Ministry of Magic is almost always controlled by pure-blood families, and even the best Muggle wizards who want to join the Ministry of Magic are only the lowest staff, or the staff responsible for chores, or the cleaning staff. The best place is the Auror, because this place is often in contact with dark wizards, and people are often injured, so those pure-blood wizards who claim to be noble are reluctant to put their children in this dangerous position. But in such a situation, the top level of the Aurors is still a pure-blood family, especially the director of the Aurors, and there are very few non-pure-blood wizards. Having said that, Peter didn't have a problem with Ender Abbott, and he smiled at Ender and said, Ender, William Orff graduated last semester, and the next semester, I hope you can come and be my deputy, as deputy chief, to help me manage the academy, can you? As soon as Ender heard this, he was immediately surprised and said, I am willing to be the chief, thank you for your trust, I will do a good job. Since the first challenge last semester, no one has dared to question Peter's strength, so before the chief challenge has even begun, Ender still does not suspect that Peter is talking big, but is very happy. After all, he was going to work in the Ministry of Magic after graduation, and the experience of managing the academy would give him an advantage, because the Ministry of Magic agreed with the Slytherin Academy chief system, even if he was not really the chief, but it was very helpful. Well, after tonight's chief challenge, if I don't lose, you'll be my deputy chief. Peter said with a smile. Chief, you can definitely continue to serve as the chief of the academy, and I think no one should have the courage to challenge you. Ender said flatteringly. Well, the freshman branch has begun, let's take a look. I don't know how many Slytherin students there are this year. Every year we have the smallest number of students in our college. I hope this year can be a little more. Peter looked at the slowly opening door and said, I saw a group of new students full of anxiety, led by Professor McGonagall, like little ducks who had just entered the world, and followed closely behind to the front of the lobby. In the end, Peter's hopes were not fulfilled, and Slytherin had only 9 new students this time, still the least. When the freshmen were finished, Dumbledore stood up, looked at the crowd happily, and announced to the crowd the new defense against the dark arts Professor Lupin of the year. But given the whitewashed clothes and sick face on his body, everyone looked at him with a suspicious face, and the applause was also sparse. After all, after so many unreliable defense against the dark arts professor, everyone no longer trusted the defense against the dark professor. As for Dumbledore announcing Hagrid's new class on the protection of magical animals, the students applauded a little more than Lupin. Looking at Hagrid's huge body, with a look of pity, Peter felt it. Some headaches, this big guy always likes to get something that is dangerous for students. If they really followed the original plot, if they had an accident after giving Harry Potter a lesson, and then Hagrid was completely rotten, then they would have to take care of those tail snails for a semester, which would be the torment. So in order to avoid Hagrid's mess, he still went to Hagrid tomorrow, and it was better to formulate a suitable course content for him, rather than to get some eagle-headed horse with winged beasts. If it weren't for the treasure of the Time Turner, Peter would have given up the course, and of course Muggle studies. After a few precautions, Dumbledore solemnly warned the students not to provoke Dementors, and then summoned the food. The speech time is only a few minutes, which is deeper than the hearts of the students than those leaders who talk for 1 or 2 hours at a time. After eating and singing the school song, Peter went straight ahead, and the new students were left to the prefect. As soon as he arrived in the common room, he found that Professor Snape had arrived earlier than he had. Good evening, Professor. Didn't expect you to come so fast. Peter smiled and said hello. After the chief challenge, Dumbledore wants to see you, so let's go to the headmaster's office. Snape looked at Peter and said, then handed him the time changer. I don't have to go to my office to get it, or remind you not to abuse it. It is overdrawing your future time, except for studying. Don't let me find out that you are using it indiscriminately. Otherwise I'll take it back and hand it over to the Ministry of Magic. I see, Professor, I'm not going to mess with it. Peter nodded assuredly, and then asked curiously, what's the matter with Dumbledore looking for me? I don't remember what I've had to do with him lately. I heard you successfully woke up the Longbots during your summer vacation. Dumbledore and I couldn't do anything about it, but I didn't expect you to be able to treat it. Dumbledore was very interested in this, he must have wanted to talk to you about it. After all, the Longbottoms were his proud disciples, and he must have cared a few words. Snape said appreciatively to Peter. The Slytherin chief contenders didn't change much, the previous year's chiefs basically continued, and when all the grades of the chiefs were finished, Peter went straight up. He looked at the crowd and asked, does anyone want to challenge me? If you want to challenge, please come to the stage. The people in the audience did not speak for a while, and they all waited for the result. Peter looked at the 6th and 7th graders and asked again, is there anyone who is going to challenge me? If not, this year's chief I will continue to laugh. The senior students, especially those who participated in the siege of Peter last year, bowed their heads and did not dare to look at Peter. After waiting for half a day for no one to come on stage, Peter smiled and said to Snape, Professor, it looks like no one is on stage. You better announce the results. Snape nodded and said in a cold voice, this year's head of the academy is still Peter York. He will be responsible for managing the entire academy for a semester, and all students must obey his leadership and must not object without reason. All the students nodded their heads and looked at Peter with reverence. This year is Peter's 3rd year as the head of the academy, which is something that Slytherin has never done before. In the past, only 7th graders had the strength to defeat other opponents and serve as the head of the academy, but Peter broke this tradition with his strength. Peter looked down at Andrew Abbott, who was full of anticipation, smiled and turned to Snape and said, Professor, this year I want to make 7th grade chief Ender my deputy chief. Help me manage the academy. Don't know your opinion? Snape gave Peter a blank look and said, do as you please. Thank you, Dean. Peter smiled and said to the students around him, Andrew Albert's strength is obvious to everyone, and everyone will obey his arrangement in the future, unless there is a major matter, otherwise Ender is responsible. Got it, Chief. The students looked at him adoringly and nodded. Snape looked at Peter from the sidelines, his eyes complex, and as soon as the student arrived in Slytherin, he gradually changed the Slytherin, relying on his strength to make this group of stubborn students obedient to him, something he had never thought of. Ender, you'll be in charge of tonight's meeting. Peter smiled and said to his new chief. Okay, Chief. Ender said gratefully to Peter. Peter nodded, and Peter followed Snape out of the lounge. Have you finished learning the wolf poison potion? Tomorrow night come and practice with me, try to learn it within a week, preferably independently, Snape said to Peter as he walked. I've read the book, but I haven't done it in the field yet, so I don't know the difficulty, but as long as it's not as cumbersome as making the elixir, it's not that difficult for me, Peter said confidently. Well, you're pretty confident in yourself. Snape was undeniable about Peter's strength, but habitually struck a blow. After all, with the Dean you, the potions master, it's hard for me to learn. Peter smiled and complimented. Well, you should still use this to compliment others. I didn't teach you much, Snape said, but the amplitude of the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed. Peter watched Snape continue to follow him and asked doubtfully, Professor, are you going to go with me to the headmaster's office? Snape nodded and said with a bad look, your headmaster is worried that I will accidentally put the poison into the wolf poison potion and poison the stupid wolf, so I want to talk to me. Now just let you make a wolf poison potion, so that I don't have to refine medicine for that stupid wolf against my heart, and they don't have to worry about the potion turning into poison, the best of both worlds. So I became a rabbit fee laborer. Peter said, excuse me. I'm a 5th grader, Professor, and I'm going to take the OWL exam at the end of the semester, and I'm going to take 12 courses. There is not enough time? Don't try to squeeze something out of me, the covetous guy. I've already given you the precious feather snake scales. Snape looked at Peter wordlessly, then sneered and suggested, you'll have to tell Dumbledore later that you might be able to get a little compensation. After all, that stupid wolf is one of his most beloved disciples, and he shouldn't be stingy. The two soon arrived at the principal's office. Just after entering the door, I found that in addition to Dumbledore, there was another person in the room, the new defense against the dark arts Professor Lupin. As soon as Peter saw him and looked at Professor Snape's suddenly blackened face, he felt that the gunpowder was about to explode. Ah, Severus, and Peter, you are all here. Please sit down. What do you need to drink? Tea or pumpkin juice? Dumbledore sat in a chair and asked with a smile as he saw the two men come in. Dumbledore, why is he here? Snape asked in a low voice, looking at Lupin with disgust in his eyes, as if he had seen something disgusting. Remus is asking me about the course. Severus, you come down first, and the students are here. Dumbledore saw Snape's reaction and reminded helplessly. Snape calmed down a little, snorted coldly, and sat down very far away from Lupin, sitting quietly without speaking. Peter, I haven't seen you in a summer vacation, but you keep surprising me. Dumbledore turned to look at Peter and said in amazement, the Frank and Alice affair. I didn't know they had woken up until Augusta asked me for memories of them. Speaking of which, I want to thank you very much. Once Augusta begged me to do my best to save me, but I was helpless, but I didn't expect you to fulfill my wish for me. That's what I should do, Headmaster Dumbledore. Peter said with a smile. It's amazing to hear that Peter is going to use the memories of many people to reshape Frank's complete memories of them, and it's amazing that such a grand and whimsical approach. Peter, can you explain it to me? I'm interested in this. Dumbledore crossed his fingers, looking like he wanted to listen. In fact, the principle is not complicated. The memories of the Longbottoms are now like a pot of porridge. It is almost impossible to recomb them, so I chose to reconstruct the memory, by collecting everyone's memories of them, just like editing a movie, shaping their previous life experiences, so that they have a complete memory and a sound personality. Peter explains. Listening to Peter's words, Dumbledore frowned and said, if you do this, Frank, their memories are in the eyes of others, are they still the original them? You don't have to worry about that, Headmaster. Peter understood Dumbledore's concern and said with a relaxed face, the memories I have reconstructed are only temporary. People's brains are able to repair automatically. As long as I build a complete memory, those previously chaotic memories will gradually self-regulate, and then slowly re-replace the constructed memories, until all the replacement is completed, their memories will really be restored. Of course, this will take more than 10 years. Then I'll be relieved. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at him with admiration. I didn't expect you to have such a clever idea. Maybe we old guys are rigid in thinking. Always can't think of a constructive way, let alone think of using such a method. Otherwise, Frank, they can now stand in front of us healthily. It's not something you can decide, the principal. Peter shook his head and said. And I learned the modified forgetting spell from Professor Lockhart to be able to have the most basic healing abilities, and then combined with Muggle psychological research, I thought of reconstructing memory. Yes, I never thought that Lockhart would be able to improve the Forgotten Charm, and he did reach a point where no one could match the Forgotten Charm, but unfortunately he is now rebounded by his own Forgotten Charm and has forgotten all about it. Dumbledore sighed. Lockhart is not unbeatable, he has been far surpassed by my student Peter. Even if the liar modified the Forgotten Curse, it was only used to steal other people's achievements? Snape, who had not spoken, directly snorted and retorted. Yes, I forgot. Now in terms of memory, Peter, you are a well-deserved master of memory spells. Dumbledore patted his head and said with a smile. Professor, you're a compliment. I'm still very early on from the title of master? Peter shook his head and said. Well, Dumbledore, it's time to get down to business. Snape impatiently interrupted what Dumbledore had to say. You asked me to make a wolf poison potion for someone, but you were worried that I would make it into poison and feed it to your beloved defense against the dark arts professor. So I thought of a way. Snape sneered at Lupin and sneered, in the future, Peter will refine the wolf poison potion for him, so that I don't have to do things against my will. I am afraid that one day I will add a little medicine into it, and you don't have to worry about being poisoned one day, and solve this matter perfectly. Let Peter make potions. Both Dumbledore and Lupin looked at Snape in amazement, as if to confirm that he was not wrong. Of course, I know my student's potion level, and you don't have to worry about him failing. Snape looked at Peter and said smugly, then glanced at Peter, but you have to make up for my students. He's the busiest 5th grade now, and he still has 12 courses to take, not that much time. Otherwise, you are most ready to drink the wolf poison potion I made. As to whether there is poison in it, I can't guarantee it. Alas, Severus, it's been so many years, why can't you put it down? Dumbledore looked at Snape with a malicious look in his eyes and sighed with a headache. Forgot? I remember it so vividly that I can't forget it, unless I die. Snape snorted coldly. Severus, what happened back then was that we were young and ignorant, and we caused you harm, and I apologize to you here. Lupin said sincerely, his face full of apologies. I'm not familiar with you, please call me Snape, Professor Lupin. Snape said with a cold look in his eyes, and then looked at Lupin with hatred and said, I don't need you to make a false apology here, and it is the other two who have come to apologize to me on my knees. Oh, sorry, I forgot. One of them is dead, and the other has now escaped from prison and is being chased by the Aurors and Dementors? Snape sneered. Snape, what the hell are you talking about? As soon as the gentle Lupin heard Snape insulting his friend, the gentle expression suddenly became angry, rushed over, grabbed Snape's collar, and said fiercely, Today is not a full moon, Lupin, do you think you alone can be my opponent? Snape said sarcastically, his wand resting on Dope's chest. You all stop me. Dumbledore did not expect things to turn out like this, and with a very serious look, the old wand in his hand waved, and both men were directly pulled apart and fell back to their respective seats. You are all dozens of years old, are you not afraid of losing face by doing this in front of students? Dumbledore looked at each other disapprovingly at the two men who did not deal with each other and reprimanded him sternly. Then he turned to look at Peter and said apologetically, Peter, I'm sorry to let you see such a scene, you go back first, and then we have time to talk. Okay, headmaster, I'll quit first. Peter nodded obediently, he had seen it thoroughly today, and he didn't expect Snape to have such an uncool day, and he almost got into a fight. Peter, you wait first. Peter had just left his chair and turned to leave when Dumbledore stopped him. Peter looked back in confusion and saw Dumbledore directly conjure up a small bottle, then use his wand to draw a silver silk thread from his temple, throw it into the glass bottle, and then hand it to him, saying, This is my memory of Frank and Alice. Augusta did not have time to come, just handed it to you. I hope my memory will be useful to their condition. Peter took the bottle, solemnly put it in his carry-on bag, smiled and said, Headmaster, you can rest assured, I will put it away. Peter then bid farewell again, nodded politely to both Snape and Lupin, and then turned and left the incendiary office. After Peter came out of the principal's office, he walked slowly in the silent corridor. Now the students are back at school and are talking to their friends about the summer vacation, so few people come out to do activities. As Peter descended the corridor, he bored and opened his own system panel, a system that ate ashes, except for the time Peter could remember, was basically in a state of obscurity. Looking at the above 200 points, Peter wondered what kind of magical animal genes to choose. Previously, during the summer vacation, Peter had also talked with the Hague Rozier in France, but the magical animals in Rozier did not have the genes that Peter could see, or did not meet Peter's requirements. As for the Thunderbirds, there is still no news, and even Peter is wondering if they are all extinct. But when Peter had just passed through a glass window, he looked at the Dementors floating outside the castle, and he suddenly had a thought. What about the genes of the Dementors? Dementors are things like that wizards don't know where they come from. They're pure dark creatures that feed on human emotions, especially positive ones, and their black hole-like mouths can easily suck human souls out. The first time the wizards discovered the Dementors, it was when they landed on the island of Azkaban. The wizards first discovered this creature that could not be killed, and after the people discovered that the Guardian Charm could effectively resist the Dementors, so gradually Azkaban was established on the island, where the sinful wizards were imprisoned, and by signing an agreement with the Dementors could absorb the emotions of the prisoners at will in exchange for letting them serve as the guards of Azkaban. The Dementors, a dark creature, have rapidly swelled from dozens to nearly 1,000 through the provision of Azkaban over hundreds of years. Peter had a hard time understanding the brains of the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic. Before that, the Dementors were known to have no natural enemies, and even the Guardian Spirit could only resist. The Ministry of Magic, on the other hand, can be very unsuspecting, and the number of this group of Dementors without restraints continues to expand, knowing that the Dementors are completely a dark creature that feeds on humans. Didn't anyone in the Ministry of Magic ever think that when the Dementors were no longer satisfied with staying in Azkaban, they would be able to stop the Dementors? However, in Peter's opinion, since these short-sighted wizards were able to hand over the bank of the wizards' economic lifeline to the goblins who had betrayed them several times, it was not difficult to understand that they would allow the number of Dementors to increase. Perhaps the top brass of the Ministry of Magic will be very happy about this. After all, the horror of the Dementors has always been regarded as one of the authorities of the Ministry of Magic. The Dementor's ability is to be able to absorb human emotions and absorb the soul. Such an ability actually does not have much effect on Peter. If Peter did not have two chances to redeem, Peter would not have wanted to fuse the Dementor gene. But Peter wanted to see if the Dementor's ability to absorb souls could have an effect on Horcruxes. He still had a crown left in his hand, and he wanted to see if he could suck out the soul of the crown after fusing the Dementor's genes. Thinking of doing it, Peter went straight into hiding, turned, and walked out of the castle, and he quietly came to the edge of the forbidden forest behind the castle. Invisibility was invisible in front of the Dementors, and the two patrolling Dementors rushed over as soon as they saw someone appear outside the castle, and they were not polite to this kind of snack that was automatically delivered to the door. However, Peter had already prepared. He directly summoned the Guardian Spirit, bit down on one of the Dementors, and injected the power of the Guardian into the Dementor's body, and suddenly the unfortunate Dementor seemed to be eroded by sulfuric acid, and quickly corroded and melted. The other Dementor was startled and immediately tried to escape, but was quickly entangled by Peter's feathered serpent guardian and burrowed into a box that Peter had prepared earlier. Peter quickly closed the box, then used his magic to shrink and stuff it into the dragon skin bag, quickly leaving the place. Peter's movements were fast, and the whole scene was less than a few minutes long, so almost no one knew what was happening here. Of course, except for a black dog in the distance, hidden in the darkness. The black dog's eyes were full of surprise as he watched Peter's movements. He had originally wanted to find a way to enter the castle, but he did not expect to meet Peter here, and also saw Peter kidnap a Dementor, such a fierce student he had never seen before. Peter went straight back to the dormitory, and saw Alan, who had just taken a shower, and Alan looked at the box that Peter had taken out in surprise and asked curiously, "What is this? What did Professor Snape give you?" "No, it's a Dementor I just caught from outside school," Peter said without concealment. "What, you tied up a Dementor?" Alan was very surprised, looked at the roar coming from the box, and asked incomprehensibly, "What did you get back a Dementor for? Several of us have learned the Patronus spell and don't need it. I'm just curious about their body structure. After all, they absorb human emotions and souls, and look like a dark creature that specializes in dealing with humans." "Peter, nonsense. Then study it yourself. I'm not interested anymore." Alan was suddenly out of interest, directly lying on the bed, and said unassuredly, "Then you have to pay attention to turn it off, but don't run out while we are sleeping. If we were kissed by a Dementor in our sleep, we would be laughed at when we died. Rest assured, when have I ever done things unreliably? And I cast a lot of magic on this box to make sure it doesn't come out," Peter said amusedly comfortingly. "Okay, I'll sleep first." Alan was reassured by Peter's abilities, nodded and slipped into the quilt. Peter listened to the roar in the box and used the patron saint again, and the patron saint burrowed into the box and suppressed the Dementor before Peter opened the box and walked in. The chest was simply cast by Peter with the traceless stretching spell, but it also has the size of a football field. When he came to the box, he saw that the Dementor was being entangled by the Guardian Spirit, unable to move, and his body was constantly eroded by the light breath of the Guardian God, constantly making a roaring sound, and it seemed that it was very uncomfortable by the breath of the Guardian Spirit. Regardless of its reaction, Peter stepped forward and reached out to the Dementor, and he felt a cold breath quickly invade his arm, but then he was firmly locked by Peter's patron saint. Peter resisted the urge to retract his hand, opened the system panel, and said, "System, give me the fusion of Dementor's genes." Ding, the Dementor gene has been detected. "Does the host confirm the fusion?" the system asked. "Confirm. Host confirm. Genes begin to fuse. Please wait," the system prompts. This time, Peter felt a warm current different from the previous fusion, but a somewhat cold energy gushed out of the body and quickly surged into the throat, and then after Peter's throat was itched, Peter involuntarily exhaled, and suddenly a cold breath was sprayed out by Peter, making the surrounding air cool. Ding, fusion complete. After systematic improvement, the host can absorb human emotions in the future to provide energy to the body, and the host has the ability to devour souls, and can enhance the power of the soul by absorbing the soul. The system prompts. "System, you mean I can survive in the future without eating and just by absorbing emotions?" Peter asked in surprise. "Yes, host, in the future, human emotions, whether positive or negative, can be absorbed by you and become your food," the system replied. "That's pretty good too." Peter smiled and then asked, "System, what does it mean to absorb the soul to enhance the power of the soul?" The host, the soul quality of ordinary people is certain, and will not become more or less, even through meditation. It is difficult to be effective, but through the power of soul eating, you can effectively absorb other people's souls, thereby enhancing your own soul. The system replied. "So, if I absorb enough souls, won't I be able to become a god directly?" Peter said in surprise. "Not the host? The soul eater is like the host usually eating, you can only absorb so many things, but if you hold on, you may eventually burst yourself?" The system replied, "And when the host absorbs other people's souls, it also accepts other people's memories, and if it absorbs too much, the host's master personality is likely to be lost, and thus become someone else, or become a madman with multiple personalities." "That's really a chicken rib, I'm happy," Peter said disappointedly. If the host wants to absorb souls, it is best to absorb souls with lower soul quality than itself, such as soul fragments or the souls of newborn children. The system said again. "The system is very dangerous for your mind. Tricked me into absorbing the child's soul?" Peter said in shock. "The system just gives advice, everything else is up to the host to decide." The system says, "Well, barely believe your word," Peter said indifferently, and then said to himself, "As for the soul fragment, don't I just have a Voldemort soul fragment in my hand now? Entering the 5th grade, the professors suddenly became strict with their students and kept talking about the importance of owl grades. Peter and his grade did not have a final exam this semester, but ushered in the more important general wizarding level examination, OWL, which determined the future graduation of students, much like the middle school entrance examination in the past life. Professors have a unified requirement: if you want to enter the improvement class, OWL's score must be above E, good. Moreover, there are no compulsory and elective courses in the 6th and 7th grades, and the grades must be up to standard in order to enter the improvement class. However, unlike the anxieties of others, Peter is still at ease, although he has 12 courses, but with the help of the time converter, many new defense against the dark arts Professor Lupin has successfully gained the recognition of the students in the first class, and defense against the dark arts has soon become the most popular course in the school. But in contrast, Hagrid's magical animal protection class became a disaster, although with Peter's early warning, Hagrid, a one-time guy, forgot Peter's words and couldn't wait to show the students the eagle-headed horse-winged beast he had bred. As a result, it is conceivable that the eagle-headed horse-winged beast is not a good-tempered animal, and the first lesson injured the 3rd-grade Draco Malfoy in the arm, although Malfoy took the initiative to provoke, but Hagrid's responsibility is not small. Peter didn't pay any more attention to Hagrid. He had done his best and warned him early, but since Hagrid didn't listen, he wasn't a nanny, and there was no need to take care of it anymore. Anyway, Hagrid and the Potter trio helped. Over the weekend, Peter received a letter from Mrs. Longbottom stating that the memories of the first stage had been collected and that he needed to travel to St. Mungo's to reconstruct the memory structure. Dumbledore opened a network of flights from the headmaster's office to St. Mungo's, allowing Peter to travel from here regularly every month to St. Mungo to treat the Longbottoms. Reconstructing the memories for the Longbottoms was a difficult, but tedious task, and Peter spent a whole day finally constructing all the memories currently collected by Mrs. Longbottom and injecting them into the patient's brain. By the time Peter returned to Hogwarts Castle again, it was late at night. After a long day of intense energy work, Peter was a little tired, and he had just come out of the principal's office when he found movement at the entrance to the Gryffindor dormitory not far away. I saw a ragged, bearded Blake, hysterically arguing with the portrait at the door, seemingly wanting to enter, but was not allowed. Peter gave a warning and went straight downstairs. Now Blake was full of thoughts of seeking revenge on Pettigrew, and Peter didn't bother to get involved. There was no Voldemort this semester, and Peter had little interest in Blake and the Pettigrew's feuds. It was only when Peter had returned to Slytherin that Snape appeared in the common room full of gloom, announcing to the crowd that all the students would go to the lobby to rest due to the appearance of Black in the castle tonight. The school was in danger, and Peter, as the head of the academy, was naturally responsible for the safety of all the students in the college, so when all the students were comfortably sleeping in their sleeping bags, Peter had to follow Professor Snape and check the various rooms in Slytherin to prevent Black from appearing here. Snape had been gloomy all night, like a volcano about to erupt, and Peter did not dare to speak, and after following him to check all the places, he returned to the lobby again and joined all the professors. We checked all possible hiding places, but found no trace of Blake. Blake, had he left the castle? Professor McGonagall said with a serious face. Most likely. I remember that they were famous troublemakers in the school and knew a lot of secret passages, and I think he probably entered the castle through a secret passage and now left through the secret passage. Professor Flitwick said. Then we need to seal up those secret passages quickly, or Blake will come in if he wants to, which is dangerous for the students. Professor Sprout said with a worried face. But how do we find these secret passages? We don't know exactly which secret path Blake took. Professor McGonagall frowned. I think you can ask our new defense against the dark arts professor. After all, he was once part of their group and must know these secret passages. Snape looked at Lupin in a strange way and then questioned, and I suspect that there are his accomplices at the school. Otherwise how could that Black's stupid brain have come to the castle so smoothly? Severus, you quiet down first. I believe our professor. No one will give him a leak. You can't make such groundless accusations. Dumbledore looked at Snape, who was sure that Lupin was the ghost, and frowned. Looking into Dumbledore's determined eyes, Snape retracted his aggressive posture and hummed coldly, Dumbledore, you always believe in people too much, and I won't change my opinion. I'll keep an eye on it, and sooner or later the fox's tail will be exposed. Severus, even if I die, I won't let Lily and James's children be hurt. If Blake wanted to hurt Harry, he would have to step over my corpse. Lupin said emphatically. Who knows? Snape said Lupin's words, and he didn't believe a word? Peter looked at the scene now, and there was some urge to intervene and quickly figure it out, otherwise he couldn't stand it when Blake made a move here from time to time. After all, next year is the time for Voldemort to return, and with his contradiction with Voldemort, I am afraid that in addition to Harry Potter, Voldemort hates him the most. Although Peter could rely on prophetic foresight to prevent Pettigrew from escaping and then prevent Voldemort from resurrecting, Peter preferred things to follow the original plotline than the uncertainty of the future direction. One night of searching was fruitless, and the next day the students returned to their usual routine, but the most common discussion was about how Blake entered the castle. After all, Hogwarts claimed to be the safest place is not just talk, there is a lot of magic here, and it is difficult for people outside the school to enter the castle without permission under Snape's guidance. After a period of practice, Peter was finally able to make wolf poison potions independently. In view of this, Snape directly threw the task of making wolf poison potions for Lupin to Peter, and then completely ignored them, as if to completely distance himself from Lupin. Tonight was the night of the full moon, so Peter, after making the wolf poison potion, came to Lupin's office with the potion and knocked on his door. "Please come in." Lupin's voice came from the inside. Peter went in with the potion, only to find that in addition to Lupin, there was also Harry Potter, and looking at Harry breathlessly holding the wand, Peter raised an eyebrow, and it seemed that Lupin was teaching Harry Potter alone. "Professor, this is your potion today." Peter calmly put the potion on his desk, then greeted Harry with a smile. "Harry, I haven't seen you in a long time. It looks like you studied here with Professor Lupin. What a rare sight to see." Lupin looked at the boy in front of him, looking a little complicated, and then picked up a large cup of potion on the table, smiled and asked, "So, you will help me make potions in the future?" "Yes, Professor Lupin, you can drink it with confidence. The effect is not much different from Professor Snape's, and I still have a little confidence in potions." Peter smiled and nodded. "That's really bothering you." Lupin smiled softly and said, 267, then frowned and swallowed a jar of potion. The expression was indescribable, and after a while he eased up and sighed. "This potion is really as hard to swallow as ever, and it looks like you've really got Professor Snape's true biography, and you haven't even changed the taste." "That looks good. I'm relieved. I'll make you a potion every month, and I asked the professor not to forget to drink it." Peter smiled and said that his wolf poison potion had several herbs that Snape had specifically told him to add, all of which were bitter medicines that increased the strange taste, just to make Lupin feel better. It can only be said that when Snape was naive, he was childish enough. "Professor, are you sick?" Harry saw Lupin drinking the potion and asked with some concern. "Well, it's just old," Lupin said somewhat vaguely, not intending to tell Harry about his furry secret for the time being. Peter looked at a large box in the middle of the empty office, vibrating constantly, as if something was about to rush out of it, and asked curiously, "Professor, what is in here?" "Oh, it's a bogart I found and used to train Harry." Lupin explains. Harry reacts more strongly to the Dementors, so I used the confusion charm to turn Bojet into a Dementor, allowing him to resist the Dementors by practicing the Patronus charm. Lupin looked at Peter's eyes and said, "How did I forget? Peter, you are very good at the Guardian charm, and you can help your companions quickly master the Guardian charm, which is a great achievement. You can guide Harry, whose patron saint spell has not improved much." Peter didn't even want to be involved in this semester's black affairs, let alone the trouble of attracting the physique of Harry Potter, quickly waved his hand, shook his head and refused. "Professor, you are so ridiculous. We only succeeded by chance. This is just luck, not nothing. And Professor, you are the professor of defense against the dark arts. This kind of thing I will not skip the sister to replace." Looking at Peter's look of refusal, Lupin was not continuing. "But, Professor Lupin, I think Harry may just not be stressed enough. After all, this is just a Dementor from Bogart's transformation, and doesn't have much of the strength of a Dementor," Peter said with a smile. "Otherwise, how about practicing with a real Dementor? I just caught one there. How about giving it to you as Harry's practice tool?" When the two heard Peter's words, they were stunned. Especially Harry, looking at Peter's eyes, a grumpy expression that "you want to kill me." He can't even deal with Bogart's Dementors now, let alone the real Dementors. Don't be the patron saint curse when the time comes out, but instead was kissed by the Dementors, then it will be funny. "Well, thank you Peter, but you don't have to. Let's use Bogart instead, it's safer," Lupin said wordlessly, and then couldn't help but remind, "Peter, you better let go of the Dementor. After all, these Dementors are the property of the Ministry of Magic, and if they find out, they will trouble you." "Don't worry, Professor, it's usually my trouble finding the Ministry of Magic, and they want not to see me now. And I've killed dozens of Dementors before, and one or two less makes no difference to them," Peter said indifferently. Harry had seen Peter angrily at Umbridge in the Ministry of Magic and the recent scenes at York Manor mocking Ministers Fudge and the Aurors, so he didn't react much to Peter's performance. But Lupin was a little uneasy. He did not expect that this student with excellent grades and good character in the eyes of other professors would actually have such contempt for the authority of the Ministry of Magic, although he had seen Peter angry at the Auror when he was on the train, and simply and neatly destroyed the Dementors, but he did not expect him to be so rigid. Soon, it was time for the first Quidditch match, this time draw, in which Gryffindor and Hufflepuff played off. The weather on the day of the game was not very good. The sky was overcast and raining heavily, and the Quidditch athletes were chasing fiercely on the court with their goggles. Peter was now sitting in the audience seat at Hufflepuff, conjuring up a transparent umbrella with his wand, looking up at the situation in the sky, somewhat bored, and if it were not for Cedric, Peter would have been in the library or the Slytherin common room, not here blowing cold winds. Of course, the main thing was that Peter knew that the Dementors would be in a situation today, and if he did not take this opportunity to solve these things well, it would be difficult to find opportunities in the future. Ever since Peter fused the Dementors' genes, Peter had a murderous intent on this monster that could suck human souls. He didn't know how the Dementors appeared, but from the memories of the Dementors he had caught, as well as the information he had obtained from the system, he knew that these monsters would give birth to wisdom from the original smell after sucking human souls, and as more and more souls were sucked, wisdom would increase accordingly. For hundreds of years, intelligent beings have appeared in the Dementor swarms, and they have quietly hidden in the group, constantly testing the Ministry of Magic, and using the Ministry of Magic to provide them with food, and even 1 or 2 souls for them to suck from time to time. But now, as the number of the group has increased, they are no longer satisfied with staying only on the island of Azkaban, which is why the Dementors have been released from prison en masse and looked for Blake everywhere. Peter was well aware of the truth that non-human beings must have different hearts, let alone races that feed exclusively on humans, and once they have wisdom, they must be vigilant. Even if he is good friends with the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, and even friends with the house elves in the school, Peter is on the side of humans when it comes to positions, so for this Dementor who is destined to be opposed to humans, Peter's idea is to kill them all to be assured. As for the Ministry of Magic, which relies on Dementors for its smugness, Peter is also not favored. So he was looking forward to Voldemort, who could re-emerge as the original plotline, and try to make a comeback with those stubborn pureblood families. In his opinion, the magical world really needed a big war, and only by uprooting Voldemort and the pureblood family power behind him could the decaying magical world be revitalized. Sure enough, not long after, the arena was filled with the cheerful emotions of the students, attracting groups of Dementors, facing the delicious food that was close at hand. These Dementors obviously did not hold back, and came to the arena one after another, greedily sucking the happy emotions of the students. The one who suffered the most was Harry Potter, who, while chasing the golden snitch, came to the vicinity of the Dementors, who had no scruples and quickly rushed to Harry Potter. Harry had already learned the Patronus spell, and he used it the first time, but he hadn't summoned the entity yet, so the white mist he summoned only blocked the first wave of attacks from a Dementor. Then the second Dementor directly broke Harry's patron saint spell and quickly rushed to him, sucking at him very much. Immediately Harry felt cold all over his body, a green light flashed in his head and a terrible scream, and then he fell into a coma and fell off the broom. Harry was high in the air, and when he fell, there were many Dementors chasing after him, which immediately attracted the attention of the arena. Oh my god, Harry fell? So high, he'll fall to his death? A little Hufflepuff girl beside Peter cried out in horror. Peter turned his head to look at the professor's seat, and saw Dumbledore with a cold expression, looking very angry, and he pointed his wand at Harry, who was falling quickly, and said, "Let time slow down." Dumbledore did not use the sound of the loud spell, but his voice reached the ears of every student, only to see Harry falling from the sky, as if he had been pressed the slow button, and the speed of the fall gradually slowed down, and finally slowly fell to the ground. Truly worthy of Dumbledore. Peter sighed, and then looked at the Dementors raging on the field. His eyes were cold, and he sneered, "If you are in such a hurry to die, then it will be as you wish. Call God Guard." Peter took out his snakewood wand and said to the arena. As soon as the words fell out, a huge feathered snake emerged from Peter's wand, spread its huge and gorgeous wings, and quickly rushed to the Dementors on the field. As soon as the feather snake patron saint appeared, it quieted everyone in the arena. "It's Peter, he's got a shot." Some students saw this glowing, very large feather snake and said with surprise. The feather snake guardian didn't waste much time, biting heavily on one Dementor, injecting the power of the guardian through its poisonous fangs. It quickly flew away and continued to rush towards another Dementor. In the blink of an eye, several Dementors were bitten by the feather serpent guardian spirit, and then accompanied by a scream, their bodies were corroded by the light from the inside out, and finally vanished. Looking at the dozen or so tattered cloaks that had fallen, the students on the field erupted into the fiercest cheers after a brief loss of voice. "Ah, Peter, come on. Tooth to death to them? Get rid of all these monsters?" There were boys shouting excitedly. "Peter's patron saint is so handsome. Merlin, this is the first time I have seen Peter's patron saint up close. Why is there such a patron saint? What an envy!" The death of more than a dozen of their companions caused the originally arrogant Dementors to panic, and they gave up their plans to continue to absorb and try to escape from the arena. In particular, one of the Dementors, whose wisdom was no different from ordinary people, immediately issued a sharp hoarse cry, wanting to summon the Dementors to protect it from escaping. But it also happened that his cry also attracted Peter's attention. Fused with the Dementor gene, Peter was already able to understand the Dementor's words. He sneered. "A beast is a beast, and even if you have wisdom, you still can't control your animal nature. Shoot you today?" With a single thought, the feather snake guardian spirit directly gave up attacking the Dementors around him, and the target went straight to the leader of the Dementors, turning his fangs into a ray of light and quickly biting into it. As soon as the Dementors saw the guardian spirit attacking them, they panicked and quickly ordered the surrounding Dementors to block in front of them, and then quickly fled outside the field. "It's really smart. I actually know how to abandon the pond to protect the car," Peter said in surprise, and then sneered, "But you still can't escape. A wise Dementor is much more valuable than these Dementors on the field." A strange picture appeared on the field. Peter's patron saint no longer attacked other Dementors, but targeted a fleeing Dementor, and the surrounding Dementors seemed to be protecting the fleeing Dementor, desperately blocking in front of the guardian. What's going on? Why did Peter chase a Dementor? The students asked in surprise, puzzled by this behavior. Dumbledore originally wanted to release his patron saint's spell to drive these Dementors out, but after seeing Peter's patron saint fiercely destroy the Dementors one by one, he sat back down and smiled and squinted at Peter. Until he saw Peter abandon the other Dementors and chase after one Dementor, his face also showed a look of doubt. But gradually, Dumbledore's expression became serious, and his eyes were fixed on the fleeing Dementor, and he found the Dementor who was being chased by Peter, constantly calling for other Dementors to protect himself, and also knew how to use various methods to consume and block the guardian spirit. Severus, have you noticed that the Dementor Peter chased was different from the other Dementors? Dumbledore asked Snape beside himself with a serious question. Snape looked at the Dementor in the distance, looked at it for a while, and then said in disbelief, that Dementor seems to have wisdom. How is this possible? We all know that the Dementor is a dark creature with a simple brain. If the Dementors had brains, they wouldn't be messed up. Professor McGonagall, who was beside him, heard the words of the two men and covered his mouth in surprise. It seems that our Peter obviously found out about this too, so he was hunting down the Dementor. Dumbledore said quietly, but with a furrowed brow, as if to say to himself, how do these Dementors possess wisdom? How many of them are intelligent? They have never shown wisdom before. What do they want to do? ABS, if you tell the people of the Ministry of Magic about this, the Dementor is actually a dark creature with wisdom, this thing is too weird. We can't help but be vigilant. You must know that the last Goblin Rebellion was not long, Professor McGonagall said with a serious face. Well, tell them, I'm afraid it won't work. These Ministry of Magic people have all this grass in their heads, and they can't tolerate anything other than counting that little fly-headed prophet. Dementors have always been considered to be the Ministry of Magic's treasure property, and if they tell them that there is something wrong with the Dementors, they will be blamed if they believe it. Snape sneered. Let this matter go for the time being. I think Peter must know more than us. He should not mind telling us about it, Dumbledore said with a smile, and then his expression became cold, and the wand in his hand waved. But for now, we still help Peter first, and we can't let these guys who broke in escape. Since he has a way to eliminate this kind of thing, we will help him. Then, around the entire Quidditch arena, a thin film-like curtain of light quickly rose to encircle the entire arena. Peter noticed, as well as the giant light shield covering the entire Quidditch stadium, and with a smile on his lips, it looked like Dumbledore was also unhappy with the Ministry of Magic's decision and wanted to borrow his hand to keep the Dementors behind. However, Peter did not refuse to take advantage of this. He was ready to destroy all the Dementors here today, and Dumbledore's help was just enough for him to deal with this intelligent Dementor. Peter directly controlled the feathered serpent guardian and rushed to the fleeing Dementor leader with all his might, biting down on the Dementor's tattered robe. Peter was a little surprised to see that this Dementor was physically distinct from other Dementors, and his limbs had a distinct sense of strength compared to other dry and decayed bodies, like dead wood in spring. However, regardless of its changes, Peter once again controlled the guardian spirit to attack the Dementor, and the leader of the Dementors made a shrill and piercing sound in horror and asked his companions for help. But this time, Peter's companions have already summoned the guardian spirits, and with the help of the Sharp Heart, they are forced to drive away other Dementors who want to help. The Weasley twins have given up on Quidditch games instead to sit on a broomstick, unleashing the Patronus and chasing the Dementors. Alan in the audience also released his patron saint at the first time, and after driving away the nearby Dementors, he quickly rushed to the vicinity of Peter, although he did not know that Peter was going to stare at a Dementor, but instinctively chose to help Peter block other Dementors. Cedric, who had already caught the golden snitch, also flew down from a high altitude and joined the battle for the first time, releasing his patron saint and not letting the Dementors run around. In the Gryffindor audience, Neville, who had just finished fighting with Draco who had come to provoke, saw the situation on the field, gave up continuing to quarrel with Draco, immediately released his lion patron saint, followed the elders to join the battle, relying on the advantage of the patron saint. The ferocious impact tore at the Dementor. Peter's patron saint fiercely tore apart the two Dementors in front of him and approached the leader of the Dementors, staring at it with a tiger's eye. The Dementor leader turned his head in a panic and tried to rush out, but was stopped by Dumbledore's protective shield and slammed back. Seeing that there was no way out, the Dementor's chief issued a warning roar to Peter's patron saint, but the guardian spirit gradually approached and ignored its warning. With no way out, it suddenly let out a pleading roar and leaned over to bow to the patron saint, looking miserable. This scene made all the people who paid attention stunned, although they could not understand the language of the Dementor, but it was obvious that the Dementor was begging for forgiveness. Obviously we were right, this Dementor is intelligent, and it is now begging Peter's patron saint for forgiveness, which is really amazing. In the future, I am afraid that in the intelligent life, another kind of directory will be added. Dumbledore looked at the scene on the field and sighed, but his eyes looked calm. But Snape was not at peace, and he frowned and said, "How did Peter hear this? Don't rush to destroy it yet. Such a dark creature hiding wisdom is not a good thing for us." At this time Peter also looked at the Dementor in astonishment, and he understood the Dementor's plea for forgiveness through the patron saint, and the guy begged him to spare his life and expressed his willingness to surrender to him. Peter heard the words, sneered, and then his mouth moved slightly, only to see that the guardian god's mouth simultaneously emitted a Dementor-like hissing sound, and then pulled the Dementor leader's stunned kung fu, quickly and very quickly bit the Dementor leader's upper body, and injected a large amount of light power. The strength of the Dementor leader seemed to be no different from that of other Dementors, but Peter felt it and found that its patience with the guardian spirit was at least several times stronger than that of other Dementors, and Peter injected more than 5 times more light power into its body before it completely destroyed the Dementor. The other Dementors had no leader, and as if they had no main backbone, they fled everywhere, frantically hitting Dumbledore's light shield and trying to escape. Others rushed to the audience, but were blocked by the professors and Alan, their patron saints. Peter turned his head to look at the hundreds of Dementors in the sky, smiled and said, "Today is a feast." Then the huge feathered snake, wielding a holy fluorescence, rushed into the sky, chasing and biting the Dementor. The students in the audience, at this time, were no longer frightened, but looked up at the sky, paying no attention to the rain, and cheered every time Peter's patron saint killed a Dementor. "Peter, eat me this Dementor." The twins carry broomsticks and come to Peter's head only to see them work together to use the patron saint to crash a Dementor in Peter's direction, like a wandering ball. Peter smiled, and the feather snake guardian directly opened his mouth, biting the Dementor that flew upside down, accompanied by a scream, and then thrown away fiercely, and the Dementor immediately revealed a hole corroded by the light, which gradually dissipated. "Perfect, the Weasley brothers get 10 points. The twins happily clapped at each other, then excitedly rushed to the other Dementors in the field. The surrounding students also cheered for the twins. Seeing this, Alan did not want to show weakness in commanding his Rem Guardian, lifting the horn to find the direction, and pushing a Dementor in the direction of Peter, who was also bitten by Peter's patron saint, and successfully won the cheers of the students. Hearing the cheers on the field, even the always shy Cedric joined in, only to see his Badger Guardian roll up his body, like a round ball, and quickly roll to the nearest Guardian, knocking the Dementor to Peter's side, and was immediately bitten by Peter. "Neville, you come too. We'll be your patron saints." Ron in the Gryffindor audience spoke excitedly to Neville. Not to be outdone, the other Gryffindor students encouraged Neville to join them and demonstrate their Gryffindor strength. Never before had Neville been so inspired by so many people as he is today. His face flushed, and after taking a deep breath, he communicated with his patron saint, only to see his Lion Guardian, roaring in midair, then quickly rushing to a Dementor, slapping a Dementor under his feet, then opening his mouth and biting the Dementor's head fiercely, dragging the Dementor to Peter's Feather Snake Guardian, throwing it into the snake's mouth precisely, and then continuing to chase after other targets. "Wow, Neville, you're handsome." The surrounding students saw Neville's performance and excitedly tapped him on the shoulder and gave him encouragement. None of the students were afraid of the Dementors anymore, and they all saw this Dementor chase as a more wonderful performance than Quidditch, constantly cheering, and the venue was filled with the joy of the students. Although they like to suck human pleasure, the excessive amount of happiness is very toxic to them, and they dare not escape to the crowded places. "Arbus, is that why you don't let us meddle in? Are you going to let Peter and them destroy these Dementors? Wouldn't the Ministry of Magic be happy?" Professor McGonagall looked at the performance of the students on the field, and there was a rare smile in his eyes, but then he asked worriedly. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout also looked around at Dumbledore, wanting to hear his answer. Dumbledore looked at the Guardians who were constantly chasing Dementors on the field, and said with a smile, "Since the children can solve this matter by themselves, let them solve it by themselves. The Ministry of Magic is not yet guilty of embarrassing the students for some Dementors." Then he looked at the Dementors on the field with some indifference, and said in a calm voice, "And I have warned Fudge before that I do not believe these Dementors, but he is determined to put the Dementors around the castle. Now that they have broken in and attacked the students, they can't count it that way. We professors are not good at doing it ourselves, but since Peter has a way to solve them, let's watch from the sidelines. As long as we protect the students, let the students do it themselves." Hearing Dumbledore's words, the professors also lowered their hearts, looked back at the performance of the students in the field, and discussed their patron saints with great interest. It was the first time I had seen the patron saints released by so many students, and 2 of them were still the symbols of their respective colleges, which was really unexpected. Flitwick looked at the patron saints running around the field and exclaimed. Then some disappointed complained, "It's a pity, there are no students in our Ravenclaw Academy among them, and this Peter is also true. I have advised him several times to communicate more with Ravenclaw students, and introduced him to some beautiful ladies, but his team still does not have Ravenclaw. Haha, fellows, you're feeding him water on the bull's head. Peter is not something you can listen to when you suggest him, and whoever you make friends with has always been at your own will, and by doing so you are pushing him away." Dumbledore listened and smiled disapprovingly. "Peter, this kid is a very amazing little guy. Look at Neville, this kid, his grandmother Ahinsta and I wrote through letters that he was in Longbottom Manor for more than half a month, and it made Neville's kid look like a change. Now I am at the top of my transfiguration class and I am becoming more and more confident. I'm impressed." McGonagall looked at the majestic lion patron saint on the field and said with a smile. "That said, Neville's kid was always very unconfident and had the lowest grades, but in my spell class, he was the first to successfully perform the recovery spell this semester, earlier than Hermione, which stunned me." Professor Flitwick agreed. "He's always been pretty good at my herbal medicine class, but now he's more talented, and his level of herbalism is the best in his grade." Sprout smiled in agreement. "Severus, how did Neville do in your class? Isn't that a lot of progress?" Several deans asked curiously to Snape, who had been silent. "Apparently Mr. Longbottom was dissatisfied with me, the professor of potions, and apart from not knocking over the jars and jars like a reckless stupid lion, the potions produced were clearly not worthy of the term progress," Snape said without anger. "Alas, Severus, you are too picky about your students? They're just kids and we need patience." Professor Sprout exhorted. But Peter York is also a child, but I have no doubt about his ability. Snape retorted. But you can't expect every child to be as gifted as Peter, and if you really want to be like Peter, I'm afraid we professors will be laid off. After all, the child is so smart and mature that he can completely teach himself. Sprout said with a wry smile. Snape was silent and wasn't talking. After all, Sprout was telling the truth, except that, unlike the other deans, he didn't have as much patience with his students. If Dumbledore hadn't insisted that he continue as professor, he would have preferred to refine his beloved potion in his own house. Speaking of which, Peter, this child I think is very talented as a professor. You have found that none, these partners with him have all learned the Guardian Spirit spell without exception, and in their usual magical practice, they are also a little higher than their peers. Professor McGonagall smiled and said, I asked Neville before, and he said that he only spent more than an hour on the train before Peter instructed him to successfully cast the physical patron saint. Such an ability is rare. I think he will be a very qualified professor if he returns to Hogwarts to teach in the future. Professor Sprout also nodded and said, Cedric, this child, after catching up with Peter, has far surpassed his peers, and he has the ability to lead his partners to progress together. And Peter, this child's brain is flexible. We have learned the Patronus spell for many years, but we only use it to drive away the Dementors, but we never thought that we could kill the Dementors through the power of the Guardians. In the future, even Dementors will have wisdom, but as long as there is an effective way to kill them, these dark creatures will not have to worry. Professor Flitwick said with a smile. The professors nodded in praise. Ah, the children's efficiency is not bad. Now there are only a few Dementors left on the field. It seems that the Ministry of Magic rescuers will not be able to catch up. Dumbledore said with a sudden smile. Then all the professors looked into Dumbledore's eyes and into the distance. I saw that the aurors of the Ministry of Magic suddenly appeared in the distance in a phantom stop. This is the property of the Ministry of Magic, and you can't kill Dementors. When a few faster aurors took the lead in rushing to the Quidditch field and shouted to stop it, the last Dementor was being driven to Peter's patron saint by the patron saints of the twins. Then, just as Fudge arrived breathlessly, he saw with his own eyes that the last Dementor, by a white and holy feather snake guardian, bit his head, and directly tore it off. His eyes widened, his face changed from red to purple, and his nostrils gasped for breath. He put his wand around his neck, used a loud voice spell, and shouted angrily, Who keeps my orders? I said stop attacking. Stop attacking? Who is provoking the Ministry of Magic? The cheers of the surrounding students suddenly stopped, and everyone looked at the short old man with a big belly and a poop. Fudge, you're here, let's go to my office first. It's a bit of a mess here. I have black tea I just bought, and it tastes great. Dumbledore and the professors came down from the high platform and came to Fudge and said with a smile, Dumbledore, you must give me a reason. Why did your people wipe out all the Dementors of the Ministry of Magic? Whoever did it, you must hand him over. This is a naked provocation to the Ministry of Magic. He must be severely punished. The more than 120 Dementors we sent here are now gone. I need someone to take responsibility for this, Fudge said angrily to Dumbledore. The smile on Dumbledore's face faded, and he looked at Fudge with a serious expression, and said, Fudge, you promised me that the Dementors would not be in trouble, but today they directly broke into the playing field and directly attacked my students. If it weren't for the students' quick reaction and directly using the Guardian Spirit spell to repel the Dementors who rushed to the audience, I am afraid that it would be difficult to end today. Maybe you can give me an explanation? Dumbledore's deep blue eyes stared straight at him, making Fudge look away uncomfortably, and he said in a somewhat weak tone, Dumbledore, you also know that the Dementors are a bunch of unintelligent things. They just feel the joy of the arena. They can't help it. After all, it is a plate of delicious food for them. You just have to drive it away. Why kill them? Fudge, they want to hurt the little wizards. You actually say they just can't stand it. When the two female directors on the field heard Fudge's words, their faces showed a look of disbelief, and then they yelled at him angrily. Angered by the two ladies, Fudge felt that he had lost his word, and his face was cursed, but then he said in a strong tone, the wizarding world has never had a record of killing Dementors. We suspect that this is the use of evil forbidden spells to kill Dementors. We need the other party to go to the Ministry of Magic for questioning. Fudge, the magic to solve the Dementor is not actually any evil magic. As long as some people with vision can recognize it, it is just a small trick of the Patronus charm. And they are my students. They only eliminated these invading Dementors in order to protect themselves and their classmates. Will I not allow you to take them? Dumbledore solemnly refused. Dumbledore, this is not something you alone can prove. We are just normal people to be questioned by the Ministry of Magic. This is the right of the Ministry of Magic. Even if you are the greatest wizard cannot stop it. Fudge snapped. Your Honor, I haven't seen you for a long time. Heard you're going to arrest me? A flirtatious voice came from the crowd. Fudge turned his head, saw Peter, his eyes widened, and then gritted his teeth and said, Peter York, it was you. You're so bold? Killed dozens of our Azkaban guards at the time of the previous school year. We have mercifully ignored your faults, and now we have repeated the same trick, killing hundreds of precious guards of the Ministry of Magic? Are you trying to subvert the Ministry of Magic? Minister, don't you put a top hat on me for rebellion. I'm just a 5th grader now. Even if you have this heart, you don't have this power. You look up to me too high, and don't mess up the priorities and turn right and wrong upside down. What made me kill your guards? The riots of your Dementors are obvious to all, many students have seen it with their own eyes, and I killed them just to protect myself. Or do you, Minister Fudge, think that my life as a little wizard is inferior to that of a Dementor? Peter said with a smile. For more free follow novels, https://discord.gg/bpy8hmhp. Of course, you still have a way to make your aurors erase the memories of the students present, then I am speechless. When the time comes, you will be convicted. Peter said in a tone as if he were seducing him, and then as if to react, he covered his mouth and smiled. Oh, I forgot that Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard, is here. Then I'm afraid you need to get him to agree first. Fudge was infuriated by Peter's ridiculous look and exclaimed, self-preservation? Are you going to kill all the Dementors? Are you fooling our brains? And I've never heard of any magic that can kill Dementors before. Did you secretly practice evil black magic to do it? Your Excellency, please think with your brain. This is a public place. I use black magic to destroy the Dementors. Can't the headmaster and the other professors see it? Or do you think I can fool Dumbledore, who claims to be the greatest, and a bunch of powerful professors? Peter said angrily, otherwise you bring another Dementor, and I'll show you how to kill it with the white magic Patronus spell, so that I can prove that I didn't use black magic. The Dementors outside have been wiped out by you. Where do we find you a Dementor? Fudge looked at Peter with wide eyes, like an angry walrus. You can't find it. I have one here. Peter smiled and pulled a small suitcase out of his pocket, then put it on the ground, kicked the button, then took a few steps back and said to Fudge, I used the Patronus charm on the spot, it should prove it, right? Then, despite Fudge and Auror's reactions, when the Dementors in the box flew out, they directly waved their wands, and a huge feathered snake guardian spirit came out of the wand and bit the Dementor's body. Peter smiled and walked over to the screaming Dementors and guardian spirits, and waved to the crowd, come, Your Honor, and the Aurors, since you don't believe it, go a little closer, and I will explain the factory to you personally. You see, my patron saint is now biting the Dementor's neck, and you can see that its fangs are injecting the Dementor's body with the power of light and happiness, which I call the poison of light. Peter reached out and pulled open the Dementor's tattered cloak, revealing the location of the Patronus bite. Fudge and the Auror stood dumbfounded, watching Peter explain to them in a serious manner. The professors and Dumbledore were also stunned by Peter's scene, and immediately watched Peter perform with tears and laughter, and Snape's eyes flashed with laughter, very curious about his next operation. Minister Fudge, you may have been in the Ministry of Magic for a long time, and your brains are a little inflexible, otherwise you should know that black and white magic is antithetical and incompatible with each other. Therefore, the ancient pure white magic patron saint spell was able to deal with the pure dark creature of the Dementor? Peter continued. The wizarding world has long used the Guardian charm directly to drive away the Dementors, but I never thought that the Guardians could really resist the principle of the Dementors, but I found another way, and I was very curious about the results of the Dementors, a dark creature, if the force of light was added to its body. Now ask the Aurors and Ministers to take a closer look at the Dementor's reaction. Peter's voice suddenly grew louder, and he pointed affectionately at the Dementor behind him, who was bitten by the Guardian spirit and said, you see, its current body has gradually been corroded. The silver glow on those wounds was the power injected by the Guardian Spirit, which showed that the Dementors were completely unable to absorb the power of the Guardian Spirit, which was extremely poisonous to them. Now, Your Honor, do you see clearly? Peter pointed to the Dementors behind him, who had been corroded, picked up the only tattered cloak left with his wand, looked at Fudge with a smile and said, if you still can't understand such a straightforward thing, then I can't do anything. After all, this is no longer my problem. Of course, Fudge understood, and his heart was very surprised by this principle. After all, this technique was understood as soon as it was said, and it was very useful for the Ministry of Magic. After all, they also had to control the Dementors of Azkaban. But he didn't want to let go of this guy who had made them suffer a few times. He rolled his eyes and said sharply, let's not say that you killed so many Dementors, so what happened to the Dementor you just made? How dare you capture a Dementor privately? They are the guards of Azkaban. Your actions are provoking the Ministry of Magic. We have the right to punish you. Your Honor, you have wronged me. That Dementor just now was one of the ones I left behind before, ready to be handed over to the Ministry of Magic. After all, it is not easy for criminals to leave one behind, but unfortunately, at the request of the Minister, this Dementor has been used to prove my innocence? Peter said with an innocent face. Do you think I'll believe it? Fudge sneered and said, given that Peter York uses dangerous magic and kills all the guards of the Ministry of Magic who guard Hogwarts Castle, we suspect that you may have a connection with the fugitive Blake, so I have taken you to the Ministry of Magic for questioning on the behalf of the Minister for Magic. This is a right given to me by the Ministry of Magic, and even Dumbledore cannot interfere. If you want to take Peter, then take me with you. I also used the Patronus charm to participate in the extermination of Dementors. Cedric jumped off the broomstick and stood behind Peter, saying firmly, who are you? It has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave. Fudge looked at him in surprise and then said impatiently. Cedric looked at him in disbelief and summoned his own patron saint directly, saying to Fudge, you should have just seen that one of the guardians chasing Dementors is poured, and that is mine. And my name is Cedric Diggory. Mr. Minister, Diggory. Fudge looked at his patron saint, His eyes froze, and then said with a threatening meaning, I remember the Department of Conservation of Magical Animals. There is a Diggory. He is your father. You should not want your father to lose his job because of himself, right? We will punish Peter York today, and you will not obstruct official duties? Cedric had a struggle in his eyes, but then stood firmly behind Peter and said, This has nothing to do with my father, Minister. You don't have to use him to threaten me. And I did participate in the extermination activities just now. If you want to punish Peter, punish me with you. And we, too, are involved in the eradication of the Dementors. And our name is Fred/George Weasley. The twins rode and swept over the top of the Aurors' heads, causing them to involuntarily lower their heads to avoid, and then directly swooped down, breaking straight in front of everyone, sweeping the dust on the ground towards Fudge and his party. Weasley, a good son raised by Arthur Weasley. Fudge looked at the two red-haired teenagers with a grey face and a somber face. Minister, I'm sorry, my buddies are always sloppy. Do you need me to cast spells to help you clean up? Peter smiled and squinted, waved his wand, and asked with concern. No. Fudge snorted coldly, then took out his wand, waved it casually, and his whole body returned to a neat and tidy appearance, looking very skilled. And I, Alan White, are also involved in the siege of the Dementors. If the minister wants to arrest someone, arrest me too. Alan squeezed out of the crowd breathlessly and stood behind Peter. Also, and me? Neville hurriedly ran down from the Gryffindor stand, rushed to Peter, saw the majestic-looking Fudge, his head could not help but shrink, and plucked up enough courage to say, I, Neville Longbottom, also participated in this annihilation. Longbottom. Fudge looked at the man in front of him, who was obviously a few years younger than Peter and them, and said with a suspicious face, Are you the child of the Longbottoms? Your parents are both excellent Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, so why should you, as their son, stand against the Ministry of Magic? Neville also unleashed his patron saint, then plucked up enough courage to say, I didn't confront the Ministry of Magic. Those Dementors wanted to hurt us and our classmates, so we had to destroy them. Do you think that with you will stop me from taking Peter York? Now that you have confessed your crimes, let's go to the Ministry of Magic together for questioning? Fudge looked at the students standing behind Peter and said with a sneer, and us? We were also involved. A girl shouted suddenly, and then Hermione pulled Ron and stood behind Peter, saying in a somewhat inadequate tone, We are involved too. Yes, those Dementors hurt Harry Potter. They attacked Harry, who was playing at the time, in the air, causing him to wipe him off from the sky. If Headmaster Dumbledore hadn't saved him in time, he would be dead by now? Ron shouted with a red face. Harry Potter. Fudge's face was suddenly surprised, followed by some panic. After all, he sent Dementors to do these high-profile operations, and the reason for this was to catch Blake and protect Harry Potter. If the Dementors hadn't caught Blake yet, and it had been rumored that Harry Potter had been attacked by Dementors, his office would have been filled with angry envelopes from wizards. When the Ministry of Magic spared no effort to make Harry Potter a savior star, Harry Potter was already a sign that could not be ignored, and what he was thinking about now was how to hide it. Peter stared at Fudge's change of demeanor and smiled. Minister Fudge, the Daily Prophet should not report on today's events. After all, they are your mouthpieces. But do you think I should send a copy of what happened today to other newspapers? How about singing the opposite? Wizard Weekly magazine should be very interested in this matter, or else send another copy to a foreign country. Roger, a shareholder of the French Daily Magic, I also know, and they should be very interested in British things. When the time comes, I will order thousands of copies for the school, give a few copies to each student, take them home, and let their parents take a good look at what foreign wizards have to say about us, Peter said with a big smile. Sizzle. Everyone around looked at Peter with amazement, and Peter could even think of such a cruel idea? If Peter had really been allowed to do one last thing, the old British rival of the French wizarding world would certainly not have missed the opportunity to laugh at it very fiercely. At that time, the British Ministry of Magic will be humiliated and lost to the international, and it will be bought for the parents of the students, lest they want the parents of the students to angrily send a roaring letter to the Ministry of Magic. Then Fudge, the minister, don't do it. Fudge's eyes narrowed when he heard it, and although the British magical community did not participate much in the activities of the international magical community over the years, the International Department of Magical Cooperation stood in the Ministry of Magic and received foreign wizards every day. Not to mention the French magic community, which is only separated by a sea. Many pure-blood wizarding families in Britain and France are related by marriage, often in contact, and they can't block it if they want to. Fudge looked at Peter in front of him, as if seeing the small corner above his head, and looked at him gloomily and said, Peter York, are you threatening me? How could that be, Minister? Now you're embarrassed for us? We were attacked by Dementors, so we fought back, but you said we killed the Ministry of Magic guards and wanted to take us to justice? Peter looked at Fudge with an innocent look and said, If you want to catch Peter, arrest us. He did it for us. A group of girls huddled around Peter, led by Flora Shaker, from 4 colleges, almost to the 7th grade, down to the 1st grade, 60 or 70 people. The crowd looked at the girls in amazement, then at Peter, amazed at where he had come from. Peter was also a little surprised at this time. He did not expect that these girls would stand up to help him, especially since there were only a few girls in the group who could be named by him. This is your fan support group. Surprise it? I said that this support group organized by Flora should not be underestimated. Alan Mimi said in Peter's ear, her eyes full of ridicule. Peter was speechless and at the same time felt very touched by these fans who supported him. It seems that he will have to give these fans some benefits in the future, and it is very rare to be able to firmly stand on his side on such occasions. We were involved too. If you want to catch Peter, you will arrest us. Subsequently, the surrounding students were also encouraged and stood around Peter, and the number of them increased, and before long there were more than 200 students. A large part of Slytherin's students sided with Peter, shouting that they would be arrested and arrested. The adults present looked at this scene in amazement, looking deeply at Peter who was surrounded in the center, such a figure, but it was difficult to see. It's so similar. Dumbledore looked at Peter in the crowd and muttered to himself, his eyes hollow as if he were remembering something. You guys? Fudge was riding a tiger at this time. He couldn't really arrest these students. If he really did this, his position would be the first. In particular, he saw among his supporters the children of such a powerful family as Draco Malfoy and Greengrass, which made him look at Peter again with jealousy in his eyes. If Peter hadn't been too young now, he would have suspected that he was vying for his ministerial position. Not good, headmaster, professor. A student came from afar and exclaimed in horror, the portrait of Gryffindor entrance has been torn up, it's Blake. He appeared. He wanted to go in, but the portrait wouldn't let him, so he tore the portrait in anger. Minerva, you're in charge of order, and I and the other professors are going to check. Dumbledore had a look of confusion in his eyes, then said solemnly, then turned to look at Fudge, Minister, I'm afraid I don't have time to greet you now. You please poop. Fudge was riding a tiger at this time, and when he heard about this, he was suddenly clever, and his face leaked with joy, and he quickly caught up and said, since Blake has appeared, then we just went to arrest him, and this time we can't let him run again. The Aurors follow me? Be sure to catch him. Then, as if forgetting Peter, he turned around and ran with Dumbledore and his party towards the castle. The students behind Peter, looking at the Auror who had finished walking, immediately cheered excitedly, shouting we won. Peter looked at the students cheering for him with amusement, bowed sincerely to them, and then a bright smile leaked out of his face, announcing, to thank you, I will prepare the Basilisk meat feast in the back kitchen tonight, which is my last snake meat treasure. You tasted it last time, you should know the effect, this time it is enough. When the students heard the news, they immediately cheered again. The last time the Basilisk meat was unforgettable, and now they can taste it again, of course. They are very happy. In the end, the people of the Ministry of Magic and the professors did not catch Blake, and except for the torn portrait of Gryffindor's common room door, no one saw Blake, and the people of the Ministry of Magic had to leave in ashes. The students thought that the Ministry of Magic had given up, and while they were cheering, within half a day, a group of Dementors arrived at Hogwarts, accompanied by more than a dozen Aurors, stationed in Hogsmeade, which made the students very frustrated. There were also students who asked Peter and the others to destroy these Dementors again, and of course Peter smiled and refused. If he did it again, it was estimated that Fudge would jump to his feet. Harry Potter woke up after lying in the school infirmary for half a day after a coma, and his broom unfortunately fell to the hit willow, which was angrily broken into pieces by the hit willow. Although Cedric took the lead in catching the golden snitch, he was very honest and told Mrs. Hodge that the game was affected by the Dementors and was willing to hold the game again. Mrs. Hodge asked Gryffindor captain Oliver Wood for advice, but Wood rejected the offer to play again, believing that Cedric had won brightly and there was nothing to question, so Gryffindor lost the match. The outcome of this match made the Quidditch players in Slytherin happy, and the rival Gryffindor had already lost a game, so they had a good chance of winning, and then the Quidditch Cup could return to Slytherin again. The Dementor incident made Peter and his party popular in school, and everyone regarded them as heroes, especially the youngest Neville Longbottom, whose performance made many people look at him. Gryffindor students also gave him one in view of Neville's patron saint image, the Lion Knight. In addition to Peter and his party, another thing that was gossiped about by the students was that Ron and Hermione in the Potter trio had a conflict. According to the big-mouthed Alan, it was Ron's pet mouse that was eaten by Hermione's cat, so the two now did not speak to each other, which made Harry Potter sandwiched between the two and running left and right like a busy little hamster. When Peter heard this, he just took it as a mere amusement and did not want to participate, and it seemed that the little mouse Endriffin was ready to escape, and now he must be hiding in Hagrid's house. But did it have anything to do with him? Thinking of Peter lying comfortably on the grass, watching the twins playing with the tentacles of the big octopus basking in the sun by the lake. Fred and George, these two guys are, I hope the big octopus can't stand it for a while, just roll them two up, take them into the lake to soak in the lake, the province they are always quiet. Alan looked at the two guys who couldn't stop, smiled with a small malicious look. Impossible, the big octopus is at least a few hundred years old, its personality is friendly, and when students accidentally fall into the water, it will take the initiative to help save people. Cedric punctured Alan's fantasy and said with a smile. The group had had enough of the sun, and when Shan returned to the castle, they heard the students talking about Harry Potter receiving a latest firebow and arrow broomstick, and many people went to watch. The twins and Cedric, who were Quidditch fans, suddenly had their eyes lit up and quickly pulled Peter to watch. Harry Potter was sitting at the long table, being watched by the crowd, and the broomstick in his hand was sprayed with amazement. The onlookers all looked at him with envious eyes. Ron now seemed to have obtained the broom himself, and loudly asked the students around him not to touch the firebolt arrows. "Harry, I heard you got the broomstick." With great force, the twins pulled Peter and several people to squeeze in, asking curiously, "Fred, George, Cedric, and Peter, how did you get here?" Harry asked in surprise. "We heard from afar that you had received a firebolt arrow, and of course we were very curious, so we rushed over." The twins grinned, then saw Harry's injured broomstick. His eyes lit up, looking at it with fascination, and exclaimed, "Harry, who sent you this? What a deal? The firebolt is the latest and fastest flying broom, a special broom in international Quidditch competitions?" "I don't know, it's not signed," Harry said confusedly and happily. After all, the firebolt was such an expensive thing. Even if Harry inherited a rich inheritance from his parents, he did not dare to squander it, and when he and Ron saw it, they could only stand outside the cupboard and look at it enviously. You should know that the light wheel of 2,000 flying brooms alone will sell hundreds of gold gallons, and the broom of the firebolt arrow, the merchants have directly written the price negotiable. Basically the price will not be less than 500 gold moving gallons. This is a huge amount of money for many wizarding families, so it is only a matter of looking. Even the Malfoy family, who were very spoiled children, could not get the Malfoys to agree to buy him one, no matter how spoiled Draco was. Peter was not much interested in these broomsticks, so after leaving a few broom-obsessed people to continue watching, he returned to the Slytherin bench. He was very busy during this time, even with the time turner, except for the regular visit to St. Mungo's hospital to build the memory of the Longbottons, that is, to make a wolf poison potion for Lupin, and then facing the heavy coursework of 12 courses tonight, he was ready to take advantage of his free time to go to the room of requirement to solve the crown that he had been holding for a long time. Otherwise, as Voldemort's return time drew nearer, he was afraid that with this Horcrux around, there would be all kinds of accidents that he did not want to see. It didn't take long for Alan to tell him about the affair between Hermione and her two companions, and it was said that Hermione was worried that the fire arrow of unknown origin would be Blake's conspiracy, so she reported it to Professor McGonagall. When Professor McGonagall heard about it, he took the firebow arrow with him and examined it carefully, and returned it to Harry after confirming that it was correct. Harry, who had originally planned to use this firebolt arrow, which was supposedly the fastest flying, to show his style in the next Quidditch game, suddenly had no tools and did not want to talk to Hermione. Peter was not much interested in the tantrums between the children, and in the dead of night Peter left the dormitory incognito, followed the moving staircase to the 8th floor, came to the room of requirement, and entered a room into which only he could enter. Peter pulled out the wooden box with the crown and placed it on the ground, then opened the wooden box, and the grey crown inside was revealed. At the same time the isolated whisper sounded again, even more intensely than ever, and it seemed that the Horcruxes on the Horcrux had been revived, trying to control Peter. Peter smiled contemptuously, picked up the crown casually, and looked at it carefully, and the blue gem on the crown seemed to be contaminated at this time, no longer had the luster that the gem should have. It looked dull, and there were many grey impurities in it, which looked like just an inferior thing. Undisturbed by the whispers of the crown Horcrux, Peter held the crown close to himself and then opened his mouth. I saw that Peter's mouth seemed to have turned into a black hole, pitch black, with a strong Dementor suction. Peter inhaled at the crown, and immediately saw that a black smoke-like thing on the crown was sucked out of the crown and fell into Peter's mouth. Peter was not disgusted by this at this time, but instead looked at the crown as if he had seen delicious food, and his body was filled with a sense of hunger, urging him to eat the food in front of him as soon as possible. The black smoke in the crown seemed to be endless, constantly rising from it and being swallowed by Peter. Ah! There was a scream from the crown, with feelings of horror and resentment. The crown became more and more lustrous with the continuous gushing of black smoke, and the blue gems on it became dazzling. Seeing this, Peter increased the intensity of the devouring. He could feel the soul piece in the crown, which had not yet been sucked out by him, and was trying his best to resist Peter's devouring power. However, the soul piece in the crown was ultimately powerless, and in the midst of an unwilling scream, a vicious human face composed of black smoke was sucked out of the crown, and the human face looked at Peter with resentment and tried to escape, but under Peter's Dementor power, there was nowhere to escape. Finally, in an unwilling scream, all the black smoke was swallowed up by Peter. Peter sat down contentedly. He looked at the crown that had become shiny on the ground, very curious to pick it up, just wanted to wear it on the top of his head to try the effect. He felt a pang of sleepiness. Peter felt that he had just swallowed the effect of Voldemort's soul piece. He yawned, braced his spirits, directly conjured up a large bed, and really fell asleep on the bed. Peter suddenly found himself transformed into Tom Riddle. He had experienced the time he had remembered in the orphanage. He knew that he was dreaming now, but he could not wake up, and could only slowly experience Tom Riddle's life experience. As soon as he had a memory, he lived in the Woos orphanage in London, during the Great Depression, and the orphanage, which usually relied on donations from the rich, was even more difficult. Not to mention that Mrs. Cole, the director of the orphanage, was a selfish alcoholic, often taking the little money given by the government to buy alcohol and make the children of the orphanage hungry. So in the face of a small amount of food, the children showed wolf nature, relying on bullying others one by one to rob the food. In this predatory environment, Tom went from being hungry at the beginning, slowly relying on his superpowers and talent for controlling snakes, becoming the one who frightened others and enjoying the most food treatment among the children in the orphanage. Mrs. Cole did not care too much about the children's affairs, and she racked her brains to find a way to get a little relief from the rich people of the government and the nobility, and then fill it in her bag. In this powerful orphanage society, Tom was accustomed to using force to fight for everything he wanted, until he was brought back to Hogwarts by Dumbledore at the age of 11. The children of the orphanage are good at relying on acting to gain the sympathy of others, and Tom, who entered Hogwarts, is one of the best. He hides the violence in his heart, disguises himself as a gentle and reasonable student, wins the welcome of the professors and classmates around him, and gradually forms his own small force in Slytherin, and traces his own origins. At first, he thought that his wizarding bloodline was inherited from his father, because he believed that his mother who could die in childbirth could not be a wizard. But after a long search, I did not find the surname of a wizard in the wizarding world, Riddle. Eventually, with his middle name, Marvolo, he tracked down his mother, the Gaunt family of Slytherin descendants, and his father, a Muggle family living not far from the Gaunt family's house. When Tom came to Gunter's house with mixed feelings, his uncle Muffingant recognized him at once, mocked his bloodline, and unceremoniously threw him out. Tom went to Riddle Manor again and met his Muggle father, who was exactly like himself, and when old Riddle saw Tom, he recognized him, and with the same disgust in his eyes, he wanted to throw him out. Tom Riddle saw old Riddle's memories with Dementors, and there was no scene of the witch and Muggles in his imagination. Mellop Wind, who lives near Little Hangleton, stumbles upon the handsome Muggle young Tom Riddle and falls in love with him. But old Riddle already had someone he liked in his heart, and he loved each other very much. For this ordinary-looking, strange-looking Mellop, old Riddle did not like her and often turned a blind eye to her. So in order to gain the love of old Riddle, Marauder used a love potion on old Riddle, making old Tom Riddle fall madly in love with her, and fled with her. Soon, Marauder was pregnant with the old Tom Riddle's child, perhaps too obsessed with love, or too confident in himself, thinking that after conceiving the child, the old Tom Riddle would really fall in love with himself. Marauder stopped the love potion for old Tom Riddle. However, Marauder never expected that the awakened old Tom could not accept such a thing, looked at Mellop and her slightly bulging belly in disgust, and then abandoned her without turning his head and turned away. Knowing that his origin was a completely unanticipated conspiracy, the last shred of goodwill in Tom Riddle's heart completely dissipated. At this time, the old Riddle was married and had children, and his life was happy. Tom Riddle looked at the warm Riddle Manor at this time and felt extremely harsh, so he raised his wand and personally killed all the Riddle family, including old Riddle. He returned to the Gunter family again, tampered with the memories of his uncle Morphin Gunter, and blamed him for the murder of Riddle's family, thus escaping punishment. Peter had no way to control his body at this time. He could feel all the emotions and feelings of Tom Riddle, but he could only watch Tom Riddle step by step towards Voldemort as he knew it. It wasn't until much later that Peter woke up sweating profusely, lying on the bed gasping for breath. Peter's eyes were full of happiness at this time. He had dreamed of all the experiences of Voldemort in the first 30 years, and if he continued to dream, he would probably not be able to tell whether he was Peter or Tom Riddle. No wonder the system reminds that the method of absorbing the soul to enhance strength is not advisable. Just a fragment of Voldemort's soul almost made Peter schizophrenic. If he really devoured a complete adult's soul, then he would become another person, or split personality. The memories on the crown only lasted until Voldemort made the Horcrux, and while it was a bit thrilling, it was also very rewarding. Although Voldemort in the crown had not yet reached the top of his strength, he was no less than other wizards, and even he had formed the Knights of Vorpalgus, the predecessor of the Death Eaters. Moreover, Tom Riddle's 30-year-old magical memories are a very rich asset, and as long as Peter gradually develops these memories and skillfully uses them, his strength will quickly increase by a lot. Peter got out of bed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and thought that in the future, he would not use such a skill until he had to, or he would have gone crazy. Then Peter picked up the crown. The crown at this time is very delicate. Peter curiously put it on the top of his head, and suddenly Peter felt a cool feeling spreading from the brain. His thinking immediately became very clear, and the chaotic thoughts in his brain were repelled by an invisible force. Peter felt that he had become very rational at this time, and many things he had not noticed were remembered by him, and his brain was like adding a power machine to speed up the speed of his brain. He tried to recall an extracurricular book he had just read in the library yesterday, and the contents that should have been unclear were presented in his mind without forgetting. Peter felt happy, but his mind was calm at this moment. His expression looked a little cold, and he took off the crown on his head before a happy smile appeared on his face. Baby looking at the crown in her hand, such a thing is simply a god assist in learning and research. I really don't know how Lady Ravenclaw made this prop more than 1,000 years ago. No wonder even her own daughter coveted it, even betraying her mother and stealing the crown to escape. Being used by Voldemort to make Horcruxes is a terrible thing. Although the magic world now also has potions to increase wisdom, the effects of these potions are maintained for a short time, and taking more will also have bad sequelae. But this crown is a permanent prop, and wearing it can achieve and exceed the effects of those potions. Of course, Peter also noticed that after wearing the crown, people are in the middle of reason, people's emotions will be greatly reduced. Thinking clearly, if you carry it for a long time, let yourself be in absolute reason for a long time, it is likely to cause bad things, so the crown is generally a double-edged sword. Of course, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. But for Peter, this crown was very useful to him, and he relied on this crown to learn more magic knowledge most effectively, whether in the Muggle world or the Wizarding world, but it was always the most precious, and it was learned that it would benefit people for life. Peter had thought that if the role of the crown was not as magical as the legend suggested, he would be a good man and find time to send the treasure back to Ravenclaw. But now Peter said that he had forgotten what he had said before, and that the crown would remain with him until he had finished his knowledge of magic. In the days that followed, Peter continued to soak in the library, and unlike in the past, he was now wearing a certain wizard's hat and studying the knowledge in the books. Relying on the crown, Peter's learning efficiency doubled several times, and even the homework assigned by the professors, he just looked at it, did not need to think, and wrote it down quickly. Peter enjoyed his studies until Blake once again attacked Gryffindor at night and paused. As the head of the academy, Peter deservedly joined the ranks of professors and was responsible for taking care of and maintaining the Slytherin students. Afterwards, according to the twins' complaints, it was learned that Blake had appeared directly in Harry's dormitory last night, and was standing in front of Ron's bed with a knife, and Ron just woke up, and was frightened by this scene and screamed, after which Black fled in a hurry. Professor McGonagall angrily questions the doorkeeper's portrait, Sir Cardogan, but the braggart King Cardogan rightly says that Blake said the correct password, so he let him in. This answer made Professor McGonagall directly angry, and she directly dismissed Sir Cardogan and replaced him with a frightened and undecided fat lady. This Sir Cadogan, after Blake tore up the fat lady's portrait, volunteered to guard the Gryffindor common room door in place of the fat lady, but was always rude, liked to drink, and liked to come up with strange passwords, which were changed frequently, and the passwords were all very rude words. Changing passwords frequently, which overwhelmed Neville, who had a poor memory, wrote the password on a slip of paper so that he would not be shut out of the portrait when he returned to his dormitory. This time, Blake was able to successfully enter the dormitory through the portrait and picked up Neville's note. Professor McGonagall angrily imprisoned Neville and did not allow him to write the password on paper. Peter and they didn't have much time to think about these things now, and in Alan's words, even if Blake appeared in front of him now, it wouldn't be more terrifying than the upcoming OWL exam. As exam time approached, professors increased their 5th grade assignments in an attempt to fill the empty heads of these students with knowledge. 5th graders also know that this exam is about the future, so they have worked hard to revise, and the energy potion is very popular among 5th graders, and students force their brains to concentrate on their studies. Even the twins who decided to open a shop after graduation are still immersed in studying at this time, and if they do not succeed in this exam, Mrs. Weasley may be even more opposed to their dreams. The 5th grade OWL exam was earlier than the other grades, and the proctors were from the Ministry of Magic, led by Gilderoy Damaki, who had a relationship with Peter, who served as the director of the Wizarding Examination Authority and was also a member of the Wizengamot. The OWL exam takes 2 weeks, with theoretical exams in the morning and practical exams in the afternoon, and the exam room is arranged in the auditorium. After 9 o'clock in the morning, the 4 college tables were removed, and then replaced by many small single tables, and the students of the 4 colleges unified in the auditorium for examinations. Ms. Maccaben sat in the front of the faculty seat, looking down at the students below, with a serious examiner on each side, and a huge hourglass on the table to count the time. Peter and many other 5th graders, sitting below, flew from the examiner to all the students, one by one, with the most stringent anti-cheating spells, and the quill pen was also provided by the Ministry of Magic. After the examiner gave an order, the students bowed their heads to make their own papers, and only the rustling of writing was left. The first exam was Transfiguration Theory, and Peter felt that there was no difficulty at a glance. He felt the atmosphere around him, but it was quite like the middle and high school entrance examinations in the previous life. The results of this exam determine whether they can find a satisfactory job in the future. If there is no good grade, when choosing a job in the future, they will not be eligible to become a core member of the Aurors and the Ministry of Magic, which is very important for wizards. Shaking his head slightly to throw out other thoughts, Peter also bowed his head to do his own paper. This exam is very simple for himself, but he still has to deal with it seriously. Theoretical things were not difficult for Peter, let alone that now he had a bonus to learning the crown of the artifact. So when others scratched their heads and pondered, Peter wrote the correct answer without even thinking about it. The 2-hour exam time, Peter directly did half an hour, and it was still in the case that he checked several times. So Peter raised his hand to hand over the papers, and with the surprised expressions of the examiners and classmates, he walked to the front of the stage and handed over the papers. In the usual final exam, the students were not surprised that the bully could hand in the papers in advance, but under such a serious exam now, Peter still turned in the papers in advance, which made these students feel a deep gap, and they quickly bowed their heads and pondered their own exam papers. The chief examiner, Ms. Marchbann, looked at Peter very surprised, although after several years, she was very impressed with Peter, saw Peter handing in the papers in advance, and looked at the answers written on the papers, and asked gently, "Don't check anymore. There's still more than an hour to go." "No, Ms. Marchbann, I've already checked it, I don't need to check it anymore," Peter said softly. "Then go out first, and remember the practical exam in the afternoon." Marchbann didn't persuade any more, nodded, and motioned for him to leave the aisle beside him. Peter nodded, and slowly left the auditorium in the complicated eyes of many students. At this time, the students of the other grades were in class, and Peter walked out of the castle alone and came to the stone bridge, overlooking the distant scenery. Then I noticed that in the direction of the willow in the distance, a large black dog was staying with a fat yellow cat, as if communicating with each other. Peter's face suddenly smiled. It seems that the plot of Azkaban's prisoner is almost over. Should he intervene? After all, this semester is generally boring. The black dog in the distance seemed to sense that someone was watching him, and immediately looked warily at Peter's side. Peter smiled and waved at him, and in the eyes of the big black dog full of surprise and vigilance, he did not continue to observe him, but thought that he still had 100 points to use. However, when he saw Professor Sprout busy in the greenhouse, Peter's eyes lit up, and his previous eyes were focused on the magical animals, but he forgot that there were magical herbs. Especially those herbs with various magical skills, the ability is no weaker than that of magical animals. Peter turned and walked down the stone bridge toward the greenhouse. When she came to the greenhouse, Professor Sprout was taking care of her herbs in the greenhouse. "Professor, do you need my help? It looks like you can't be busy alone." Peter walked over to the door of the greenhouse and said gently. Sprout looked up, saw that it was Peter, and asked in surprise, "Peter, aren't you supposed to take the exam in the exam room now? How did it end up here?" "I've finished my exams, Professor." Peter replied with a smile, and then asked, "Does the professor need my help? Why don't you check this child more than a few times? This exam is very important to you." Sprout said unassuredly, then wiped the sweat from his forehead, waved his hand and said, "You don't have to help. The most important thing for you now is the owl exam. Don't spend too much energy on others." Peter was helpless, and now the professors treated the 5th and 7th grade candidates like the parents of children who were taking the college entrance examination, very careful, afraid that they would bump into the exam and not be able to take the exam. Peter saw this and said, "Professor, I want to pick a fresh mandrake leaf in greenhouse too." Sprout was a little surprised to hear this, and then as if he understood, he smiled and said, "You want the leaves of mandrake grass? Wouldn't it be to practice the animagus? This is not a good idea." Then he took out a key from his body and handed it to Peter, laughing and saying, "Pick it yourself, but be careful. You must bring the ear at the door when you go in. Although the mandrake grass is not yet mature, if you accidentally hear their cries, you will be unconscious for many hours. You will not be able to take the afternoon exams." Peter had an embarrassed look on his face. It was as if the professor had guessed it, but in reality he just wanted to get up close and personal with the mandala grass. As for animagus, Peter's own phoenix form was many times stronger than it, and he also had Bogart's transformation skill, which was completely useless to animagus, so it was completely useless to Peter. "Rest assured, Professor, I am generally very careful. You know I'm Slytherin?" Peter smiled and assured, "It is only because I know that you will not come randomly, that I am assured to hand over the key to you, otherwise I will have to be wary of the 2 brothers of the Weasley twins." Professor Sprout said with a smile. Peter was a little embarrassed that the 2 guys had only been kicked out of the greenhouse by Sprout the other day, just because they wanted to sneak some herbs from the greenhouse and make their mischievous candy, only to be caught by the professor on the spot. Bidding farewell to the professor, Peter went to the second greenhouse not far away, took off a pair of earmuffs and put them on his ears, and then Peter opened the door of the greenhouse with the key. The main one of these is the mandrake grass, which is a very magical herb. He can run, jump and cry, although the sound is fatal. It is a very precious herb, which can heal a lot of black magic damage, so it is also rare in the magical world. Because these magical herbs, in addition to looking like babies, the body is also fragile like a baby. If you are not careful, you will die. You need to take very careful care, but in the second greenhouse, there are pieces of mandrake grass, which is enough to explain Spreet's achievements in herbalism. Peter was wearing earmuffs at this time, unable to hear a sound. He came to a pot of mandrake grass, gently touched its leaves with his hand, and then silently said in his heart, "System, give me the genes of the mandrake grass. Is it confirmed that the mandrake gene is fused?" The system prompts, "Confirm. Fusion is starting later please." Immediately a warm current gushed out of Peter's body, rushing to Peter's throat, transforming the structure of his throat. Peter only felt an itch in his throat, and then nothing unusual appeared. "The system is ready?" Peter asked doubtfully. "The fusion is complete, and the host gets the sound of death. As long as the host turns on the skill, your voice can easily take someone else's life. Please use with caution. At the same time, the host is immune to the cries of mandrake grass, and saliva can also be decontaminated, especially the petrified eye of the host itself. Only the host's own saliva can be lifted." The system says. When Peter listened to the explanation of the system, he was very satisfied, and he had one more means of attack, and in the future, he could take advantage of the fact that the enemy did not react, and he could directly attack the enemy with his voice. As for the latter one, Peter's expression is a little awkward, and he uses his own saliva to lift the petrification. Can this operation also come out? Now that he had achieved his goal, Peter would not stay here much longer, so he took a leaf of mandala's grass and put it in a bottle, then walked out of the greenhouse again, locked the door and went to Professor Sprout's greenhouse. "Professor, I've got the mandala blades." Peter smiled and returned the key to her and showed the glass bottle in his hand. Professor Sprout looked at the leaf in his hand and smiled. "You can get it, although I have no doubts about your transfiguration level, but it is not an easy task to cultivate an animagus. In addition to strength, luck is also very important. I just tried it and didn't expect much. Peter smiled and shook his head, saying that he would not be attached to it. To become an animagus, you first need to keep a leaf of Mandrake grass in your mouth for a whole month, and you can't swallow or spit out the leaf under any circumstances, or you have to start over. Then, at the second full moon, put the leaves soaked in their saliva into a small transparent bottle and let it receive pure moonlight, but if it happens to be cloudy that night, you must find another leaf to start over. Then add to the vial a hair of his own, a silver teaspoon of dew, which must be collected from a place where there has been no sunlight or human contact for 7 days, and a ghost-faced chrysalis. The mixture is then left in a quiet, dark place, making sure it is not spied on and disturbed until the next storm strikes. While waiting for the storm to come, perform the following action at each sunrise and sunset. Point the tip of the wand at your heart and chant the mantra, Amado, Animo, Animado, Animigos. Then the process of waiting for a storm can be as long as weeks, months, or even years. During this time, the transparent bottle must remain completely undisturbed and unsurpassed by the sun, and eye pollution will lead to the worst mutations. At the same time, you must resist the temptation to check the potion in the transparent bottle before the lightning that accompanies the storm appears. If you insist on repeating the mantra every day at sunset and sunrise, you will feel another heartbeat the moment the tip of a wand touches your chest. And the process of chanting this mantra cannot be missing any time, nor can it be wrong. When the storm comes, at the moment of lightning flash, the potion in the transparent bottle will turn blood red, and the potion at this time is the potion that can really make people turn into animagus. When completing all of the above steps, none of the steps can be wrong, otherwise you will abandon your previous efforts and must start all over again. This is why, throughout the 20th century, the Ministry of Magic had only 7 animagus. This is also the reason why Professor Sprout, although he was confident in Peter's strength, did not have hope for him to practice the animagus. Of course, Peter himself knew it, so he did not choose to practice the animagus. After all, the results of hard work were only able to become an ordinary animal, and it was still unknown. It's not as good as Peter's own Bogart skill to deform the animals, and it can change whatever you want. There is no possibility of comparison at all. After a moment of chilling with Professor Sprout, Peter resigned, and now that the first exam was nearing its end, he had to join his friends. As soon as they arrived at the door of the auditorium, the 5th grade students poured out from inside, and the expressions on their faces were different, some smiling, some frowning, and even a few crying students who were comforted by their peers. However, as soon as these people saw the laid-back Peter, their faces were all complicated, and they couldn't fill the answers on the roll when they wanted to break their heads, and as a result, this guy handed in the papers in half an hour, which made them feel embarrassed. Peter. Several of his companions came out together and waved happily at Peter. Then the twins rushed over, hugged Peter happily, and excitedly said, "Peter, thank you so much. The times you gave us are basically hit. I think our exam paper score is at least E." "Be quiet, Fred George. Do you want everyone to know about this?" Alan hurried to stop the 2 excited guys. As soon as the twins saw the people around them, they quickly stopped their mouths, pulled Peter along, and walked quickly out of the castle. When the group came to the lake, the twins let go of their voices, excitedly took Peter's hand, swung around him, and said, "Peter, you are so powerful. The questions you pressed are basically tested. How did you do it? Was it the power of prophecy? I think I can at least get this transfiguration, maybe even get it. I never thought I could get such a result." Peter said before that he would not use prophecy indiscriminately. How could it possibly be used to cheat? He didn't give you the answer directly. Cedric wordlessly refuted the 2 men's speculations. Then Cedric also asked Peter incomprehensibly, "Peter, you let us collect the examination papers of the past years before, and then you listed the times syllabus of the examination for us. There must be something to do with that, right? Tell us about it." "Yes, Peter, I'm sure you didn't use prophecy, but you're too powerful. It's no different than predicting the future," Alan said in amazement. Peter looked at his friends with curiosity and smiled. Still Cedric carefully, "I asked you to collect all exam questions from previous years just to study its exam rules. If you can look closely, you will find that although the content of the exam is different every year, the types of exam questions are almost always soup changes. There are even some question types that have to be tested almost every year. So I just need to sort out the question types of the exam papers from previous years, and it is easy to guess the question types of this year's exams. It's not hard to give you an exam syllabus. As long as you follow the outline I listed, it is not difficult to get a good score on the paper." Peter said that as someone who has experienced the Devil's College entrance examination review in his previous life, it is just a drizzle for these. "Peter, you're so good. But why hasn't anyone discovered this for so many years? Otherwise it should be easy to get a good score on the OWL test," Cedric said with adoration. He also used the exam syllabus given by Peter to review, and as a result, when he took the exam, he found that many of the revision contents were passed. This surprised him so much that if he had not known that Peter was someone who despised cheating with the power of foreknowledge, he would have suspected that he had read the exam paper in advance to write such an accurate times. Peter shook his head and said, "Do you really think that if you take the paper score, you will be able to easily pass OWL? Isn't it?" Several partners asked incomprehensibly. "Of course not." Peter rolled his eyes and said, the school and the Ministry of Magic hold exams, and the paper exams are only to test students' mastery of knowledge, but the most important thing is that magic is practiced for the purpose of all our learning in order to make us better master and use magic. Can't the end of the Lord be turned upside down? For example, today's transfiguration exam, even if you answer all the exams correctly in the morning, but in the afternoon practical exams, you can't even make a spell, and you definitely fail. But if you don't write a word on the morning exam paper, and the afternoon practice exam, your transfiguration is very good, the examiner will at least give you a passing score. That's the difference? Because it's all about examining your mastery of magic. Listening to Peter's explanation, the excitement of several partners suddenly fell. That means that our hard work these days of revision has not really had much effect, the twins said with some disappointment. Of course not. Peter smiled and shook his head. Have you forgotten that there are also history of magic, digital divination classes, astronomy classes? These classes are all pure text courses. As long as the review is good, it is not difficult to get a good score. The main thing about my times is for these courses, and you will get a certificate in these courses, which will be good for you to find a job in the future. A few people heard that this was indeed the case, and then resumed the hilarity. During the lunch break, 4 large tables in the lobby reappeared, and the students took advantage of the time to finish their lunches, and then entered the small room next to the lobby in groups, where they waited for the examiner to call their names to practice the exam. Small groups of students were called in alphabetical order. The called students suddenly seemed to be rushing to the battlefield, walking in with their hands and feet, and as for those who were not called, they kept muttering the transfiguration spell they could think of, and then practiced the swing of their wands, occasionally poking at the back of the person in front of them. The twins were obviously nervous, and they tried to relax in a cheerful tone, but the classmates were in no mood to listen to their jokes, and they were absent-minded. Peter's order is lower. In fact, of the few of their partners, only Cedric is at the front, and Alan White and the twins are both at the beginning, so they are also in the back. After Cedric's name was called, several of his buddies clapped his hands in encouragement, but when the next group of people had entered, he did not come out, and everyone speculated that he had gone out through the other door. When the twins and Ellen had both gone in, Peter found that there were very few people left in the small room, and he was a little bored here. Peter York. Voices came from the door of the practical exam. Peter loosened his stiff body and took a few steps into the lobby. Professor McGonagall stood in the doorway, smiled when he saw Peter, and said softly, Professor Marchbann is free, you go to her. Peter. She pointed to a very old lady behind a small table in the distance. Peter nodded gratefully to Professor McGonagall and then came to Professor Marchbann, who had been waiting for him. Peter York, it's been a long time since I saw you. The last time magic didn't see you, you were a pretty little boy who had already captured 2 dark wizards, and now they've grown into handsome guys. Professor Marchbann looked kindly at Peter and greeted him. Ms. Marchbann, your body is still so tough, and your complexion looks very good. Peter said with a gentle smile. An old and bald old man next to him turned his head to look curiously at Peter, and the student who was taking the exam in front of him, the puppy that was conjured up on all 4s, did not take 2 steps and fell directly upside down on the ground. Peter was amused by the puppy who could not stand up at all, and the old man smiled encouragingly at the students of the exam. Your mouth is still so sweet, but don't expect me to put water on you. Professor Marchbann said with a smile, his squinting eyes almost invisible. You first turned the cup in front of me into a bird, then the rabbit into a hat, and finally the hat with a vanishing spell. Professor Marchbann pointed to a cup on the table and a white rabbit. Peter nodded the cup with his wand, and the cup suddenly turned into a beautiful magpie, inciting wings to fly, flying around Peter and Madame Maccaben, and then obediently falling to the table, turning his head to look around. Then he pointed his wand at the rabbit, and a red light flashed, and the rabbit turned into a delicate and beautiful lace-trimmed lady's hat. Oh, what a beautiful silent spell! Professor Maccaben said in surprise, and then he picked up the hat on the table, looked at it carefully, and put it on the top of his head with a smile. Very beautiful hat, I like it very much. Then he reluctantly took off his hat and put it in front of Peter, waiting for Peter's next action. Peter then flicked his wand, and the hat on the table disappeared in an instant. Very nice. Peter, your exam is done and you can go out first. Professor Marchbann said kindly. Wait, ma'am. Peter said, and then with a wave of his wand, the vanished hat appeared on the table again, and he smiled and said, this hat is for you, and it looks like it compliments you. Your summoning spell also makes a good one. Professor Marchbann smiled and took the hat and put it on his head again. Peter then walked out the door and saw several of his companions waiting outside the door. Peter, you finally came out. How did you go? No accidents, right? Alan walked up and asked with concern. All the best. Peter smiled and asked a few people, what about you? How did you do? Several people said that everything was going well except for some details that were not in place. Everything else is fine, but when the professor asked me to turn the kettle into a piglet, the water inside I didn't succeed, and when the piglet walked up, the water inside was clanging. I don't know if I will deduct points. Alan said with some concern. It shouldn't be too much of a problem, you don't have to worry. Several people quickly comforted. The first course was taken, but everyone did not dare to relax, because there was a series of exams to follow, and tomorrow was also a difficult spell study exam. The group did not have time to go out to relax, and almost all the 5th grade students buried themselves in the review book after eating, hoping that the temporary holding of the Buddha's feet could also hold a good result. While Peter was sleeping, he even heard his roommate Alan carrying a mantra in his sleep. The next day's spell exam was still not difficult for Peter, and he still handed in the papers in half an hour for the theory exam. The afternoon practice exam is to test a series of spell practices. Peter also cast it with the same ease, but also silent casting. This time it is the bald old witch who tests him. After the test, the old man witch swears that Peter's silent spell will give him extra points for the spell score. Some of the students who tested at the same time as Peter were nervous, and even another girl directly lit the table in front of the examiner, and finally paused for a few minutes to change to another table. Wednesday's examination was in herbal medicine, and Peter still successfully completed it, and he even helped his classmates next to him to calm the grumpy geranium and prevent his hand from being bitten by the poisonous fangs of geranium. Thursday's defense against the dark arts, Peter and several of his companions released their own patron saints during the practice exam, which surprised the examiners, and the patron saints gave several people extra points, which made the group very happy. On Friday, only Peter had an ancient magic exam, and the other partners had a day off. Ancient magic text only has theoretical examinations, but Peter's magic level at this time has reached the level of proficiency, so in the examiner's surprised eyes, Peter only spent 10 minutes to answer all the questions on the paper. For him the test type is only the level of primary school students, and there is no difficulty at all. During the weekend, except for Peter, who had nothing to do, the other partners were racing against time to review Monday's potions exam. This OWL certificate in potions is almost a basic condition necessary for most jobs, so whether they like it or not, all students are desperately reviewing it. When the potions exams were completed all day, most of the students had smiles on their faces. I thought my potions were going to hang up, but it wasn't as scary as I thought. My compound decoction hadn't been successful once before, but this time without Snape, I actually made it. Fred happily said that Alan also said that although his potions score may not be a good result, passing is no problem. Tuesday was a magical animal protection class, and given Hagrid's mediocre performance throughout the semester, Fred was concerned about his grades in the subject. But it was no problem for Peter either, and under the examiner's gaze, he correctly identified the shapeshifter hidden in the hedgehog with a glass of milk, because for the shapeshifter, milk was highly poisonous to them, so when it saw that it was going to be fed milk, it would erect spikes and be very vigilant. Then from the fire is correctly not burned by the fire, but the fire crab is fed and bathed, and then the sick unicorn is given a food from a pile of food suitable for feeding it. The exams that followed were all smooth, and since the exam lasted up to 2 weeks, and like the astronomy class, the divination class, the arithmetic divination class, and the muggle study class, it only took half a day to complete, so Peter did not need to use a time converter to take the exam. The exam in the divination class was the last for Fred and them, so several of them were very relaxed, giggling outside the exam room, and they didn't pay much attention to the results of this class. Peter, we'll be able to play for weeks after this exam, and you still have 5 exams, so I pity you. The twins grinned and put their arms around Peter's shoulders. There are only 4 of them, and I took one of the ancient magic texts last week. Peter smiled and corrected. What do you have to sympathize with? Peter is going to get 12 OWL certificates, which is much better than a salted fish. In the future, he can find any job he wants, unlike us, who can't even get a certificate, Alan said with a blank look at the twins. In the divination class exam, Peter was unlucky enough to be in the last place. When his name was called, he was almost asleep. As soon as Peter entered the examination room, he saw a boy in Hufflepuff staring wide-eyed, trying to see something in the crystal ball, when suddenly the boy's eyes lit up and he shouted directly, "Professor, I see. I saw an ugly monster with a tumor on his nose. Does this mean he is my future enemy?" Poof. Peter didn't hold back, directly broke the work. This cute boy is too funny. The examiner looked up from across the crystal ball with a black face, and the boy reacted that what he saw was the reflection of the examiner. "Okay, you can go out," the examiner said expressionlessly. The boy walked out in frustration, apparently failing his divination class. Professor Marsiban, who was sitting on the side of the proctor, also looked at this scene with a smile, and it was obvious that the laughter of her colleagues also made her very happy. As soon as she saw Peter come in, she greeted him with a smile and said, "Peter, come here, you are the only one left who has not yet tested." The first test was the knowledge of tea, which Peter completed in a decent manner, and then looked at the lifeline and wisdom line on the palm of the examiner's hand, and Peter answered well with his knowledge in the book. Finally, the old wizard with a tumor on his nose brought a crystal ball to Peter with displeasure and said, "I hope what you see in the crystal ball is not my evil old face, otherwise I will directly give you a failure." "I will, Professor," Peter replied with a smile. Then he put his palms on the crystal ball, and the crystal ball immediately emitted light, which immediately attracted Peter's attention, and the 2 examiners also noticed the scene and came together in surprise. Peter noticed that the fog in the crystal ball had changed, and a mysterious sound was heard. Peter was curious and just wanted to get closer, but his body sat up straight uncontrollably, and his eyes glowed a dazzling blue light. Peter's thinking was very clear, but he felt an inexplicable force rushing into his body, making him unable to control his body for a while. Then his mouth involuntarily said in a mysterious voice, "The Dark Lord is lying there alone, with no friends, abandoned by his men, and his servants have been chained for 12 years and set out to join their master. The Dark Lord will make a comeback with the help of his servants, more powerful and terrifying than ever. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will move, go and the Jade people will end. But it all depends on the decision of the Son of the Phoenix, who holds the Book of Destiny. His will determines the future outcome, the Savior Star and the Dark Lord, who wins and who loses, all in his thoughts." As soon as the words were over, Peter felt the mighty force withdraw from him, and he regained control of his body. Peter was stunned. He didn't know what the great force was just now. Was it the invisible force of destiny in this world? And wasn't this prophecy supposed to come out of Professor Trelawney's mouth? How did it change to yourself? Just seeing the two examiners in front of him stunned and looking at him with suspicious eyes, Peter smiled and said tentatively, "Professor, what you just said doesn't count. I looked at the crystal ball again, and this time I was sure to be able to see other future people. What the hell were you talking about?" The wizard with the long nose had a frightened expression on his face and said in disbelief, "The Dark Lord has long since disappeared. How could it be back again?" "Well, Morris, you're all this older, can't you still tell the difference between true prophecies and false prophecies?" Although Professor Macabin was also very shocked, he then returned to his senses and corrected his colleagues next to him. Then he looked at Peter with a new look and said in amazement, "Peter York, I never thought you actually had a talent for prophecy. This is a very rare talent, and there has been no new prophet in the British magical world for a long time." Then he asked Peter with a serious look, "Peter, you should remember the prophecy you just gave. Who are the servants you mentioned to help the Dark Lord rise again? Could it be Blake who is on the run? I know it's Harry Potter, but who is the son of the Phoenix? Why is he able to dictate his fate?" Of course Peter knew the content of the prophecy, but he couldn't say it, so he shook his head in puzzlement and said, "I don't know, Professor, and I didn't say this, but there was a great force that directly controlled my body, making me say this involuntarily. I don't know what that means." Professor Macabin was a little disappointed after hearing this, but he was prepared in his heart, so he nodded his head and said, "It seems that this matter is difficult to figure out in a short period of time, and the prophecy has always been fulfilled. It seems that we still have to make psychological preparations in advance." "Jelsta, do you really believe what this child just said? This is obviously a prophecy made up by this child for the sake of his divination class results?" The witch with the tumor on her nose said to Macabin with a strange look, as if wondering if she was old and dizzy. "Morris, when did you become so incomprehensible? Open your eyes and see clearly, don't be blinded by fear." Marsibin looked at his colleague with eyes that saw through the world, as if he could see through the fear in his heart, and said, "I remember that you used to be close to the old Trelawney. He is a very famous prophet, and the prophecy ball in the Department of Mysterious Affairs of the Ministry of Magic has many prophecies that he has paid tribute to, and you should be able to distinguish between the true and false prophecies." Peter looked at this situation and finally understood why Harry Potter, after announcing Voldemort's return, suddenly changed from a popular savior to a liar that everyone hated. Just because the people of the magical world were already frightened by Voldemort, unless Voldemort himself appeared in front of them, these people would be like ostriches, burying their heads in the sand, no different from covering their ears and stealing bells. So Peter said, "Professor Marchbon, since this Professor Morris does not believe the prophecy just now, I will look at it again with the crystal ball. Is it okay to predict something else?" Peter still has some obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he doesn't want a different score on his grades. "No need for children, I have lived so long, I have not yet lost my eyes, I can tell whether your prophecy is true or false. Your prophecy exam is done and you can go out," Professor Marsibin said kindly to Peter. Since there was no need to prophesy anymore, Peter nodded, and after a polite farewell, left the examination room in the eyes of the two men. At the same time, in the divination class, Harry came out of the room in a trance, and he had just heard this prophecy from Professor Trelawney's mouth at the same time. Just now, when they were in divination class, Hermione and Trelawney clashed, knocked over the crystal ball and left the classroom. At the end of class, Harry picked up the crystal ball in the stairs, so he returned the crystal ball, and unexpectedly heard Trelawney's prophecy. And what made Harry care was that when Trelawney said this prophecy, it was different from the usual gods, and at this time she was moaning hoarse and mysterious, as if she was controlled by something, and after the prophecy, it was as if she didn't remember anything. After Harry told the two partners about this prophecy, the two were also very surprised. It sounds like the prophecy says that tonight the Dark Lord's servant will break free of his shackles and join the Dark Lord and help him become stronger. Ron analyzed, and then said with a puzzled face, "The Savior Star is not difficult to understand, it is Harry, but who is the son of the Phoenix? Why say he was able to decide Harry, you and the Dark Lord who wins and who loses? The only person who can confront the Dark Lord head-on has always been Dumbledore, and he has a Phoenix Fox. Is the son of the Phoenix referring to Dumbledore? If you say so, Peter and York also have a Phoenix, and he is still very young, which is obviously more in line with the title of Son of the Phoenix." Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron and then said to the two of them, "We don't have to pay much attention to Trelawney's words. I never believed her crazy words," Professor McGonagall said. "She predicts 1 or 2 people every year, but so far it has not been fulfilled. This time she must be making a fool of herself again?" Have you forgotten that in the first class of school, she also said that she saw a black dog in your teacup and said that you would have misfortune? But by now you're all right. Of course, if the Dementor attack was going to be unfortunate, then she had fulfilled it. Hermione was visibly scornful of the prophecy, especially for Trelawney's words. Harry accepted Hermione's words, but there was always a feeling of uneasiness in his heart, especially when the prophecy said that it would happen tonight. However, he didn't have much time to think, and as the 5th and 7th grade exams were coming to an end, Harry and they were also approaching their final exams, so they were all busy reviewing now. When Peter came out of the divination exam room, he saw several of his companions waiting outside the door. Several of them had all finished their exams, so they were very relaxed, and for the next few weeks, they had no classes at all, except that the professors would talk to them about the next semester's course selections and future goals after graduation, and the rest of the time was free time. The twins are enthusiastically discussing their night tour plans. Peter does not understand their brain ideas. Obviously there is so much time for them to explore during the day, but they have to choose to go at night. But the twins rightly say that there's no atmosphere for exploring during the day, only the night can give them a sense of excitement, and they can also make a good show of Filch. In recent years, the feud between the twins and Filch has grown, surpassing the contradiction between Filch and Peeves. Filch is committed to driving the two brothers out of school, and the two brothers rely on the Marauder's map, and they are more and more at ease, often throwing dung eggs into Filch's office, making Filch even more angry. And what surprised Peter was that the twins didn't know what to do, and actually made friends with Peeves, and basically every bad thing Peeves did, there was a shadow of the twins. The cooperation of the three mischievous ghosts often makes Filch's green tendons burst into flames, vowing to drive all three guys out of the castle. A few partners pulled Peter to the lake to bask in the sun, and it is not surprising that the British always like to bask in the sun, but there are too few sun days here, often always rainy, so as soon as there is a sun, many people can't wait to come out to bask in the sun. Bathed in the sun, several of the partners discussed with great interest the prophecies they had made up for the divination exam, and then asked Peter curiously about the prophecies of the divination class. They all knew that Peter had the power to prophesy, so they didn't make things up like they did, so they were more curious about what predictions he had in the examination room. Peter did not hide the contents of the prophecy to them. As soon as they finished listening, several people fell silent, especially the information that Voldemort would return in the prediction caught them off guard. Although they already knew the truth about Voldemort's death here, they still felt a lot of shock at the fact that Voldemort was about to return. Then the prophecy will happen tonight. How can it be so fast? I thought I wouldn't be here until we both graduated. Alan said with some uneasiness. The prophecy says that the Dark Lord is more powerful than ever, and I am afraid that the war he will start will be even more terrible. Once my father left England in order not to choose a side, now do they have to flee again? This old devil, dead can't be clean. Peter had sabotaged his plans to return in the 3rd grade, and then in the 4th grade he came out with a diary to make trouble, and now it's time to really come back. The twins frowned and looked very worried. Since the Dark Lord's return is inevitable, we must be prepared in advance. Ready to meet the coming darkness? We've been fighting against the Dark Lord before, especially Peter, and if the Dark Lord returns, he's probably the one he hates the most besides Harry Potter. You have to be careful. Cedric also said very seriously, and then looked at Peter with a worried face. Peter looked at the worried looks of his companions, smiled and waved his hand to comfort. Well, you don't have to worry so much. Even if Voldemort returns, he can't jump out at once. Don't forget that his loyal servants are locked up in Azkaban. He is now alone. No matter how strong a person is, he can't cause any big trouble. Moreover, he has not yet returned, and the prophecy only says that tonight his servants will break free from the shackles and go to find his master. At least for a year, the magic world will still be calm, enough for us to be ready to meet. And don't forget that there is also Dumbledore. The examiner Professor Marchbann and Dumbledore are old friends. Prophesied that she will definitely tell him about this. Dumbledore will be ready, and we don't need to worry about it at the moment. Yes, we forgot about Dumbledore, who was so powerful that he would definitely come up with a good way to deal with it. The twins patted their heads and smiled and said they believed in Dumbledore. But if only we had caught the servant in advance. You say that this servant is not referring to Blake, who is now out of the ordinary, very much in line with the prophecy? George said. Then he looked at Peter expectantly. Peter, can you use your prophecy to see where Blake is now? If we catch him, we may be able to change the prophecy and let the old guy of the Dark Devil continue to lie there unattended. Maybe I can survive him alive and save him from coming out again. Several of the other companions also lit up their eyes, and at the same time looked at Peter, expecting his answer. Peter shook his head in tears and said, I'm afraid not, and I can tell you clearly that the servant in the prophecy is not referring to Blake. He has been wronged. What? Blake was wronged? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned, and the twins said in disbelief, but during the holidays, we obviously heard my father and mother secretly talking about Blake. My dad was very annoyed with him, saying that if Blake hadn't revealed the address of the Potter's Hermitage to the Dark Lord wouldn't have found a trace of them? Now Peter, you say he was wronged. How is this possible? I can't explain that much to you for the time being, but tonight I'll take you to see a good show and you'll know. Peter smiled mysteriously and said to the crowd. In fact, Peter had also considered whether to stop Pettigrew from escaping, but after thinking about it for a while, he still decided to follow the original plot and let Pettigrew help Voldemort officially return. Because Voldemort wanted to be resurrected with Harry Potter's blood, it was something Dumbledore had hoped for. Even Peter knew that at the time of the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore had vaguely guessed Voldemort's purpose, but he chose to let Harry Potter continue to participate, only because Dumbledore wanted to be resurrected with Harry's blood as Voldemort wished. Just because Dumbledore had guessed everything since he got Voldemort's diary, and also knew the truth that Harry Potter was Voldemort's Horcrux, the premise of wanting to completely destroy Voldemort was to destroy all Voldemort's Horcruxes, which meant that the remnants of Harry Potter's head had to be destroyed. But after more than 10 years, the soul pieces in Harry's head have been interconnected with Harry's soul, which is why Harry can speak snake language. It was impossible to simply destroy the soul piece in Harry's head without harming Harry, but Dumbledore could not have killed Harry with his own hands. But as long as Voldemort returned with Harry's blood, Lily's protective magic of love would also flow in Voldemort's blood. Although this allowed Voldemort to touch Harry, as long as Voldemort killed Harry with his own hands, under the protection of the Guardian magic, Voldemort first destroyed the soul pieces on Harry's body. Although this conclusion Dumbledore himself is only a rough guess and cannot be completely certain, Peter, who knows the storyline, naturally knows that Dumbledore's guess is correct. Peter thought he was not a cold-blooded man, so he decided to let Harry sacrifice his blood to help revive Voldemort according to his established fate, so that he could at least save his life in the future. Otherwise, if Voldemort had not used his blood, the future fate of Harry Potter would only be to be killed, and it would be the pursuit of the forces of good and evil, because as long as Harry Potter existed, Voldemort could not die completely. Once the people of the wizarding world know that Harry Potter is Voldemort's Horcrux, the Ministry of Magic and the people in the wizarding world will use Harry Potter as a time bomb, faster than Voldemort. Even Dumbledore could not save him. So Peter chose to ignore the chubby little mouse in Ron's hand directly, and as a bystander, he did not participate in this incident, so that the prophecy could be fulfilled smoothly, so that it was the way to hold Harry Potter's life. Several of his companions were very curious about what Peter said about the good play, but Peter did not say that they did not have any good ideas, so they had to wait for the time to come. It wasn't until the sun was hanging on the top of the hill on the west side that Peter got up, smiled, and said, "Okay, I'll take you to a good show. But you must ensure that you are all spectators in the process and cannot make a movement. Otherwise I wouldn't have taken him with me in the future." Several people were full of curiosity, promising to listen to him. Then Peter and the four of them quietly went to Hagrid's hut and hid on a small hillside, observing the movement of the hut below. At this time, Hagrid was the only one in the wooden house, and he was sitting there sadly, drunk alone. "Peter, what are you bringing us here for? Did you just look at Hagrid?" Fred asked puzzled. "Don't worry, wait a minute," Peter said confidently, and then looked at the other place with a smile on his face. "Look, Harry, they are coming, don't make a move, just watch quietly." Several people also looked in the direction Peter was looking, and saw the Potter trio coming down from the direction of the castle, and then came to Hagrid's hut, knocked on the door and walked in. The companions turned their heads to look at Peter, still puzzled. Peter smiled and motioned for them to keep watching. "Minister Fudge and Dumbledore are coming." There was also a man with a giant scythe. What were they going to do? Soon they spotted three people coming in the distance. Alan asked in surprise. "Oh, I know, I heard Harry in the common room before they were discussing, saying that Malfoy had been injured by an eagle-headed horse-winged beast during Hagrid's class, and Malfoy had sued Hagrid and the magical creature for it." George suddenly remembered, and then pointed to the winged beast with the eagle's head tied up outside the cabin. "Today should be the day of the Ministry of Magic's judgment of the magical creature. But it doesn't look like the outcome of the trial is very good, and the Ministry of Magic has come with the executioners." Cedric said sympathetically. "The man with the scythe I know, he is my father's colleague, who specializes in executing magical beasts that harm wizards, and is very unpopular in the department of protecting magical beasts. Do we need to remind Harry of them?" Ministers, they came over, and they would suspect Harry that they wanted to let go of the winged beast with the eagle's head. Fred asked with some concern. "No, someone will remind them," Peter said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, a stone flew out of the dense forest in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, hitting the back of Harry's head, causing Harry to cry out in pain. Peter and the others all looked in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, only to see a figure continue to throw a stone, smashing one of Hagrid's clay pots, attracting the attention of Harry inside the house. Soon Harry and they spotted the three Fudges approaching the front door, and under Hagrid's cover, the three quietly left through the back door. At this time, Peter's attention was in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, and after several partners saw the people in the Forbidden Forest, they exclaimed, "Hermione Granger? How could it be her? Didn't she just leave through the back door?" Then they found Harry behind Hermione and were even more surprised. "Stupid, have you forgotten the time turner?" They appeared in two places at the same time, apparently using a timeshifter. Alan rolled his eyes in warning. "But where did they come from in time for the converter? Isn't this thing very rare?" Cedric asked puzzled. "It should have been Hermione who applied. I'd heard Ron say before that Hermione had taken all the courses like Peter." Fred said. "Did they use the time turner in this way just for the sake of an eagle-headed horse with wings?" George asked puzzled. Peter and a few others then saw that after Dumbledore had invited Fudge and the Butcher into the hut for tea, Harry and Hermione in the Forbidden Forest had quietly come to the winged beast with the eagle head, untied the rope, and carried it into the Forbidden Forest. Let's go somewhere else. Peter stood up and smiled. Then, with a few people to the other side of the willow near the hit willow, Peter in the confused eyes of the crowd, with a wand to control a stone hit a scar on the hit willow suddenly froze, motionless. Peter came to the tree, turned to several people and said, "Come in with me first, and there will be a good drama inside later." Then he leaned into a hole under the tree and saw this, and also drilled into it. Along the narrow passage, several people finally came to a tattered wooden house. It was used by Peter for a while, but with the room of requirement, it was abandoned. Now there was dust everywhere, and there were dog footprints and human footprints on the ground. Seeing this, Cedric looked at Peter and said, "It seems that someone has come here, and it seems that this footprint is obviously an adult, and there are dog footprints. Are there people and dogs living here?" Peter nodded, smiled, and said, "Now that the people have not returned, we will watch a play here later. I know where this is. It's a screaming shack. We came to Hogsmeade Village?" The twins looked around, then looked out through the planks and said in surprise, "That said, what the hell is going on with the scratches on the walls around here? How does it look like a scratch of a beast? Could it be that a beast of prey was kept here before?" Alan carefully observed the scratches on the surrounding walls and asked incomprehensibly. The twins were also attracted by Alan's words, and curiously walked to the wall, looked at the scratches and analyzed. It seems that these scratches have been at least a long time. It is not like they have been scratched recently. It may be that someone has imprisoned the beast here before. I've heard the inhabitants of Hogsmeade say that there have been haunted places here, and there used to be the roar of the cloth, which should be the roar of the beast. It was such a disappointment. I had heard screams in the shack haunted before, and I was ready to come over and see if I could meet a female ghost. I didn't expect it to be a haunted rumor triggered by the roar of the beast," the twins said disappointedly. "Peter, have you ever had werewolves here before?" Cedric looked at the surrounding arrangements and the scratches on the walls, and asked Peter with a serious look. Peter looked at Cedric in amazement, then nodded and said, "You guessed it, their werewolves did live here more than 10 years ago, and the scratches around them were left by werewolves when they transformed on the night of the full moon. It's Professor Lupin, right? He was studying at Hogwarts more than a decade ago, and he's a werewolf, so the professors let him come here on the night of the full moon to spend his transformation time. The werewolf was completely irrational when he transformed, which is why he left these scratches," Cedric said firmly. Cedric then looked at the surprised twins and said, "Only Fred and George with a strong nerve don't know about this, and Alan should have guessed the identity of Professor Lupin's werewolf as well as I did. What makes us nervous?" The twins protested Cedric's assessment of them, retorting, "You didn't tell us that Lupin was a werewolf. How could we possibly guess his identity? If you pay a little attention, you will find that Professor Lupin does not appear at the school every full night, and he looks weak the next day. Besides, we all know that Peter is helping Professor Snape make a wolf poison potion, which is a potion to help the werewolf smoothly survive the night of the full moon. And Professor Snape came to teach the defense against the dark arts a few times, and he almost didn't directly say that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. Haven't you noticed that apart from Gryffindor, the other 3 houses were far away from Professor Lupin except for class hours?" Alan said without anger. The twins listened, thought about it carefully, and then Shan smiled and said, Hey, you don't say, we haven't found so many suspicious points yet. Heck, we usually put our minds on reviewing and making prank props, and we don't notice this at all?" Peter's ears were sensitive, and he heard movement from the far side of the passage, and blocked. "Well, someone is coming, let's hide first. My phantom spell is not yet mastered. Peter, you use it on me." The twins licked their faces and leaned over and said, "Don't bother. And the phantom spell is not safe, it is easy to be seen." Peter shook his head and said, then with a bad smile, he took out his wand and waved directly at the 4 of them. The 4 of them watched in horror as their bodies grew smaller and smaller, and then quickly turned into 4 chirping sparrows, jumping around on the ground. Peter withdrew his wand and said to the 4 sparrows with a grin, in order to avoid being discovered, "First wronged you into sparrows. Anyway, they are all watching the drama, and they don't tighten up, right?" Then, despite the chirping of a few sparrows and the angry look of the small eyes, he used the floating spell to float a few flightless sparrows to the beams at the highest point of the wooden house, and then he also used Bojit's transformation skill to directly turn into a sparrow and fly to the side of the 4 sparrows flexibly. The 4 sparrows saw Peter's transformation, and their small eyes revealed a look of surprise, and then they rushed up angrily, constantly pecking at Peter, chirping and accusing Peter of his strength, and using transfiguration to turn them into sparrows without saying hello. Peter grinned at the sparrows in front of him, then motioned for them to be quiet, then looked down. Then I saw a big black dog, biting one of Ron's legs, constantly dragging into the wooden house, and Ron screamed in horror, holding a chubby mouse in his hand, and was dragged by the big black dog to the screaming shack. Fred and George on the beam turned into sparrows, and when they saw this scene, they immediately anxiously wanted to rush down to save their brother, but were stopped by Peter. Faced with the twins' puzzled look, Peter motioned for them to keep watching. Subsequently, in the startled eyes of Ron and the 4 sparrows on the beam, the black dog directly turned into a ragged middle-aged man. "Blake? You're Blake?" Ron cried out in horror. Blake picked up Ron's wand, then a strange smile leaked out of his face and said in a hoarse voice, "Sorry to have you here this way. But I have no other choice but to grievance. You have a moment? You're trying to lure Harry over. Is that right? You bastard, I won't let you get away with it." Ron thought that Blake had brought him here to lure Harry over and kill him, so he yelled at Blake in anger. Ron had a look of horror in his eyes, but still wanted to get up and fight him. There was a glimmer of appreciation in Blake's eyes, but there was no explanation, and his eyes were fixed on the mouse in Ron's hand, revealing a look of hatred. Just as I was about to walk over, I heard movement outside and hid directly behind the door. After a while, Harry and Hermione broke in, and as soon as they saw Ron, their faces were surprised, and they quickly ran to Ron's side. "Great Ron, thankfully you're okay. Is that black dog crazy and actually dragged you here?" Harry happily hugged Ron. Hermione also looked at the leg on Ron's hand and said bitterly, "Ron, bear with me. We will take you to the infirmary right away. These wild dogs have a lot of germs on them, and let Mrs. Pomfrey disinfect you later." "Leave me alone. That black dog is no ordinary dog. He was changed by black." Ron snapped nervously, his eyes fixed on the wooden door behind Harry and Hermione. When Harry and Hermione heard this, they turned alertly and raised their wands behind them. But immediately after being directly disarmed by a disarming spell, Blake stepped out from behind the wooden door, his eyes fixed on Harry, trying to squeeze out a smile on his face, but because he had not passed by for a long time, the smile seemed very sinister. "Blake." Harry saw Blake and gritted his teeth, hatred in his eyes. He had secretly followed the secret passage pointed out by the twins before, and went to Hogsmeade on the weekend. When he overheard Professor McGonagall's conversation with Hagrid and Fudge, knew that he was his godfather, and it was he who betrayed his parents, which allowed Voldemort to successfully find them, causing his parents to die now, and the life under the fence. Black looked at the hatred revealed in Harry's eyes, his eyes narrowed, his expression was blank, he took a few steps back, in panic, and then he smiled bitterly and said, "You really should hate me. Harry, I'm a sinner, and you're going to hate me? Blake, I don't just hate you, I'm going to kill you." Harry roared with red eyes. On the beam, several people who were bystanders looked at Blake's performance below, and several of their partners looked puzzled, and then thought of Peter's previous statement that Blake was wronged, and they all looked at the things below with bated breath. Soon Lupin appeared, embracing each other as soon as they met, and after some explanation, the rat in Ron's hand was handed over to Blake and Lupin after Harry was suspicious of the letter. Under Lupin's magic, the chubby mouse directly becomes a short, lewd man, and finally under the pressure of the two, Pettigrew directly confesses to exchanging secret identities with Blake and betraying the Potters. At this time, the truth of the matter was finally revealed, and the Potter trio also let down their guard. Blake wants to kill Pettigrew directly, but Harry stops him, and he wants to help Blake restore his reputation and put Pettigrew on a public trial before being given the kiss of the Dementor. At this time there was another movement outside the door, and the dwarf took the opportunity to transform into a mouse and tried to escape, but was hit by Lupin in time with a coma spell. But then Lupin and Blake were hit by two spells outside the door and crashed into the wooden pile in the distance. Snape walked straight in, looked at Lupin and Blake with a sneer, and said, "Aha, I've finally caught you. Lupin, you helped Blake. I think Blake will be given a Dementor kiss directly. Lupin, on the other hand, are locked up in Azkaban. You are really hard brothers. I am going to be disgusted by your sincere feelings? Snot." Blake saw Snape and said instinctively, then laughed and sneered, "You're really nosy. Why don't you take care of your dirty and greasy hair and run to join in the fun? Severus, listen to me, Sirius has been wronged. The real murderer is Pettigrew, and he's here right now, Lupin explained excitedly. "Shut up. Do you really think I'm going to believe you? God forbid, let me catch you today. I will be very happy to see you being embraced by Dementors. It's all exciting to think about," Snape said maliciously. Twitter. There was a sound coming from the roof, and it was Fred who couldn't help but make a movement when he saw the tense situation below. Everyone's eyes suddenly looked up, only to see 5 sparrows standing on the roof beams, facing their eyes. The others saw that it was a few sparrows, but did not suspect anything. But Snape looked suspiciously at the 5 sparrows above, especially after seeing 4 of them in his sight, and instinctively retracted his head, and an incredible association flashed in his eyes. As soon as the wand in his hand was about to be raised, Harry Potter on the side suddenly took advantage of Snape's defenselessness against him and directly knocked Snape unconscious with a coma spell. "Harry, how can you attack Professor Snape?" Hermione said in surprise. "The main thing we have now is to hand over the traitor Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic and help Sirius wash away his grievances. Snape obviously won't believe us now, so he can only let him sleep first." Harry shrugged and said, "Well done, Harry, get this nasty snotty snout to sleep well and save the plan." Sirius gave a thumbs up and smiled and said, 963. "Sirius, don't talk nonsense in front of the kids. We're going to call him Severus, don't be so rude." Lupin reprimanded disapprovingly. "Well, listen to you, but don't expect me to call him by his name, or I'll have nightmares." Sirius shrugged and said in no sincerity. The little sparrows on the beam were relieved to see that none of the people below were paying any more attention, and then they slapped Fred with their wings in disgust, making him scream, and if Harry hadn't stepped in, Snape would have found them. Sirius's gaze turned again at the mouse-turned little dwarf, and with hatred in his eyes, he wanted to kill him immediately, but then looked at Lupin and Harry, who were looking at him with a worried look, and still put down their wands. Turning to Lupin, he said, "Bigfoot, you're going to disarming this traitor's animagus, or I'm afraid I'll just give him a death curse." Lupin saw that his friend had given up his revenge, and with a smile on his face, he walked over to look at the unconscious mouse on the ground, and with a cold look in his eyes, he changed him back into a human form with a manifestation spell, and then conjured up a rope and tied it. The group leaves the area with the bound little dwarf and the unconscious Snape, wanting to return to the castle and tell Dumbledore about it. After Potter and his party left, Peter flew off the beam, changed back into human form, and then changed the 4 companions back to their original form. "If I hadn't heard about it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it. It's amazing," Alan said with a surprised face. Who would have thought that the little dwarf who was already dead was not dead, and a real traitor? And Blake was wronged. It really made my jaw drop. It's disgusting. I didn't expect that the rat spots that had lived in my house for 10 years were actually Pettigrews. The twins said with disgusted and frightened expressions. "We have lived with this traitor for so many years, especially Percy and Ron, and the rat is their pet. They have been living with them day and night, and if one day the dwarf suddenly bursts out, then their lives will not be guaranteed. It's funny enough for little dwarf to be a true traitor, but he is considered a hero by the Ministry of Magic and posthumously awarded him a Merlin medal. And Blake, the innocent man, the Ministry of Magic directly threw himself into Azkaban without trial. What did the people of the Ministry of Magic eat?" Alan said sarcastically. "Okay, let's not discuss that. They should be out of the hole by now. Let's follow up, and there will be a change later." Peter reminds, "Don't forget that tonight is the night of the full moon." Professor Lupin didn't drink the wolf poison potion. Oops, Professor Lupin would turn into a werewolf. "Ron, they're in danger." The twins reacted with a look of concern on their faces, and turned to run outside. Cedric stopped the two of them and comforted, since Peter knew about this, but did not stop it. He must have known Ron that they were not in danger, so don't worry about it. "Peter, is what Cedric said true? Ron, they're not in danger, right?" The twins looked at Peter and asked. Peter nodded and said, "There is no danger. Don't forget that there is Sirius next to Lupin. You don't have to worry. Don't forget the other pair of Harry and Hermione we saw before. They are from the future. If something happens, they will not appear." The twins breathed a sigh of relief, and then several of them followed quickly, and as soon as they reached the entrance of the cave, they heard movement not far away. Seeing only the full moon in the sky, Lupin saw the moon, and after a painful change, his body turned into a fierce beast that resembled a wolf and not a wolf, like a human and a non-human, with red eyes and grinning teeth at the people in front of him. "Lupin, wake up, don't lose your consciousness." Sirius stopped between Harry and the others and Lupin, shouting loudly at the werewolf, trying to awaken his will. But Lupin, who apparently turned into a werewolf, having long since lost consciousness, and with only a violent desire for destruction and a bloodthirsty desire left in his mind, he rushed towards Harry and the others in a few steps. Black, who was then transformed into a large black dog, slammed into the side, and Blake's animagus was a large dog, so it effectively blocked the werewolf Lupin's attack on Harry's man. Then the big black dog fiercely rushed up to fight the werewolf, but the werewolf was not something that a dog could stop, and in a few moments, the werewolf injured the big dog that Black had turned into, and approached Harry and the others with his ape teeth. "Peter, think of a way." When the companions saw this dangerous situation, they said anxiously to Peter, "Don't worry, they'll be fine." Peter said with a relaxed face, but the wand in his hand was still facing the werewolf Lupin in case of an accident. Suddenly, there were several wolf roars from the Forbidden Forest, and the werewolves who were originally approaching Harry's men stopped after hearing the sound, and then roared as if echoing, and then turned and ran in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Blake, who was lying in the distance, followed the werewolf Lupin's trail and disappeared into sight. The little dwarf who was originally tied up had already taken advantage of the chaotic opportunity just now to directly transform into a mouse and escape from here. These things happened in just a few minutes, and the twins could not react. What a shame! Actually let the little dwarf run away? The grievances on Blake's body could not be washed away. Fred said with pity. Harry should be able to testify on Blake's behalf, and then the Ministry of Magic can withdraw the charges and wanted against Blake. Cedric said hesitantly. How is it possible? Not to mention that Harry is a child. The Ministry of Magic will not listen. Just the Ministry of Magic misjudged this matter. Can damage the image of the Ministry of Magic. Do you think the Ministry of Magic will admit it? Alan shook his head sarcastically. Unless they brought little dwarf himself to the Ministry of Magic, they would have to admit it, or else they wouldn't think that Harry Potter alone would be able to wash away Blake's grievances. Peter listened to the words of the crowd and said with a smile, "Since you want to catch that mouse, let's go and catch it now. He hasn't run far yet." "Peter, do you know where the mouse that the Pettigrew turns into is?" George asked in surprise. Several of his companions also looked at Peter. Peter smiled and nodded. "I secretly cast a tracking spell on him before, and now his location is not far from here. We have to catch him before he leaves the phantom shape, or he will really have to escape." "Hey, do you feel that the surrounding area has suddenly become a lot colder?" Alan wiped the hair from his hands and frowned. "It's a Dementor? You see, they flew over." Cedric pointed to the hordes of Dementors in the distance and said, "The Ministry of Magic has sent another group of Dementors, and they should have found Blake's tracks too. Peter, are we going to help Harry with them?" It didn't look like Harry's patron saint could last long. George watched as Harry used the incomplete Patronus charm not far away, struggling to fend off the Dementors' attacks, and said anxiously, "Professor Snape is awake, and he won't let them be okay." Peter pointed to Snape behind Harry's men. At this moment, Snape stood up with a black face, and then at a moment when Harry could not hold on, a hidden guardian spirit flew out of Snape's wand, emitting a wave of light, driving the Dementors around him far away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Peter and a few people quietly left, and under the guidance of Peter's tracking spell, they quickly tracked the trail of the little dwarf. In the moonlight, under the influence of Peter's magic, the mouse's footsteps, after sparing a large circle, finally pointed to Hagrid's cabin. Merlin's stinky socks, this little dwarf can really hide, actually hid in Hagrid's house. When the group tracked down Hagrid's cabin, Fred complained in surprise. Peter was also a little surprised. He did not expect that the little dwarf did not leave directly, but ran to Hagrid. The mind is really meticulous. It is no wonder that he can endure here for more than 10 years, living in the way of a mouse for so many years without being discovered. Peter cast a protective spell directly, a fluorescent light shield draped over the cabin, and then said to several of his companions, "You are outside, and if you see a rat running out and knock him unconscious, then you can give Dummerfins to Dumbledore, and then Blake should be able to wash away his grievances." For catching the villain, several people seemed very excited and nodded excitedly. Peter stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Hagrid, are you asleep?" "It's me, Peter." "You open the door." There was a commotion in the room, and then the wooden door opened, and Hagrid came out drunk, smiling in surprise and asking, "Peter, how did you get here? And it was so late." Then he found that there were other people, and asked in surprise, "Why did you bring your classmates here?" "Come on in, I just made some cookies to celebrate." "Celebrate? Hagrid, you look happy, can you tell me what's the joy?" Peter asked with a smile. "Haha, of course it's something to be happy about." Hagrid burped and said with a smile, "Today the Ministry of Magic came to judge my Buckbeak." Oh, Buckbeak is an eagle-headed horse with winged beasts. Originally it was going to be sentenced to death, but the little guy is very clever. He himself untied the rope and escaped. He's not going to die now, and I'm certainly happy. Hagrid, that eagle-headed winged beast didn't escape on its own. You want to thank Haley and Hermione. We saw, it was Buckbeak they secretly released. The twins grinned at Hagrid, but their eyes kept looking into the room, trying to find the figure of the little dwarf. "Is it Harry them?" "Oh, then I have to thank them. If they hadn't helped, Buckbeak would have died." Hagrid was surprised, and then said even more happily. Blown by the cool breeze, Hagrid's mind was slightly clear. He saw that his house was shrouded in a layer of light. His face showed a look of surprise, looked at Peter in puzzlement, and asked, "Peter, what are you doing? How did you cast magic on me here?" "Hagrid, there's a man hiding in your house, and we're going to catch him. He escaped from the province?" George said. "Hiding people? How is this possible? My little room is enough for me to live alone. Can I not know if I hide people?" Hagrid shook his head in disbelief and said, "Are you kidding me? It's not funny at all." Peter saw that several of his companions still wanted to explain to Hagrid, shook his head, and crossed Hagrid directly into the cabin. In Hagrid's puzzled eyes, he waved his wand, and a speckled footprint on the ground appeared on the ground, glowing white and continuing under Hagrid's bed. "Rats are coming." Peter waved his wand and recited the flying charm. There was a movement under the bed, making a terrified rat squeak, but Peter's spell did not succeed in summoning the mouse. Hagrid also heard the rats under the bed, was surprised, and asked, "Spotted, isn't that Ron's rat? How did it end up with me?" Peter watched the little dwarf get rid of his flying spell. The smile on his face was even worse, and with a wave of his wand, Hagrid's large bed shrank into a pocket-sized bed no more than 10 centimeters long in the blink of an eye, revealing the fat mouse in the corner. "Little dwarf, I didn't expect to know you under such circumstances. I've been trapped by my magic outside, and you can't run away." Peter smiled and looked at the trembling mouse and said. The fat mouse, like a normal mouse, did not react in the slightest to Peter's words. "Peter, this is an ordinary mouse. How come you are still talking to it? And why is it called a Pettigrew?" "I recognize it. It's called Spotted. It's Ron's pet, and you see it's missing one of its right fingers, and it's easy to distinguish," Hagrid said puzzled. Peter looked at Pettigrew still pretending to be stupid, smiled and said, "You don't have to pretend, little dwarf. We all heard what you were screaming in the shack just now. We're there too, but you just don't find out. And I've cast a tracking spell on you long ago, otherwise why would you think we'd be chasing you here?" As soon as the mouse heard this, his eyes flashed with panic, and he looked at the smiling Peter in front of him. He directly changed into a human form, and then quickly used his wand to read to Peter, "Avada so." Pettigrew is very jealous of Peter. He knows that this person is different from Harry Potter and they are so easy to deal with, so he is a death curse. Even if he can't kill Peter, he must stop him. But when Peter saw the wand in his hand, he was prepared, directly waving the large stone slab in the room to block him, and then quickly approached, using the wand to bounce a few spells, and then quickly disarmed the wand in the dwarf's hand with a disarming spell, and then added a petrification spell. "Pettigrew, it looks like you've been pretending to be a mouse for more than 10 years, and your magic is very rusty. Even the spells released were soft." Peter said sarcastically. This little dwarf's strength is not as high as that of the 7th grader of Slytherin, except for the fact that the curse was a bit intimidating at the beginning, and his rat career for more than 10 years made him very unfamiliar with the use of magic spells. Of course, this is not to say that Pettigrew is useless. He was able to blow up an entire street with an explosive spell, and he could also learn the animagus, which has surpassed the strength of ordinary adult wizards. It's just that in Peter's case, it seems weaker. Peter Pettigrew. Hagrid saw the petrified dwarf, and the wine dissipated, and his eyes widened to look at him. Aren't you dead? How did it end up here? Also turned into Ron's mouse spots? The little dwarf could only turn his eyeballs at this time, and he was stunned and fixed there, frantically begging Hagrid with his eyes. Hagrid is cute, but he is not stupid at all. Seeing the little dwarf's star that has come back from the dead, and then thinking of Ron's mouse spots, he suddenly looks at the little dwarf with a suspicious look, and instinctively realizes that something is wrong. Fred, George, Alan, Cedric, you all come in, the rats have been caught. Peter shouted at a few of his companions outside. As soon as several companions heard Peter's words, they ran in one after another, saw the little dwarf that was fixed there, their eyes lit up, and walked in quickly, looking at the small dwarf in front of them, and they were amazed. Peter, what the hell is going on? Why did Ron's pet Spot become a pet dwarf? Hagrid asked, very puzzled. Hagrid, I'll tell you about this. Here's the thing. The twins ran over with a smile and told the whole thing from head to toe, and the two sang and said clearly. Peter was happy to see the twins do the work, and he walked over to the little dwarf, looked at the little dwarf with a prayerful look in amusement, and then with a wave of his wand, he conjured up a long chain that automatically bound him tightly. What? It was Pettigrew, not Blake, who betrayed Lily and James? Hagrid listened to the twins' words and couldn't believe it, then looked at the bound little dwarf, completely believed it, and angrily raised his fist and rushed toward the little dwarf. You despicable and shameless traitor! Betrayed Lily and James, and framed Sirius for being wronged. How dare you do that? Hagrid, calm down. With a quick wave of his hand, Peter stopped Hagrid's huge fist from hitting little dwarf on the head, or he would be killed. Several other partners also quickly grabbed Hagrid and kept persuading him to calm down. Hagrid didn't hit his first punch, and calmed down a little from his anger, glaring at the trembling little dwarf and yelling, despicable and shameful dirty guy. When the Ministry of Magic said you were crushed to pieces and only one finger was left, we grieve for you. Your mother is still crying heartbroken, and her eyes are almost blind. We've made you a hero? Didn't you expect you to be a shameful traitor? Little dwarf could not speak, his eyes frightened and begging for forgiveness, afraid that the angry half-giant would screw off his head. Hagrid, don't talk nonsense to him. We'll escort him to Dumbledore later, and then we'll be able to wash Blake away his grievances, and he'll be discredited and sent to Azkaban and never turned over. Peter reassured. Yes, we'll hurry up and take this traitor now. Oh, poor Sirius, we have all misunderstood him. He has been locked up in Azkaban for so long, and he is wanted by the Ministry of Magic, and he has suffered a lot. We have to help him get his name right, Hagrid said in a loud voice. Then the group hurried out of the wooden house and headed for the castle. Originally, Peter wanted to use the floating spell to take the Pettigrew away, but Hagrid grabbed the bound Pettigrew with one arm, and in his words, he was uneasy and afraid that the Pettigrew would escape. Hagrid, you loosen your strength a little. If you hold it like this, the little dwarf will be killed by you. There's no way to testify for Blake then. Peter looked at the little dwarf who was breathlessly strangled by Hagrid's rudeness and quickly reminded. Hagrid heard Peter's words, looked down at the little dwarf like a dead chicken, quickly let go of his hand, touched his head and smiled. Peter looked at his performance, smiled and shook his head, who said that the thick man had no sense of revenge, and this moment of kung fu tossed the little dwarf to lose half his life. As soon as the men entered the castle, they heard the students gleefully saying that the Ministry of Magic had captured Blake. When Hagrid and several of his companions heard the news, their faces showed anxiety and they quickened their pace. Coming to the 8th floor, the stone pier of the principal's office saw Peter and jumped directly to the side to reveal the stairs. When Peter saw this, his eyes flashed a different color, and then he and Hagrid took the little star and entered the door of the headmaster's office. Hagrid didn't even knock on the door, dragged Pettigrew in, rushed in, and shouted, Dumbledore, Blake is wronged, we caught Pettigrew, he is the traitor. Peter followed in, only to find that there were already quite a few people inside, in addition to Dumbledore, the heads of the 4 houses, and 4 members of the Ministry of Magic, including Minister Fudge. The group was surprised to see Hagrid and Peter, who suddenly broke in. When Minister Fudge saw Peter, his eyes showed displeasure, and he frowned and said, We are talking about urgent matters now, what are you going to say? Please come back later. Obviously, Fudge did not hear Hagrid's words clearly. He was full of joy at the moment. The arrest of Blake all year round was fruitless, so that the prestige of the Ministry of Magic had been damaged, and now that Blake had finally been caught, he could solemnly announce this matter to the public tomorrow and restore the prestige of the Ministry of Magic. Minister, I think you'd better look at our new recruit and think about tomorrow, or make a joke, but the Ministry of Magic will lose, Peter said with a smile. Then he flew the little dwarf holding Hagrid's back to the crowd with his wand and solemnly introduced, Allow me to introduce to you, this is the little dwarf. It is said that he was blown up to the point that only one finger was left. Recipient of the Order of Merlin of the 1st class awarded by the Ministry of Magic? Peter lifted Pettigrew's petrified spell and smiled at him. Say hello to everyone now, Pettigrew. Merlin's beard? You're a Pettigrew? Aren't you dead? Professor Flitwick let out a shrill voice and looked at him in disbelief. Oh my god, it's really a Pettigrew? How did you suddenly appear here? Where have you been all these years? Professor McGonagall looked closely and asked in surprise. Everyone else looked at the dead and resurrected dwarf in shock, feeling like a dream, and a person who had been dead for more than 10 years suddenly reappeared in front of everyone, bringing a huge sense of shock to everyone. Fudge was also stunned at this time. He looked at the little dwarf in front of him, and then looked at Peter on the side, and a wave of uneasiness rose in his heart, and he couldn't help asking, are you really a Pettigrew? Weren't you blown up with only one finger left? The amount. Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall. Long time no see. It was a pleasure to see everyone. Little dwarf looked at the crowd and said with a weak embarrassment, his eyes constantly wandering, trying to find a way to escape. Seeing the little dwarf reappear, unlike the surprised reaction of the others, Dumbledore looked calm, as if he had foreseen this, but looked at him with indifferent eyes and said, Little dwarf, you may be able to explain to us why you are here. And where have you been in the past 10 years? Snape looked at Little Dwarf with disgust, and he had no sympathy for this cowardly guy who had once been a sworn enemy, and at the same time looked at him with suspicious eyes. Pettigrew was completely distracted by Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, and slyly replied, Principal Dumbledore hasn't been seen for a long time. I know you're the greatest wizard, and I've had to hide my tracks all these years to hide from Blake and his henchmen. Hagrid listened to him and couldn't help but angrily say, Dumbledore, don't listen to his nonsense. This vile and dirty guy is the murderer who killed Lily and Jamie. The Keeper of the Year was him, not Sirius. Sirius is innocent? What? Several deans and Fudge and the others looked at Hagrid in disbelief when they heard this. Hagrid, why do you say that? Is there any evidence? Dumbledore asked calmly and faintly. This is what Peter told me, and he caught a little dwarf that turned into a mouse in my house, Hagrid said sheepishly. The crowd's eyes shifted to Peter. Peter met the eyes of everyone and said calmly, as far as I know, the Potters used the bold loyalty charm to hide their residence in order to avoid Voldemort and the Death Eaters, but in the end, Voldemort found the door of magic and a few professors heard Voldemort's name, and unnaturally twisted their bodies, especially the fear in Fudge's eyes. It is well known that the Potters' secret agent was Sirius Black, so this is why the Ministry of Magic decided that Black had betrayed the Potters and imprisoned him in Azkaban. Peter continued, but in fact, Sirius was only a target for attracting Death Eaters, and the real Keeper's secretive secretly swapped them for inconspicuous Pettigrews and hid him. Peter looked at the expressions on the faces of the people and said sarcastically, unfortunately, they obviously believed in the wrong person. After becoming a secret agent, Little Dwarf did not go into hiding at the first time, but took the initiative to run to Voldemort and tell him the address of the Potters, which led to what happened later. The crowd heard Peter's explanation, and then looked at the little dwarf who was dodging on the side, and suddenly understood the truth, and looked at the little dwarf in disbelief. This little follower who was afraid in their eyes, did not expect to do such a thing. Professor McGonagall looked at Pettigrew with anger and disappointment. Once she thought it was just a cowardly person by nature, and did not expect to do such a betrayal of a friend. Snape's eyes were full of hatred at this time, and he stared at the little dwarf deadly, looking eager to kill him immediately. Cough cough. Is there any misunderstanding about this matter? When Fudge heard this, he stood up and said with an uneasy expression, I mean, the fact that Blake is a traitor is well known, and he didn't argue it at the beginning. We can't rely on the words of a single student to judge the hero Pettigrew of the year as a traitor. Your Honor, as far as I know, Blake went straight to Azkaban without trial. He had no chance to argue. Peter smiled and said to Fudge. Then he looked at the crowd, spread his hands and smiled. In fact, the easiest way is to let the parties say it themselves, isn't it better? I think Professor Snape's vomiting agent there should still be a lot of stock. Snape took out a small bottle with him, sneered and said, I just carry a bottle with me, enough for him to open his mouth. Little Dwarf looked at Snape's spit in his hand and shook his head in horror, his mouth closed in a look of resistance. Cough cough. It is illegal to use the Truth Up agent without permission, and the Ministry of Magic will not allow it to happen. Fudge wiped the sweat from his face and hurriedly stopped. Now that Sirius has been captured and the Pettigrew has appeared, we need to bring them back to the Ministry of Magic at the same time. Interrogate again? Snape didn't get used to Fudge's intentions, directly waved his wand to fix the little dwarf, then poured the vomit in his hand into his mouth, turned around and said coldly, okay, now you can ask. Snape, you're breaking the law, Fudge said somewhat angrily. How much is the loss? I give it, Snape said indifferently. Feeding the poison was not enough to go to Azkaban, at most it was a fine, which was not a problem for Snape, who was a potions master. Fudge trembled with rage. Dumbledore didn't care about Fudge's performance, walked straight over, looked at the little dwarf with an empty look in his eyes, and asked, Little Dwarf, who was the one who betrayed Lily and James? Little Dwarf's eyes were hollow, but a triumphant smile appeared on his face, and he replied, it was me who betrayed Lily and James. I told the Dark Lord about it. The people who had originally speculated about this matter, when they heard Little Dwarf's answer, still took a cold breath, and their eyes still looked at Little Dwarf in disbelief. Dumbledore, the interrogation should be handled by the Ministry of Magic. You're breaking the law by doing this. When Fudge heard Little Dwarf's words, his expression became more uneasy, and he shouted to stop Little Dwarf from continuing. The Ministry of Magic captured the innocent Sirius Black into Azkaban and imprisoned him for more than a decade, but he regarded the real traitor Pettigrew as a hero propaganda and gave him a first-class Merlin medal. If the magic world knew about it, the prestige of the Ministry of Magic would be seriously damaged. Even though the trial had nothing to do with Fudge, the Ministry of Magic and Fudge were both glorious, and he didn't want to make it known to everyone. But at this time, Dumbledore showed a strong side, as if he had not heard Fudge's words, and continued to ask Little Dwarf without turning his head, "What is the matter of the secret person? Why did the secret man become you from Little Sirius Star?" Pettigrew replied, "At that time, the situation was urgent, and the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord were looking for them, so after discussing with Sirius, James and Sirius decided to let Sirius pretend to be his secret agent, and then go around to attract the attention of the Death Eaters. The real keeper replaced me with me, who was noticed, and then let me hide in another hidden house." With a twisted smile on his face, Pettigrew continued, "But I didn't choose to hide. I came to the Dark Lord and told them their address. The Dark Lord was overjoyed, and he promised me a great reward. I just didn't expect the Dark Lord to lose at the hands of a baby." Pettigrew had a disappointed expression, then showed a look of fear, and said, "The Dark Lord has failed, and I know that Sirius will find out about my betrayal, so I fled early, but he still found it. He blocked me in a Muggle street and questioned me why I had betrayed them. I had nowhere to escape, so I blew up the whole street with an explosion spell, then took the opportunity to turn into a rat and go into an underground pipe to escape." Little Dwarf said happily and triumphantly, "The fool of Sirius, seeing my severed finger, thought I was crushed in the explosion, and could only obediently be arrested by the Aurors and imprisoned in Azkaban as a traitor." The crowd watched the Little Dwarf talk triumphantly, and his expression became heavier and heavier. "Pettigrew, James, and Sirius are your friends. Didn't you play together in the first place, and what kind of robber group did you form? Why would you betray your friends?" Professor McGonagall asked in disappointment. "Why?" Little Dwarf's eyes were hollow, and his expression became indignant. "Do they really think of me as a friend instead of a follower? When I was in school, I didn't want to follow them, but James and Sirius insisted on going their own way, and they kept running into trouble, and when they were punished, they wanted me to bear it together. After graduation, I want to take my mother far away from here and come back when the storm has stopped. But they forcibly dragged me along with them against the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord, against my wishes. Every time I came back to life, I was even more frightened, but they mocked me for not being a brave Gryffindor. But I was just afraid. I knew I was timid. I just wanted to live carefully. I didn't want to accompany them against the powerful Dark Lord. But they didn't give me that chance, and I lived in fear every day, afraid that one day I would be killed. If you don't want to, you can tell them. James, their willingness to let you be their secret person shows that they trust you very much, and if you are afraid, you can run away. Why should you betray them? Also killed Lily and James?" Professor McGonagall said out loud in disbelief. "What trusts me? They choose me as a secret person, but because I am not noticed, others will not suspect that the secret person will be a timid and weak little follower." Pettigrew said in a mocking tone, "Sirius and James are both conceited and distrustful, and when Sirius first proposed to let me be a secret agent, I was afraid and didn't want to be a secret person, so I proposed that Dumbledore or Lupin be a secret person better than me. But they rejected my offer, forced me to be a secret agent, and let me stay in a hidden house and not come out. Sirius also sneered at me for achieving my wish to hide here like a rat and not have to fight the Death Eaters anymore. I know they look down on me, but in order to be the brave Gryffindor they call me, I've followed them to fight the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord. But now Sirius says I'm like a rat, and I only deserve to hide in the shadows?" Little Dwarf said with resentment, and then laughed fiercely. "Since they look down on me, why should I follow them? So I went to the Dark Lord, begged him to spare my life, and told the Dark Lord their secret address. The Dark Lord was very happy, and immediately rewarded me with the Dark Devil mark and promised to give me a generous reward after the event was completed." Snape listened and quickly lifted Little Dwarf's right arm, only to see that on his arm, a black mark of a snake spitting out a letter appeared on it. As soon as the others saw this mark, they took a cold breath, as if they saw something terrible, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Fudge, in particular, saw the dark mark on Little Dwarf's arm, and the expression on his face was very exciting. Now the evidence is very conclusive, even if he doesn't want to give Sirius a proper name. In particular, the hero who was promoted by the Ministry of Magic to fight against the Death Eaters was actually a veritable Death Eater, which was a slap in the face of the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore then asked a few more questions, and the little dwarf who had been poisoned with the truth-telling agent said it, including how he appeared at the Weasley family, then adopted by the Weasley family as Percy's pet, and then passed on to Ron. Not long after, the effect of the medicine receded, and the awakened dwarf looked at the people around him in despair, looked at the people around him in horror, his mouth moved, and then he lowered his head in decadence and waited for the Judgment Mountain. When Dumbledore had finished asking, he turned to look at Fudge and asked, "Minister, it looks like the truth is out, and I wonder when you will acquit Sirius. He's suffered enough over the years. Shouldn't be locked up in Azkaban anymore. It's a bit complicated, and I need to go back to the ministry and discuss it with other people before I can decide." Fudge stammered that he didn't want to admit to the Ministry of Magic's misjudgment, or he would receive a lot of yelling letters in his office tomorrow. Minister, aren't you thinking of finding an opportunity to kill the dwarf with a Dementor kiss? Peter said suddenly and quietly. The crowd heard Peter's words and looked at Fudge in amazement. Fudge saw Peter's eyes that seemed to be able to see through him, as if he had been poked in the pain, jumped up, and said with some irritation, "How can it be? I would not do such a thing. You don't talk nonsense. Really? My mind reading is always not good, maybe I heard it wrong," Peter said in a light tone, but his eyes were fixed on Fudge. Fudge uncomfortably avoided Peter's gaze, annoyed that his thoughts would be read by a child, but he could not admit that he had just thought so. Dumbledore heard Peter's words, looked at Fudge with a serious expression, and said, "Fudge, Sirius's innocence is now indisputable, and we cannot let the innocent bear the grievances anymore. Of course, cough cough. It's just that this matter is a case of more than 10 years ago, and there are still many unclear points in it, which need to take a while to re-examine, so it cannot be announced for the time being, but I promise that Sirius will be innocent." Fudge was uncomfortable with Dumbledore's look, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said weakly, "Headmaster, don't worry, I've already recorded everything I just did." Peter pulled a fist-sized crystal ball out of his sleeve and said with a smile, "If the Ministry of Magic doesn't announce this later, or if Sirius and Little Dwarf suddenly have an accident, I'll publish this photo ball." Photo ball. Everyone looked at the crystal ball in Peter's hand in surprise, only to see that in the transparent crystal ball, the picture of the interrogation process just now was clearly left inside. Invented by an American alchemist, the photo ball was modeled on the principles of Muggle cameras, and was later widely used in magic movies and was also widely used in the U.S. Magical Congress for interrogation records or evidence collection. Just the photo ball in the British magic world, just like the most widely used magic flying carpet in the Middle East, is prohibited from being imported, so it is difficult to see in the British magic world. Of course, Fudge knew about the photo ball, so when he saw the photo ball in Peter's hand, his face became very ugly, and he looked at Peter very viciously and said, "The Ministry of Magic prohibits the import of the photo ball. Peter York, you are a blatant violation of the Ministry of Magic ban, and the shadow ball must be confiscated by the Ministry of Magic." "Your Honor, I didn't buy this photo ball, but it was given to me by the editor-in-chief of the French Daily of Magic, who is very interested in things in the British magical community, so he specially sent it from France, and it was approved by the Ministry of Magic at the beginning, so this thing is not illegal, and the minister is afraid that you will be disappointed." Peter smiled and withdrew his hand and put the photo ball back in the bag. When Fudge heard the news, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at Peter with some uncertainty. He was not sure whether what Peter said was true or not, but he was repeatedly threatened by a child, which also made him very embarrassed and angry. "Well, Fudge, don't be angry with Peter, he's just a kid. The main thing now is how to deal with Sirius and Pettigrew." Dumbledore smiled and eased the atmosphere. Fudge was also riding a tiger at this time. He did not want to overturn the case for Sirius at all, but reality had to let him do so, otherwise not to mention Peter York, the little cub. If the contents of the photo ball were published, I am afraid that he would not have good fruit to eat at that time. But if this unjust, false, and wrongly decided case is announced, Fudge, as the minister, will be the first to be affected by the people's resentment. Looking at Fudge's unwilling thoughts, Peter rolled his eyes and smiled. "Minister, Sirius, this wrong case, I remember that it was Barty Crouch who was in charge of the trial at that time, right? I think that as long as the minister corrects the confusion and sincerely apologizes to the public, indicating that the minister expressed doubts about this matter after you accidentally caught Pettigrew, and re-interrogated Pettigrew seriously, learning the truth of that year, so he vigorously corrected the mistakes of the Ministry of Magic that year. I think that when the public knows about this matter, they will definitely praise you, Minister. After all, you personally restored Blake's reputation." Fudge's eyes lit up when he heard Peter's hint, and if he did what Peter said, although the prestige of the Ministry of Magic would decline somewhat, his approval rating would definitely increase, which was very much in his interest. It was Peter who had only caught the Pettigrew, and there were still several professors who knew about it, so Fudge looked hesitantly at Dumbledore, who could make the decision, to hear his opinion. Dumbledore also looked at Peter in surprise at this time. He originally wanted to directly force Fudge to admit this mistake, even if it would make his relationship with Fudge decline, but also to save Sirius. "But I didn't expect Peter to make such a suggestion, completely giving up the credit for his catching the Pettigrew." He asked hesitantly, "Peter, are you sure you want to do this?" Peter didn't care at all, smiled and nodded, and said, "Let the minister handle this matter himself. I think he can handle this matter perfectly, right, Minister? Of course, I will convene the Wisengamo trial tomorrow to directly retry Blake's case that year, and I will definitely justify Blake's name. Under my leadership, the Ministry of Magic will naturally not have unjust, false, and wrongly decided cases as before," Fudge said with a smile on his face. Just the effect of a sentence, Fudge suddenly changed from a reluctant face just now to a positive character, a change that made everyone present drop their jaws. "No, Minister, Sirius Black is missing again. In the tower where he was being held, the iron gate was broken, and he escaped again." Several Aurors hurried in. As soon as Fudge heard the news, the expression of happiness on his face was suddenly embarrassed, and his face was covered with clouds, just about to get angry. But seeing the little dwarf being tied up, He began to cloud and clear again, squeezed out a smile and said in an indifferent tone, run away, he is innocent anyway, just as we caught the real traitor. Tomorrow will be judged to the public and let the public know the determination of the Ministry of Magic. We will not spare any bad person, but we will not wrongfully accuse a good person. Aurors, from now on give up the hunt for Sirius Black. We've captured the real traitor Pettigrew. Keep an eye on him and don't let him run away. Fudge stood up on his stomach, pointed to the little dwarf, and happily announced to the Aurors, yes, Minister. The next Aurors did not understand the situation at all, but still replied with a confused face. In order to avoid accidents, little dwarf is then taken away by the Aurors and imprisoned on the highest tower of the castle, guarded by Dementors and a dozen Aurors, ready to wait until early tomorrow morning to escort them to the Ministry of Magic for trial with the strikers who have come to meet them. As for Fudge, he rushed back to the Ministry of Magic, and he was ready to write a letter to the members of Visengamo overnight, and come to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow to participate in the trial. Peter and his party followed Pettigrew as they escorted him into the makeshift prison, and everyone was relieved to see that Pettigrew was being closely watched, and then they left and returned to their respective offices. Peter was retained by Dumbledore and followed him down the stairs slowly. First of all, Peter, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your insistence, I'm afraid Pettigrew would still be at large, while Sirius would still be saddled with grievances and wanted by the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore said sincerely to Peter. Then he looked into the hazy distance illuminated by the moonlight, sighed and said, when I first heard about Sirius's betrayal, I was also a little suspicious. I once went to Azkaban to ask him, but he was just silent. I thought he was acquiescing, but apparently I didn't trust him enough. Sirius and James are as close as you and your buddies, even closer. They are like brothers, they share common interests, they make trouble together, and there are no secrets between them. Even when fighting against the Death Eaters, you can rest assured to give each other's backs to each other. But it wasn't until Lily and James were born that Sirius became the target of public criticism, because many people knew that he was Lily and James's secretion. Think he betrayed his friends and turned to Voldemort. Even I thought so. Forgive me for the prejudice of an old man. Sirius's family was almost always a loyal follower of Voldemort, and although Sirius severed ties with his family and was removed from the family for this reason, I believed it when he was considered a traitor and he did not refute it. Dumbledore turned to look at Peter and said with a wry smile, maybe you should have heard of the Order of the Phoenix, which I deliberately formed to fight against Voldemort and the Death Eaters, of which Sirius was a member. There have been many times when the Order of the Phoenix's covert operations have been known in advance by the Death Eaters, and I suspect that there are traitors inside, but my suspicious eyes are on Sirius, who is inextricably linked to the Death Eater family, but forgets that no one pays attention to the little dwarf? Perhaps for this reason, when he was imprisoned in Azkaban, he still did not tell me the truth, because he thought I would not believe his words. Peter looked at Dumbledore in front of him and comforted, Headmaster, I believe Sirius does not blame you, and the reason why he did not refute after his arrest should be only because of self-blame. It was his proposal that made Pettigrew a secretive and eventually killed the Potters, and I think I would feel guilty about it if I were him. Oh, Peter, you're always able to see through people's hearts, not at all like a kid of this age. Dumbledore heard Peter's words and praised them. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.gg/bpy8hmhp. The two walked and talked until they met Harry and Hermione running in the hallway. Harry and Hermione saw Dumbledore and said with a happy face, Headmaster, we have succeeded in saving 2 innocent lives according to your instructions. Instructions? Sorry, did I say that? Please forgive me for an old man's poor memory, as if he didn't remember such a thing. Dumbledore said with a smile and a confused look. By the way, there's no good news for you yet. Peter has captured Pettigrew, proving Sirius's innocence, and the Ministry of Magic has announced that it will stop wanting Sirius. If he can hear the news, I hope he can take a good rest and not be afraid. Dumbledore winked at the two men. What? Peter caught the little dwarf? When did this happen? The two opened their mouths wide in shock and turned their heads to look at Peter on the side. He is now locked up in the tallest tower, very close to where Sirius was before. Peter pointed to the tower under the moonlight in the distance, then looked at the two with a smile, and said, but don't be curious to see it this time. There are a lot of Aurors and Dementors guarding it now. If you don't allow it, you will be attacked. Then looked at the hourglass necklace hanging on Hermione's chest, smiled and pointed out, Hermione, you don't really just use it to class. That will be very tired. You can arrange a schedule, 5 extra hours a day. You can use a part to rest. The combination of work and leisure is the best way to learn. Hermione found that the time turner was not put away, instinctively grabbed it nervously, and then asked in surprise, Peter, do you know this is a time turner? Of course, you know that I, like you, took 12 courses. Peter said with a smile. Then Peter bid farewell to Dumbledore, Headmaster, I'll go back first, and you'll talk to Harry about them. Dumbledore smiled kindly and nodded, then watched Peter leave. Looking at Peter's departing figure, Hermione said to Harry, I always think Peter knows a lot of things. Obviously, the little dwarf had already run, but he turned around and he caught it. Harry nodded his head in agreement. Haha, Peter is always able to surprise us a lot, but I think you will have a lot of opportunities to get to know him in the future. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Now let's go to the infirmary to see Ron and Lupin. Your Professor Lupin has been grabbed by an eagle-headed horse with wings, but it will be lying for a while." On Peter's side, he did not return to the dormitory, as he had said before, but went into hiding, and then turned to the tower where the Pettigrew was being held. Above the tower, a dozen Aurors guarded the passage to the tower, while dozens of Dementors were also guarded everywhere, keeping the temporary prison where the little dwarf was imprisoned to death. Peter easily passes the Auror level in stealth, but the Dementors can easily see through the invisibility, so Peter directly transforms into a butterfly, passes through the encirclement in the Dementors' disregard, and comes to the prison where little dwarf is being held. In Pettigrew's shocked eyes, Peter appeared directly in the prison. "Pettigrew, are you happy to see me?" Peter smiled and squinted. Little dwarf looked at Peter, who suddenly appeared, first surprised, then with a look of fear, thinking that he had come to kill himself, fell to his knees, and pleaded, "Peter, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. As long as you spare me, you can do whatever you want me to do." Peter looked at the begging little dwarf and said amusedly, "Rest assured, I don't need to spend so much effort to kill you. On the contrary, I am here to help you escape. Thank you for not killing me. I must." "Oh, you said you were going to let me go?" The little dwarf looked at him in disbelief as if he had heard it wrong. "Yes, you heard that right. I'm going to let you go this time." Peter nodded. Little dwarf was dumbfounded, looking at Peter with puzzlement. He had caught himself before, and now he was going to let himself go. What was the situation? Peter took a wand from his pocket, as if to hand it to him, and said with a smile, "As long as you have a wand, I think you should be able to escape easily, right?" Little dwarf looked at the wand handed over, his eyes full of longing, but looked at Peter in front of him, hesitated, and then plucked up enough courage to ask, "Why did you let me go? Before you wasted your mind to catch me, and now you want to release me. What do you want me to do? Before I arrested you, it was only on a whim, and I wanted to see if I could interfere with fate. After all, fate said that you can escape. Then I will not let you escape." Peter said with a deep look in his eyes, then looked at the confused little dwarf and smiled, "But now that I have proved my guess, so you can go according to the established fate again. You are a very important tool, man. Destiny? Tool?" Pettigrew couldn't understand Peter's words, but instinctively felt bad, and some didn't want to pick up the wand that had been handed over. Peter understood his resistance and smiled as he reminded, "Don't forget your current situation. Fudge is ready to summon the members of Wizengamo to judge you tomorrow, and your best ending is to spend your whole life with the Dementors in Azkaban, or at worst, to be given a Dementor's kiss. You shouldn't want to die, right?" Hearing his words and associating with the outcome, little dwarf's face was filled with fear, and he instinctively shook his head, then looked at the wand in Peter's hand, revealing a longing look again. Then he looked firmly at Peter and said, "What do you want me to do? As long as you let me go, I am willing to be a slave." Peter shook his head and said meaningfully, "I don't need you to do anything for me, and even later I will erase your memories of me. Just do what you originally want." Little dwarf looked at Peter doubtfully, not understanding Peter's operation, but still took the wand that Peter handed over, waved it, shook his head, and said, "Some don't fit, but they can barely be used. If you can get out of here, you can." Peter smiled and then squinted his eyes and stared straight at him. "This is the wand that your colleague left me, and you should have heard about the dozen Death Eaters who broke into my manor at night. After all, you have been staying at Weasley's house. So now you still put away your careful thinking. Don't think about attracting people to come over or be able to sneak up on me. Your current strength is no different from those dozen fools. If you don't want to die." Little dwarf looked at the words, held the hand of the wand, squeezed a flattering smile on his face, and defended, "Lord Peter, I have absolutely no such idea. You were able to let me go, and I'm grateful that you're too late. How could you possibly take a shot at you? Really? But it doesn't matter. As long as you can confirm that you can kill me, you can shoot at me. Of course, as long as you know the consequences of failure." Peter looked at him with disdain and said, "Well, don't resist now. I'm going to revise your memory, and then I won't care about you what you do." Peter raised his wand and pointed it at the little dwarf, with a playful look on his face. Little dwarf rubbed the wand in his hand, looked at his wand with some wariness and resistance, and Peter's eager look, and finally let out a sigh of relief, did not dare to fight back against Peter, and let Peter modify his memory. Peter looked at the way the little dwarf was tied up, and his face showed a disappointed expression. He thought that the little dwarf would struggle a little, but he did not expect to give in so easily. Forget it all. Peter's wand emitted a white light that hit Pettigrew in the head, erasing his memories of what he had just done. Then, while the dwarf was still confused, it directly turned into a butterfly, flew out of the iron fence, and left the tower beam. The little dwarf who had regained consciousness looked at the wand in his hand in surprise, and he couldn't remember how the wand arrived in his hand, which revealed a strange feeling. But he was still very excited, and with the wand, he could use magic and escape from here. With a wave of his wand, his body shrank directly, turning into a chubby mouse, easily passing through the iron railing, and then in the Dementor's disregard, directly along the corner of the wall, taking advantage of the night, escaped from the place. From beginning to end, the mouse did not see a fluttering blue butterfly in midair, following him, until he slipped into a secret passage in the castle and left, and the butterfly returned to human form and became Peter's appearance, looking at the vanishing little dwarf star, with a smile on his face. Peter hummed a song, just about to leave, looked at the corner, smiled, looked into the corner, and said softly, Headmaster Dumbledore, didn't you go to the infirmary to see Ron and them? How did you get here? I did visit Ron and Remus, and Mrs. Pomfrey was so skilled that they had no problems after drinking the medicine, so they came out for a walk. The voice of the old man came from the empty corner, and then Dumbledore's figure appeared out of thin air. Dumbledore looked at Peter with a serious look, glanced in the direction where Little Dwarf had just fled, frowned, and asked, Peter, I thought you had captured Little Dwarf and handed him over to the Ministry of Magic to get him to justice. But I don't understand why you let him go? Peter paid no attention to Dumbledore's almost questioning tone, but asked, Headmaster, you should know from Professor Marsiban that I made a prophecy in the divination exam today. Dumbledore did not expect Peter to ask this question, but said, Gersta did tell me that this prophecy you made was indeed unexpected by me, and at first when I heard this prophecy, I was also guessing who the servant who broke free of the chains was. It wasn't until the advent of the little dwarf that my doubts were solved. The prophecy says he will break free tonight and leave, which is why I am here, but I didn't expect it would be you who helped him escape. Peter, can you tell me why I did this? Dumbledore looked at Peter puzzled, wanting to hear his explanation. Peter looked at Dumbledore's puzzled expression and chuckled, Headmaster, in fact, when the little dwarf next to the willow fled, the prophecy had already been fulfilled, and in the original fate, he had successfully escaped. It's just that due to my intervention, fate has changed slightly, and when I caught the dwarf, I noticed that you were a little surprised. You should have found that this is a little different from what is described in the prophecy, right? Peter, you did observe carefully, and I was really surprised when I saw that the little dwarf was caught by you, which made me think for a moment that the servant in the prophecy was not a little dwarf, and I didn't confirm it until you let go of the little dwarf just now. Dumbledore nodded. So, I let go of Pettigrew just to fulfill my destiny. Peter said with a grin, and then he smiled and squinted at Dumbledore, and teased, and the headmaster, I'm afraid you're not just here to stroll. Even if I don't do it, the headmaster will let him go. After all, the guy waiting to return is a restless factor, and if we don't think of a way to turn him into a human, we can't eliminate a person who has become a ghost. Sometimes I want to see what's in your head. It's as if all these secrets are hidden before you. Dumbledore sighed, looked deeply at Peter and said, You are not at all as naive as a teenage child. Is it not true that the aristocratic education of Muggles has become so prominent? Headmaster, you have praised, compared with you, my achievements are nothing. Peter shook his head and said, When I was 15 years old, I wasn't as good as you, and my current reputation is nothing, but I have lived for more than 100 years and slowly accumulated, which is nothing. Dumbledore smiled and touched his beard. Then the conversation turned, and Dumbledore looked at Peter with a smile in his eyes and said, You let the little dwarf go, and this is a miserable pit for Fudge, but he contacted all the members of Visengamo overnight and wants to have a good show tomorrow. Now as soon as little dwarf escaped, he was disgraced. Headmaster, don't mess around. Little dwarf escaped on his own. I caught him before. How could I have let him go? Peter opened his eyes and said something nonsense, resolutely retorting, but the smile in his eyes could not be hidden. Well, he escaped on his own. Dumbledore did not insist and smiled and said in peace. Then he turned to look at Peter and asked solemnly and curiously, Peter, you are a prophet, and you will be far more than I can in the time to come. Can you give me a hint? When will Tom return? Then he sighed to himself and said, You have to understand the worries of an old guy who is dying, who is always worried about the day when he wakes up and finds himself in the portrait. I think the headmaster is worried about you, the wizards, even if they don't have the philosopher's stone like Nicoleem, but they have lived long enough. You see Professor Maccaben, she is the person who once proctored you, isn't she still alive and well, and she still proctors us. Peter smiled and comforted. Then Peter looked into the distance, blue light in his eyes, which seemed mysterious in the night, and after a while he focused his eyes, smiled, turned to Dumbledore and said, Pettigrew is indeed a very useful tool, and it will not be long before he can find Voldemort. And if nothing else, Voldemort will be back next semester, but after that, the wizarding world is probably going to fall into fluctuations. Peter then said with a serious look, Headmaster, do you remember the words in the prophecy, this resurrection, the Dark Lord will be more powerful than ever, and his servants will regather around him. Peter, you are indeed a very magical child, and I think that if the legendary Cassandra is resurrected, I am afraid that you will not be able to see the future as well as you. Dumbledore looked at Peter in amazement, but said with a relaxed expression, Originally I was very pessimistic about the future, but since you appeared, I think the future would be better even without me. Just give you a little time and you'll be able to go farther than any of us. Headmaster Dumbledore, don't say that. I'm too lazy. I'm under a lot of pressure to say that. You better cultivate Harry Potter, or kill the annoying Voldemort before you retire, so everyone is clean. Peter waved his hand and said, he didn't want to hear Dumbledore say next, the task of saving the world in the future is entrusted to you. Such words. Dumbledore looked at Peter with a look of displeasure on his face, and then cried and laughed, and then said with a smile, I have been thinking about the prophecy before, who is the son of the phoenix who can control his fate. Peter looked at Dumbledore smiling and squinting at himself, coughed a few times in embarrassment, and said strangely, Headmaster, don't you think I'm the son of the phoenix? Dumbledore smiled and nodded, looked at him with deep meaning, and said, I talked to Ollivander before, and he is very optimistic about your future, and it is quite interesting that when he calls you, he likes to call you the son of the Phoenix. Did you say it was a coincidence? Peter was speechless when he heard Dumbledore's words, and in his heart he despised the old fellow Ollivander, and said that he kept secrets for him, but he could not hide the secret. Cough, this should be a coincidence, after all, prophecy has always been vague, guess it. Peter shook his head resolutely and said that he didn't want to accept this title. What a son of a phoenix, it sounds like a low explosion. Dumbledore looked at Peter's performance, did not say anything more about it, and said sincerely, darkness is coming. I may not have much time to take care of Harry in the future. Peter, can you take care of them for me in secret? At least don't let them be life-threatening. As soon as he heard this, Peter stopped doing it, and he quickly shook his head and said, Headmaster, don't entrust me. I'm not interested in the nanny at all. You're still responsible for it, or you can call someone else to protect them. Now Sirius Black isn't innocent, he's Harry's godfather, and Professor Lupin, they are all good friends of Harry's father. You can please them? No, you can ask Professor Snape. I say that although he seems to hate Harry, he cares deeply about Harry, and you can let him take care of him secretly. Peter thought for a moment and then suggested. Looking at Peter with a reluctant look, Dumbledore said in astonishment, I thought you and Harry had at least been friends since the Philosopher's Stone incident. Aren't you willing to protect him? Hearing Dumbledore's words, Peter sneered in his heart, squeezing a fake smile out of his face, reminding, Headmaster, don't forget that I'm a Slytherin. When Voldemort returns, Slytherin, who has the most contact with the Death Eaters, will inevitably deepen the gap with Gryffindor. Do you think a Gryffindor Harry Potter would trust a Slytherin? Dumbledore smiled and reassured, I believe Harry, he's a sensible kid who doesn't think anything of you just because you're a Slytherin. I'm sorry, Headmaster Dumbledore, but I still can't get your request. Peter shook his head and said, Harry Potter may be your savior, but it's no different to me than anyone else. I am the chief of Slytherin, and I have to think first of all about the students of my house, and at that time, I need to ensure that the Slytherin students will not have to choose the camp because they are excluded or threatened. So I may also be very busy and don't have time to take care of your savior? Peter calmly refused. Dumbledore could not do anything about Peter's resolute refusal, knowing that he had been in a bit of a hurry. In the afternoon, after hearing Peter's prophecy from Gers de Maccaben, he confirmed that Peter was the son of the Phoenix who had the fate of the prophecy, and wanted to draw Peter into his own camp to ensure his future superiority. It's just that Peter is not used for ordinary children, has a mature personality, and is not close to him, and even has some vigilance, which makes Dumbledore a little helpless. After saying goodbye to Dumbledore, Peter went straight back to the dormitory, where he had 4 more courses to take, and although it was no problem for him, he still had to have enough energy to take the exam. The next day Peter was waiting for the morning exam when he heard the students talking about Blake's wrongdoing and the little dwarf's escape after being caught. After Peter finished his exams, he and a few of his friends learned from Alan that the Aurors had discovered the disappearance of the dwarf early in the morning. Furious at this, Fudge directly scolded the Aurors who were guarding last night, and led the Aurors to search the entire castle carefully, but found no trace. In the end, only 0 could be confirmed that Pettigrew had successfully escaped. Fudge was very upset. He had informed all the members of the Wizengamot, and even contacted the reporter of the Daily Prophet, but now he let Pettigrew escape, which was a big shame. Enraged, Fudge issued a direct warrant for Pettigrew's arrest, vowing to arrest him. As for Sirius, since so many people already knew about his wrongdoing, Fudge had to pinch his nose and revoke his arrest warrant, declare him innocent, and apologize to Sirius on behalf of the Ministry of Magic to the Daily Prophet, and pay a large amount of compensation. At noon, the Daily Prophet published the news, which triggered a heated discussion among the students, and everyone did not expect Sirius to be a wronged person. Coupled with Rediscut's sensational depiction, Makoto portrays Sirius as a tragic hero, accompanied by a handsome photo of Sirius when he was young, which immediately aroused the sympathy of everyone, especially the girls, and the admiration gushed out, eager to directly hold Sirius in his arms for comfort. Although the Ministry of Magic, in order to save face, took all the things that found Pettigrew and proved Sirius's innocence to himself. But as soon as Harry saw the news in the newspaper announcing Sirius's innocence, he immediately ran over and thanked Peter gratefully. So soon the students knew that Peter had caught the Pettigrew, but escaped from the Ministry of Magic. In this regard, the students can only complain that the Ministry of Magic is eating dry food, and even the individual cannot be shut down. It's a pity that we managed to catch Little Dwarf and let him escape. What a wasted effort. Ellen said with an unhappy face. That is, Peter obviously took the Pettigrew we caught and then retorted for Sirius. As a result, the Ministry of Magic brazenly took the credit to itself? It was disgusting. The twins said indignantly. Peter smiled and did not speak. He could not tell his companions about letting go of the little dwarf. As for the matter of taking credit, although Peter acquiesced, the Ministry of Magic did not mention a word about them, which seemed a little shameless. But Peter had anticipated their actions and was not angry. Over the next few days, Peter finished the rest of his exams, and eventually he followed Alan and them, leisurely wandering around the school, watching the other grades get caught up in the busy final revisions. Soon, it was summer vacation time. Peter and his friends happily boarded the train home, and when the train stopped at platform 9 3/4, the appearance of a couple on the platform attracted the attention of many people. Neville, who followed Peter like a fartworm, saw the couple, his eyes lit up, and he waved happily and shouted, "Mommy and Daddy." Then he rushed over and crashed into the arms of the two men. The twins saw this and said to Peter in surprise, "Are they Peter's parents for Neville you healed? They're so fast?" It was so surprising. Peter smiled and shook his head. They can already be discharged at Christmas, but St. Mungo still has some questions about their condition, so let them stay in the hospital for a while. Neville was disappointed when he heard it, and I had promised him that his parents could spend Christmas with him at home, but in the end I didn't. Cedric stepped up and patted Peter on the shoulder and said, "You've done a great job. The Longbottoms didn't have the slightest hope of waking up, but you gave them that opportunity. Peter, you are a big celebrity in St. Mungo now, but I saw the president of St. Mungo's hospital before, personally wrote a letter, inviting Peter to work in the hospital after graduation, and promised not to use the internship period, directly come and turn positive. I'm very envious of it," Alan said with a smile. Then he said with a look of envy, "But this guy actually refused directly. He also said that he was not here." But Dean St. Mungo did not give up, saying that Peter would just hang up his post with them, and as long as he had time to come and treat patients with memory problems in the future, the salary would be paid as usual. And did Peter say yes? Several people asked curiously. At first Peter didn't say yes, but then the Dean of St. Mungo sent several letters in succession, and this guy reluctantly agreed. Alan said the tone was full of resentment. Several of his companions listened and looked at Peter with envy in their eyes. Peter looked into the eyes of several of his companions and explained with some embarrassment, "It is true that President Mungo is too sincere, and I keep writing letters. I am embarrassed to refuse, so I agreed to be a guest therapist at St. Mungo's hospital, and I only went to help when there are patients with difficult memories in the future. Otherwise I wouldn't have much interest in being a therapist." "Ah, listen to this guy." Alan couldn't help but growl, looking envious and jealous to beat him up, and said, "This guy got cheap and sold well. If I can have such treatment, I will wake up laughing in my dreams, and he will look reluctant. If I hadn't been able to beat him, I would have beaten him up a long time ago. I'm telling the truth, I don't actually want to be a therapist, it's just that the dean is too enthusiastic. I can't refuse," Peter said with an innocent face. "Peter, you still don't want to talk, even I want to beat you," Cedric said with a grim face. Peter looked at the twins beside him who were rolling up their sleeves, but still wisely closed his mouth and signaled with his hand that it had been sealed. The Longbottoms saw Peter, brought Neville to him, thanked Peter sincerely again, and invited him to come to Longbottom Manor for the summer, and then took out a few tickets and handed them to Peter. Looking at Peter's puzzled look, Franklin Button explained, "This is the Quidditch World Cup tickets held in England this year. I got some from the department. In a few days you and Neville go together to watch. It is said that there will be tens of thousands of spectators. It will be very lively. You must come." Looking at the gratitude of the Longbottoms and Neville's expectant eyes, Peter took the ticket, smiled and said, "I will definitely go. Are you ready, kids?" At Longbottom Manor, Frank smiled and asked the two boys who had defected. "I'm ready, Dad," Neville said excitedly, shaking the backpack in his hand. Peter smiled and patted his pocket and replied, "All ready, Mr. Longbottom." "Oh, Peter, you still call me by my first name, or call me Uncle. Mr. Longbottom sounds too polite. You're my savior." Frank shook his head and said with an unhappy expression, "Yes, Peter, you've always called me Daddy, Mr. Longbottom, but there's more than one Longbottom here. Are you calling all of us?" Neville echoed with a grin. Since his parents woke up, Neville has become cheerful, and his previous fearful appearance has gradually faded, jumping up and down at home like a lively little lion. "Okay, Uncle Frank." Peter obediently called the convert. "That's the way it should be. You kid don't know where he learned it. He's been so polite that we're uncomfortable." Frank patted Peter on the shoulder happily and complained, "Well, it's not too early, it's time for us to go." Alice Lomperton came down from the upper floor, put on her capable Auror uniform, and watched gently as several people urged. Frank and Alice, both former Aurors, had been reported in the Daily Prophet for a week reporting on their heroic fight against the Death Eaters, so both had recently become celebrities in the wizarding world. Although the Ministry of Magic had previously taken credit for washing away Sirius's grievances, due to the escape of Pettigrew, the distrust of the Ministry of Magic increased. The wake-up of the Longbottoms allowed the Ministry of Magic to seize the opportunity to desperately publicize the exploits of the two, and Fudge also specially applied for the two to apply for the Order of Merlin of the Second Degree, and let the two return to their original positions and become the senior Aurors of the Aurors Division again. Old Lady Longbottom also came down from the upper floor, looked at the happy family, and a smile appeared on her serious face, but complained in her mouth, "What the hell is the Ministry of Magic doing? Not long after you came out of the hospital, I urged you to go to work. There is no time left for you to rest." Frank saw Mrs. Longbottom come down and explained affectionately, "Mom, I took the initiative to apply. I have been resting in bed for more than 10 years, and my body will be stiff if I don't move anymore." Hearing this, Mrs. Longbottom looked at her son dotingly, but her face was full of reluctance. "If I want to say that you and Alice should quit this job, or get into another stable job, or always has to deal with the Dark Wizard, you have suffered so much, every time you work overtime, I am very worried." Frank and his wife just smirked and didn't dare to contradict their mother. They also knew that the job was dangerous, but they loved the job, so now they could only pretend to be stupid. Looking at the appearance of her son and daughter-in-law, the old woman of Longbottom was suddenly discouraged, and said without anger, "Okay, since you insist, I will not stop you from continuing to be an Auror, but I hope that when you are on duty outside, you can think about your home. Think of Neville, he has been missing your company for more than 10 years. Don't make him sad anymore." Hearing this, the couple looked at Neville with guilt, and Alice hugged her son tightly, and the love and guilt could not be hidden in her eyes. Neville felt the emotions of his parents, gently hugged his mother, and then changed the subject to "It's now 9 o'clock in the morning, let's go quickly, if we go late, we won't find a place to rest." "Yes, let's go, don't be late." Old Lady Longbottom also hurriedly urged. "Grandma Augusta, are you really not following us? This is the quadrennial Quidditch World Cup, and it's also held in the UK, which is a rare event." Peter was about to leave with another invitation to Mrs. Longbottom. Old Lady Longbottom looked at Peter, her eyes narrowed with a smile, and gently waved her hand and said, "Go ahead, my old lady will not go, I can't stand the noise, you have fun, when you come back, I will prepare you apple pie that I made by myself." "Oh, Mom, you're so eccentric, I wanted to eat apple pie before, you ignored me, and now you want to make food for Peter." Frank yelled disapprovingly. "You adults are still interested in grabbing food with the children, go quickly, save my eyes." Old Lady Longbottom laughed and scolded, a smile that could not be hidden in her eyes. Then, under the gaze of Mrs. Longbottom, several people came to the outside of the manor, and Frank arranged, "Peter, you are in a group with me, come and take my arm, and we will use the phantom to transform to the destination. Neville, honey, you come and join your mother, and your mother will take you." Alice Longbottom called softly to Neville, "Peter will see you later." Neville waved at Peter and shouted happily. Peter smiled and nodded, then came over to Frank, took his arm, and asked curiously, "Uncle Frank, do I remember there was a door key to get through? We don't have many children here, and Alice and I can take one of you alone, so we don't need that thing." Frank smiled and then reminded, "Hold on to me, we're leaving." With a snap, Peter and Frank disappeared into place. After some whirlwind, Peter once again felt the touch of the ground under his feet, patted his head a little dizzy, and complained, "Next time we may be able to directly let my phoenix teleport us. This phantom transfiguration is simply torturous, no matter how many times I am not used to it." "Phoenix. I heard Neville say you have a phoenix, you are amazing." "Phoenix is not a good domesticating guy," Frank praised. "When I first saw Dumbledore's phoenix, I was also very envious, thinking how good it would be to have one, but unfortunately, few people can get their approval for such arrogant creatures." As soon as he finished speaking, with a snap, Alice Longbottom appeared with Neville. Neville seemed to be shaking and untenable as if he had drunk it, but he was still pulled by Alice, who was always paying attention to him, and gently patted him on the back. When Neville eased up, the four of them continued to move forward. The place where they appeared was a desolate, foggy-looking wilderness. Several men walked through the wilderness for about 20 minutes before they came to a taxi road with a stone hut next to it. Behind the stone house, there are thousands of strangely shaped tents. At this time, a man was standing in front of the stone house, looking at the tent in the distance with a difficult expression. Peter could see at a glance that the man was a muggle, because there was no trace of magic in his body. Peter asked Frank curiously, "Uncle Frank, how could the Ministry of Magic allow a muggle to appear here? Don't worry about exposing the wizard's secrets?" "Ah, Peter, you found out." Frank looked at Peter in amazement and then explained, "There are about 100,000 or so wizards gathered at the Quidditch World Cup, and it is not easy to find a place that can accommodate more than 100,000 people and not be discovered by muggles. We are now in a high ground in Scotland, and this muggle is the caretaker here, and we can't let him get out of here, so the Ministry of Magic has tampered with his memory and let him continue to stay here." Frank and his wife, with Peter and Neville, came up behind the muggle man, smiled and greeted, "Good morning." "Good morning." The muggle man looked at the four men's outfits and said. Peter and the four of them were dressed normally, thanks to Peter. Otherwise in the morning, Frank would wear a women's skirt on the upper body and jeans on the lower body, but Peter almost did not choke to death by milk. In the end, it was only after Peter had spent a morning of salivating explanations that Frank understood the difference in muggle dress. "Are you Mr. Robert?" Frank asked. "Yes," replied Monsieur Robert. "Who are you?" "Longbottom has a tent that has been set before," Frank said. "Ah," said Monsieur Robert, looking at the list nailed to the door, and then turning back to ask, "Your tent is next to the forest, and you should stay for a week, right?" "Yes." Frank nodded. £20 a night, £100 if you stay for a week. Robert calculated. "Oh, of course, pounds." Frank suddenly realized, pulled a roll of money out of his pants, and then very unskilled, looking at the numbers on it one by one and counting, this is £5. Is it £20? Frank was a little overwhelmed by the number of banknotes, trying to scrape together £100. But because the currency of the wizarding world is only copper nat, silver CK, and gold gallon, and the conversion is not very systematic, this can be difficult for Frank. Peter looked at Robert's increasingly strange eyes, walked up helplessly, and quickly drew a few bills from Frank's hand, just £100, and handed them to Mr. Robert. "I'm glad I have you, otherwise I wouldn't have known how to count the money." Frank whispered to Peter, and then complained, Muggle coins are really strange, they are all the same size of paper, just change a number on it, the price is different. Isn't that fooling people? Peter pulled out a fake smile. He could not explain the knowledge of finance to Frank, and in fact, the conversion of the wizarding world is strange. A gold gallon is equal to 17 silver 6, 1 silver west is equal to 29 copper nats. This kind of mysterious conversion is shocking for ordinary people. Mr. Robert put the money in a large jar and said to Peter, who looked most normal, you are the slightly normalest people I have ever met, and the people I have seen before are all dressed very strangely, and there is even an old man in a skirt, who wears nothing underneath, and speaks strangely. I remind him not to dress like this, and he also scolds me for being an ignorant muggle. What does muggle mean? Really? Frank asked nervously, his wand in his hand. Yes, are you engaged in some mysterious group gathering? I see a lot of people from abroad, they speak different languages, and they wear very strange clothes. They're all talking about something Quidditch. Are you guys coming together for something called Quidditch? Robert asked curiously, but his eyes were full of doubt, as if he suspected that they were attending a gathering of some cult group. Mr. Robert wanted to say something, and Alice quietly came up to him, pointed her wand at him, and said, forget it all. Instantly, Robert's eyes lost focus and became expressionless, looking indifferent to them. At the same time, a male wizard suddenly appeared in the room, his eyes tired, and seeing Robert's appearance, as well as Frank and Alice, he said happily, it is very good that you have come. I've been here for a night of work and can finally take a break, exactly 36 times. I've cast the forgotten curse on this muggle 36 times. But these wizards always ignore the reminders and keep showing their stuffing in front of muggles? I'm going crazy? You've worked hard, Magellan. Next, after Alice and I settled in these two children, we came to help. Frank reassured. The wizard named Magellan saw Peter and Neville, waved his hand, and said, you better take care of them first. I can still insist. I just want to wait for all this to be over, and take a few days off. Goodbye. Then it disappeared directly into the same place. The four then traveled to the area where their tents were located, struggling through the rows of tents. These tents are strange, slightly ordinary tents, plus chimneys, bell-ling, or weather vanes, outrageously added gardens outside, and even a tent that looks very luxurious, hanging silk strips, and a few white peacocks tied outside. Eventually the four of them came to an empty meadow with only an indicator sticking on the ground that read, Longbottom. Well kids, this is our campground. We're going to build our own tents, and the Ministry of Magic doesn't allow magic, so we have to set up the tents. Hopefully it won't be hard, Frank announced happily. Then, he pulled a big tent out of his backpack behind him, made a bunch of brackets, and then stood there with 2 brackets in a daze, and then looked helplessly at his wife and said, Alice, you should be going to set up a tent, right? Alice looked at her husband helplessly, then looked at the 2 boys on the side, shrugged her shoulders and smiled, and said, I'm sorry dear, I won't either. Maybe you 3 men can slowly build. I just seem to see my former classmates. I want to go to the past to reminisce. Hopefully, when I come back, I'll see you set up your tents. Then they left neatly, leaving only the 3 people who looked at each other. Cough, it looks like we still have to build it ourselves. Frank coughed a few times, then turned to look at Peter. His eyes lit up and asked, Peter, you're from the Muggle world, you should be setting up a tent, right? Well, Uncle Frank, I'm sorry, I won't. Peter shook his head and said, well, then we'll still slowly explore, we will be able to get it right. This shouldn't seem hard. Frustrated, Frank continued to fiddle with the bracket pool. Peter looked at Frank's honest rack and helplessly reminded, Uncle Frank, those tents we just passed, do you think they can be erected without magic? Especially those extravagant tents? Oh yes, Frank said indignantly, these people are really disobedient. The Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits them from using magic here, but they are the first to violate the law. Then he got up, took out his wand, looked left and right, and when he saw that there was no one, he read a word to the tent on the ground. The tent quickly filled up, then set up automatically, and in the blink of an eye, an elegant blue tent appeared in front of it. Well, that's it. Frank looked at his work with satisfaction, then turned his head and smiled at the 2 of them. Don't tell Alice about this, or she will scold me. Peter and Neville nodded amusingly and promised to keep it secret. Then the 3 of them entered the tent, a small tent outside, but the space inside was very large. There is kitchen, toilet, bathroom, and 4 bedrooms. Now assign the room. Frank looked at the arrangement with satisfaction, turned to the 2 of them and said, the bedroom on the first floor is left to me and Alice, and we have to participate in the execution, so we often come back late. Choose the 3 houses on the 2nd floor. I'm going to live with Peter. Neville spoke first, then looked at Peter with blank eyes. Peter looked at Neville and playfully pointed to a house on the right side of the 2nd floor, just that one, close to the window, and you can see the view outside. Neville instantly grabbed his and Peter's backpacks and rushed up to the 2nd floor and into the bedroom Peter had chosen. Neville, this kid adores you, and the one who talked to us the most before was you. Peter, you're more responsible. Frank looked at his son's performance, shook his head helplessly, and said to Peter with a bitter smile, Neville is obedient, he's a good boy, I like him a lot. Peter said with a smile, In the days that followed, after Frank and Alice gave Peter and Neville some golden gallons, they came out early and returned late every day, and were on duty with the other Aurors to maintain the safety of the scene. Peter and Neville, on the other hand, wandered around during the day and visited the matches of various national teams in the evening, in which Scotland lost to Bulgaria, which disappointed the Longbottom father and son who had always supported him, while Ireland has been advancing by leaps and bounds, defeating all opponents. Finally, after a few days of matches, Bulgaria and Ireland successfully reached the final, of which the Bulgarian seeker Viktor Krum became the most eye-catching star during this time, because he made the average Bulgarian team reach the final with his superb skills. The most profitable small traders immediately made a poster of Viktor Krum, and the fans instantly snapped up his poster, making the small traders laugh. On the final day, many wizards were attracted, and Peter also met the Weasleys and Diggories who had arrived on the last day, and the Weasleys' camp was next to Peter's camp. The Longbottoms, who had become more busy, entrusted Peter and Navi to Arthur Weasley. On the final day of the final, the venue gathered a crowd from all over the world, almost 100,000 or so people. The Ministry of Magic was almost all out, but it was still a bit stretched in the face of so many people, so when Frank and Alice returned these 2 days, they looked very tired. The twins happily pulled Peter aside, and pretty Mimi said, "Peter, tonight is the final between Ireland and Bulgaria, you help us see who won tonight." Ludo Bagman, director of the Department of Magical Sports, made a bet and we were ready to press the Irish team to win, but the Bulgarian seeker caught the golden snitch. What do you think? The two looked at Peter expectantly, hoping to get his right answer. Peter looked at the performance of these two people and said with some headache, "How did you get involved with gambling again? I remember that you are not short of money now, as long as you like some money in the next 2 years, and then add my capital injection, you can open your own joke shop after graduation? It's never too much money, isn't it?" The twins smiled and said, then urged, "Help us see the results." We pressed 50 gold gallons in Ludo Bagman. If you guess correctly, it is a ratio of 10 to 1, you can earn 500 gold gallons. Then we sent it. Peter was speechless after listening to it, and said without smiling, "You are really generous, and you are actually willing to invest 50 gold gallons. Why not put all the money into it, then maybe you can open a store directly." Seeing Peter's appearance, the twins couldn't help but shrink their necks, smile, and say, "Hey, we didn't come to this conclusion after carefully observing the two teams." Peter looked at the two guys who had fallen into the eyes of the money, and said without anger, "Feel free, anyway, if you lose the money, don't come to me and cry." Huh. The twins were suddenly upset when they heard this, and quickly asked, "Peter, are we wrong? Who won in the end? Let's go find Bagman and change the game?" Peter completely gave up persuasion at this time. It seems that he still has to let these two guys suffer a little loss. He directly looked at the two of them without anger, and said, "Don't ask me, I don't know anything. I wouldn't do such a thing with prophecy." Then he threw the two dumbfounded guys aside and left the tent and walked around. The size of 100,000 people, the Ministry of Magic has been unable to manage, especially these wizards are very disobedient. The Ministry of Magic, after insisting on these days, has completely given up, simply arranged for an Auror to hide around Mr. Robert of Muggles, at any time to cast a forgetting spell on him. Poor Mr. Robert, the forgetting curse dozens of times a day, made him very confused and often forgot what he was going to do. Peter walked slowly through the tent and saw a very cute little boy, about 2 years old, climbing out of the pyramid-shaped tent, still holding a wand in his hand, and happily poking the ground with the magic wand that had become as big as a breadstick. Peter was very speechless. Which careless parent actually let an ignorant child hold such a dangerous tool as a magic wand? What to do if it blew up when Peter approached? The little boy's mother came out with an anxious face, stepped on the slug, and came to the child. "How many times have you said that, Kevin? You can't touch Daddy's wand." The little boy was snatched of his wand by a hand, first shook it, then looked at the shattered slug, and cried out loudly, "You broke the slugs! You broke the slugs!" The woman's scolding and the little boy's cries were intertwined, very loud in the noisy sounds. There was also a ministry clerk who was following an impatient bald old wizard who was wearing a ballet dress and a suit on his upper body, looking very blind. "O'Neill, please, you better put on your pants, Muggles don't wear it that way." The Muggles at the door had long been suspicious. The Ministry of Magic staff said with a pleading face, "No, I bought it in a Muggle shop, and that's what they wore." The old wizard said unhappily, "That's what Muggle women wear, and that's what Muggle men wear." The Ministry of Magic staff was about to cry, and said shaking the long pants in his hand, "I don't wear these," said the old wizard, looking angry, stubbornly. "I love feeling my ass being blown by the breeze, thank you." Peter heard the old wizard's words, covered his stomach and laughed directly. "Mom, these wizards are so funny." At nightfall, Peter and Neville follow the Longbottoms and the Weasleys to the gymnasium, where their tickets are front-of-the-line tickets for the upper-class boxes, which, according to Frank, are employee benefits given by the Ministry of Magic. However, Peter felt more like a means to win over the Longbottoms. After all, these days, the most famous are the two of them. The Ministry of Magic actively organizes Quidditch, and publicizes the deeds of the Longbottoms, all in order to enhance the prestige of the Ministry of Magic. Entering the box, Peter saw a house elf sitting obediently on the bench in the last row, while the seat next to it was empty, and it looked like no one was sitting. But Peter clearly sensed the fluctuations of magic coming from there, but it was very weak, and if Peter had not been sensitive, he would not have been able to detect it. Peter casually swept over the empty seats and house elves, smiled lightly on his face, and murmured, "Little Barty Crouch, it seems that tonight is still not calm." In the top box, Peter saw the unexpected man, Sirius, sitting in the front row, with his face painted with colorful paint, standing in front of Harry and confronting Lucius Malfoy. "Sirius, now that you've washed away your grievances, you should revitalize the Black family instead of yelling like a gorilla here, not looking like the Black family patriarch at all." Lucius looked at Sirius, then alerted the Weasley and Lupin people behind him, and said contemptuously, "You should think about what kind of friends you should choose. You chose these people before, but as a result, you have lived in Azkaban for more than 10 years, and no one has ever seen you except Narcissa. You should polish your eyes." Hearing Lucius's words, Sirius said sarcastically, "Don't worry about it. I don't choose my friends. Do I have to choose to be like you? Kneel down and lick the toes of the Dark Devil's head." "You," Lucius said with a stagnant look on his face and anger in his eyes, and then said with a fake smile, "I don't bother to say anything to you, but Narcissa cares about you and wants you to revitalize the Black family. Don't let this noble surname be cut off from you. You don't have to worry about it. The Black family has removed me. Have you forgotten?" Sirius also showed a fake smile and said sarcastically, "I am an outcast of the Black family, but I don't have the ability to save this noble Black. It seems that we don't have any common topics." Lucius frowned and said, then glanced around at the people behind him, his eyes scornful, "Pure-blood traitor, werewolf, look at your friend. It is true that the brain has been contaminated and cannot be saved. Leave it at that? You are not allowed to insult my friend." Sirius looked at Lucius like a scum at his friend behind him, and burst into anger, swinging his fist to try to beat Lucius, only to be stopped by Arthur and Lupin in time. Lucius looked at the situation, sneered, and then turned and took Draco to the farthest position on the other side, looking like he didn't want to contaminate them at all. "Well, Sirius, you don't know that Malfoy has always been like this, and this is a public place. Don't be angry." Arthur pulled Sirius and quickly reassured him. Lupin was also constantly persuading him to calm his anger. "Sirius, don't get angry. It's not worth getting angry with Malfoy." Harry also stepped forward and pulled Sirius to persuade him. Hearing the godson's words, Sirius still lowered his fist, took a sudden bite at Malfoy in the distance, and turned to smile. "Harry, haha," said, "I listened to Harry's words. Don't be angry with this kind of person." Then he noticed Peter sitting next to him watching the play. His eyes lit up. He took a few steps and said enthusiastically, "Peter York, I have been thinking about when I will see you more. I'm Sirius Black. You can call me Sirius. It's really thanks to your help. I got rid of the identity of a fugitive. I don't know if you have time behind. I would like to invite you to my house as a guest, and I want to entertain you as a sign of thanks." Peter stood up and took his outstretched hand, smiled and said, "Don't bother, Mr. Black is just a coincidence. How does this work? You are my benefactor of Sirius, and I must be thanked to you." Sirius shook his head in disapproval, and then said boldly, "Whatever you like. You can tell me that boys should like exciting things. Otherwise, how about I send you a firebolt arrow? This thing flies up and whizzes fast. Absolutely fun." "Well, thanks. No, Mr. Black, you don't have to spend so much. I'm not very interested in that." Peter was a little speechless about the enthusiastic guy in front of him, shaking his head and refusing. "Okay, Sirius, I want to thank Peter. There will be opportunities in the future. Now we better let Peter watch the game. The game will start right away." Lupin looked at Peter a little confused, and quickly grabbed his reckless best friend and said, "Yes, Peter, you live in the Muggle world. You should not have been exposed to such a big event in the Wizarding world, and you and Harry will be able to go to the first row later, so you can better watch the game." Sirius pointed to his place in the first row and wanted Peter to sit there. "Thank you, Mr. Black. I'm in a pretty good position. You don't have to change. You better sit by yourself. I'm actually not that interested in Quidditch." Peter refused again, saying that he felt that the position in the second row was also very good, and he saw that Sirius would actually prefer to spend more time with Harry, and he would not spoil the warm time between the gods and sons of the people. "Well, Peter, you're always so polite." Sirius gave up and said disappointedly. Then he looked at the Longbottons behind Peter, hugged Frank happily, and said happily, "It's a pleasure to see you here. I haven't had time to visit you, but seeing you so alive, it's hard to believe that I heard you lying in St. Mungo's. Haha, thanks to Peter, who awakened us and restored us to health." Frank said happily, looking at Peter with gratitude in his eyes. "Yeah, he's such a magical kid, and we all owe him so much kindness." Sirius turned his head to look at Peter, who was talking to Neville, and said in amazement, and then said with pity, "It's just a pity that he actually went into Slytherin, and I want to say that he must be crazy in the Sorting Hat, or he must be a Gryffindor student. I've learned a lot about him from Harry, and he doesn't do things like those Slytherin snakes at all. Don't say this in front of Peter, or he will be unhappy." Frank smiled and reminded, "The boy has a lot of respect for his own house, and he is also the head of the house in Slytherin," and Neville said that he has been the chief for 3 years now, and is very respected in Slytherin, and no one wants to hear bad things about his house. "It's really powerful. I've never heard of anyone who can be the head of the academy for 3 consecutive years. This kid is so powerful." Sirius was surprised to hear that almost all the blacks had entered Slytherin, so they knew everything about the inside of Slytherin House. In the past, the 7th grade students were the strongest, so they could serve as the chief of the college, so they all changed the chief every year. It was remarkable that a talented man emerged, and at most in the 6th grade, he defeated everyone and finally won 2 years in the final term. A man like Peter is rare, not to mention that he is only in the 6th grade next semester, and if there is no accident, plus the time of the 6th and 7th grades, he will become the only person in history to serve as the head of the academy for 5 consecutive terms, and it will be almost impossible to see such a character in the future. Soon, Fudge appeared in the box with a smile on his face, and there was a Bulgarian minister next to him, and the two of them talked with ducks for half a day, until the Bulgarian minister said that he understood English after watching Fudge's jokes for half a day, which made Fudge angry and announced the start of the game with a depressed face. The two sides of the game officially entered, and the cheerlead of the Irish team was a group of small goblins. These guys constantly threw gold coins made with magic from high in the air, so that the wizards who mistakenly thought that they were real gold coins rushed up happily, and kept carrying the gold coins into their bags. In the box, Ron excitedly stretched out his hand, kept grabbing the gold coin, and told the spirited Harry beside him that he would pay back the money owed to him. Neville also mistakenly thought that it was a real gold coin, looked at the gold coins in the sky with a sigh, and said, "The Irish team is so rich, it actually spilled so many gold coins." Peter shook his head amusedly and explained, "This is fake. The Irish leprechaun can conjure up gold coins, but it will disappear after a few hours, so anyone who knows something about the Irish leprechaun will not be confused." Peter is right, Frank said approvingly, touched Neville's head with a smile, pointed to the people in the box, and said, "You see they don't move, otherwise these gold coins would have at least hundreds of thousands of gallons. If it were true, no one would be so calm." Peter noticed that the twins were also excited to see the gold coins, but the two quickly noticed the attitude of the people around them, and instantly understood that the gold coins were not real, so they sat back in their seats and looked at their brother Ron's joke with a smile. Until Hermione couldn't see it, she directly dragged Ron back, who was half out of his body, and explained the falsity of these gold coins, which immediately disappointed Ron, who had fantasized that he had finally been generous once, but he didn't expect it to be fake. The Bulgarian cheerleaders, as soon as they appeared, plunged the entire stadium into madness, only to see a group of charmers appear, scratching their heads and releasing seductive magic on the playground. Many of the male witches on the field frantically showed their muscles to the charmers, eager to pounce on them. Even the referee directly left his job and ran to Miwa's side, like a boar in heat, constantly showing his biceps, full of stupidity. In the box, the adult witches were also caught in the temptation, but then broke free of this temptation, and their eyes tried to look elsewhere to prevent themselves from being tempted. Harry and Ron swooped straight to the fence like pig brothers, and stepped out of the railing with one foot, trying to rush down, but Sirius and Arthur quickly grabbed them and prevented them from falling. The twins were also constantly gasping for breath at first, trying to rush down like Ron, but soon broke free of this temptation and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at the group of charmers again. Draco, who also had a pig-like face and a stupid look, was dragged to his seat by Lucius to prevent him from losing face. Frank's eyes were also confused for a moment at first, but then he regained consciousness, turned his head and kissed his wife Alice. Alice, who covered Neville's eyes, gave her husband a smile with satisfaction. Then the two men looked at Peter, only to find that he had been looking at the charmers on the field, but his eyes were clear, there was no trace of temptation, but he sprayed and evaluated the charmers. "This child's concentration is really strong," Alice said to her husband in amazement. "It's no surprise that he wasn't ordinary." Frank smiled and shrugged. Peter looked at these beauties, with pointed ears, skin glowing with pearl-white luster, and long silver-white hair, looking like elves. However, when the Miwa left the stage, it caused dissatisfaction among the audience, and deafening boos resounded throughout the venue, and the male witches had no sense to rush to the Miwa, and were stopped by the Auror in charge of order. The tournament officially began, with Ireland and Bulgaria playing. With the cheers of the audience, the two teams chased fiercely on the field. Among them, the overall level of the Irish team is higher, almost overwhelmingly pressing the Bulgarian team to play, and successive goals are scored. But on the Seeker, the Bulgarian Seeker Victor Krum, whose level far exceeded that of the Irish Seeker, even playfully led him to the ground and was pulled to the rescue. As the game progressed, the two teams entered a state of extreme savagery, with the Seekers waving their clubs without mercy and attacking each other, not caring at all whether it was a wandering ball or a human head on the other side. With the constant fouls committed by the two teams, the game on the field became more intense, and the spectators in the audience also cheered for the team they supported, and insulted the opponents of Ireland's leprechauns directly into the air, forming a huge and very rude gesture to show contempt for the opponent. And the cheerleaders who protected Gallia, seeing the provocation of the little goblins, were very angry, their faces stretched out into sharp beaks, their hands became scaly wings, and they directly threw fireballs at the goblins. The two cheerleaders directly mixed together, with the teams above playing fiercely, while the cheerleaders below were also fighting. This scene directly made the audience present enjoy it. Peter simply gave up the fierce chase above and watched with amusement as the goblins fought below. The officials of the Ministry of Magic tried to separate the leprechaun and the charmer, but they did not succeed. Because the melee below did not affect the game above, the officials also gave up after dissuading them. In the upper game, after the Irish team's seeker was pit by Victor Crumb, the Irish team did not lose heart, but played more and more courageously, and the score was directly pulled to 170-10. Seeing this, Victor Crumb simply gave up on continuing the game. He had already discovered the golden snitch but had always wanted to wait until his team got more points before catching the golden snitch so they could win. But the teammates did not give strength. So Long did not score another goal, but the Irish team played more and more courageously. So he turned around and swooped down, quickly grabbed the golden snitch, and ended the game. The final score was fixed in Bulgaria, 160 points, Ireland, 170 points. The stadium erupted in an instant, as if it were going to shake the entire stadium away. Irish supporters screamed loudly with excitement, and the leprechauns flew high in the air, happily sprinkling gold coins and constantly showing off triumphantly to the ground full of lost charmers. The beauties had returned to their beautiful form, but now they were very disappointed and discouraged, and their silvery white hair had dimmed a little. Except for the Bulgarian minister who was a little disappointed, the rest of the people in the box seemed very happy. After all, they were all British and preferred the Irish team to win. But there was another man who, though barely able to squeeze out a smile, looked like he was about to cry, and he was Ludo Bagman, the director of the Department of Magical Sports, who had made a bet before the game, and now because of the victory of Ireland, and the Bulgarian seeker had caught the golden snitch, he was afraid that he would have to lose his pants. The twins, who had been hit by the gamble, ran to Ludo Bagman with excitement on their faces, laughing and holding out their hands. Peter didn't pay much attention to the twins and Bagman, though, noticing that Harry's wand, which had been dropped in his seat, was sneaked away by a hand that had quietly appeared, and disappeared out of thin air. At this time, the box was in a frenzy, so no one noticed the scene. Even Harry was happy to talk with Ron about the game just now, not noticing that his wand was missing. Peter shook his head slightly. This Harry was really rough enough to put the wand and this very important thing at will. The house elf saw the little master's movements and watched in horror, but did not dare to make any movements. The game was over, but there was more to the Ministry of Magic, so after the Longbottoms entrusted Peter and Navi to Arthur, they left the box and took care of keeping the other Aurors in charge of keeping them safe. A crowd of lively followers left the venue and returned to their respective tents. Peter and Neville also came to the Weasleys' tent, and all of them were still not relieved, excitedly discussing the game just now, in addition to cheering for Ireland's victory, but also admiring the skills of the Bulgarian seeker Victor Crumb. Although Bulgaria lost, the number of fans in Victor Crumb increased, and almost all expressed their amazement at his level. Ron even holds a poster of Victor, excitedly telling his various difficult actions, and is teased by the twins that Ron is in love with Victor Crumb. It was not until late that all, under Arthur's compulsive orders, went back to their respective rooms to sleep. Peter and Neville returned to the Longbottom family's tent, and after a night of cheering, Neville was so tired that he went straight to sleep as soon as he stuck to the bed. Peter was not sleepy. He looked at the lively scene outside the window, waving his wand to make stars and points of light, slowly waiting for the passage of time. It wasn't until it was getting quiet outside and everyone began to fall into a deep sleep, and Peter looked at the time, and it was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night and muttered, "It's over." As soon as the words fell out, there was a terrified scream in the distance, and there was a flash of fire, and the screaming noise outside was getting closer and closer, and Peter got up directly, walked to the other bed, and shook Neville awake. "Neville, wake up. What's wrong, Peter?" Neville opened his eyes sleepily and asked incomprehensibly. "Hurry up, there's chaos outside. Someone is making trouble. It's not safe here. I'm going to take you to a safe place," Peter said solemnly. As soon as Neville heard Peter's words, and then heard the sound of panic coming from outside, he instantly woke up, quickly got up and hurriedly put on his clothes, and nervously asked, "Who is making trouble? Isn't the Ministry of Magic stopping it? There are tens of thousands of people around here, and when the chaos starts, the Ministry of Magic can't take care of them at all, so don't expect them," Peter said quietly. Then Peter looked indifferently at the distant place of flames, where a group of people wearing pointed and skull masks were setting fire to each other, and above this group of people, 3 figures with twisted limbs were floating with their wands. Peter's vision was good, and he clearly saw that the man in it was none other than Mr. Robert, the Muggle administrator, and a woman and a 6 or 7-year-old child next to him were Robert's wife and son. Peter had also run over to talk to Robert these days, and since Robert had been cast many times, his brain had been damaged and his memory was somewhat bad, but the wizards obviously didn't care about the Muggle situation, and as soon as they found that a wizard was exposed, the people of the Ministry of Magic would quickly cast a forgetting spell on him. Peter couldn't see it, and used a memory spell to repair Robert's damaged memory, preventing Robert from suffering from dementia before he was old. Looking at the twisted limbs of the child in the distance, and the wanton laughter of the Death Eaters, Peter's eyes grew colder. These guys were Death Eaters who had escaped sanctions by various means, and now they were germinating, and they were about to brush up on their sense of existence. "Peter, are you all right?" Neville looked into Peter's cold eyes looking out the window and asked with concern, "Let's go quickly, those people will come later." Peter looked back, his eyes softened, nodded, and said, let's go out and join the Weasleys." As soon as the two of them went down to the first floor, Arthur Weasley rushed in, and when he saw the two of them quickly pulling them aside, he said, "Frank and Alice are now busy maintaining the chaos for a while, and you two and Harry hurry to the forest, where it is safer." Arthur joined the two with the Weasleys' children, and then quickly fled into the woods, but there were too many people fleeing, and many wizards ran around in a panic, and Peter and Neville were almost squeezed away several times. "Oh my god, Dad, Harry is gone. He lost it?" As soon as the group reached the edge of the woods, Ron shouted in horror. As soon as Arthur heard Ron's words, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked around and shouted a few times, but the screams around him were too loud to get a response. "Children, you hurry up and follow the crowd into the woods, and I'll go back to Harry. Take care to protect yourself. You look after each other, don't lose it," Arthur said quickly, and then turned to leave. "Dad, we'll follow you." Bill and Charlie followed suit. Arthur looked at the two adult sons, who had the strength to protect themselves, so nodded in agreement. "Dad, we can help too." The twins saw this and quickly said, "Don't make a fuss, Fred George, the situation is urgent and very dangerous, and you obediently obey. Hide in the woods and don't come out, wait until dawn." Arthur reprimanded solemnly, and then again. Then looking at Peter with a calm face, Arthur's eyes flashed with appreciation, and said to him, "Peter, I know that you are very sensible. You help take care of them, don't let them run around. You must hide yourself, you know." Peter nodded and said, "Rest assured, Mr. Weasley, I'll take good care of them, so you better go and find Harry." Arthur nodded, then took Bill and Charlie against the crowd to find the missing Harry. Peter looked at the twins, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville, smiled and reassured, "Well, let's go into the woods first, find a safe place to hide, and then slowly wait for the chaos to subside." Ron asked worriedly, "Peter, Harry will be all right?" "Yes, Peter, you'll prophesy, and you'll see if Harry's all right," the twins asked worriedly. Peter smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm sure Harry will be fine. We just have to hide in the woods, and when dawn comes, the dust will settle here." Several people heard Peter's words and immediately let go of their worries. Then Peter led a few men deep into the woods to a clearing, where Peter stopped, turned to the crowd, and said, "Just here, those people won't come here." Hermione looked at the empty grass and asked with some concern, "Peter, there is no shelter here. I'm afraid it will be easy to find." "Don't worry, you're all together now, and I'll set this place up with magic." Peter smiled and reassured. Then he raised his wand toward the sky and said, "Protect all. All the more, evil thoughts expel." A series of white magic flew out of the wand in Peter's hand, turned into a film of light, and quickly spread to cover a range of hundreds of meters around, enveloping Peter and his party and then disappearing. Peter waved his wand again toward the ground, and the grass quickly intertwined into a very elaborate carpet, spread on the ground, and the branches and leaves closed into several sofas, and thick blankets. After all this, Peter smiled and said to the crowd, "Okay, it's safe now. I've hidden this place and protected it with a super protective spell. Even if there are more than a dozen aurors attacking together, you can hold out for 10 minutes. You guys have a good rest." The group was stunned to see Peter's operation at this time, although they knew that Peter was very strong, but the scene just now still shocked them very much. The magic uses the flowing water, as if playing magic, pleasing to the eye and at the same time extremely shocking. The twins were shocked, heard other meanings in Peter's words, and quickly asked, "Peter, are you going to do anything?" Peter nodded and said, "You guys have a good rest here, I'm going out." "Peter, there are people in black out there making trouble right now, and it's very dangerous for you to go out." Hermione heard Peter's words and dissuaded worriedly. "Danger." Peter looked at the fiery place in the distance, his eyes froze, and he sneered, "For them, I am the most dangerous. These people have been comfortable for so many years, and now it is time to pay for their sins?" "Field." Peter shouted into the sky. As soon as the words fell, a phoenix appeared from midair, grabbed Peter directly, and disappeared into the same place. Only a few people were left looking at each other, looking at the place where Peter had disappeared in shock. At the campground, dozens of men in black robes and skull masks gathered and burned their tents recklessly along the way, watching the fleeing wizards and the terrified screams around them, who laughed triumphantly. Overhead, there was the Muggle Robert family of 3, floating in midair with a floating spell, their limbs twisted, and they had been brutally tortured, but these people were obviously not happy, and from time to time they had to make up a drill heart spell, and only after hearing the screams did they show a triumphant evil smile. In particular, the screams of the 6 or 7-year-old Muggle boy above his head made the group feel even more excited and satisfied their perverted psychology. Tens of thousands of people attended the sports event, but in front of these dozens of people, they all fled in horror like cats and mice, including some officials of the Ministry of Magic, who directly dropped their duties and fled with the crowd. Seeing this group of Death Eaters was even more proud, more unscrupulously set fires everywhere, and released spells to shoot everywhere, and the surrounding area of the explosion rumbled, as if they had been baptized by cannons, and there were potholes everywhere. This group of people was like locusts crossing the border, and there was no grass in the place where they passed, and countless wizards fled in a hurry. As soon as Peter appeared in front of the Death Eaters, he saw the group reveling in the midst of their 3 muggles, torturing them, and the horror of their horror was further reflected by the pale skull masks on their faces. Peter's sudden appearance startled the Death Eaters, especially the Phoenix behind Peter, making them instinctively think that Dumbledore had appeared, and the Death Eaters wanted to teleport away in horror. Don't panic, he's Peter York, and the Phoenix is his. A hoarse voice in the procession shouted loudly, stopping the members who wanted to leave. The Death Eaters calmed down a little as soon as they heard him, and then looked closely at Peter. I recognize him, he is Peter York, don't be afraid, not Dumbledore. Another member also confirmed. Peter York, the one who occupied the Slytherin chief mud seed. Another Death Eater looked at Peter, who suddenly appeared, and asked with a cold look in his eyes. Yes, that's him, the mud breed that has tarnished the pure-blood Slytherin tradition. With some strength in his own hands, he stole the Slycomore power of the sewage cargo. Another very strong Death Eater looked at Peter fiercely and said, Ha, Peter York, how dare you appear before us? The leading Death Eater looked at Peter playfully through the mask, and his voice came out in a dull voice. Don't you think that you can stop us by relying on your little strength to get away with Slytherin Academy? Or do you want to learn from Gryffindor and heroically want to fight us? The surrounding Death Eaters quickly gathered around and surrounded Peter in the middle, and the three Muggles, whom they used as playthings, were thrown aside by them like rags, and dozens of people looked at Peter playfully, as if they were looking at a dying and struggling mouse, and their mouths emitted contemptuous laughter. Peter looked at these people, looked at them calmly, looked around for a week, smiled, and said, It really surprised me. I didn't expect to see so many pure-blood people here. Augusta, Lukewood, Avery, Rozier, Caro. Peter said a surname and looked at one of the Death Eaters, and his sharp gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the mask and clearly recognize them. Then Peter looked at the two men in black with a mocking tone of voice as if he were disappointed, and said, Especially Mr. Goyle and Mr. Crabbe, I didn't expect you to join such a gathering. Your sons Gregory and Vincent, who are very well behaved in Slytherin House, didn't expect you to be a bad example. There was a commotion among the recognized Death Eaters around them, who wrapped themselves in black robes and put on masks to avoid being recognized, but they were recognized by Peter at once. Can't let him go, he recognizes us. During the riot, the Death Eaters had murderous eyes in their eyes, and their wands were pointed at Peter. The leading Death Eater stared at Peter deadly and said grimly, Peter York, you shouldn't use Dementors to mess with other people's thoughts. Before, we wanted to torture you slowly, at most to make you half-crippled, but now that you recognize us, we have no reason for you to survive. Hey, a bunch of reptiles in the gutters, when Voldemort fell, you escaped punishment by bribing the Ministry of Magic, and now only 10 years later, you jumped up unscrupulously again. Peter looked at these people with disdain. This group of wall grass has no ability, but the ability to see the wind and make the rudder is full. The Death Eaters looked at Peter in horror and said with exasperation, How dare you call the Dark Lord's name? Peter laughed, too lazy to answer their words again, and shouted directly, Field, surround them, don't let them run. The Phoenix on Peter's shoulder heard this and quickly flew up, and before anyone could react, his whole body lit up with flames, spread his wings, and leaned sideways along the periphery of all the Death Eaters, drawing a circular trajectory. Wherever it passed, a raging golden flame rose directly, forming a high wall of flames, enveloping everyone in it. The soaring firelight illuminated the surrounding area, making all the Death Eaters squint their eyes. Come on, get this kid out. The people of the Ministry of Magic will be here in a moment. We must hurry. The leading Death Eater shouted loudly, and then cast a black magic spell on Peter. Peter smiled and squinted at the people around him, easily picking up the magic that had been attacked with his wand, and then his eyes narrowed, and when he opened his eyes again, the blue eyes turned into yellow-orange snake eyes, and the vertical pupils emitted a cold breath. Now, let me see what power this upgraded version of Basilisk eyes can have. Peter whispered, the corners of his mouth raised, his eyes on the Death Eaters around him. Peter blocked the attack and looked at the crowd of Death Eaters on the other side. His eyes glowed with a dazzling light, only to see a moment. The dozen people on the opposite side just saw Peter's eyes, and in an instant these people were motionless, and then their bodies quickly petrified and turned into a lifelike statue. Peter looked at the results and smiled with satisfaction. He had just deliberately controlled the power of his eyes, so that only the people who saw his eyes were petrified instead of the death plant. The surrounding Death Eaters watched as more than a dozen of their companions suddenly turned into stone statues, and they were suddenly shocked, and they all looked around vigilantly, thinking that someone was helping Peter, and quickly gathered together to prevent being attacked. Peter smiled even happier when he saw this, put his wand against his neck, and whispered, Hey, guys, don't look, come and see my eyes. Isn't it nice to look at? Peter's voice was soft, but clearly reached every Death Eater's ear, and it carried a seductive charm that even the most determined Death Eater could not help but look into Peter's eyes. This magic trick was a small trick that Peter learned from Voldemort's memory, and it was the language magic that Voldemort used to enhance the followers' worship of himself when he was young, and there was no attack power, but now with Peter's petrified eyes, it was the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Dozens of Death Eaters, under Peter's seductive language, couldn't help but look into Peter's eyes, and then they saw a pair of yellow-orange vertical eyes that shone with a shimmer, and when they reacted, they watched in horror as their bodies quickly petrified and then plunged into complete darkness. In the soaring flames, except for Peter, there were only dozens of lifelike statues left around, and each statue's eyes were full of horror. Peter looked at his results with a very satisfied look. The power of this Basilisk eye really could not be underestimated. Just 2 times, these few people were turned into statues by him. Otherwise, with his current strength, although he was confident that he would not be hurt by these people, it would be almost difficult to defeat these dozens of people and catch them. He walked slowly to the stone statue and removed the skeleton mask of the Death Eater, the patriarch of the Lookwood family, and his expression was fixed on a look of horror. Peter tapped the petrified man with his wand, and there was no difference between what came out and the sound of a real stone. Peter had wanted to continue his study of the petrified man, but the movement that came from the side caught Peter's attention, and it was the voice of Mr. Robert the Muggle. Peter hurried over and leaned over to Robert, looking at him with a look of pain on his face, very weak. His wife and son were in a coma. When Robert saw Peter, his eyes flashed with fear, but he still prayed with all his might, "Mr. York, please save my wife and children. Even if you want my soul. As long as they are kept alive, I am willing to serve my soul." Hearing Robert's words, and what was going on in her mind, Peter couldn't help but laugh and gently reassured, "Mr. Robert, you don't have to worry. Although we are wizards, we are not servants of the devil in the horror legend, nor do we need your soul." Then he took out a small bottle, looked at the weak Robert and said, "You are very lucky to meet me today. I have here a very precious phoenix tear, which can make you alive at once. So none of you will die, rest assured." Peter then poured 2 phoenix tears into Robert's mouth, and then went on to feed phoenix tears to his wife and son as well. Robert was very surprised to feel that his gradually draining vitality was filled again, and then the injuries on his body were healed, and if he did not have a memory, he thought he was just having a nightmare. He looked nervously at his wife and son, only to see that at this time, their originally white and weak faces quickly became rosy, and their breathing became stable, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. "Mr. Wizard, my wife and son," Robert looked at Peter with great concern, wondering why they hadn't woken up. "Don't worry, they've been tortured and mentally depressed before, and although I can heal their bodies, they still need to sleep for a while to recover." Robert was slightly relieved to hear this, and then looked at Peter with a look of pity. "Mr. Wizard, thank you for saving us. I don't know what to repay you." Peter smiled and shook his head. "I'm sorry to let you go through such an encounter. The wizards held a sports event here and the result of the gathering involved you. Just now the dark wizards who tortured you are also notorious here. I hope it will not bring you bad images." Then he looked at the stone statue not far away with a cold look, smiled and said, "I have avenged you. They have now become stone statues, and no one but me can unlock the magic on them. So in the future they will always be stone statues, and this punishment will make them more painful than killing them." Robert looked up at the still statue in the firelight. His eyes were full of hatred, and then looked at the teenage Peter in front of him. His eyes became reverent and grateful, and his voice trembled and bowed. "Thank you very much, Mr. Wizard. I can't repay your great kindness. I wonder if these dark wizards are still conscious? Although I don't seem satisfied, can you please petrify them while maintaining their consciousness? I think this is the real punishment." Peter looked at the look of fear in front of him with some surprise, but with a persistent muggle face. He looked at his thoughts curiously before he understood. Apparently, the torture of his wife and children by these Death Eaters allowed this muggle Robert to overcome his fear of wizards, and his heart was filled with hatred and revenge against the dark wizards. "Mr. Robert, you're a little embarrassed." Peter smiled, looked at the uneasy Mr. Muggle, got up and smiled, "But it's not difficult, you see." Then Peter spit directly, and then in Mr. Muggle's strange eyes, he directly used his wand to divide the saliva into tens and quickly shoot into the eyes of the stone statue, only to see that the eyes of the petrified Death Eaters had become slightly more flexible, although they still could not blink, but their emotional changes could be clearly felt in their eyes. "Well, as you wished, Monsieur Robert, they are now conscious, but like vegetative beings, unable to move or speak, able to hear words from outside, but unable to respond, trapped in their bodies forever until they die." Peter chuckled. When Robert heard this, he fell to his knees in great gratitude and kept saying words of thanks. The Death Eaters, who had regained consciousness, looked terrified and tried to control their bodies, but they were like being trapped in an unbreakable little black room. Although they could hear the movement outside, no matter how loud they talked, no one outside could hear them. "Well, Mr. Robert, I'm going to erase your memories of wizards now, because the Ministry of Magic doesn't allow ordinary people to know about wizards." Peter took out his wand and said. He looked at Robert with a frightened look and reassured, "You don't have to be afraid. After erasing your memories, you just don't remember the wizards, and you will continue to live an ordinary life as before." "Mr. Wizard, can you erase the bad memories of my wife and children being tortured? I don't want my wife and children to have a psychological shadow," Robert pleaded. "Yes, you won't remember anything bad, you'll just have very good memories." Peter smiled and agreed. Then he took out his wand and read in Robert's expression of forbearance of fear, "Forget it all." Looking at Robert's unfocused eyes, Peter added a sleep spell and then put the 3 of them under a nearby intact tent, erasing all their bad memories of wizards and torments. Looking at the 6 or 7-year-old child again, Peter weaves the little boy a wonderful dream in which he breaks into the magical world, similar to Alice's sleepwalking in Wonderland. Looking at the little boy with a smile on his face, Peter left the tent with a slight smile and came to the many statues surrounded by the wall of fire. Looking at the pleading eyes of these statues, Peter sneered and said, "You don't have to expect anyone to undo the magic on you in the future, because even if Voldemort himself casts spells on you, he will not be able to solve this petrified magic of mine. Look out for the outside world, as punishment for the slaughter of muggles and other sins. Of course, the main thing is that I would like to see Voldemort return. I can't summon a few Death Eaters, his face must be very good looking." Peter said expectantly. Then he came to the statues of Goyle and Crabbe, took off their masks, smiled, and said, "Rest assured, although you want to kill me this time, I will not be angry with your son. They will study well in Slytherin, maybe without you, they will change their fate, they will not follow Voldemort, and when the time comes for the post-war liquidation, your family may still be able to survive, so you will thank me." Looking at Goyle and Crabbe's pleading eyes, reading their thoughts, he sneered and said, "If you can be as smart as Malfoy, you will not have today's end. You still look at the outside world as a statue. Maybe your son will take you home, and you will be able to see your children and grandchildren later." Then Peter stopped looking at the petrified people and looked up at the phoenix flying in the flames and shouted, "Field, take back the flames, we should leave." As soon as the phoenix heard Peter's words, it let out a cry, opened its mouth and sucked in, and the flames around it quickly flew into its mouth, and the wall of fire disappeared instantly. The surrounding area suddenly darkened, leaving only the petrified Death Eaters wearing black robes and skeleton masks, which looked gloomy in a few rays of fire. Suddenly, a green magic shot straight into the sky and turned into a huge dark mark, which was very conspicuous in the sky, and the huge python shadow in the night sky, with fangs open, shuttled through the mouth of the skeleton shadow, reminding everyone who saw it of the era of the fear cloth of Voldemort and the Death Eater more than a decade ago. "Field, take me to the location where the magic was released," Peter said to the phoenix. The phoenix directly grabbed Peter and disappeared into flames, leaving only a pile of sculptures standing quietly, looking eerie in the night. Harry was now looking at the black magic mark in the sky, and although he didn't know what it meant, he instinctively felt ominous, especially since the person who had unleashed the magic was in the jungle not far behind him, and he heard the man's cold voice. Harry felt dangerous, so he quietly wanted to leave the place, but as soon as he got up, a group of people directly appeared here in a phantom shape, and then fired a spell at Harry in unison. Harry looked at the spell that was shooting at him, his eyes full of horror, and he heard Arthur's voice in the crowd, "Stop, that's Harry Potter." But the surrounding aurors turned a deaf ear, and the spell shot straight over. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a flash of fire appeared directly in front of him, revealing the figure of Peter, who directly waved his wand and bounced all these spells back. Arthur also stopped in front of the aurors and shouted, "Stop, he's Harry Potter. Don't attack again." Peter's bouncing spell hit several aurors directly, and the aurors flew out, and the aurors stopped, but the wand was still aimed at Harry and Peter. A very serious old man came out of the auror. It was Barty Crouch, who walked forward in some anger and looked at Harry carefully, then looked at Peter and asked sternly, "Who released the dark mark? Hurry up, otherwise, just get back to the Ministry of Magic for interrogation." "Mr. Crouch, if there's nothing wrong with your brain, you should have seen that I had just appeared here, and also blocked your spell attack on Harry Potter. So don't take the dark devil mark thing to me." Peter smirked at Barty Crouch. "You hum." Barty Crouch wanted to get angry, but he resisted. Peter York's reputation as a thorn was thunderous in the Ministry of Magic, and he had just seen Peter appear in the back, and decided to ignore him first. He turned to look at Harry Potter, his eyes narrowed sternly, and asked, "Is it the dark mark you released? What about your wand? Bring it to me to check it out." "Merlin, Crouch, he's Harry Potter. You actually suspect that he released the dark devil mark?" Arthur looked at Barty Crouch angrily and said, as if to see if he was stupid. Harry touched his wand at this point, only to find that his wand was missing, and said awkwardly, "Oh, my wand is lost." "Ha, you'll lose your wand too. When was it lost? Where did you lose it?" Barty Crouch laughed and then asked unforgivingly. "I don't know, it seems that while watching the Quidditch final, I dropped my wand there." Harry probably said speculatively. At this time, Peter and Arthur also looked at Harry with strange eyes. The wand was a very important existence in the eyes of the wizards. It was a life-threatening thing. For the wizards, the most serious punishment was to break their wand. I didn't expect that after one night, Harry remembered that his wand was lost under the reminder of others. How much attention does this have to be paid to? Harry was very uncomfortable with the look in their eyes, and he quickly changed the subject, pointing to the bush behind him and saying, "I just broke up with my friends, and I stumbled here," and then in which grove came a man's voice, which he released this mark. Hearing Harry's words, everyone looked at where Harry was pointing, and the wand pointed in unison, quickly shooting out several spells. The two aurors, at Barty Crouch's prompting, walked there cautiously, examined them warily, and then shouted, "Here's a discovery." When Barty Crouch heard this, his face was overjoyed, and he hurried away with the aurors. Peter and a few of them followed, and then saw Auror carrying a skinny house elf with a wand in his hand. "Well, Mr. Crouch, isn't this your house elf?" an auror said in surprise. Harry also noticed the wand in the house elf's hand and shouted in surprise, "That's my lost wand. How did it end up there?" When Barty Crouch saw this house elf, his face suddenly sank, and he rudely mentioned the house elf and asked, "Twinkle, why are you here?" How did Harry Potter's wand end up here? Did you release that dark mark? The house elf named Twinkle shivered, shook his head in horror, and said, I don't know, Master. I don't remember anything. Batty Crouch didn't care about its condition in the slightest, and simply grabbed the wand from his hand and used the flashback spell to check the magic that had recently been cast in the wand. With a wave of the wand, an ominous corpse bone reappears. The spell appeared, making the surrounding aurors look a little pale. Batty Crouch's face was very gloomy, and he took off his gloves in a rage, threw them at the poor house elf, and said sternly, You have disgraced the Crouch family, and from today on, you will no longer be my little elf. Don't, Master, don't abandon me. Flash hugged Crouch's leg in horror and said with a pleading face, Master, don't Flash. Where should Flash go? Please, Master, don't drive me away. Flash will definitely obey in the future. But Barty Crouch didn't have the slightest pity, kicked the Flash away, and said to the aurors with a gloomy face, Let's go. Peter looked at the Batty Crouch and the aurors who had hurriedly left, leaned over at the weeping house elf, smiled, and said, Your name is Flash, right? Since you have been abandoned by your master, do you want to come to me? I have a job that suits you perfectly. Flash's cry stopped, and his big eyes looked at Peter, then he shook his head and said, Flash is the elf of Crouch's house. Only for Crouch hosts. Twinkle doesn't want to recognize anyone else as the master. Peter leaned over and smiled and poured cold water on him, but your master has abandoned you. You're no longer the Crouchers? You don't have a home anymore? In a flash, the baseball's large eyes filled with tears, and they shrank into a low wailing of grief, making Arthur and Harry feel pity on the side. This Crouch is also true. This house elf has obviously been wronged and abandoned her so ruthlessly. Harry couldn't see the pity and complained disapprovingly. What's that? He's someone who can even imprison his own son in Azkaban, let alone a house elf. Peter said with a smile. Why did he do that? Harry asked in surprise when he heard that. Because his son is a Death Eater, Harry. Arthur explained, and then looked at Peter in surprise. I didn't expect, Peter, that you still know about such a long time, but I think he did a good job in this matter. It is a great righteousness. Well, he was mainly afraid of affecting his career at that time. Peter sneered and said sarcastically, It is said that the son is not the fault of the godfather. At that time, little Barty was only an adult when he was sent to prison. If Crouch could care more about his son, he would not turn against the father and son and create such a situation. As Peter spoke, his eyes flickered inadvertently at the house elf who had been silent, only to see that when he mentioned little Barty Crouch, Flash's body trembled involuntarily, and his eyes always looked deep in the woods. The corners of Peter's mouth curled, and he said to Twinkle, I don't want you to recognize me as the master, but I want to hire you as my assistant in the wizarding world. How about 30 gold gallons per week? You can also take a day off per week. This way you will be able to use the money to change your clothes, and now that you have been abandoned by Crouch and have nowhere else to go for the time being, you can now work with me temporarily, perhaps until your master changes his mind. Twinkle listened, and for the first time, his big eyes looked seriously at Peter, looked at him in disbelief, and asked, This gentleman, are you really willing to hire Twinkle? Twinkle don't Garen, as long as Mr. Wizard takes in Flash, Flash is willing to serve you, but Twinkle will always be the elf of Crouch's house. Is this Mr. Wizard going to Flash? Peter smiled, nodded gently, and said, Of course, I won't force you, I just want to find an assistant in the wizarding world, and you are very good at what I want. And the rest of the time you can quietly visit your master except during working hours, and I won't stand in the way. As for his heart, he secretly said, Anyway, it won't be long before the son kills his father, and eventually Crouch father and son will die, and then this house elf will have nowhere to go even if he wants to go back to Crouch's house. Twinkle's eyes were full of emotion, and he kept bowing to Peter gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Wizard. Thank you, Mr. Wizard. Flash must be trying to complete the command you said. You are the best wizard Glitter has ever seen. The pointed nose is going to poke the ground. Peter picked up the thin elf and said gently, Well, now that I am your boss, you can call me Mr. York or boss from now on, and then you will hide your body and follow me around at any time to listen to my arrangements, can you? Twinkle nodded and said happily, Twinkle listens to Mr. York. What does Mr. Twinkle need to do now? Flash, do it now. Peter looked at her, took a dozen gold coins out of his pocket, handed them to her, and said, Now you have to change into a proper dress, and as my assistant, you can't wear such a tattered pillowcase. Twinkle took the gold coin and said shakily, Mr. York, this is too much money. Flash doesn't need so many coins. Flash can make clothes by yourself, and Flash has previously given the little master discretionary clothes, which can't cost so much money. Take it, don't save money for me, change yourself into beautiful clothes. As for the rest of the money you take and use, it is my salary in advance to you. Peter said with a smile. Mr. York is so nice to Flash. I really don't know how to let Flash repay. Flashing was touched and suddenly hugged Peter's leg, tears lingering. No one has ever been so good to Flash. Is Twinkle dreaming? Well, Twinkle, as long as you give me a good job in the future, it's nothing. Peter smiled and said, You should first change your clothes and then come back to report, and if you have clothes, I suggest you go to Madame Moken in Diagon Alley. She is a kind person, and she will certainly be able to tailor the right clothes for you. Twinkle listen to Sir Twinkle and go to Diagon Alley. flashing excitedly, then looked into the depths of the forest, hesitantly whispered to Peter, "Sir, it's not safe here, sir, let's get out of here with the others." Peter smiled, reached out and touched the elf's head, and said, "I see, Twinkle, you go do your own thing first, don't worry about me, we'll leave here soon." Flash nodded, then snapped a finger and disappeared in an instant. Arthur watched the whole process and asked puzzledly, "Peter, how did you hire a house elf? It is also a very generous reward for garroning every week." Arthur, as a wizard born and raised in the wizarding world, was cognitively unable to understand Peter's act of giving reward to such house elves who were born to serve wizards, and that they deserved no reward. Harry had been living in Muggle society for many years, but he felt that he should take it for granted, and instead wondered if he could be like Peter and recruit a house elf doll to work for himself. Dobby is not rescued by Harry's design because of Peter, but is eventually discovered by the Malfoy family that he has quietly tipped off Harry Potter. Lucius originally wanted to execute him directly, but was eventually stopped by Draco, who simply threw a piece of clothing to Dobby and told him to leave Malfoy's house. For Arthur's confusion, Peter explained with a smile, "I have lived in the Muggle world for many years, and I can't understand the things of the wizarding world at the first time, so it is best to find an assistant in the magical world who can help me pay attention to things here. And these house elves are not weak in ability, but also very loyal, the most suitable. It's true that these house elves will be very loyal once they get their approval." Arthur nodded in agreement, but still reminded, "But this little elf still has the master, although he has been abandoned, but if the master wants to ask, it is easy to reveal your secret." "I see, Mr. Weasley, thanks for the reminder, I'll pay attention," Peter said gratefully. Then Peter looked darkly into the dark woods, turned his head and narrowed his expression, smiled, and said, "Mr. Weasley, and Harry, let's get out of here first, and now that we've found Harry, let's go and join George and them." The two nodded, and then the three of them hurried in the direction Peter was pointing. And in the shadows of the woods, a gloomy-eyed young man looked at Peter in the direction they had left and muttered, "Harry Potter, Peter York." The day after the final, Peter and Neville were sent back to Longbottom Manor by Arthur, and soon after the Daily Prophet arrived, reporting on last night's chaos and the Dark Mark. When Neville saw what happened in the newspaper, he angrily threw down the newspaper and said, "The people in the Ministry of Magic really pushed it away, and actually pushed the matter of the black magic mark to a house elf, thinking that the house elf did not understand things and released it randomly. Are they insulting our intelligence? The Daily Prophet is the mouthpiece of the Ministry of Magic, and last night's chaos and dark mark was because many people saw it, and they couldn't hide it, so they reported it. Otherwise today's newspaper content would still be singing and dancing." Peter smiled and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone. Not long after, the Longbottoms, who had been busy all night, finally returned. Old Lady Longbottom saw her tired-faced sons and daughters-in-law, and her distressed staff swept away the dust from them, and then specially brought 2 bowls of potions to replenish their energy. Frank took off his hat, sat down in a chair and drank the potion in one breath, and said in an unsteady tone, "Mom, the big event, the Death Eaters who caused the chaos last night have found, all of them are Death Eater members who escaped punishment during the previous trial. And most of them are pure-blood people. And for some reason, they were all cast with a very strange petrification spell and turned into statues. The people of the Ministry of Magic sent them to St. Mungo's Hospital for treatment overnight, but to no avail. Even the potions made from the strongest Mandela grass roots could not be completely petrified." When Mrs. Longbottom heard this, she was very surprised and quickly asked, "What the hell is going on? Did you find out? So many pure-blood family members have been recruited, and the purebloods are afraid that they are not going to turn the sky upside down." Frank shook his head and said happily, "The pure-blood families did rush to the Ministry of Magic and wanted the Ministry of Magic to give them an explanation. After all, so many people who have been recruited are the mainstay of the pure-blood family. If they have an accident, the pure-blood families will have to suffer heavy losses." But the Ministry of Magic was also righteous this time, because these people were all dressed up as Death Eaters, which led to last night's chaos, and this time they had no excuse to say that they had been cast a Soul Reaper charm. In the end, it took a lot of money for the pure-blood families to let the top suppress the matter and prevent the Daily Prophet from reporting on the petrification of the Death Eaters last night. But these petrified people have not yet found a way to lift the petrification, and now those pure-blood families are dying, looking for people everywhere to want to lift the petrification on their bodies. Alice also finished drinking the potion, and added with a smile, "The Ministry of Magic thinks that the person who did this should be a powerful wizard from an unknown foreign country. The Death Eaters wreaked havoc everywhere, annoying the unknown wizard, so they cursed them and turned them into stone statues. Now these purebloods and Ministry of Magic officials are looking around for spellcasters?" Neville asked curiously, "Dad, have they found anyone? How could I possibly find it?" Frank shook his head and said, "There were at least 100,000 wizards on the day of the final, from all over the world. How is it possible to find such a person? It is also said that the scene was cleaned up at that time, and the person who cast the curse obviously did not want people to find him. The upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic were secretly discussing whether to look for him. After all, it seemed worthless to offend an unknown powerful wizard for the sake of these Death Eaters. Then it's better not to let them find it. These Death Eaters have done many evil deeds, and it is best to make them statues for the rest of their lives." Neville looked forward happily. Frank looked at his son's performance, smiled and touched his head, and said, "Some pure-blood people have found me here and want to contact Dumbledore through me. They think that Dumbledore is powerful and knowledgeable, and there should be a way to remove the magic from them. You didn't promise them, did you?" Old Lady Longbottom asked with a frown. No. Frank smiled and shook his head. "I directly rejected them, although we are also pure-blood, but we have no contact with them, and we can't trouble Dumbledore for these Death Eater families. Well, these people are a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Even if you help them, they won't appreciate you," Old Lady Longbottom said with satisfaction. Then she said, "Although we have refused, but when they have no way, they will find all kinds of ways to contact Dumbledore, and you had better tell Dumbledore about this matter in advance, so that he does not know. I've told Dumbledore about it with the Patronus, and he already knows it, and he says he'll watch it." Frank said, "Speaking of which, I don't know who this petrified Death Eater is. When we first saw the pile of stone statues, we were also shocked, knowing that there were 65 statues on the scene, all of which looked petrified at the same time." Frank exclaimed, "Being able to solve so many Death Eaters in a short period of time, I think this unknown wizard's strength is probably similar to Dumbledore's. I also think that this strange petrification spell has traces of a curse, and the ability to petrify so many people is indeed extraordinary. This is also the reason why the people of the Ministry of Magic were very hesitant to find this unknown wizard." Alice said. Peter listened to their words, shook his head darkly, and felt a little amused that one of his own experiments had made so many people think that their strength was comparable to Dumbledore's. Peter then bid farewell to the people of the Longbottom family and returned to his manor. The time of the holiday passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the start of school, and Peter still walked lightly through the stone wall to the 9 3/4 platform. But this time, behind him, a house elf in a delicate little suit followed him in a serious manner, while a suitcase floated in midair, nimbly avoiding everyone. The wizards who came around to deliver their children saw the house elves dressed up and looked at them in amazement. Coming to the car door, the house elf snapped a finger, and the suitcase fell directly to the ground. Its eyes widened, it bowed slightly, and asked in a sharp voice, "Young master, do you need Flash to help you put your luggage in the box?" Peter looked at it helplessly and said, "Twinkle, you don't need to learn to look like a Welsh butler, just call me sir or boss as you used to." "No," the Welsh butler said, "I am your butler in the wizarding world. Every word and deed must be in accordance with the standards of the butler. Absolutely cannot shame the young master you and the York family," Flash said with a serious face. Peter's face was full of helplessness after hearing this. Since he hired the house elf Flash, he brought it back to York Manor. After meeting his Aunt Christine and the housekeeper Wales, he did not know what the butler Wales taught Flash. Just a month later, he used to cry at every turn, smashing the wall with his head, becoming a bored, trying to imitate the Welsh house elf, and thought that Peter was the butler of the wizarding world, responsible for taking care of his food, clothing, and housing. At first Peter was amused and novel about Flash's clumsy imitation of Wales, but he didn't know whether it was overcorrection or a tendon in the head of the house elf, and now Flash has become a very serious little butler. Wales was very satisfied with the house elf Twinkle, except that at first he was a little surprised by its appearance, and then he cultivated Flash according to the standards of the housekeeper, hoping to create a qualified successor, and when he was old, he would take care of Peter instead of him. Welsh's cultivation is fruitful. I don't know how he did it, once bent on returning to Crouch's house, now when mentioning the former owner, although he will still show a sad look, but no longer nostalgic. Very hard to learn how to be a housekeeper. Flash raised his hand to look at the children's watch on his wrist, and said to Peter with a straight face, "Young master, it is not too early now. I will first go back to the manor to study. In the evening, I will come to the school to help you tidy up the bedroom. You have something to call my name directly. I will come over as soon as possible." Peter looked at it staring at its big ears, wet eyes pretending to be serious, and nodded with a forced smile and said, "Then you go, don't worry about me, I'm here waiting for my friends. Goodbye young master." Twinkle bowed slightly, then snapped a finger and disappeared directly onto the platform. Suddenly 2 hands came up from behind and rested on Peter's shoulders, and it was the Weasley twins. They both smiled and said, "We see, that house elf just now is Flash. How did you do it? Hadn't it been crying and crying out to go back to Crouch's house before? Now it's all changed drastically. It looks like the old butler in your manor." "It wasn't me who did it, and when I got back, I gave the Flash to the butler Welsh belt, and it turned out to be like this," Peter said with a bitter smile. "To be honest, the glittering changes are quite good, not at all as neurotic as other house elves, and they have to punish themselves at every turn," Fred said with a smile. "I want such a house elf." "Fred, you said we will make money later. Maybe we can also get a house elf, and then we can also be like other pure blood families, make a person who can stretch out his hands and open his mouth," George said with a grin. "George, you have a good idea? I want to have a house elf soon," Fred said in agreement. Peter looked at the 2 brothers amusedly and suggested, "The Ministry of Magic has a house elf relocation office, and if you want, you can go there and adopt a house elf when you have enough funds later." "Is there such a department?" the twins asked in surprise. Peter nodded and said, "There are a lot of house elf who have nowhere to go, but the Ministry of Magic has proposed that it needs to pay a placement fee of 1,000 gold gallons to allow the wizard to take a house elf." 1,000 gold gallons? Isn't that robbing money? The twins said in disbelief. It's just grabbing money. This department specializes in catching homeless house elves outside, and then borrowing the name of the resettlement fee to ask for money from the wizards who come to adopt. Peter said sarcastically, and that newborn house elf is even more expensive to sell. That's it, 1,000 gold gallons can let us open a shop. This elf is simply too expensive. Will anyone buy it? The twins shook their heads when they heard this and said they couldn't afford it. For people with abundant funds, of course, it is worth buying. After all, as long as there is a house elf, all the work in the family will not be done by you in the future. You just need to lie comfortably, and the life of the house elf is very long, and even can reproduce. You can always serve your family. Is this tempting? Peter said to the twins. It's tempting to hear you say that. The twins said, and then said, but unfortunately we are poor, and our biggest dream is to run our own joke shop, but we don't have the money to buy and raise elves. There will be a chance. Peter smiled and said that he knew how successful the future Weasley joke shop would be, and the two brothers had become the richest people in the Weasley family with it, and squeezed the market for Yoko's joke shop and the Duke of Honey. Afterwards, Alan and Cedric joined them, and a few of them happily talked about the summer vacation, the wonderful Quidditch duel, which still made many people talk about it after more than a month. In the evening, the train stopped at Hogsmeade. Today's weather is not very good, the downpour outside the car, accompanied by thunder, many students can only take a carriage to the castle. The worst was the first-year students, who didn't know a little magic and followed Hagrid in a raincoat to the lake. Peter glanced sympathetically at the little ones, and then the wand rose from the tip of the wand, and an umbrella-shaped invisible shield emerged from the tip of the wand, pressed against the top of his head, and leisurely stepped off the train. Wait for us, Peter, we won't spell this. The twins yelled in their throats. Peter turned to look at the twins blocking the car door and said, You won't you think of other ways? Look at Cedric, how he did it. The twins turned around and saw Cedric use the transfiguration charm to turn a candy carton in his hand into an umbrella, then smiled and looked at them, squeezed straight out of them, and followed Peter. Alan also followed close behind, conjured up a large umbrella. Both looked at the two brothers, and then opened the umbrella with his head held high and walked off the car. The two brothers looked at each other. Brother, why didn't we think of such a solution? Are we stupid? George said sheepishly. We just didn't think of it for a while. Don't be discouraged, brother. We have to conjure up an umbrella bigger than them. Don't let them underestimate us. Fred clenched his fists and puffed out. Yes, the Weasley brothers are the best, George said with a clenched fist. Then the two of them conjured up a giant red umbrella, and the two of them held the handle of the umbrella in the strange eyes of many classmates, with a proud and humming force, and moved forward in the wind and rain. The students braved the torrential rain and appeared in the auditorium like chickens in the soup. The enchanted auditorium bent over the roof, and the general lightning and thunder outside, frightening the students to always worry that the thunder and lightning above their heads would split at any time. Peter sat at the head of the Slytherin and smiled and nodded to every student who greeted him. This scene attracted the attention of a new professor in the professor's chair, who was scarred and wore a false eye, and looked at Peter inexplicably, not knowing what he was thinking. Peter noticed his gaze and looked up at Professor Moody with a polite smile and looked at him. Moody rolled his ice blue prosthetic eyes, stared at Peter for a moment, then turned to look at Gryffindor House. Alan, who was beside him, noticed this and leaned over and whispered to Peter, this guy used to be an Auror, but now he's a bit crazy and not very friendly to Slytherin, so it's best not to clash with him. Professor Moody, I know, almost half of the prisoners in Azkaban were sent in by him, but they are very famous people. Peter smiled, his eyes squinting at the man above with a smile that was somewhat meaningful. After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore first announced to the crowd that this year's defense against the dark arts Professor Moody. Many students were frightened by his fierce appearance, and the applause was sparse. But Moody, with a look of complete indifference, directly ignored the students, pulled out the small wine jug he carried, and drank it. I heard that our new defense against the dark arts professor is a little crazy now. Draco looked at Moody above with disdain and said mockingly. Since he retired, he has been suspicious of being attacked, so he has stayed at home and not gone out. Not long ago, he directly blew up the garbage can outside his door, because he thought he was being targeted, and he suspected that there was someone hidden in the garbage can. As a result, the Aurors checked and confirmed that there was no trace of intrusion at all. Another grade chief also laughed and said, this old guy is indeed a demon. What does it mean that Dumbledore has summoned him? Last semester we got a werewolf, and this semester we got another madman? It seems that we can't find a normal professor coming. The other chiefs also taunted each other, and they despised Moody above. Peter sat in the first place, smiling and squinting at the people's sarcasm at Moody, and then said quietly, don't forget the Professor Moody above, but the old Auror who claims to be able to fill Azkaban. Unless you think you have the strength to crush him, don't provoke him easily, that will only cause you trouble. When the chiefs of the grades heard Peter's words, their faces were a little embarrassed. They looked into Peter's deep eyes, and they all nodded their heads and said, we know the chief. We will not do such a reckless thing. Well, there will be a lot of things going on this semester, and you should all know from your parents that the school will hold a Triwizard tournament this semester, and then there will be people from other schools coming to Hogwarts. Pay attention to their words and deeds, and don't embarrass Slytherin and Hogwarts. Peter said, got it, chief. The grade chiefs were a little surprised that Peter actually knew about it, but obediently agreed. At the same time, Dumbledore above also announced that there would be no more Quidditch competitions this school year, and then in the protest of unsuspecting students, he announced the Triwizard Tournament, which immediately caused many people to cheer. People like Harry, who didn't know anything about the Triwizard Tournament, were very curious to ask the classmates around them who knew. Many people on the Slytherin side are also very excited, with an eager expression, full of expectations for the arrival of the Triwizard Tournament. Alan quickly asked Peter, "Peter, will you participate in this tournament?" The others pricked up their ears and looked at Peter, wanting to hear his answer. Peter looked around at the performance of the Slytherin and said funnily deliberately, "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll watch it when the time comes. If it's interesting, you can sign up to try it, but if you're bored, it's good to be an audience." When Alan heard this, he was suddenly anxious, and quickly persuaded, "Peter, you still participate. As long as you participate, I believe that the champion will definitely be you. With your strength, no one can be your opponent." The surrounding Slytherin students also look anxious, although they also want to participate in the championship, but they all know their own strength, and they will certainly not be able to win the championship. But they were all very confident in Peter's strength, and if Peter won the Triwizard Tournament, he would have won the honor for Slytherin. Slytherin, who valued honor the most, did not want to miss this opportunity, and persuaded Peter to sign up for the competition. Peter looked around amusingly at his classmates, pressed his hands to signal everyone to stop talking, and said, "The registration time has not yet been determined. What are you in a hurry? And if you set a limit that cannot be registered under the age of 17, I am not old enough to participate. So you don't have to worry about me, or consider tonight's chief competition. If you want to challenge the position of the head of the academy, welcome to challenge me at night." When the surrounding Slytherin students heard Peter's words, they only thought he was pushing back, shook their heads, and said, "The Triwizard Tournament has always been the strongest of the whole school to compete with other schools. How can it set an age line? As for the position of Chief you, we dare not challenge. Before the chief of your 3rd and 4th grades, no one is your opponent, and now it is even more impossible." The others nodded in agreement, believing that Peter could play. As for the position of head of the academy, we all knew that it would be only when Peter graduated from school that it would be their turn to compete for this position. Peter shook his head darkly. Even if he wanted to sign up, when Dumbledore drew the age line, he would not be eligible to sign up. Peter's birthday is January 1st, and he will only turn 17 in January next year, and the Triwizard Tournament will start its first tournament in December, so Peter is not old enough to sign up for the Triwizard Tournament, and he first needs to break through the prohibition set by Dumbledore. Peter looked at the Gryffindor table, looking forward to the twins of the Triwizard Tournament with excitement, some sympathy for them. The two of them were 3 months younger than himself, born on April 1st, and they must not be named. On the contrary, Alan and Cedric are both older than Peter, and when they registered for the final Triwizard Tournament, they were both 17 years old and eligible for registration. But if Peter chooses to sign up, the warrior quota destined to belong to Cedric will belong to him. However, compared to losing his life, this result is quite good, and one of the important reasons why Peter wants to participate in the Triwizard Tournament is to avoid Cedric from going to the original fate line and saving his life. After the beginning of the school year, the students gradually entered the right track of learning, especially Peter's courses. There are no compulsory electives, and they are all graded to meet the requirements of the course professor, so that they can enter the improvement class. Therefore, many students who suffered from Snape's venom finally got rid of the potions class happily, because Snape's requirements were very strict, and those who wanted to enter the potions improvement class had to achieve E, good, and above. Although the twins all received an OWL certificate in potions, their grades were only A, passing, so they could not enter Snape's improvement class. However, they are very happy about this, thinking that they have finally escaped Snape's clutches. Peter got 12 zeros, excellent, in the OWL exam last semester, and in order to be able to continue using the time converter, Peter finally chose to continue to take 12 courses to improve class. Snape also specifically approached Peter for this purpose, thinking that Peter could give up those less practical courses appropriately, and then specialize in the important courses. After all, getting 12 OWL results was already a rare existence in Hogwarts. As for the NEWT, Advanced Wizard Level Exam of the 12, basically no one will do that. Because courses such as Muggle Studies, the History of Magic, Divination classes, and Astronomy, basically as long as you have an OWL certificate, there is no need to continue to study, unless you want to engage in this kind of research in the future, otherwise it is basically useless. However, Peter still refused Snape's kindness, indicating that he wanted to try to complete the 12 courses, because he knew that if he handed over the Time Turner now, when Harry Potter and the others broke into the Ministry of Magic next year, they would destroy all the Time Turners in the battle with the Death Eaters. Peter is very precious to the time converter, which can be said to be a bag-level prop. For others will consume life of the time prop. For him is a cheat. He has basically used it every day since he got the time converter for 3 years. The extra 5 hours a day can make him quickly improve his strength. Peter also secretly planned that maybe when Potter and the others brave the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries next year, he would also fish in muddy waters and steal a few of the time converters there in advance to avoid the fate of all being destroyed. Soon Peter's defense against the dark arts class came, including Peter. There were only 15 students in the improvement class, of which Peter's several partners all entered the dark magic defense improvement class, and last semester, because several people successfully performed the guardian spirit spell in the owl exam and received extra points, so the results were above. When the class bell rang, Moody limped into the classroom, one of his legs, although it was a prosthetic leg made of wood, but it did not affect the speed of his walking. Moody did not go to the podium, but stopped at the first row of tables, leaned back against the table on the podium, scanned everyone with penetrating magic eyes, paused at Peter and a few of his companions, and then with a wave of his wand, closed everyone's books, and said, "You've learned enough, and I talked to Professor Lupin about your studies before, but you obviously had a mess in this subject. Even if Lupin tries to supplement your defense against the dark arts knowledge, it is not a small amount to make up for the knowledge you have left behind in just one semester. So this semester I mainly teach you practical lessons. As for the content of the books, you find your own time to read after class. Okay, now we're officially in class," Moody said loudly, and then the demon eye turned to the back seat and yelled sternly, "Zach Goodley, if you don't take out the hand you hid in the table and put the joke toy in your hand, I'll let you have a good taste of it exploding." Moody's sudden yell startled everyone, especially the Ravenclaw student who had been caught, and quickly pulled his hand out of the desk and obediently placed it on the table. "You are now in the 6th grade. You are all about to or have been 17 years old, and you must know that the traces of the Ministry of Magic will lose their effect on the day you turn 17, which means that you are considered adults and can use magic independently," Moody said solemnly. "Although the Ministry of Magic is not very willing for me to do this, I think it is necessary to make you aware of the dangers of the wizarding world, and some very terrible magic, so that you can be alert to the dangers that may arise around you at any time." Moody then slowly moved around the classroom with his bulky prosthetic legs in the aisle, saying, "At your age, you can already borrow the books in the forbidden area of the library, and if you have been to the forbidden area, you know that there are many very dangerous magic books there, and there are many very dangerous spells written in them. But compared to those, what I am going to teach you today is an even more dangerous spell, so dangerous that if anyone dares to use it on someone else, one of these spells will be imprisoned in Azkaban for the rest of his life." The Ministry of Magic named it the Unforgivable Spell. "Meaning that if you use it, you have committed an unforgivable crime?" Moody squeezed out a smile and said, but with what he said, the expression became more and more vicious, making many students feel hairy. "Peter, how do I feel that Professor Moody is a lot like a dark wizard?" Fred narrowed his eyes and whispered in Peter's ear, "My dad said he was a hero, but I felt he was dangerous, and listening to him meant to teach us the unforgivable spell. But this is an unforgivable curse. He is so open to teach us in class?" Peter smiled in his heart, and said that you guessed correctly. The moody professor in front of him was really a dark wizard, and he was also a dark wizard as a Death Eater, and his acting skills were also very good, almost speaking and doing things according to the habits of the purpose, and almost deceived many people who were familiar with him. "Weasley, you get up and answer my question?" Moody's magic eye suddenly turned to Fred and shouted loudly. "Professor, there are 2 Weasleys here, I don't know which one you're shouting," George said with a grin. "Fred or George? Forget it, your dad Arthur told me you like to swap identities, but now I'm asking for the one who just whispered." Moody slipped a smile on his face and then pointed to Fred and said, "It's you? Now answer me, what are the unforgivable spells?" Fred saw that he was named, stood up helplessly, thought about it for a moment, and then said, "I heard my father say that there is an unforgivable spell called the Soul Reaper. Then there seems to be another spell called the Drill Heart Curse, which Peter healed the Longbottoms once received. I seem to remember a spell called What a Death Curse, but I can't remember the name, sorry Professor." Moody's face showed a satisfied expression after hearing Fred's answer, but when Fred said that the Longbottoms were cured by Peter, the magic eye inadvertently alerted Peter, and then said happily, "You can answer 2 unforgivable spells, which is beyond my expectations. As for the last one, you are half right." Then he turned to everyone and asked, "Now who knows the name of the last and most cruel unforgivable spell?" Everyone was quiet and didn't answer Moody's question. Moody looked around with a look of disappointment in his eyes, then turned to look at Peter and said quietly, "Peter York, I remember the first time we met. It was at Christmas in your first year, when you eliminated a dozen Death Eaters, and you should know this last unforgivable curse. Can you tell me now what it's called?" Peter looked up, touching Moody's gaze, then the corners of his mouth curled up, and replied, "The last one is called Hand in Awada Sujo. Professor, I have been attacked by this spell many times before, so the image is quite impressive." Moody looked at the light in Peter's eyes that seemed to see through everything, and then shifted his gaze, smiled and clapped at the crowd, and said, "Yes, this last unforgivable spell is called the Avada Curse." Weasley and York both answered well. There are still many adult wizards who know very little about these 3 unforgivable spells, but more than a decade ago, these 3 spells were the most commonly used spells in the wizarding world, and even the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic were allowed to use the Death Eaters against enemies. It was a very dark time. Moody's eyes were empty, as if he was recalling the past, and then he looked back and waved his wand directly, and 3 cages floated over the podium, and 3 white pigeons were locked inside. He took one of the cages and said, "Now I'm going to test the first unforgivable spell, the Soul Reaper charm. This spell seems inconspicuous, and it doesn't seem to be lethal. But the horror of it is that very few people can resist the Soul Reaper curse. Once the curse is cast, the controlled person is at the mercy of the person, even if it is to kill his dearest person. He can do it without hesitation. Moody described the consequences with a serious face, and then looked at several Slytherin students, with a mocking look on his face, and said, "Of course, what is more troublesome is that the person who has been hit by the Soul Reaper curse is almost impossible to distinguish. So once, at the time of the trial, some people escaped the sanctions of the Ministry of Magic in the name of the Soul Reaper, even if their wands were covered with the blood of innocents." After saying this, despite the dissatisfied looks of several Slytherin students, he directly placed the birdcage on the first row of tables, smiled, and said, "Now let's see what it would be like to be cast with a Soul Reaper charm. Dementor." Moody pointed his wand at the white pigeon in the birdcage and read aloud, and then the somewhat panicked white pigeon instantly quieted down and stood obediently in the cage. Moody opened the birdcage, and the white pigeon inside came out, walked around the table obediently, and then, under Moody's control, spread its wings and danced on the table, dancing a ballet that was difficult for it, and then walking stiffly like a mechanical bird. The white pigeon's action successfully made most people laugh, and they forgot the previous dull atmosphere for a while, laughing and watching the antics of the white pigeon controlled by Moody on the table. "It's funny," Moody asked with a smile, then his face changed and he said darkly, "What if I use this spell on you? How would you feel? Or, I'll let it die." Saying that, the white pigeon flew straight up, and then a sharp thrust slammed into the glass of the window, smashing some blood, and the white pigeon fell directly to the ground, convulsing a few times and completely dead. Everyone was stunned by this scene, and then looked at the obvious blood on the glass window, and the white pigeon on the ground, and looked at Moody with a smile in horror. A Hufflepuff girl was scared to cry, covered her mouth and sobbed, looking at Moody's eyes as if she were looking at a crazy villain. Moody didn't care about the crowd's opinion at all, and said seriously, "You are now a 6th grader, no longer a baby who needs to be cared for, so don't expect me to treat you with the attitude of the lower grade. If you can't stand it, you can just leave the classroom." Moody opened the classroom door with his wand and spread his hands, signaling the person who wanted to leave. But no one chose to leave, not even the girl who was scared to cry, and shrank in her seat and did not move. After all, as Moody said, they are all people who have reached or are about to turn 17, they are already adults in the wizarding world, and on the day of their 17th birthday, they will automatically disappear. The Phantom Transfiguration exam can also be applied for when they turn 17, and the books in the forbidden area of the school library are also open to them, so they gradually have the consciousness of becoming adults. "It's good, no one is leaving," Moody said satisfactorily, and then with a direct wave of his wand, the classroom door slammed shut again. He walked up to the podium and said with a fake smile, "Since you haven't left, you should listen to the lecture afterwards, otherwise you will make a fuss, and I will let him tell the secret in front of everyone that he does not want to tell. You don't want me to do that, do you?" As soon as the students at the bottom heard this, they were even more frightened. They all felt that Moody was too perverted. Everyone had a little secret that they didn't want to be known. If they were controlled by Moody with the Soul Reaper charm, it would be an absolute death scene. Peter sat in the front row, a smile in his eyes, and he looked at Moody quietly. This operation, some admiration for the professionalism of Barty Crouch Jr. In order to play Professor Moody, so conscientious, if you do not know in advance that he is a fake Moody, you will feel that he is a very responsible professor, although the behavior is a little radical, but the flaws are not hidden. Is it just that this little Barty was addicted when the professor was? Or is there a purpose? Actually teaching students 3 unforgivable spells, this kind of black magic can hardly be learned without a special person to teach. However, Peter didn't bother to think about whether little Barty had any other ideas. These 3 unforgivable spells he had learned early on, coupled with the memory of the crown soul piece, he was more skilled in black magic, especially the death curse, and he thought that his 3 unforgivable spells were now much higher than little Barty's. Later, Professor Moody tortured another white pigeon to death with a drill heart charm, and then directly ended its life with a death spell. After an entire defense against the dark arts class, except for Peter's calm and undisturbed look, everyone else had an expression of the rest of their lives, and one by one they walked out of the classroom in vain. "Peter, help me, my legs are weak and I can't walk." The twins leaned over to Peter's side, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a long sigh, "Merlin, why would we meet such a fearful professor? I think he is more terrifying than those dark wizards. Did you see those 3 poor white pigeons? They have all become the ghosts under Professor Moody's staff. Died so tragically? I feel like I'm going to have a nightmare tonight." Cedric was also a little pale, squeezed out a smile and said, "I finally know why Professor Moody was able to fill Azkaban on his own. With such a terrible means of his, those dark wizards would be frightened when they saw him." Alan was slightly better, but his eyes could not hide the palpitations, and he exhaled and waved his hand to indicate that he did not want to speak. "Where's the matter? Don't forget Professor Moody said before class, next week he will use the Soul Reaper charm on us one by one. You still have to think about how to avoid making trouble yourself." Peter smiled and reminded, Professor Moody is the devil? Although we are about to reach adulthood, we are still students. Isn't he afraid to leave us with a psychological shadow in doing so?" The twins cried out in pain. Later, in defense against the dark arts class, Moody asked the students to come to the stage one by one, feel the power of the Soul Reaper charm, and try to break free of the Gripper charm's control. But since the Soul Reaper curse was included in the unforgivable curse, it was not something that some students could easily break free of, and the students were controlled by Moody one by one to do all kinds of funny behavior, either learning to howl baboons, or dancing on tiptoe, or singing the national anthem. But after Peter's turn, Moody's Soul Reaper charm did not work for him, and after Moody cast several times without success, Moody could only reluctantly give up, turning his head and clapping with an exaggerated expression and rewarding him with 10 credits. Fast forward 2 months, to the end of October, and on Friday, many students were absent-minded during class, their eyes always looking out, because representatives of the other 2 schools were coming today. Professors also gave up teaching new knowledge and reviewed previous lessons. When it was time for class to end, the students rushed to the school gate excitedly, hoping to meet people from other schools as soon as possible. At this time, the castle was completely renovated, and the house elves all went out and spent a whole day cleaning the castle inside and out, and even the portraits were wiped fiercely, causing the people in the portraits to complain. Professors also sternly warned students not to embarrass the school in class, hoping to give a good impression to people outside. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all the students came to the front of the school, arranged according to the academy, and Dumbledore and the 4 deans were waiting quietly. Peter, as the head of Slytherin's academy, deservedly stood behind Snape. Peter's height at this time was already 1.85 meters, and his handsome appearance coupled with his upright posture attracted the attention of students and professors around him. Peter was still wearing at this time, and the gorgeous cloak made of basilisk skin that Professor Snape had specifically asked to wear reflected Peter perfectly like a god. Professor McGonagall looked at Peter with a look of amazement in his eyes, nodded appreciatively, and said, "Peter, you look very good. After a while, you will stand at the forefront and represent the student image of our school. Got to know Professor McGonagall?" Peter nodded. Snape looked at Peter's appearance, the corners of his mouth were slightly ticked, and he smiled triumphantly. As Peter's dean, there was such an excellent student, so that he had a lot of face in front of other professors. After all, the deans would also secretly compete for their students. Professor McGonagall turned his head to the Gryffindor behind him, especially seeing Harry Potter's messy hair, and the stupid look, he sighed helplessly and gave up the plan to let Harry out. Dumbledore stood at the front, and he happily chatted with Professor Flitwick on the side, when suddenly he raised his head, looked into the distance, and said, "Ah, it is the representative of Boothbarton who has come. It seems that their trip is faster." The students heard Dumbledore's words and looked around, but saw nothing, until a boy opened his mouth wide and pointed to the sky in surprise and said, "In the sky, they flew in. Oh my god, what a big Pegasus!" Everyone looked up into the sky, only to see that in the distant sky, a huge powder blue luxury carriage flew over, in front of which were 12 white Pegasus larger than elephants, and the Pegasus supported the carriage, quickly swooped down to the castle, and finally stopped dangerously in front of everyone. A young boy came down first in the carriage, jumped out of the carriage, put down a footstool, and then stood respectfully and waited. Then a very tall woman stepped out of the carriage first, and her gorgeous boat-like shoes landed on the pedals, and then walked down gracefully. Wow, what a tall woman! There was a whisper in the ranks at Hogwarts, and no one had ever seen a woman so tall. She looked a little taller than Hagrid, all pearl scent, dressed in black gorgeous silk clothes, and although she was large, she was full of elegance and majesty. When Dumbledore saw her, he walked up quickly and shouted happily, "It's nice to see you, Madam Maxim, you're coming sooner than I expected. Long time gone, Dumbledore, you look good." Madam Maxim said gently, "I don't know if Karkaroff has arrived." Dumbledore stood before Madame Maxime, but he was only halfway up in height, and he kissed her hand according to French etiquette before holding his head high and saying, "Madam, the first of you to arrive, Durmstrang, is probably coming soon. I wonder if you want to wait for them here or go to the castle to rest." Madame Maxime felt the cold weather around her, still shook her head and said, "No, it's still too cold here, let's go ahead and make a fire. The weather in France is not so cold, the girls can't stand it." As he spoke, a dozen Boothbarton students came down from the carriage one after another, and the girls accounted for the vast majority, all wearing thin blue school uniforms, shivering in the cold wind. When Dumbledore saw this, he hurriedly invited them to go first, to avoid a cold. Madame Maxim nodded, but before leaving, he still said unassuredly, "These horses of mine only drink whiskey, I don't know if you have any here." "Rest assured, madam, I'll let Hagrid take care of these rune horses, he's the conservation magical animal professor at our school, and he's best at these." Dumbledore pointed to the large Hagrid beside him. At this point Hagrid was already fascinated by the Lady Maxime in front of him, scratching his head silly, promising to take good care of these Pegasus. Not long after Busbaton's representative left, a huge sailing ship in the Black Lake surfaced from the lake, and after docking, the sailboat opened the door and came out a group of people in thick blood-red uniforms, led by a thin-faced, goatee-bearded, serious-looking old man. As soon as he came to Dumbledore, a false fake smile appeared on his face, and he pretended to give Dumbledore a hug with his open hand, as if he was very happy, and said, "It's been a long time since I saw him, Dumbledore. Karkaroff, I'm glad you're here. Boothbarton's representative has already gone first, let's go in." Dumbledore smiled and said, not caring at all about his behavior, "Don't worry, I'll first introduce you to a student at our school, he is my proud son." Karkaroff said triumphantly, then turned and shouted to the back, Victor, come and gradually Headmaster Dumbledore. Then, in a group of tall Durmstrang students, a boy walked up with a sly expression. Oh my god, it's Victor Krum? He was actually a student of Durmstrang and came to participate in the championship. I'm not dreaming, am I? The students at Hogwarts were thrilled. In the previous Quidditch Cup final, Ireland won. But Bulgaria's Victor Krum, as a seeker, has a very bright performance. There are a lot of fans. At this time Hogwarts students saw such a Quidditch star, they wanted to ask him for autographs. Karkaroff was very proud, and pulled the frowning Victor Krum in front of Dumbledore and said, "This is Victor Krum, you should know Dumbledore. He is the seed of our school's Triwizard Tournament. I don't know what excellent students at Hogwarts will play with Victor." As he spoke, he glanced around at the Hogwarts students, looking at them excitedly after seeing Victor, and their faces were even more proud. Until he saw the impatient Snape, and the calm Peter beside him, his pupils narrowed, propped up a fake smile, and greeted, "Snape, I haven't seen you for a long time. Is this a student of your college? Is he the seeded player of your choice for the Triwizard Tournament? Don't know how strong it is? Better than our Victor? Karkaroff." Snape lifted his eyelids, said indifferently, and then sneered, "He's my student Peter York, but it disappointed you. He's not over 17, so he won't be a player in this tournament." Hearing Snape's words, Karkaroff glanced at Peter again, secretly relieved. "Karkaroff, it looks as if you know Peter." Dumbledore turned his head and asked in surprise. "Cough, I met with your school's Peter York at the International Wizarding Duel in the United States, and he became the junior champion at the age of 1, but many people were very surprised, and I was certainly impressed." Karkaroff explained. Then he sighed with a look of hypocrisy and said, "It's just a pity that Peter York's age does not meet the standards of this game. Otherwise I would like to see him become a warrior, so if I play with Victor, I am afraid it will be more exciting." A world-weary-faced Victor Krum heard Karkaroff's words, faded his expression, looked at Peter in surprise, and said to Peter in very unfamiliar English, "You are the same Peter York who defeated Carew Sr. in the first grade." "Carew? Who's that?" Peter asked doubtfully. He was not impressed by the name. "John Carew, the representative of Durmstrang in the junior group of the original dueling competition." Victor Krum looked at Peter with a confused expression on his face and reminded, "Sorry, there were a lot of opponents at that time, I can't remember." Peter shook his head and said that he only remembered Paul from the Ifamani school where he had played against him in the final, and the others were vaguely impressed. Karkaroff and Victor looked at Peter with a look he really couldn't remember, his expression choking a little. At that year's competition, John Carew, as the strongest man in Durmstrang, participated in the duel competition, and originally thought that the championship trophy had been booked in advance, but he did not expect to even enter the final, and was defeated by an 11-year-old child at Hogwarts. This led John Carew to be ridiculed by his classmates in Durmstrang, believing that he could not even deal with an 11-year-old and was discrediting the school. As the strongest student in Durmstrang at that time, Carew naturally would not allow himself to be ridiculed, so he taught those who laughed at himself harshly. Even if those people are united, they are still not John Carew's opponents. As Peter, who can easily defeat Carew, his name is widely spread among Durmstrang's students, and every year in the International Wizarding Duel competition, Durmstrang will select the strongest player to participate, hoping to wait until Peter York appears, and then defeat him in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, in all these years, Peter did not appear on the dueling stage again, leaving them to wait for a few years. Victor looked straight at Peter and said in strange English, "Why haven't you gone to the International Dueling Tournament all these years? I've always wanted to compete with you on the race stage." Peter looked at Victor strangely and replied, "I've already won the championship once. There's no need to waste any more time fighting for the title of a junior group. It's also about waiting for the adult title. That's the real duel. Instead of the rookie pecking competition in the junior group." Victor barely understood Peter's words, smiled, looked at him warily, and said word by word, "I will graduate next year, and when you are 18, I hope you will come to the dual adult group competition and see who of us can go further." Peter looked at his fierce fighting spirit, somewhat amused, and his current strength could easily beat the players in the adult group, let alone wait until he was an adult 2 years later. However, he still smiled and nodded his head and agreed, "If there is nothing else to do, I will go to participate. After all, there is already a youth group championship cup at home, and then take a champion cup of the adult group, and it will look good." Watching Peter and Victor talk for so long, the students around them looked at Peter enviously, and they also wanted to talk to Victor so closely and get his signature. You say, what if I go to Peter and ask him to help me get Victor's autograph? In the Gryffindor team, Ron looked enviously at Peter, who was talking to Victor in the professor's crowd, and asked Harry, who was beside him, "Then don't think about it. I don't know how you can worship Victor Krum so much. He keeps frowning, as if everyone owes him money." Hermione couldn't understand the crazy infatuation of the classmates around him, shook his head and said disapprovingly, "If I want to say it, it's better to worship Peter. He looks perfect now, and his strength is still so strong. You know what? Victor is the seeker of the Bulgarian national team. You saw him in the first place. I dare say no one is better than him. It's just cool," Ron retorted, looking adoringly at Victor Krum not far away. On Peter's side, Dumbledore looked at Peter kindly and said to Karkaroff with a smile, "Young people are always full of passion, but let's go to the castle, Madame Maxim. They should wait a long time." Then everyone went into the castle, and in the auditorium, the students of Buzzbaton chose to sit at the long table of Ravenclaw, while the students of Durmstrang chose Slytherin. Victor came to Peter's side and said in his English, "Meet again, Peter, can I sit here?" Peter was now sitting in the first place, and on his side were the chiefs of all grades, and when they saw Victor come here, they were all a little excited, and they all looked at Peter with expectant eyes, hoping that he would agree. Peter looked at their performance, a little amused, and then he said to Victor skillfully in Bulgarian, "Please feel free, you are guests, you can sit wherever you want." Victor was surprised at first, and then happily said in Bulgarian, "I didn't expect you to know Bulgarian, that's great. My English is not good, I have always been afraid that others will misunderstand my English, and I don't have to worry about you." Then Victor became more talkative, looking curiously at the surrounding arrangement, chatting with Peter in Bulgarian about the difference between the two academies. Peter was a little surprised by Victor's change. He had not spoken before, and he thought that Crumb was a silent person, and now it seemed that the reason for the language barrier was the cause. According to Victor's description, Durmstrang is located in Scandinavia, where snow is plentiful all year round and enrolls students from pure-blood wizards from all over Europe. The surrounding Slytherin students, looking at Peter and Victor, talked in his Chinese, and looked at each other. After the dinner, Dumbledore stepped forward and first introduced Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch, who were in charge of the competition by the Ministry of Magic. Unlike Bagman's smiling expression, Barty Crouch had a cold expression when announcing his name, and sat there quietly without smiling or waving. Peter looked at the expressionless Barty Crouch with great interest, and then looked at Moody not far away. It seemed that the little Barty had controlled his father with the Soul Reaper, and this scene of father-son cannibalism was really quite ironic. Later, when Dumbledore officially announced that students under the age of 17 could not sign up, many people cheered with dissatisfaction, especially the twins, when they heard that winning the championship could win 1,000 gold gallons. They were eager to participate immediately, and they were told that they could not participate, directly shouting that it was unfair. Dumbledore was not angry, looked at the students with a smile, and carefully explained the dangers of the Triwizard Tournament. Then let the administrator Filch carry a jewelry box. Dumbledore tapped 3 times on the jewelry box with his wand, and the box quickly disappeared as if corroded, leaving only a huge rough wooden cup with blue-white flames burning on it. Applicants must write their name and school on top of the sheepskin, and then throw the parchment into the goblet of fire. Dumbledore moved the wooden cup to the front of the stage so that the students could see it more clearly, and then continued, "Aspirants, please put your name into the cup within 24 hours, and on the eve of Halloween, that is, tomorrow night at the same time, we will gather here again, and the Goblet of Fire will select the most suitable student as warriors, representing their respective schools and competing for the final championship." He looked at the eager students below and said with a smile, "In order to avoid the underage people from being tempted to sign up, I will draw an age line around it, and people under the age of 17 will not be able to pass." There was a cry of disappointment below, and Dumbledore's hand shattered their desire to sign up quietly. "Finally, I would like to remind you that this competition is not a casual participation. Once the name is thrown into the Goblet of Fire, if it is selected, it must be carried out to the end, because when the name is thrown into the Goblet of Fire, you form a contract with the Goblet of Fire. If you violate it, it will be very seriously repulsed, and no one will want to have such consequences." Dumbledore said solemnly, "So if you want to sign up, please think about it first." "Well, I think everyone is tired, it's time to rest. I wish you all a good night." Then Dumbledore left the Goblet of Fire directly on the table, and then drew a circle line near the Goblet of Fire with his wand, which looked like a line drawn randomly with chalk, very ordinary. "It's a pity you can't participate in this competition, otherwise I would be looking forward to competing with you for this championship." Victor Crumb got up and said to Peter, and then followed his companions out of the auditorium and returned to their ship. Peter looked at the figure of him leaving, smiled, and murmured, "What an impatient nature, I didn't say not to participate." The next day, Peter sat in the auditorium and watched as many students, who had turned 17, were surrounded by their peers and put a note with their names written on them into the Goblet of Fire. Surrounded by many Hufflepuffs, Cedric came to the auditorium lively, crossed the age line in many expectant eyes, and put the note into the blue and white flames. Watching the flames successfully engulf the note, Hufflepuff students happily applauded Cedric. Cedric was a little embarrassed, and then he saw Peter sitting in the corner looking like a play, squeezed out of the crowd of his classmates, walked quickly to Peter, and asked happily, "Peter, why are you sitting here? Of course it's up to our Hufflepuff prince to sign up." Peter laughed and teased, "Peter, how did you follow them and scream?" Cedric was embarrassed, looked at Peter helplessly, and then asked solemnly, "Peter, you are only a month away from turning 17, it is a pity that you can't sign up, you are so strong, have you ever thought of a way to break through the coils drawn by Dumbledore?" Peter looked at Cedric and said, "If I can't compete, you are the most powerful in the school and most likely to be selected to be a warrior, don't you want to fight for your own honors for the academy?" Since knowing that Peter's age did not reach the registration line, many students were relieved, especially Hufflepuff students were secretly happy, because among the 6th and 7th grade students, besides Peter, Cedric was the strongest, so many students were speculating that Cedric had the best chance of becoming a warrior at Hogwarts. Listening to Peter's words, Cedric smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I know that many people at Hufflepuff want me to be a warrior, but I know my own strength. I am not sure to win the championship for Hogwarts, but you are different. If you become a warrior, I believe that the game is not difficult for you at all. You're so confident in me, you haven't even come out with the content of the game yet, so you think I can win if I participate. Peter smiled and shook his head. If you can't win, the others are even less likely to win. Cedric said affirmatively. As soon as Peter was about to say something, there was a noise at the door, only to see the twins laughing and giggling as they walked in, and the two of them, surrounded by Gryffindor, were holding an age-enhancing potion and waving to pass the age line. Cedric looked at them and asked curiously, Peter, do you think they can succeed? How I feel unreliable. If Dumbledore's age line can mix potions like age-enhancing potions, then how can he still claim to be the greatest wizard? Peter schemed his lips and then said expectantly, let's see how they will be punished. The twins cheerfully raised their potions to toast each other, and then drank them all, striding into the age line at the same time. There was no fluctuation in the age line, and the two and the people around them thought they had succeeded, and immediately applauded and cheered for them. Did they succeed? Cedric was dumbfounded, unable to believe that the line that Dumbledore had drawn had been broken. Peter shook his head amusedly and said, keep watching, there's a good drama to watch. The twins then put a note with their names on it into the Goblet of Fire at the same time, and then the two happily clapped at each other, thinking they had succeeded. As a result, the Goblet of Fire behind them erupted with light, and the two devoured notes accompanied by a magic spell directly hit the brothers and knocked them out of the circle, and in a flash, the two became two old men with white hair and white beards, and the image was very funny. The surrounding students laughed and couldn't help but look at the two brothers who had turned into old people. I've already warned you. Dumbledore smiled, looked at the twins, and said with a smile, you all have white beards longer than I am now, so go to Madame Pomfrey for treatment. The twins looked at each other and laughed, playing with each other's beards, not caring at all about this disguised punishment, but acting as a funny thing. Fred George, if you really want to sign up, I can help you. Peter's voice came, and the playful two looked over and saw Peter and Cedric coming. I'm just about to sign up, and if you want to sign up, I can stop you. Peter smiled and said, what, do you want to sign up? When the twins heard this, they immediately got up from the ground, and the long white beard jumped up with their movements, which was very funny. Really? Peter, do you really have a way to cross the age line? The twins asked curiously. The people around who heard Peter's words all looked at him in amazement, especially the Slytherin students, who looked at Peter expectantly. Dumbledore, who was going to leave, also stopped, smiled at Peter and smiled, and said, I can try, after all, I want 1,000 gold gallons bonus, I also want it. Several of his friends around him knew Peter's family background, so they knew he was laughing, but still looked at him with great anticipation, wanting to see how he broke through Dumbledore's age line. But Peter did not immediately try to break the age line, but took out a piece of parchment from the bag, wrote his name and school, directly kneaded it into a ball, and then came to the outside of the age line, a shooting action, accurately thrown into the Goblet of Fire. The surrounding students were stunned by Peter's operation. They did not expect such an operation, and they stared at the Goblet of Fire to see if Peter could succeed. Dumbledore looked at it with a smile, as if he had anticipated this situation. Sure enough, the parchment in the Goblet of Fire was not accepted, but was bounced out and burned directly into a ball of ashes. The surrounding students saw this summary and made a voice of disappointment. They originally thought they could succeed. Peter was not disappointed. He had originally thought of Dumbledore's town secret thoughts. How could he not have thought that this would happen? But just now, Peter already knew that in addition to the age line, Dumbledore also cast a spell on the Flame of Grief, able to distinguish whether the applicant had met the registration conditions. This time, he jumped out of the snakewood wand directly, and approached the age line drawn by Dumbledore with words, only to see a white light screen appear on the coil, enveloping the Goblet of Fire like a glass cover inside. But Peter didn't stop at all, waving his wand, and directly threw the reticle as if nothing, to the age line. The onlookers suddenly showed a surprised look, did not expect Peter to pass the age line so easily, and then looked forward to seeing if he could finally pass the registration. Dumbledore, who was also watching, also showed a hint of surprise, and then looked forward to Peter's next move like the students. Peter came to the Goblet of Fire, and he looked at the rough wooden cup with blue and white flames, pressed his wand against the cup, and kept chanting the incantation, and after a blue light flashed, the wooden cup looked unchanged. But this time Peter simply withdrew his wand, took out another prepared parchment note, and put it into the Goblet of Fire in full view of everyone. As soon as the parchment entered, it was engulfed in flames, and then emitted a red glow. Peter, who saw this scene, had a smile on his face. The surrounding students also cheered because Peter successfully signed up. When Peter stepped out of the age line, many students crowded up and cheered around Peter, and the twins worked together to lift Peter up and excitedly said, I know. I knew Peter you had a way, it was amazing. Put me down first. Fred George, don't you want me to sign up for you? Peter was surrounded by a crowd of people and shouted helplessly at the most excited twins. When the two heard Peter's words, they shook their long white beards and said with a smile, Come on Peter, you have already participated in the registration. No matter how we put the name in, the last selected warrior will not be us. We've given up on this idea. Although the 1,000 gold gallons are very tempting, we are self-aware. Then the two men dragged him along with the students around them to cheer against Peter's wishes, shouting, "Peter is our king." The surrounding students also laughed and giggled along with the two people shouting, surrounded by Peter as if the king was patrolling, playing in the auditorium. Peter was ashamed by the names of these people, especially the twin brothers who had started it, who had obviously been hit by Dumbledore's magic and turned into two old men with white hair and white beards, still unconcerned about Peter, singing and dancing, like two old naughty boys. "Well done, Peter." Dumbledore came from the crowd, and everywhere he went, the students around him were pushed to the sides by invisible forces, allowing him to come to Peter unimpeded. Dumbledore looked at Peter with a smile and said approvingly, "You just cast a powerful confusion spell on the Goblet of Fire. Can you tell me what instructions you added to it to make the goblet accept your registration?" Peter was a little embarrassed when the Lord appeared, but he replied, "With my current strength, there is no way to directly break the age line set by the headmaster, so I directly used the confusion spell to blur the definition of 17 years old, so that the Goblet of Fire thinks that I have reached 17 years old and meet the conditions for registration." Dumbledore listened, looked very happy, and said happily, "Good idea. Without breaking my instructions, change the semantics slightly. Because of the situation, it looks like you are a good Slytherin. I think the warriors in our school have already been chosen." Hearing what Dumbledore said, Peter was pleased, but still modestly said, "Thank you for the headmaster's praise, but the choice of warriors in the Goblet of Fire is to test the comprehensive strength of the students, and it is too early to guess. Excessive modesty is excessive pride. Peter, we are looking forward to you very much. Come on." Dumbledore shook his head slightly, patted Peter's shoulder kindly, and then turned and left the place. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.gg/bpy8hmhp. After that, Peter broke through the age line to successfully register, quickly spread in the school. Many people found Peter, wanted to ask him to register for himself, but Peter seemed to have expected this, directly disappeared into the sight of everyone. How to find cannot find. Unwilling students, they ran to ask Peter's friends, wanting to find out Peter's tracks. Several people politely refused the students who came, and did not reveal Peter's traces. Some students who have not achieved their goals, yin and yang, say that Peter is selfish, only thinks for himself, and does not take care of his classmates. He was unceremoniously rebuked by Alan and the twins, saying that Peter had signed up with his own strength, and mocked them for learning Peter if they had the ability. If they did not have the strength, they should not be humiliated. Even if they successfully signed up, the Goblet of Fire would not choose them to be warriors. In the end, several students were frightened by a few people and fled in a slippery way, and did not dare to be yin and yang. In the Gryffindor common room, the Potter trio was discussing Peter's registration. Ron said enviously, "Or we'll go find Fred, George and them too. For the sake of friends, Peter should have signed up for us, right?" Hearing his words, Hermione rolled her eyes and said, "Even if you sign up, do you think you can become a warrior? Know that the Goblet of Fire chooses the strongest person in each school to become a warrior? Or do you think you've outpaced Peter? Hey, I'm not thinking about it in case I find it leaking. The Goblet of Fire looks tattered. It is said to have been used for hundreds of years. Maybe the brain is broken, so they chose me as a warrior." Ron was embarrassed, but still said longingly, "If I become a warrior, how beautiful it must be. Don't daydream, Ron." Hermione looked at him like an idiot and said, "I've been looking at the Triwizard Tournament for the past few days, and it's a very dangerous game, and almost every game has people dying. The last Triwizard Tournament more than 100 years ago directly killed all 3 warriors. So the Ministry of Magic simply stopped the event, and successively tried to rehold it, but it was not successful, until this time that it was successfully resumed. But to be on the safe side, Dumbledore and the rest of the authorities restricted that only students who had reached the age of 17 were allowed to play. That being said, this game is still very dangerous, and if you are not careful, you will die." When Ron heard this, he took a cold breath and said happily, "Fortunately, I didn't sign up, otherwise if I was selected, it would be miserable. Rest assured, even if you are lucky enough to register, the Goblet of Fire will not choose you, so you don't have to be so lucky." Hermione gave him a blank look and said. Peter, who was sitting on Durmstrang's ship at this time, was invited by Victor to be a guest. Karkaroff was obviously unhappy about this, but given that it was Victor's invitation, he could only pinch his nose and let Peter into the ship. Peter followed Victor and several of his companions, chatting in the cabin while touring. Victor was very happy that Peter was able to participate in this competition. He said, "I thought that the opportunity for us to compete on the same stage would be in a few years, but I didn't expect that you actually successfully signed up. Dumbledore is also very famous in Bulgaria. You can break through the magic he said. It shows that the strength is very strong. I am more and more looking forward to the next competition." The age line set by Principal Dumbledore is actually not complicated. He is just trying to stop some lower grade students from signing up, so there is nothing to show off. Peter smiled and shook his head. "But this is also very powerful, Pete. Your strength must be very strong. If you come to our school, there will be many people to challenge you." Another tall, thin boy spoke in weird Bulgarian. "Niklaus, listen to your accent is German. You still communicate with me in German, and my name is Peter, not Pete." Peter said helplessly to the tall thin boy, "Oh, Peter, you speak German, that's great. The tall, lanky boy named Niklaus said in surprise, "You and Victor are talking in Bulgarian, and it's so painful that I just listened vaguely." Victor also looked at Peter in surprise and asked curiously, "Peter, how many languages do you know? I heard you communicate with a girl in Boothbatten in French before, and now you speak German. As far as I know, you have spoken 4 languages in front of me." Peter smiled and said confidently, "I can speak any language you can speak anyway." "Really?" Several people looked at Peter in amazement, some in disbelief. Niklaus pointed directly at the dark-haired, blue-eyed youth who had said a few words. "Bruno is Italian, can you communicate with him in Italian?" Bruno turned to look at Peter with some interest in his eyes and spoke to him in Italian. To the surprise of everyone, Peter fluently communicated with Bruno in Italian. After a while, Bruno said to the crowd with a look of surprise and helplessness, "His Italian is more standard than mine. I suspect he's Italian." Niklaus, in disbelief, said to another boy who was as strong as a bear, "Ilyich, you talk to him in Russian." After a while, the strong bear boy named Ilyich said angrily, "I feel the same as Bruno, he speaks Russian more standard than me. If I don't confirm that he is British, I would suspect that he is Russian." "Then try again one last time, and if you can say anything this time, I will really believe what you say." Niklaus insisted, then pointed to a somewhat handsome boy next to him and said, "Demis is Greek, but he is the language expert of our school, and he speaks 13 languages." Then he said to the boy, "Demis, come and fight Peter York at Hogwarts." The boy from Greece also seemed to be interested, and could not wait to communicate with Peter in Greek first. Peter felt very interesting, but in terms of language, he was not afraid of anyone, because since he had fused the human head sphinx and scorpion tail beast, the language ability of this magical animal had also been inherited by him. After that, he learned other languages as soon as he had time, and he still can't remember how many languages he learned, but whenever someone asks him, he can answer fluently in the corresponding language. Therefore, in Dementor's cabin, several students were stunned to see Peter cope with it, fluently communicating with Demis in various languages, and even in the end, it was Demis who confused the language and lost. "Peter, how did you do that? You're only 17 now, how did you learn so many languages?" Victor asked in shock. "Well, it's my talent, and I can learn it very quickly as long as I listen to it completely, so it's not a problem for me." Peter smiled and said truthfully. Hearing Peter's answer, everyone was even more surprised, and Demis said with a look of envy, "If only I had such an ability. Such talent is simply amazing." Peter was not proud of this, but looked at them curiously and asked, "What language and script do you usually use at Durmstrang School? You people alone come from different countries and different languages in Europe. Is it difficult for you to learn a language uniformly before going to school?" Several of Durmstrang's students heard the words and smiled, and Victor said mysteriously, "There will indeed be such a problem, but we have a magical alchemy prop in our school, and when we are in class, the words spoken by the professor will be automatically translated into the corresponding language and text, so there is no problem in learning. Of course, there will be no such help after class, so many students will learn German, Russian, or Norwegian before entering the school, which are the main languages used in the school, so that they can communicate with other students." Peter was a little surprised that Durmstrang also had this alchemy prop similar to a language translator, which was indeed a good thing. It is no wonder that wizards look down on muggles. After all, even if the muggle world is now in the 1990s, the communication tools are mainly BB machines, telephones and other communication tools. But the wizarding world has invented the double-sided mirror hundreds of years ago, a communication tool that can communicate face-to-face, and a language translation prop such as Durmstrang. The Muggle world will have to wait for more than a decade before such technologies as video communication and intelligent translation will gradually mature. So magic is really magical. On the eve of Halloween, teachers and students gathered in the lobby again, waiting for tonight's warriors to appear. Dumbledore stood on the stage and said happily, "In a few moments, the Goblet of Fire will spit out the names of the students of the 3 schools, and the chosen ones will represent their schools in the next 3 competitions for the next 3 competitions of the year, competing for the honor of their schools." So next, the chosen ones went to the door behind the faculty and went to the next room to wait, where they would receive the first instruction. Dumbledore said and pointed to a small door behind him. Then he waved one hand, and the pumpkin lamps floating in midair were extinguished at the same time, and the hall was dark. Only the goblet of flame on the high platform at the front emitted a dazzling blue-white flame, attracting everyone's attention. "It's time." In the huge goblet of fire, the blue-white flame suddenly turned red, and then sparks splashed around, and out of the flames came a charred parchment, which floated down in midair and was grabbed by Dumbledore. Everyone suddenly held their breath, wanting to hear who had been chosen. Dumbledore read the name on the parchment by turning back into a blue and white flame. "Who represents Durmstrang?" Dumbledore's voice was clear and powerful. "Wick Dolcrom." There was thunderous applause in the lobby. "Expected." Alan, who was sitting next to Peter, shrugged and shouted. Victor stood up and said to Peter, "I'm waiting for you inside." Then he walked lazily to the front and disappeared behind the door in front of everyone's attention. After that, the applause gradually disappeared, and everyone's eyes once again converged on the goblet of fire. A few seconds later, the flames turned red again, and a second piece of parchment flew out of it. Dumbledore looked at the name above and announced loudly, "The player representing Boothbarton School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is Fleur de Lacour." The applause thundered again, and a gorgeous girl rose from the Ravenclaw long table, her face raised, looking very proud, and with a flick of her silver hair, she strode gracefully into the door beside her. But this Buzzbaton girl with Miwa blood did not seem to be very popular, and the other Booth Barton students did not have a happy look on their faces, and even a tall girl buried her head in the arms of her companion and sobbed. As Fleur de Lacour disappeared behind the door, the auditorium fell silent again, and this time the Hogwarts students were even more nervous and held their breath deeply, as they were the only players left at Hogwarts who had not yet appeared. The goblet of fire once again burst out fiery red flames, sparks splashed around, and the tongue of fire spat out a piece of charred parchment, which fell lightly into Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore looked at the parchment of the handworm, raised an eyebrow, and then smiled, looking at the Slytherin table below. Representing Hogwarts is Dumbledore, looking pleased, and announcing loudly, Peter York. There was silence in the auditorium, followed by loud applause, especially the Slytherin students, who had always been reserved, and they patted the table excitedly, and Alan next to him excitedly patted Peter's shoulder and shouted happily, I know. I knew Peter you would be a warrior. It's amazing. Other Slytherin students also poured in, shaking hands with Peter and congratulating him one by one. The twins happily swooped over from the Gryffindor table and patted Peter on the shoulder to congratulate him. Seeing Peter surrounded by the crowd, Dumbledore smiled on the stage and said, well, I know you're happy for Peter, but let him go first. Let Peter go and join the other two braves first. Dumbledore's words were authoritative, and everyone stopped crowding Peter and watched him walk steadily into the wooden door beside him. In his last glance, Peter noticed that in the goblet that no one was paying attention, the flames turned red again. He walked out of the great hall to a small room full of statues of witches, and there was a burning stove on the front of the hut. The people in the portrait saw Peter coming in, looked at him, and some congratulated him. Peter saw both Victor and Fleur de Lacour standing by the fire, but neither spoke, silently watching the flames in the furnace. Peter's footsteps came and attracted the attention of both men. Victor looked up at Peter and said happily, I knew it would be you. Then we're up for the competition? Peter smiled and nodded. Being a competitor doesn't prevent us from being friends, does it? After all, I would love to be friends with you, the world star. Of course you're my friend, Peter. Victor said happily. I'm sorry, but can you say something I can understand? Listening to the two talking in Bulgarian, Delacour frowned, interrupted Peter to stop talking, turned to her in French and said, sorry, Victor doesn't speak much English, so I spoke to him in his native dialect and didn't notice you. Delacour looked at the handsome boy in front of him, and just when he wanted to say something, there was another sound of footsteps at the door. All three of them looked at the door and saw Harry walk in with a confused face. What? Fleur de Lacour watched Harry walk in and asked, do they want us to go back to the hall? She thought Harry had come to block the message. Harry stood there, taking in the sight of the three men, and the witches and wizards pointing at him in the surrounding portraits, not knowing how to explain. With a rush of footsteps coming from behind Harry, Bagman entered the room, dragged Harry over to the three of them, and said, it's so strange, folks, allow me to introduce. Although somewhat incredible, but the fourth contestant appeared. Victor Crumb stood up straight, frowned and looked at Harry, then at Peter again. And Fleur de Lacour looked at Harry and sneered, very ridiculous joke, Mr. Bagman. Joke. Bagman shook his head and said, no, it's not a joke. Harry's name was spat out of the goblet of fire just now. He became the fourth player in the Triwizard Tournament of all time. But how is this possible? Fleur de Lacour frowned and said, she looked at Harry with contempt and shook her head, he's too young to qualify for the competition. That being said, said Bagman, touching his chin, but the age line is only a special safety measure added this year, and Harry has been selected by the Flames, in which case it is impossible for him to quit except for the competition. After all, there is the bondage of contract. Footsteps came outside the door again, and a group of people came in, including Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Batty Crouch, Madame Maxim, and Karkaroff Madame Maxim. When Fleur de Lacour saw her headmaster, she reported, they say this little boy is going to participate too. Madame Maxime was very tall, her head was about to touch the hanging lamp on the roof, she arched her body slightly, looked at Harry, looked at Dumbledore with dissatisfaction, and asked, what is going on, Dumbledore? Karkaroff, who was beside him, also had a dark face and shouted disapprovingly, Dumbledore, you have to give us an explanation. When will the host school have two players in the Triwizard Tournament? Let's calm down. Dumbledore waved his hand in reassurance, then stared straight at Harry and asked, Harry, have you put your name in the goblet of fire? No, headmaster, I didn't do it. Harry replied with an uneasy look in his eyes. He's lying. Karkaroff said with a sneer. Then did you find someone else to help you put it? Dumbledore asked again. Nothing. Harry reacted violently. But Karkaroff and Madame Maxim snorted coldly, expressing disbelief. Karkaroff said directly and dissatisfiedly, Dumbledore, it seems that the age line you set is not very effective. First a student under the age of 17 easily crossed your age line, and now a 13-year-old is a contestant? Are you kidding? I'm 14. Harry glared at Karkaroff and corrected. It doesn't matter. Karkaroff ignored Harry's emotions and shouted. Since Hogwarts has two players, we have to pick another one to be fair. Yes, we require two contestants from every school, otherwise Buston would have quit this game. Madame Maxim also said arrogantly. It's impossible, folks, the Goblet of Fire has been extinguished, and it won't be able to rekindle the Goblet of Fire until the next tournament is held. Barty Crouch had a cold expression and said word by word like a repeating machine, and the selected players have signed a contract with the Goblet of Fire and must participate in the whole game, otherwise they will be eaten by default. Is that it? Have 2 players at Hogwarts in the race? It's not fair, Madame Maxim said with great dissatisfaction. Harry is only 14 years old. Everyone knows that the Triwizard Tournament is very dangerous, often either dead or injured. This time his name inexplicably appeared in the Goblet of Fire. Someone must have wanted to take this opportunity to kill him. Moody didn't know when he would appear, stood behind Harry, and said angrily, looking worried about Harry. Arbus, is there really no way out? Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore with a worried look on his face. Harry is only 14 years old. He is still too young. Like Alastair said, someone had orchestrated Harry to be a contestant, which was obviously ill-intentioned. We can't put him in danger? Sorry Minerva, the Goblet of Fire has been extinguished, which is equivalent to having signed a contract, and I can't lift it. Dumbledore shook his head in regret and then looked at Harry. Now the solution is for Harry to finish the game and then adapt. So that's the decision? The host school has 2 contestants? Karkaroff said angrily, this is ridiculous. We won't stop. This is a naked humiliation of us. It's a fair tradition of breaking the triple finals. What can you do? Karkaroff? Moody leaned over to him, stared straight at him, and said sarcastically, do you think that by becoming Durmstrang's headmaster, you'll be able to forget who you once were? I'm staring at you. Karkaroff was horrified by Moody's disgusted look, and barely held up a fake smile and said, what are you talking about? I don't understand. A companion who betrays. Moody stared at him deadly and said sarcastically, well, Alastair, we're talking about the contestants. Dumbledore interrupted Moody, then he looked at the crowd and said, now that the facts have been decided, it seems that we can only make Harry the 4th player. I wonder if you have anything to say. Madame Maxim and Karkaroff did not speak, but after a cold snort of dissatisfaction, they pulled their respective students to the side. The others didn't object, and Professor McGonagall looked at Harry with a worried look on his face, as if he were going to die at any moment. There seems to be no objection, right? Bagman looked pleased, rubbed his hands, and said to the crowd, then let's get started now. He looked at the 4 selected players and said with a smile, there are 4 players for the first time in history, but this does not affect the competition procedure. Now I'm going to give you instructions. Barty, are you interested in helping? But Barty Crouch Mew stood aside and was silent and did not answer. Bagman, obviously accustomed to this, announced to the 4, the first task is to test your guts. Of course I will not tell you what the task is. After all, facing an unknown task also requires courage, so this is a part of the game. The first task will be carried out on November 24th, in front of the arithmetic referee and the audience. Moreover, during the competition, the contestants cannot get help from the teacher and need to complete the competition independently. Information for the second task cannot be obtained until the first task is completed. Well, that's all I've said. Barty, do you have anything to add? Barty Crouch shook his head coldly, indicating that there was nothing to add. Having said that, tonight's business was over, and he didn't have to wait until he wanted to invite everyone to his office for a cup of tea. But apart from Bagman's interest, Crouch said that he wanted to rush back to the Ministry of Magic, and Karkaroff and Madame Maxim had already pulled their respective contestants and left the small room. Harry and Peter, you should go to sleep. Dumbledore smiled and looked at them. I think your classmates should be waiting to celebrate with you. Harry looked at Peter, who had not spoken, saw him smiling at himself, and left with him. The lobby was empty, everyone had gone, only the faint candles above and the starry sky, and the surrounding area seemed a little dim. Well, we're competitors, Harry. Peter smiled and said to Harry. Harry looked at Peter's smiling expression, and he plucked up the courage to explain, Peter, believe me, I didn't put my name in the Goblet of Fire. I believe in you, Harry. Peter said with a smile. But Harry thought Peter didn't believe him, just coped with him, and said excitedly, Peter, I swear I really didn't sign up. I don't know why my name appears in the Goblet of Fire. Harry, calm down. Peter interrupted, looked at him seriously and said, I really believe you didn't throw a note into the Goblet of Fire. Although you may not be comfortable saying this, with your current strength, you can't break through the age line set by Principal Dumbledore. Peter said, even I am confident that I have only made a slight change with the confusion spell, and I cannot completely crack Dumbledore's magic, and the other students are even more unlikely. When Harry heard Peter's words, he was not unhappy, but instead he was relieved and said happily, thank you for really believing in me. I have always wanted to explain, but they all seem to not believe me. Well, Harry, now that you're a warrior, get ready to improve your strength this month. There's still some danger in the Triwizard Tournament, and if you don't pay attention, you'll get hurt. Peter patted him on the shoulder and said, let's go here and part ways. Your classmates should be waiting to celebrate with you. Go back. Then Peter turned and went to the cellar. As soon as Peter entered the common room, the surrounding Slytherin students stood up and applauded him, and some of them held ceremonial flower tubes and sprayed flowers above him. Congratulations, Chief. You're a warrior at Hogwarts and you're sure to win the trophy. Congratulations, Peter, you are the pride of our Slytherin. The students gathered around Peter, the clan members congratulating and encouraging him, and everyone was jubilant. After all, this time it was their Slytherin students who represented Hogwarts in the war. As for Harry Potter, everyone deliberately forgot about it. On the one hand, they didn't want to spoil the atmosphere at this time, and on the other hand, they were worried that Peter would be angry, so everyone seemed to forget that there was another player who also represented Hogwarts. Slytherin had such an honor, and everyone was very happy, and celebrated until midnight, when Peter forcibly ended the celebration by the order of the chief. Otherwise, these people will celebrate all night and forget about going to class tomorrow morning. The next day Peter once again became the focus of the school. During the meal and class time, many students curiously gathered around, and groups of girls passed by Peter like accidents, blatantly peeking at him, whispering from time to time, and often giggling. Peter at first smiled at the girls who had passed him several times, but the girls immediately blushed, screamed in a low voice, and looked like they were about to faint. Haha, Peter, those girls are in love with you. What an envy, why don't I have such treatment? Fred put his arm around Peter's shoulder and said with a grin, because our Peter is good looking. If you look at his face, I used to expect him to become ugly when he grew up, but the result was that the longer he became, the more beautiful he became, which was really disappointing. George grinned and pinched Peter's face. George, take your salty pig hand away, and don't tarnish our perfect face, Peter. Alan pretended to be angry and slapped his hand away. Peter will have to rely on this face to eat in the future, and if we don't have money in the future, we can rely on Peter's face to get a lot of rich women. Haha, yes, with Peter's face, we don't have to worry about it in the future. Rich wives like his face the most? The three of them laughed and joked about Peter. Peter couldn't bear it, reached out and directly put the mouths of the three people tightly together, and then smiled at Cedric on the side and said, now it's quiet. Woohoo. The three joking guys found themselves unable to open their mouths, made noises in panic with their noses, and then begged Peter for forgiveness. Don't think about it. Wait for half an hour before the magic will disappear. You should be quiet for a while. I have a headache in the morning. Peter gave the three of them a blank look and said that he would not take back the magic. Cedric, who had been watching for a long time, couldn't help but laugh out loud, looked at the three people who had turned dumb, and said, I told you earlier, but I didn't listen, and now I am punished. Peter is tired enough, you have to add fuel to the fire. You deserve to be like this? For some time after that, in order to avoid trouble, Peter knew almost no trace of him except for a few friends, appearing every day during class, and the rest of the time he was hidden, even eating time. At the same time, as Harry became the fourth warrior, the conflict between Slytherin and Gryffindor became sharp again. Slytherin students believed that Harry had become the fourth player by cheating, stealing the honor belonging to Slytherin. So the Slytherin students, led by Draco, made badges that read, Peter, the true warrior of Hogwarts. With a little more badge with the wand, the words on it will change to Potter Stinky Dung. Unbeknownst to Peter, Slytherin had almost a badge in his hand, and it spread among Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students. Because almost everyone thought that Harry had become a player by cheating, even Gryffindor people thought so, but out of honor and unity in the academy, Gryffindor was on Harry's side, without the badges invented by Draco. Harry was having a bad time these days, and as his best partner, Ron fell out with him. Ron thought that when he first signed up, he suggested going to Peter to help throw his name into the Goblet of Fire, but Harry followed Hermione to Object, and as a result, he quietly signed up without telling him. So now Ron seemed to not know Harry, talking and laughing with the other classmates, but as soon as he saw him, his face was pulled down and he did not speak to him. Hermione was sandwiched between the two, exhausted at both ends, trying to reconcile the two. To Harry's annoyance, his nemesis, Draco, with a group of Slytherins, sneered at him, accusing him of taking away the honor that belonged to Slytherin by means of despicable means. No matter how hard he tried to explain that he didn't do these things, everyone didn't believe him. Recently, there have been badges against him in the school. As soon as he appears, many students will look at him with indifference, and the badge on his chest will become Potter Stinky Dung. Words. Harry felt like he had been the target of everyone, and Gryffindor students, though not wearing badges, would each time ask him how he had crossed the age line. When he angrily stated that he hadn't done it, and he didn't know why his name appeared in the Goblet of Fire, Gryffindor students began to snub him. Looking a few steps away from the student with the badge of mockery at him, Harry wanted to grab everyone by the collar and loudly say that he hadn't signed up, but he knew it wouldn't help. After lunch, Harry, persuaded by Hermione, wanted to find Ron to take the initiative to make peace with him, and found that Ron was in the courtyard. Harry and Hermione quickly felt there, and saw that Ron was chatting with some classmates not far away. As they were getting ready to pass, a group of people stood in their way. It was Draco and a few of his companions. Several had large badges pinned to their chests that read Peter, a true warrior at Hogwarts. Like it? Porter. Draco walked over to Harry, smiled wildly at the badge on his chest, and said loudly, "This is a badge I made myself, and more than that, look at the rest." Then I pressed the badge, and the handwriting on the badge disappeared, and a row of large green characters reappeared. Potter stinks. The surrounding Slytherin students laughed in agreement and pressed the badge on their chests, and suddenly many Potter stinky dung with green light appeared around Harry. Harry blushed with rage and stared at Draco fiercely. Hermione stopped in front of Harry and angrily exclaimed, "Malfoy, get out of here." "Oh, Granger?" Do you want a badge? I made a lot there and can send you one? Draco smiled, then pulled out a badge and handed it over, but then shrank back, as if afraid of getting dirty. Sorry, I just washed my hands. I don't want a mud seed to touch my hands. Harry's anger over the past few days suddenly exploded, and he took out his wand and pointed it at Draco, and said sarcastically, Malfoy, you coward, don't forget that Peter was also born a muggle. Do you dare to say the word mud in front of him? Only bullying the soft and hard despicable guys? Harry, don't do this, you will be punished. Hermione grabbed Harry's hand worriedly, reminding, don't forget the purpose of our coming. Harry heard this, and looked not far away to notice the movement, but Ron, who had been unmoved, lowered his wand, snorted coldly, knocked away from Draco, and walked towards Ron. As a result, a panicked voice from Hermione was heard behind her, Harry, be careful. Harry turned his head to see Malfoy raising his wand, smiling slyly as he prepared to sneak up on him. Before he could perform his magic, a white light shot out from the side, hitting Malfoy, who was preparing to sneak in, and Malfoy suddenly transformed into a stoat and squeaked on the ground. Not allowed. I said you weren't allowed to sneak up on me? Moody squeezed out of the crowd, and he pointed his wand at Draco, who had turned into a white melt, and controlled it to roll up and down. You are just like your vile old father, cowardly, greedy, cunning. Everyone else is stunned, watching white melt being taught by Professor Moody flying up and down with his wand. Harry was shocked at first, then smiled happily, grateful to Professor Moody for helping him. Moody looked at Byron's eyes with great disgust, as if he saw another person, playing viciously. Until a ray of light shot out of the crowd, interrupting Moody's control over the ferret, the terrified Draco rushed to his Slytherin companions as soon as he landed. Moody was interrupted, raised his head, looked at the people around him with magic eyes, and shouted angrily, Who is stopping me from punishing students? Peter came out of the crowd, holding a few books in his left hand and a wand in his right, looked at Moody expressionlessly and said, Professor, I cast magic. Moody looked at Peter in front of him, frowned and asked, Peter York, why are you stopping me from punishing Malfoy? Don't cover him up like that because he's a student of your Slytherin? He actually dared to sneak behind his back, which was an act of shame, and he could not be easily let go. Peter looked at Moody in front of him, who was full of justice, and instead of answering directly, he turned his head to look at Byron, who was hiding in the Slytherin team. With a gentle wave of his hand, Byron panicked and was pulled up by a force, floated into the air, and then quickly flew to Peter's side. Peter pointed his wand at Byron, and with a gentle wave, the stoat turned into Draco again. The humanoid Draco hid behind Peter in horror, shouting, I'm going to tell my dad. I'm going to tell him? Tell Malfoy? A coward who will only shout daddy? Haha, if you know what he's ever done, you're sure you'll be scared out of your ass? Moody said sarcastically, then looked at Peter, get out of the way, Peter, I'm going to teach this rude boy a lesson. Peter stopped in front of him, shook his head slightly, and said coldly, Professor Moody, the school does not allow students to punish students with transfiguration, didn't Principal Dumbledore tell you? Even if he makes any mistakes, Professor Snape will be responsible for punishing him. You are too much. To Snape. Is that still a punishment? The man he had been sheltering Slytherin for wasn't a day or two. Moody said sarcastically, then raised his wand, squinted his eyes and said threateningly, Dodge Peter York, I will punish him in every way, or even you will be punished. Sorry, Professor, I am still the chief of Slytherin, and I am responsible for the students of Slytherin, and I cannot punish you indiscriminately. Peter shook his head in refusal. Moody looked at Peter with a calm face in front of him, especially the pair of eyes that seemed to see through everything, and his heart couldn't help but become irritable, and he said in anger, since you insist on shielding him, then even you will be punished. Then Moody's wand glowed, and a transfiguration spell shot at Peter. The students who were watching around were immediately stunned by this scene and quickly retreated in fright. Peter was not frightened by Moody's sudden shot, calmly raised his right hand holding the wand, and with a sharp swing, bounced back the magic that was fired at him, and in the blink of an eye, made up a disarming spell. Stop. Professor McGonagall's voice came. Moody didn't expect Peter to be able to block his spell so easily, and bounced back. Some of them caught off guard and blocked the transfiguration charm, and they were hit by the disarming spell that followed closely behind, and the wand in his hand involuntarily broke free and flew to the opposite Peter's hand. Professor McGonagall ran over, looked at the scene of the confrontation between the two, was very angry, and asked, what the hell is going on? Then he looked at Moody, Alastair, why did you get into a conflict with a student? Also attacking Peter with magic? Minerva. Moody's had some words pour. Professor McGonagall, Peter suddenly spoke. He explained calmly, because of Draco Malfoy's sneak attack on Harry, Professor Moody turned Malfoy into a white song, but I only disarmed the magic, and I thought that even if I was punished, it should be put in the responsibility of Dean Professor Snape, but Professor Moody was unwilling, so he clashed with me. Hearing Peter's explanation, Professor McGonagall looked at Moody and asked, Alastair, is what Peter said true? Probably. Moody brushed his lips and said, then glared at Draco behind Peter, that boy is going to be punished. He dared to sneak up on Harry's back. This kind of thing can't appear in front of me. Professor McGonagall heard Moody admit it. His eyes widened, and he stared at him angrily and said, Alastair, it is absolutely not allowed to punish students with transfiguration in the school. I remember I should have told you. I think I said that, didn't I? Moody didn't dare to look McGonagall in the eye, and the green magic eye swirled around. Professor McGonagall looked even angrier, looking at Moody angrily, unable to speak for a moment at the thorn-headed professor. Then she looked at Peter, a smile squeezed out of her face, and said, Peter, you corrected the professor's mistake in time, did the right thing, Slytherin +1 point. Then he looked at Moody with hatred and said, Alastair, follow me to CABS, you are getting more and more uncertain now, you used to teach students those dangerous spells, and now you are chaotic, follow me. He said he was going to pull him away. Wait, Professor McGonagall, Peter shouted. Then, in Professor McGonagall's doubtful eyes, he handed the wand in his hand to Moody and said, Professor Moody, you forgot your wand, so easily I disarmed the wand, I thought it was not your wand. In Professor McGonagall's strange eyes, Moody looked ugly as if he had eaten siang, pulled his wand, and dragged his prosthetic leg away quickly. The surrounding students looked at Peter with a look of admiration in their eyes, and they had just clearly seen that Peter was disarming Professor Moody's wand head-on. This was a jaw-dropping thing. After all, Moody was a very famous Auror, powerful, and almost fought with the Dark Wizards for half a lifetime. Chief, you're so good that you beat Moody. The Slytherin students gathered around and looked at Peter adoringly. The professor is just not prepared, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do this. Peter smiled and shook his head, but then he looked at Draco indifferently. Today's incident, although Professor Moody did not do it right, but the sneak attack behind your back is also to copy the Slytherin code 10 times after humiliating Slytherin back. Then look around and flash Potter stinks. The glare of the badge said calmly, put away the badge for me, the Slytherin people are not allowed to wear this again. The school certificate will only make people in the other two schools laugh at us, even if you have any more conflicts with Gryffindor, this semester will give me a good hold, don't lose face in front of foreign guests. But Chief, we are fighting for you, why can Potter become the fourth player by cheating, he is sharing your honor. A Slytherin student said reluctantly. Why do you think he has the ability to pass the age line set by Dumbledore? Peter said amusedly, and then frowned and explained solemnly, there are people with bad intentions who have targeted Harry Potter, so with a strong confusion spell to make him the fourth warrior, you must know that there have been casualties in all the top 3 tournaments. He is now in danger, you guys don't add to the chaos. The people around them were very surprised to hear Peter's words, and if anyone else had explained, they would not have believed it, but would have thought that they were excusing Harry. But Peter was different, and almost everyone believed his words. When they looked at Harry again, their eyes were no longer hostile, but full of sympathy, which must be how unlucky people are, so many people have always wanted his life. Although Peter repeatedly told them not to spread the word, after only one afternoon of hard work, almost everyone knew that Harry Potter was in danger, abandoned their prejudices against him, and expressed sympathy for him one by one when they saw him. Harry also knew what Peter had explained for him, and he was grateful for it, because of Peter's words, his treatment at school had changed from the previous situation. Although the look of fear that he was going to die at any moment made Harry a little uncomfortable, at least no one thought of himself as a cheater anymore. What pleased Harry the most was that Ron came to him to apologize at the first time, and the two reconciled again. When the 3 Harrys came to Peter in person to thank him, Peter smiled and said that he did not have to be polite. Peter, since you also think there is a conspiracy to make Harry a warrior, do you know who is behind it? Did that guy really want to use the game to kill Harry? Hermione asked, eyes fixed on Peter, wanting an answer. Peter looked at the clever witch in front of him, smiled and said, at present, there are many professors who are silently protecting Harry, so you don't have to worry so much. There are 3 games in total. The first 2 games will not be too much of a problem as long as you are careful, but in the 3rd game, it depends on Harry's luck. Then the people behind the scenes will also show their true faces, and then Harry really needs to show courage to face it. So, now you better go and play, take advantage of the first game to relax, the next game will not be easy. Peter finished his words and smiled at the 3 of them. The 3 people who were separated from Peter walked in the corridor a little confused, thinking back to what Peter had just said. I think Peter must have known something. What he meant just now was that the person behind the curtain wanted Harry to pass through the first 2 levels and not appear until the 3rd game, which showed that Harry was not too dangerous at present. Hermione analyzed solemnly. Don't forget that Peter is a prophet, he's much more reliable than Trelawney. He must have seen something, that's why he said that. Ron said too. It's just that Peter's words are in the clouds, and he, like the adults, always speaks mysteriously, and I don't understand what he means at all. Harry said bitterly, why is it that every year there is one bad thing happening, and it's all against me? I think Harry, you must be cursed. Look at the bad luck you've had since you entered school, the 1st grade Quirrell and the Dark Lord on his head, the young version of the Dark Lord in the 2nd grade, and the Basilisk that was slaughtered by Peter, the 3rd grade Sirius and the little dwarf thing. Harry, your trouble is always continuous. Ron said speculatively, looking at Harry sympathetically. Don't listen to his nonsense, Harry. Hermione gave Ron a blank look and reassured. Now that Peter said it's okay for the first 2 levels, Harry, you're going to prepare for the next game, and as for the 3rd game, it's all next year, and there's still a long time to go, and we can also contact Sirius and Professor Lupin, who should give us advice. I see, Hermione. Harry nodded. One day, while Peter was in a spell class, Colin Crevier of Gryffindor appeared at the door. Professor Flitwick, Mr. Bagman, they asked me to inform Peter to go and test the wand. Colin said nervously to Flitwick, who was standing on the table lecturing. Flitwick stopped his lecture and looked at Peter, who was silently listening to the lecture under the podium, and the others looked at him with envious eyes. Peter, since you're called, let's go first, you'll know all these lessons anyway, Flitwick said with a smile. Then I'll go first, Professor. Peter got up and nodded politely at him, then left the classroom in the middle of everyone's sight across the aisle. Senior Peter, can I take a picture of you? Crevi, who was leading the way, blushed and finally held out what he wanted to say on the way, with a camera hanging from his chest. Peter looked at the Gryffindor third-year student and smiled. Classmate Crewe, it seems that you like to take pictures. Do you want to become a photographer in the future? Huh. Crivlin shook his head in confusion and said, Elder Peter, I don't know, I haven't thought about it yet, but I do like to take pictures. I have to take a bunch of pictures every year to send to my parents to see, and this camera of mine is a gift from my father. Then you can think about it. Peter smiled and said, we are all from the Muggle world. If you can't find a good job in the wizarding world after graduation, even if you want to return to the Muggle world in the future, you only have a primary school diploma, let alone find a job, so you have to work hard early. After all, we are not pure blood families, and we can get comfortable even if we don't work. The third grade Creevy was not small. Hearing Peter's words, his face also became serious. He had not thought about such a thing before, and now Peter reminded him, he found this grim fact. If you really finish 7 years in school, you will be unemployed after graduation, the wizarding world will not find a decent job, and in the Muggle world, there is only a primary school diploma, and it is impossible to integrate. Thinking like this, Creevy was instantly startled into a cold sweat, and gratefully said to Peter, thank you Peter, if it were not for your reminder, I might be like other students, just playing and making fun, completely forgetting this matter. You're welcome, after all, we're all wizards from the Muggle world, so of course we have to help each other. Peter smiled and waved his hand. Senior, you have such good grades, will you go to work in the Ministry of Magic in the future? Creevy asked curiously, after all, the best job in the wizarding world is the Ministry of Magic. Peter shook his head and said, I'm not going to go to the Ministry of Magic, I should still be settled in Muggles after graduation and I'm already a student at Oxford University, and I just happened to graduate from college and now work part-time as a therapist at St. Mungo's, so I'm not in a hurry to choose. Hearing Peter's answer, Creevy opened his mouth, Senior Peter, you are actually a student of Oxford University. How did you do it? Haven't we been studying at Hogwarts? Where did you get to college? Magic always has some use. I just made the university teachers think I was weak, so I was exempted from the usual credits, as long as I took the final exam. Peter winked at him, smiled, and said, of course, if your final grades are good, the professors will really turn a blind eye and allow you not to come to class normally. Creevy looked at Peter with even more admiration, and as a Muggle-turned man, he certainly knew how difficult it was to get into a top school like Oxford, let alone get a high score. Peter, on the other hand, was learning magic knowledge in the wizarding world while also taking into account the Muggle world, and he had such good results on both sides, which really made him very impressed. Senior, you're awesome. Oxford University, students all over the UK want to get into this school? Creevy sighed, and then said self-deprecatingly, unlike me, I can't even learn magic well, and my grades are mediocre. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to find a job in the wizarding world to support myself. Come on, you're only in the 3rd grade, and it's still too late. If you like to take pictures, you can work hard in this regard. Maybe the profession of journalist is not bad, and even you can start newspapers and periodicals. I think you are quite talented in this regard. Peter patted him on the shoulder and said. Peter really wanted to change the weak position of Muggle wizards in the wizarding world. Otherwise in this old-fashioned wizarding world, purebloods firmly controlled power and resources, and Muggle wizards rarely had a chance to rise. Peter had learned about the Muggle wizards of the wizarding world after graduation, but the results were not optimistic. The few talented or hard-working students, even if they entered the Ministry of Magic with excellent grades, were only at the most basic level of work, and there was almost no way to rise. Unless you choose to marry a pureblood and resolutely stand in the pureblood camp, you can get a promotion prospect. And those with mediocre grades in school can become a long-term clerk in the Diagon Alley store, and those who are unlucky can't even find a job. There are even many people who have gradually degenerated and become a member of the Overturned Alley, bearing the name of the Dark Wizard, but not even the strength of the Dark Wizard, studying some partial and evil black magic, making themselves inhuman and ghostly. Peter had a heart, but if the Muggle-born wizards didn't work their own, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Hogwarts has given the students the greatest fairness, the school library has the most complete knowledge of magic. If you can seriously study hard in these 7 years, becoming a powerful wizard is not a dream. Unfortunately, a group of teenage children do not have such foresight and self-consciousness. They almost fight with their classmates, and even some students have not been to the library several times in 7 years, and they have spent 7 years in a muddy mood, facing the dilemma of graduation and unemployment. They could not integrate into the magic world, nor could they return to the Muggle world, and in the end they could only willingly fall. Withdrawing their minds, the two went to a classroom on the 1st floor, and after saying goodbye to Colin, Peter went into the classroom, only to see a group of people inside. As soon as Peter entered the door, Victor, who was sitting alone in the corner in a daze, spotted him and waved happily at him, and Fleur de Locre sat gracefully in her chair, flicking her silver hair from time to time, causing a man with a big belly to sneak a peek at her with a large black camera that smoked lightly. Ludo Bagman was chatting with a witch in a fuchsia robe, and Dumbledore was listening to what Ollivander was saying. Everyone noticed Peter coming in, and Bagman dropped the conversation, laughing and shouting, "The last warrior is coming. Now it's time to get started." Peter had some doubts. The last warrior? Is Harry Potter coming? Just thinking about it, the broom cabinet next to him opened, and Harry walked out with a displeased face, followed by a reporter with an unfinished face, Rita Skeeter, with a piece of parchment and a quill floating out of thin air. As soon as Skeeter saw Peter, his eyes lit up, and he walked quickly, tried to touch Peter with his fat hand painted with red fingernails, and said with a look of surprise, "I haven't seen you for a long time, Peter. You are getting more and more handsome. Congratulations on becoming a warrior. Let's have a private interview. After all, we are all old acquaintances. You have to give me a chance." Peter took a few steps back, dodged her fat hand, smiled, and said, "It's been a long time since I saw you, Miss Skeeter. It looks like you've had a good time all these years, and you've got a lot more jewelry on your body." Hearing Peter's words, Skeet deliberately shook the jewelry necklace hanging on his chest, pretended to be modest, and smiled and said, "Oh, generally, this is still thanks to your blessing. You have given me a lot of Hogwarts material, and I have the opportunity to invite you to the Lady Pot of Tea House in Hogsmeade for a cup of tea. Her snacks taste good. Or goodbye?" Peter silently refused. It was the place where the students defaulted to dating, and if he followed this woman, he was afraid that he would be rumored by the students, and he didn't want to spread gossip with this woman. "Come on, Peter, let's have a short interview. It won't bother you for a long time. I've had a great chat with Harry Potter just now, and if I add to that your interview, I'm sure it will make the headlines of the Daily Prophet," Skeeter said with a look of impatience. "Farewell, Lady Skeeter. You and I are all too familiar, so you should put your energy into the savior, and don't waste it on me, the no-name pawn." Peter shook his head in refusal. "Haha, Peter, you're really joking. If you're a nobody, there's no big man." Skeeter did not dare to treat Peter as he did Harry Potter. After all these years of cooperation, Peter knew a lot of her secrets. And she also knew that although Peter looked gentle and elegant, he was a bad character, so she could only plead at the end, "Peter, it is really not possible. You promised to let me take a picture. If your handsome face is not revealed, it is a pity. We are all old friends. I promise not to scribble." Peter looked at her prayer, thought for a while, or nodded in agreement. After all, Skeeter, although a woman who has no bottom line and is also shameless, is very useful, and Peter still has something to use for her. As soon as Skeeter saw that Peter agreed, he said happily, "Great, you have to know that just your handsome face, there are many people willing to pay for it. 2 years ago when your photo appeared in the newspaper, the Daily Prophet was sold out. Many fans can cut yours as a collection, but unfortunately you are not willing to accept interviews in the past 2 years. It is a pity." Then she looked into the eyes of the photographer staring directly at Fleur, and shouted with a bad look, "Dan Botto, don't be in a daze there, come and take a picture of me." The photographer, who was so fascinated by Fleur, was awakened by Skeeter's piercing roar that he quickly ran over with his camera. "Take a picture of Peter, remember, take him to perfection. This is a rare opportunity." Skeeter stood next to the photographer and said unassuredly. The photographer quickly nodded, raised his large camera, and said to Peter, "Mr. York, please look at me here. Don't be too serious and laugh. That's right. Great. Keep it that way." With a click, the camera emitted a blinding white light and light smoke. After filming, Peter ignored Skeeter's retention. He came to Victor, who had been waiting for him, and smiled and said, "Why are you hiding in the corner again? There are 2 warriors and others here besides me, and if you are so silent they will only think that you are arrogant and disdainful of talking to them." Victor said nonchalantly, "My English is not good, and the boy named Henry is too young for us to talk about." Peter said amusedly, "His name is Harry, not Henry, and he is a famous savior. That's your savior of England, not ours." Victor said contemptuously, "What about Fleur de Locre? I remember that she took the initiative to talk to you before. Why didn't she ignore people? Such a beautiful girl is rare, don't you care?" Peter said, "Forget it." Victor frowned in disgust and said, "That woman enjoys the feeling of so many men around her. I don't want to be her licking dog." Peter smiled and said, "Miss Dracour would be very sad if she knew what you said. It's just a pity for me. Obviously I also look good. Why didn't she take the initiative to find me? I really envy you. Victor is really charming." "I asked the half-charmer too," said Victor, looking at Peter with a smile on his face, and jokingly said, "She said she didn't like boys who were better looking than herself." Peter choked up directly, not expecting that he would end up being a joke. "All right, warriors, come here. We asked Mr. Ollivander and he will check your wand to make sure your wand is in good condition before the game." Bagman shouted. "Miss Delacour, you come first." Ollivander said to Fleur that he looked old, but his silver eyes looked like he could penetrate people's hearts. Fleur stepped out and handed her wand to Ollivander. "Well," Ollivander fiddled with the wand with Yenweiwei's hand, groaning a little, waving the wand, the tip of the wand shooting out some golden, pink sparks, and then he put his face to the wand. 95 inches, not easy to fold, wooden, very sensitive, and, oh, my god, Ollivander's eyes widened and he said in surprise, "Miwa's hair." Fleur said, "It was made from my grandmother's hair." "Yes," said Ollivander, "yes, although I myself have never used this material, but anyway, it's good to be right for you." He rubbed the wand in his hand to see if it had any scratches or cracks, and finally waved the wand. Flowers bloom. A bouquet of flowers blooms from the top of the wand lamp. "It's in good shape, and it looks like you're well maintained." Ollivander nodded satisfactorily, then handed the wand and the bouquet of flowers to Fleur. "Next, Mr. Crumb, it's time for you." Ollivander looked at Victor. Victor walked up in silence, handed him the wand, and waited with his hands in his pockets. Goose ear and dragon heartstrings, very hard, not easy to bend. Ollivander flipped his wand over and over again, tried to break it slightly, and then looked at Victor. "It's Grigovish's work, right?" Victor nodded. "I've had some collaborations with Grigovish, and although I don't quite agree with some of his views, I don't." Flocks of birds. Olivar used his wand to recite the incantation, and several birds flew out of the tip of the wand, flew away from the window and disappeared into the bright sunlight. "It's in good shape, and it looks like you use it a lot." Ollivander returned the wand to Victor. "Now it's the turn of the two warriors at Hogwarts." Ollivander looked at Peter and Harry with a smirk and said, "Both of you have wands from me, now which of you will come first?" "Harry first." Peter smiled and pushed Harry out. Harry Potter was pushed out by Peter unprepared, and could only look at Ollivander with some confusion. "Give me your wand, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said. "Oh, okay." Harry was stunned and quickly handed over the wand in his hand. "Yes, I remember this with the wand, the body of the wand made of holly wood, the core of the wand made of the phoenix tail feather, or one of the two tail feathers pulled from Dumbledore's phoenix." Ollivander looked at the wand and fell into memory, said with some sighs, and then waved the wand clear spring like water. A spring of water gushed out of the wand, forming a small pool on the ground. "It's in good shape." Ollivander nodded, but looked at the handprint on the wand and still suggested, "Mr. Potter, you should buy some wand care tools so that it can stay with you for longer." Potter nodded with some embarrassment, took his wand back, and stepped aside. "Now you're left with Peter, come here, and show me your wand." Ollivander looked at Peter and smiled. "It's been a long time since I've seen you, Mr. Ollivander, and you still look so tough." Peter handed over the purple-shirt wooden wand in his hand and greeted him with a smile. "You little boy, who often appears in Diagon Alley but never comes in to say hello to me, and I don't sail your phoenix feathers, so anti-thief-like to guard me, it really makes me sad." Ollivander gave Peter a blank look, then carefully observed the wand in his hand, then picked it up and put it to his ear, as if he could hear something. After a while, Ollivander looked at Peter with a frown and said, "Are you not using the official very often afterwards? This child looks sad, and you use it very often." When Peter heard this, he said with some embarrassment, "Isn't this the snakewood wand behind me very easy to use, and the power is also much greater, so I am used to it." Ollivander looked into Peter's eyes, like a parent without a bowl of water, and admonished, "The snakewood wand is indeed much more powerful, but you can't just leave it like this, or you will give it to me, and I will find the next master for him, and the province will be treated coldly here." Peter, of course, knew that Ollivander was just talking angrily. After all, the phoenix feather in the wand was taken from Peter himself. No one but him could use it, so he assured, "Mr. Ollivander, you can rest assured that I will definitely use it well in the future. I have now learned to use both my left and right hands, and in the future I can use my wands with both hands, so I will not be indifferent to it." Ollivander nodded, reluctantly believing his words, and used his wand to release some colored flowers, indicating that the wand was performing well, and then returned it to Peter. Then he said, "Check it out for me with your other wand." Peter looked at Ollivander with expectant eyes, and helplessly took another wand from his sleeve and handed it to Ollivander. The people around looked at the two wands in Peter's hand and looked at Peter in surprise, not expecting him to have two wands. Ollivander looked at the wand with snake scales obsessively, and murmured contentedly, "Snakewood wand, the most powerful tail feather of the child of the phoenix, the perfect match. This is the most perfect piece of my wand-making career." Dumbledore heard Ollivander's words and looked at Peter with deep eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Peter looked at the old man Ollivander, eager to seal his mouth directly. This old immortal always could not hide his words. He thought about the future when Voldemort looked for the old wand, simply did not save him, let him be captured by Voldemort. Ollivander carried the snakewood wand, and after a long time reluctantly returned the wand to Peter, saying, "No wonder you snub the purple shirtwood wand. This wand is indeed very attractive. I think no one can compare with it except the legendary old wand." Peter noticed that when Ollivander spoke of the old wand, his eyes unconsciously glanced at Dumbledore, and it seemed that Ollivander also knew that the elder wand was in Dumbledore's hand. After the wand was checked, Bagman smiled and said, "Thank you, now you can go back to class or do something else, you just have to wait." Cough cough. Rita Skeet cleared her throat and interrupted Bagman, who said softly, "Mr. Bagman, I think it's possible to take a picture of the players and the judges." Photography, yes, I almost forgot. Bagman said excitedly, "Guys, please come here. We are lined up in 2 rows, and everyone takes a picture together. This is the tradition." When taking pictures, a group of people encountered all kinds of troubles. Madame Maxim was so tall, taking pictures with her, the camera could not cover everyone at all, and finally she could only sit, and then the others stood, and also had to stand on the stairs to make Madame Maxim's head appear in the photo. After taking the group photo, Peter looked at Rita Skeeter and wanted to pestering Harry to take a personal photo, but was severely refused, and finally only a gloomy Skeeter was left. Peter felt that Harry was going to suffer. This woman's heart is not very open, and she will definitely make a fuss about Harry. But this was none of Peter's business, and he relaxed and left the classroom with Victor, leaving Karkaroff unhappy as he watched the two disappear, feeling that his proud disciple had been deceived by Peter. The next day, the Daily Prophet published the matter of the 3 real masters, of which Rita's kit did not report much about the game, but focused on Peter and Harry, of which the report on Peter was decent. The most conspicuous was the personal photo of Peter, because the pictures of the magical world will move, so his photo completely records the process of him from a serious face to a smile. In exaggerated and flowery words, Rita's kit called it the most perfect face, a miracle of Merlin. The praised Peter was embarrassed. As for Harry, it was the other extreme, and the newspapers were full of exaggerated articles about Harry's personal life, but they were basically made up, describing him as a little pitiful who longed for attention, and even Hermione was described as a wandering girl with 2 boats, thinking that she was seducing Victor Krum while holding Harry. Yes, Peter also recently discovered that Victor, a sullen man, actually quietly Mimi fell in love with Hermione, and in the name of chatting with Peter, he was looking at Hermione in a roundabout way. Peter didn't know what Victor's aesthetic was like, but in his eyes, Hermione's appearance was very ordinary, with a bunch of front teeth, curly hair like a poodle, and freckles on her face, coupled with that aggressive tone, which was actually too popular at Hogwarts. Especially the aesthetics of Europeans and Americans for freckles. Peter has lived for so many years but still dare not agree. They think that some freckles on the face are cute, but Peter has not got such an aesthetic point at all. As for Zhang Qiu, who is regarded as the flower of Ravenclaw, in Peter's eyes, although it is not an exaggerated pie face, it is the appearance of an ordinary Asian girl in Peter's Oriental aesthetic. But such a look was very popular at Hogwarts, and Peter once felt that his aesthetic was not in trouble. Because of Rita Skeeter's report, both Peter and Harry became prominent figures in the school again, but unlike the praise Peter received, Harry's life at school became difficult again, and many people believed Skeeter's words and looked at Harry with caring eyes. And Hermione was also boycotted by many girls, and sent her a yelling letter, which made her miserable and hid directly in the dormitory. Peter had been dragged by Victor to the library these days, and he wanted to see Hogwarts books in a beautiful name, but Peter felt that if he did not hold a book, but he was absent-minded for a long time and did not turn the page, he really believed his lies. If you really want to chase her, confess as soon as possible. Peter gave Victor a disapproving glance and reminded, but I think your chances are slim because she has someone she likes. Who does she like? That Harry Potter? When Victor heard this, he immediately withdrew his eyes and secretly looked into Hermione's eyes, and asked with a frown. No, it's another person. Of course she herself hasn't noticed it yet, so that's why I said there was little chance, not no chance at all. Peter flipped through the pages and said slowly, that being said, I'd like to try my best. Victor looked at Hermione, who was silently writing her homework diagonally, and said softly, Youth, Peter said, closing the book, looking at him with a sigh, and then straightening up, then I will not advise you, but you had better start as soon as possible. The more you delay, the less chance you have. And to tell you one thing, after the first game, there will be a Christmas ball, when you can invite her as your female companion as soon as possible. Thank you, Peter, you are really a good friend of mine. Victor said gratefully, and then looked at Hermione on the other side with high morale, looking like she wanted to rush over to confess at any time. Peter shook his head darkly. He felt that Victor was probably going to be disappointed. If he had known Hermione for a year or two, he would still have a great chance, but now, it was a little late. However, sincerity is not enough. If Victor can try to win Hermione's favor before Ron, it is possible to succeed. However, this kind of love thing, Peter said that he can't empathize with it now. After all, he was a single dog in his previous life or this life, and he never liked a person, so he could only be a spectator. Peter threw the Victor guy in the library, and he made a slow journey to Ravenclaw Tower, where he was going to return the spell notebook that belonged to Professor Flitwick. The notebook had been in his hands for 5 years, and now that he had finished learning the spells, it was time to return them to the professor. Walking up the spiral staircase, Peter saw a girl bouncing and humming a strange song, her long blonde hair down to her waist, 2 strings of carrot-style earrings hanging from her ears, barefoot, looking around in all corners, as if looking for something. Peter saw her, a smile on his face, and asked, Luna, what are you looking for? Luna heard someone behind her calling her, turned around, saw that it was Peter, narrowed her eyes, and said, Peter, is you? Did you come to find Professor Flitwick? He is now in the Ravenclaw library. You can go there and find him. Peter looked at her feet and asked, why don't you wear shoes? There's no carpet here, and it's easy to catch a cold if you're barefoot. It's okay, it won't catch a cold. I'm looking for shoes right now. They're hidden. I need to find them. Luna said with a smile. You mean your classmates hid your shoes? Peter frowned and asked, did they bully you? Did you tell Professor Flitwick? Don't worry about me, Peter, they're just joking with me. Luna was still smiling silly, looking completely unaware that she was being violently abused by the school. How long have they been doing this to you? Peter disliked the violence in the school and asked solemnly. Peter, you don't have to be angry about it. They don't bully me, they just like to hide my stuff and let me find it. It's funny, some things even show up in front of me on their own. Luna's silver eyes looked like she was in a trance, and she walked over to Peter, driving the air around Peter behind her. There are a lot of harassing flies around you. I'll drive them away for you. When Peter saw this, he couldn't help but laugh, put the matter aside for the time being, and asked, harassing flies? What's that thing? Harassing flies are an invisible thing, and they always like to be around people and make people think wildly. Luna said solemnly, smiling and looking around Peter, you just had a lot of harassment flies, and now there are a lot less. Peter didn't think Luna was lying. He could sense that there was a trait in Luna, a gift of sensitivity, insight, and spirituality, so that he could easily sense the emotions of others. Then you're really good, Luna, such a talent is very rare. Peter praised, then said, now let's help you get your shoes back first. Luna's shoes are coming. In a few moments, 2 shoes flew from the far corner one after the other and landed on the ground. Great, I finally found the shoes. Thank you, Peter. Luna happily picked up her shoes, then looked at Peter curiously and said, you are different from the others, you believe I can see the harassment fly. Then suddenly he reached over, and the little man's head only reached Peter's chest, and he looked at him carefully with his head on his back and said, you are very comfortable, there is a golden flame burning continuously, very warm, are you a phoenix? Peter was a little surprised, he didn't expect this little girl to be so sharp, and asked with a long smile, why do you think I am a phoenix? Luna looked at Peter curiously and said seriously, I've seen Dumbledore's fox, and his breath is very similar to yours, you are all a golden flame, very beautiful. Peter smiled and leaned over to look at her, smiled and said, then can you keep it a secret for me? I don't want too many people to know my secrets. Luna looked at him with misty eyes, nodded her head and said, of course, and they won't believe my words, because I'm a crazy girl. Then he stared at Peter with more interest and said, are you the person that the Phoenix has become? Are you lurking among wizards and trying to overthrow them? Are you the Prince of the Phoenix? Stop, stop, stop. Peter looked at the little girl whose brain had broken through the sky with a cry and laughed, and said helplessly, I am a human, not a humanoid magical creature, and I am sorry to disappoint you. After Luna put on her shoes, the two of them went to the Ravenclaw common room together, and after answering the questions at the door with ease, Peter followed Luna into the lounge. Luna, have you found your shoes? Was it stolen by the Sallow you said? A group of girls in the common room laughed and giggled at Luna who entered the door. The Stingers don't steal shoes, they live in the south, and Hogwarts doesn't live without the hooks. Luna replied seriously, then put away her robe to reveal the shoes on her feet, and said with a smile, and Peter has helped me find the shoes. Hearing the words gave way to the location of the door, out of the dark corridor Peter came out, and Peter looked at the girls with a calm face. Peter York. One of the girls couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Peter, and then blushed and covered her mouth to secretly look at him, and the other girls were also very surprised that Peter appeared here. After all, Peter was already a prominent figure in the school during this time, and he had a handsome face, which was the most popular among girls. But Peter was very cold to these enthusiastic girls. He looked at the 6 or 7 girls and asked, you are all Luna's classmates, right? The girls nodded inexplicably, and looked at Peter standing next to Luna again, and their eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. Professor Flitwick is the professor I admire the most, and he has helped me a lot, so I've always liked Ravenclaw and thought the students here are very kind. Peter looked at the men and said, it's just that I just saw Luna outside, and she was barefoot on the cold stone steps looking for her shoes, because her shoes were inexplicably stolen. Several of the girls bowed their heads in disbelief at Peter's eyes. Peter pointed to the Ravenclaw statue next to him and said, I have always agreed with Lady Ravenclaw's famous saying, superior wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. Ravenclaw respects knowledge and embraces the unknown, and there are many famous scholars and experts here, as well as outliers like the eccentric Uric. I just don't know when you are so rejected and different, and you still like to make fun of your classmates and take pleasure in bullying others? Peter, we didn't bully her, it's just that she was always weird, saying that there were some kind of fly hooks, harassing flies, but these things were never in the books, she was making things up, so we just wanted to tease her, no malicious. A girl quickly explained. Doesn't the absence of the book mean that there really isn't? When did Ravenclaw, who respected knowledge and wisdom, be so arbitrary that he became a book-only nerd? Peter sneered. There is a famous saying in the Muggle world, there is no right to speak without investigation, and since you do not believe that there is a grasshopper hook, why don't you find evidence to refute Luna, but stand here on the commanding heights to refute the words of others, which is completely different from my impression of Ravenclaw. And if you steal someone else's shoes and give her the nickname of a crazy girl, are you not bullying her, or do you think that using your hands is the real bully? The girls bowed their heads at Peter's words and did not dare to refute him. I don't pray that you will be kind to your classmates, but please don't do these bad things, embarrass Ravenclaw, and don't shame Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick is my most respected teacher, and I don't want your messy things to break his heart, you know? Peter looked at them solemnly and said, got it. Several of the girls were overwhelmed by Peter's momentum and did not dare to refute it, and obediently nodded. Then, with Peter's permission, he scattered like a bird and a beast, and did not dare to stay in the lounge any longer. Thank you, Peter. Luna smiled and narrowed her eyes, and said to Peter cutely, "You've helped me a lot, and they won't hide my stuff in the future." Peter looked at this somewhat silly little girl, couldn't help but touch her head, and instructed, "If they bully you like this again, you will hide what they have, or come and tell me. I will make the decision for you. Don't you swallow your breath to know. Otherwise they will get more and more excessive." Luna's silver eyes looked a little dazed. She looked at Peter carefully, then nodded, and then took off the necklace around her neck, which was a necklace made of butterbeer corks, handed it to Peter, and said, "This is the guardian necklace I made to resist harassing flies, and you seem to be constantly harassed by them." Peter took the necklace in a daze, and then laughed, looking at Luna's serious look, or did not refuse, put the necklace in his pocket, patted and smiled, and said, "Then thank you for the necklace, I will keep it well. Goodbye then, I'm going to write to my dad, who is going to take me to the Norwegian forest to find the horned snorer at the end of the semester." Luna waved and then jumped out of the lounge. Peter looked at the girl leaving, then looked down at the beer cork necklace in his pocket, a little shook his head and was just about to enter the library, when he found Professor Flitwick sitting in the library door smiling and squinting at him. "Good afternoon, Professor." Peter said hello. "Looks like you had a great chat with Luna." Professor Flitwick smiled and said, "That child is a little different, so she doesn't have many friends, and I'm glad you can recognize her. It was a very spiritual little girl, who really had an insight that was beyond ordinary people, and she was also very cute." Peter said with a smile. "Little girl? You're only 3 years older than her, so you call people little girls?" Professor Flitwick said disapprovingly, and then winked at him, squeezed his eyebrows, and said, "Little Luna is a little beauty billet, you helped her this time. She also gave you the necklace she made by herself. You have to seize the opportunity. You are now in the 6th grade, and if you don't seize the time, it will be difficult to find opportunities after graduation." Looking at Professor Flitwick's old child appearance, Peter cried and laughed. "Professor, people are still only 13-year-old children. What are you thinking? And I'm only 16 years old now, so I'm not in a hurry." "Not in a hurry?" Professor Flitwick blew his beard and narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you in a hurry now? You should know that many students are in love in school, and they get married after graduation, even like you. You have not been in love once at the age of 16. Speechless, Peter quickly took out his notebook, handed it back to him, and then, after some marriage-urging love, quickly found an opportunity to leave the Ravenclaw common room. After that, time gradually passed. One day Peter was reading in the library. Harry came to him with a cute Mimi, looked left and right, after making sure no one noticed, whispered in Peter's ear, "Peter, Hagrid wrote me a letter. He asked us to go to his cabin at 7 o'clock tonight. He wants to take us to see something, saying that it is about the first game." He then handed him a note. Peter looked curiously at the contents of the note, and the mysterious god Hago had simply said that he was going to take them somewhere and let Harry remember to bring the cloak of invisibility. Peter smiled knowingly, and it seemed that it was time for Hagrid to take them to see the dragon. "I know, Harry. Thank you for notifying me. I will be there when the time comes." Peter smiled and agreed. That line, "I don't know what Hagrid is going to take us to see. So mysterious, but also asked me to bring the cloak of invisibility." Harry muttered incredulously. At 7 o'clock in the evening, when the night was getting dark, Harry came to Hagrid's hut and knocked on the wooden door. Then there was a heavy sound of footsteps. The wooden door opened. Hagrid came out, saw that it was Harry, and said, "Harry, are you here? What about Peter? Hasn't he come yet?" Harry was just about to answer when a voice came from behind him. "Here I am, Hagrid." Harry turned around and was surprised to see Peter appear straight out of thin air. He knew it was a kind of magic, Hermione had said, but he couldn't remember the name. Peter lifted his invisibility, took a few steps to the two of them, and then was stimulated by a very pungent and rich cologne to retreat, covered his nose and frowned at Hagrid and asked, "Hagrid, how did you touch such a heavy perfume?" Harry also noticed Hagrid's difference at this time. At this time Hagrid changed into a very wide mink coat, did not know how much softening oil was used on his head, his hair was greasy, and there was a huge flower inserted in the buttonhole of the clothes, which looked like he had been carefully dressed. It was only the strong smell of cologne, and the two people who stimulated it sneezed continuously, and I don't know how many bottles of perfume Hagrid used to have such an effect. "Hagrid, what are you?" Harry was very surprised to see Hagrid, whose style had changed drastically, and did not know which door he was mad. Peter looked at Hagrid's heart fluttering and said, "Hagrid, are you going on a date?" Hagrid looked embarrassed, his face actually turned red, like a young man who had just fallen in love, twisted and squeezed, then coughed a few times, pretended to be calm and said, "Cough. You'll follow me in your invisibility suit later, remember not to make a sound, you know?" Harry nodded confusedly and shook the invisibility cloak in his hand. "I don't have to wear the invisibility suit with Harry, I'm so big, the invisibility cloak can't cover the two of us." Peter shook his head and said, then nodded at himself with his wand, and the lower part of his body disappeared. "I can be invisible, I will follow you." Hagrid looked at Peter in surprise as if he had lost his half-cut body, nodded, and said, "Peter, you will be in a phantom spell, then you don't have to use the invisibility cloak with HA, and then you will follow me." Hagrid then straightened the flower on his chest, and then, in the playful eyes of the two men, coughed a few times and said, "Now let's go." Harry put on the invisibility cloak. "Peter, you are also invisible. Follow me and don't make a sound." Harry did so, unsealing his cloak to cover himself and disappearing in front of the two. Peter also directly used the stealth beast skill to stealth. Hagrid looked around the emptiness, as if speaking to the air, and said, "Then here we go." Then he turned around and strode towards the Forbidden Forest. After walking for a while, Hagrid stopped in a clearing and looked around, so that Harry under the cloak of invisibility could not resist coming out to ask Hagrid, when the tall figure of Madame Maxim appeared in the Forbidden Forest. "Olim, here you are." Hagrid saw Madame Maxime and said happily, with a silly smile on his face, "Oh, Hagrid, you're there early, aren't you?" Madame Maxime walked over gracefully and held out her large hand with the opal. Hagrid looked in love, took Madame Maxime's hand, kissed it, and then handed her the flower on her chest. "This is for you, I hope you like it." Madame Maxime took the flower, put it under her nose and sniffed it, then winked her watery eyes and said, "Oh, thank you Hagrid, you are so nice, I love it." Then he couldn't wait to ask, "Hagrid, you said you were going to take me to see the animals in the first game, where are they now? Can you show me?" Hagrid immersed himself in the date, heard Madame Maxime's request, smirked and nodded in agreement, and then completely forgot about the invisible Peter and Harry, and strode into the depths of the Forbidden Forest with Madame Maxime in a warm atmosphere. Harry under the cloak of invisibility could only speed up his pace to keep up, so as not to be left behind, and not long after Hagrid and Madame Maxime quietly came to a dense forest, through the slit between the leaves, he could see a clearing not far away, 4 large iron cages, 4 giants were angrily spewing flames everywhere, and there were many wizards around who were busy pacifying and suppressing these beasts. Madame Maxim hid her huge body as much as possible, and her big eyes looked at the grumpy creatures in the iron cage not far away in shock, and couldn't help exclaiming, "Oh my god, they actually used the fire dragon as the first game, is this a joke?" She couldn't help but want to get closer and see more clearly. It was about the safety of her students' matches, and she wanted to know the breeds of these dragons so that she could respond to them for her students. But Hagrid pulled in time. Hagrid gently blocked, "Can't go over, otherwise it will be discovered. The organizers do not allow the contestants and professors to know the content of the competition in advance." Madame Maxim calmed down slightly, and then her eyes rolled, revealing her charm, and in the chat with Hagrid, she set out his knowledge of the four-headed dragon. Hagrid is a fan of fantastic beasts, especially for this very dangerous fire dragon, and easily said that inside the iron cage are the Welsh green dragon, the Swedish short-nosed dragon, the Asian fireball dragon, and the Hungarian tree bee. Harry, who was wearing an invisibility suit on the side, looked at the fire dragons not far away in horror at this time, and felt that Peter's previous words were not credible. What is the danger before the third game? Isn't this grumpy fire dragon dangerous? He felt that he might not be able to survive the third game, and these fire dragons could burn themselves to ashes with a single breath of flame. As for Peter, he was now stealthily swinging into the clearing, looking at the 4 fire dragons up close. These fire dragons were very grumpy, and they were all female dragons, so he watched his eggs being removed by the wizards, and he roared around in the cage to spew fire, trying to burn these wizards to death. These wizards were all dragon trainers from the Romanian dragon farm, and dozens of them pointed their wands at a fire dragon together, and under the command of the same time, they fired a powerful coma spell at the fire dragon, and finally under the attack of dozens of spells, the fire dragon reluctantly fell into a coma and temporarily quieted down. The only one Peter knew was Charlie, who was shouting, "Hurry up, the coma curse won't trap the dragon for long." Then the crowd cast a coma spell on the remaining fire dragons at the same time, making all 4 fire dragons quiet. Peter looked at the 4 sleeping dragons and wondered which one he would meet in his first game, or whether he would take the place of Cedric and choose the Swedish short-nosed dragon. It was November 24th, and Peter was having lunch when Professor Snape appeared at the Slytherin bench to take him to prepare for the first game. Peter noticed that Harry had also been taken away from the hall by Professor McGonagall. Walking along the way, Snape walked briskly without speaking until he had walked out of the castle and came outside a newly erected tent on the edge of the forest, when Snape suddenly stopped and turned to look at Peter. His hollow eyes stared at Peter carefully for a moment before retracting, and then he said slowly, "You should know what you have to face in the first game. I believe that with your current strength, it is not difficult to pass a fire dragon." Snape then looked at the boy in front of him, who was about to be about the same height as him, and instructed, "Remember, don't panic when the time comes, keep a cool head, and control the situation." "I know the professor, I'll be careful," Peter replied with a smile. "I believe you will be measured and pay attention to protect yourself." Snape nodded. He had confidence in Peter. Then he pointed to the entrance to the tent and said, "You and the other warriors enter from here, and then when it's your turn, they'll tell you what to do next. Good luck, Peter." Then he whispered in Peter's ear, "The skin of the dragon is difficult to break, but their eyes are weak, and the eye disease spell is a good idea. I think you should know this spell." Peter looked up at Snape, who was still expressionless, smiled, and said, "Thank you, Professor, for your reminder. I know." Snape looked at him and nodded, waving, "Go inside, don't delay." As soon as they entered the tent, they first saw Harry and Victor, and when they saw Peter, they both smiled at him, but the muscles on their faces looked very stiff and looked very nervous. and Fleur Delacour, who has always been proud, was pale at this time, sitting on a chair and shaking her feet constantly, silently chanting some incantations, looking like she was going to the battlefield. Seeing Peter's arrival, Bagman stood up happily. Okay, now that everyone has arrived, it's time to start. When the audience arrives, you will take the model from this bag in my hand, and that will be the enemy you will face. Ludo Bagman smiled and swept the bag in his hand. By the way, your task is to pick up the golden egg. You have to rely on your own means to take the golden egg from the enemy, and the referees will give the corresponding score according to your performance. Got it? The 4 contestants looked at the bag in Bagman's hand and nodded their heads, except for Peter. All 3 of them had turned pale to blue. They all knew what they were about to face, but they had no confidence in wanting to take the golden egg from the hands of the dragon. The contestant in the tent, Tara, listened to the countless footsteps and frolicking sounds outside, as if she could hear her own heartbeat across 2 worlds. After a while, Gemman put the 4 people in a circle and then opened the bag. Ladies first. Bagman first handed the bag to Fleur. Hibiscus shook her hand and pulled out a model of a small dragon from inside. This fire dragon was a Welsh green dragon. It seemed to be alive, grinning at Hibiscus's fingers with open teeth, and spouting a few sparks from time to time. When it was Victor's turn, he chose an Asian fireball dragon, and Victor looked more gloomy and held his dragon model to the side without speaking. Peter York, it's your turn. Bagman handed him the bag and smiled. Peter did not give in this time, directly put his hand into the bag with a calm face, and grabbed a live jumping fire dragon and took it out. Hungarian Tree B. Peter looked at the fire dragon he had chosen and muttered in some surprise that he had not expected that he would choose the most difficult one to deal with, rather than the Swedish short-nosed dragon that originally belonged to Cedric. When Harry saw it in the end, he was relieved and pulled out the Swedish short-nosed dragon model he was dealing with. Harry, your Swedish short-nosed dragon is number 1, so you're ready, and you're the first to appear. Bagman patted Harry on the shoulder in encouragement. Then he turned to several players and said, the number plate on the dragon model you drew is the order of today's game. You should prepare for it first, and then start the game when the whistle outside rings. After a while, a sharp whistle was heard outside the tent, and Harry jumped up from his chair nervously, clutching his wand, and walked with his hands and feet toward the entrance of the game. Good luck, Harry. Peter patted him on the shoulder and encouraged. Thank you, Harry said nervously, then took a deep breath and walked out of the tent in recognition. Peter sat directly at the exit, then nodded his eyes with his wand, and then looked at the door of the tent with great interest, looking like he was admiring the pattern on it, but in fact, from Peter's point of view, the tent had become transparent at this time, and he could clearly see the thousands of wizards in the surrounding audience, as well as the 4 headmasters sitting in the referee's seat, Batty Crouch, and Ludo Bagman's 5. When Peter's eyes looked at the man, the others did not notice, but Dumbledore immediately turned his head to look at Peter, then nodded slightly at him and smiled. Dumbledore, Peter said to himself, and then he looked at the bottom of the playing field, only to see a dark green Swedish short-nosed dragon lying in the middle of the field, with several dragon eggs and a golden egg hidden under it, and was looking around warily to prevent his eggs from being stolen. At this time, Harry was quietly hiding under a rock, and then waving his wand to summon the firebolt arrows outside the field. But at this time he had been discovered by the fire dragon. The fire dragon vigilantly did not leave the nest, but angrily spewed out huge flames in the direction of Harry. Harry relied on the agile reaction to avoid the flames, and where he was just now, the stones were burned into magma by the dragon flames, and the audience on the field was also frightened by this thrilling scene, holding their breath and carefully observing the situation on the field. However, the fire arrow that Harry had summoned finally appeared, and Harry deftly jumped on the broomstick, and then used his advantage as a seeker, constantly circling around the fire dragon, and shooting spells at the fire dragon from time to time. The Swedish short-nosed dragon initially guarded the nest, but it was not very intelligent, and after Harry's repeated provocations, it finally became furious, spewed flames out of the nest, and flew up with flapping wings to chase after this nasty human duck, but the dragon just flew up. Its feet are tied with iron chains, which firmly encircle it on the playing field, and it is inseparable from here. Harry saw this and led the fire dragon away from the nest, and rushed to the nest as fast as possible with the firebolt arrow. The fire dragon also discovered Harry's purpose, but it was too late, and he could only watch as he picked up the golden egg in the nest and quickly left there. The fire dragon returned to his lair, and after discovering that Harry had only taken the strange golden dragon egg, he vigilantly guarded his lair and did not come out again. But at this time, Harry no longer need to provoke the fire dragon. He rode on the broomstick with one hand holding the golden egg, and received the cheers and applause of the crowd in the sky. Peter watched this scene and was surprised by Harry's performance. I don't know if this idea was thought by Hermione and a few of them, or if Moody came up with it for them. This time Harry's performance can be said to be quite perfect, not a little injured. With the advantage of a broom, the fire dragon played around. Oh, our warrior Harry Potter finished pretty well. I didn't expect him to come up with such a solution. It's wonderful. Ludo Bagman, as the narrator, looked very happy. Next, please judges to score. First was Barty Crouch, who gave 9 points, then Dumbledore also gave 9 points, and Bagman made no secret of his preference for Harry, giving a perfect score of 10 points. But when it was Karkaroff's turn, he scored a 5-point score, directly letting the scene Friar and the students around Hogwarts booed. But Karkaroff didn't care at all, explaining into the microphone, his performance is only worth this little score. He did not face the dragon head-on, but relied on the broomstick to play clever. So my score can be said to be high. Hearing this cheeky remark, the boos of the surrounding students became louder, and some of the students closest to the jury were even angrier and picked up their belongings and threw them at Karkaroff, but they all avoided him, and complained about the poor quality of Hogwarts students. Madame Maxim saw this and gave an 8 although there was obvious suspicion of pressure, but compared to Karkaroff's shameless behavior, the audience still accepted her score. In the end, Harry Potter scored 41 points overall, and is currently in first place. Peter looked at the scene and shook his head somewhat amusedly. The performance of the spectators and judges of the game was even more interesting than the game itself. Next up is the second appearance of Fleur. She is trembling, pale and out of the tent. Only Peter and Victor are left to look at each other. Then Victor looked at Peter with a calm, indifferent look and suddenly smiled bitterly and asked, "Peter, aren't you worried at all? What we have to deal with is the fire dragon, a monster that dozens of wizards can knock down with a combination of dozens of wizards. Don't be so nervous, Victor, since it's already a fact, it's useless to worry about it, so it's better to relax and face it calmly." Peter smiled and said, his eyes on the door of the tent, "I don't have such a good psychological quality as you." Victor smiled bitterly. "Then it's my turn to be the grumpy Asian fireball dragon, and I hope it's easy to deal with. Let's come on," Peter said with a smile. Peter looked at the game outside the tent. At this time Fleur de Lecour was cooperating with her charm talent, coupled with the action of the coma spell, dancing. The silver hair was emitting a faint shimmer, a kind of confused magic emitted, making the Welsh green dragon in front of him groggy, unwillingly closing his eyes and falling into a deep sleep. It's really a good talent, it can actually confuse a fire dragon, and this charm baby looks like it is not useless except for its good looks. Peter raised an eyebrow and murmured. After Fleur knocked the dragon unconscious, she came to the nest with her head held high and successfully took the golden egg under the dragon's body, but when she turned to open, the fire dragon directly woke up and angrily spewed flames at her. Although dodging in time, it still lit the skirt on her body. The dragon trainers appeared on the field in time to cast a spell on the grumpy fire dragon before finally knocking the fire dragon unconscious, preventing Hibiscus from being bitten to death by the angry fire dragon, and the burned Hibiscus holding a golden egg and being taken away by the healer for treatment. When it was time to score, Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman both scored 7 points, while Dumbledore gave 8 points, and Madame Maxim scored 10 points. As for Karkaroff, as if he realized that he had made an enemy, he barely gave Booth Barton a 7-point score. In the end, Fleur de Lecour scored a total of 39 points. The whistle sounded again, and in the tent Victor got up, clenched his wand and strode out. "Come on." Peter smiled. Victor barely managed to hold up a smile and nodded to Peter, then took a deep breath, lifted the curtain and walked out. Peter. There was a noise behind the tent, the sound of twins. Peter was about to watch the Victors game, heard their voices, got up and walked to the back door, opened the curtain, and saw the twins, Alan and Cedric were there, and several people saw Peter crowding over, with a look of worry in their eyes. "How did you get here?" Peter asked curiously. "Didn't we come to see you? We knew you were the last game, so we came here to cheer you on." The twins grinned. "Yes, the other players were there before, we weren't good, now everyone else is no longer in the tent, we're definitely going to come over and cheer you up." Alan said, "Don't worry, Peter, we've seen the first 2 of us play, they all went through smoothly, especially Harry, who got the golden egg very easily, you'll be fine, don't put pressure on yourself." "Well, Alan, don't say it, you look even more nervous than Peter." Cedric quickly interrupted Alan's long speech. He carefully looked at Peter to make sure he was not nervous, so he was relieved, and then smiled and said, "Peter, we all know your strength. This dragon is indeed a challenge for others, but you just need to be careful. It must be very easy. When you see the dragon during the game, don't be nervous, try to calm down. Just take the golden egg from the dragon, you will have a lot of magic. This should not be a problem for you, just be careful not to recklessly confront the fire dragon, you know?" Peter looked at the partners whose eyes were full of nervousness for him, but still came to cheer for him, smiled, and said warmly, "Well, you don't have to worry about me so much, since you all know my strength. Then put your heart back in your stomach, go back to the stage, and watch my performance later." Listening to the constant exclamations and lively sounds coming from the playing field, these guys who came to cheer themselves up were the first to get nervous, and Peter cried and laughed to comfort them. After a while, there was a clamor on the field, and the cheers were deafening. "Very brave." Bagman's voice came, and he shouted happily. "Mr. Crumb has got his golden egg." He confronted the Asian fireball dragon head-on. "Oh, poor fire dragon, its eyes are not getting better for the time being, and it has broken a lot of dragon eggs, what a pity." Hearing that Victor had completed his mission, Peter and several of his friends knew that his next game was up. "Come on, Peter, and pay attention to safety." Several of his companions hugged Peter one by one and gave him encouragement. "Well, you better hurry back to the audience or you won't see my game." Peter smiled and waved his hand, looking at the way they took 3 steps and turned back, and said with a cry, "You guys look like this, I feel like I'm gone forever." Then he kicked the last of Fred's ass in disgust and said, "Roll away, put away that weeping expression on your face." After watching them leave, Peter turned back into the tent and waited for the whistle to sound. At this time, it was the scoring time. Victor was worthy of the man in the north, facing the fire dragon using the means of frontal hard work, using the eye disease spell to directly blind the fire dragon, and then attacked with various attack spells, and finally successfully got the golden egg, but the other dragon eggs in the nest were crushed, and even the golden eggs were flattened. In the end, Barty Crouch and Dumbledore both gave 7 points, while Ludo Bagman gave 6 points. Madame Maxim gave 7 points, while Karkaroff directly gave 10 points to the final score of 37 points, ranking first from the bottom. With the sound of a whistle, Peter slowly stepped out of the tent. Through the fence of the woods, Peter entered a very large field, surrounded by high stands made of magic, including all the teachers and students of the school, as well as many people outside the school, all sitting on the stands and looking down on the movement below. Peter's appearance caused a new round of cheers from the audience. Look, our last warrior came out, Peter York, a 6th grader at Hogwarts. He's a handsome guy. Listen to the cheers of the girls around him, obviously the student's dream lover. Haha. Bagman said cheerfully. Today we have one last warrior, and he will face the Hungarian tree bee. This fire dragon is very fierce and violent, the most difficult of the 4 fire dragons to deal with. I hope Peter all the best. Come on Peter. In the cheers, Peter spotted the figures of several companions with sharp eyes, smiled and waved at them, and then walked leisurely in the direction of the fire dragon. Oh, our warrior doesn't look worried at all. Does he have any secret weapons? Bagman said in surprise. As Peter approached, the Hungarian tree bee looked at him warily, holding the dragon egg under its belly firmly, its tail covered with spikes, and if it was slapped on a person, Peter had no doubt about its lethality. Peter didn't stop and got closer. Seeing this, the fire dragon let out a loud roar of warning, its eyes fixed on Peter, and the sensitivity of the animal made it feel that the humans in front of it were not good. Peter looked at the fire dragon in front of him, like a small mountain, at least dozens of times larger than an elephant, and could swallow an adult in one bite. The Hungarian tree bee watched as Peter approached in spite of the warning, spewing out a huge flame in anger and attacking Peter. Oh my god, save him. Bagman said in horror, thinking that Peter would be burned to ashes by the dragon flame. The audience in the stands also took a cold breath, and some of them quickly covered their eyes, afraid of seeing the scene of Peter's tragic death. The twins and a few others also looked at each other in horror, although they believed in Peter's strength, but in front of them was a fire dragon, and they had no spectrum in their hearts at all. But when the flames were about to reach Peter, Peter raised his wand to block in front of him, and a blue light spread out from the wand, like a sword, splitting the flames, and the flames split in half and fell to the sides, and Peter continued to move forward without any trouble. Oh, Merlin, do you see that? Peter York blocked the flames of the dragon with his bare hands. This is so amazing. Is this really the level a student should have? Bagman's surprised voice came out of the microphone. Let's see what he's going to do next. It's so exciting. Seeing that the flames it had spewed did not harm the humans in front of it, the Hungarian tree bee angrily spewed out several more flames, but they were easily blocked by Peter. Watching Peter get closer, the fire dragon roared and then bit down on Peter. Peter's wand flickered, and a huge blob of water appeared out of thin air and floated in midair, and then the blob quickly condensed into a huge lump of ice, and then with Peter's control, quickly shot into the dragon's open mouth. Cough cough, the huge cold ice cube was stuffed into the mouth of the fire dragon, almost did not choke the fire dragon to death. The fire dragon wanted to shake off the ice in its mouth, but the ice cube seemed to stick to the mouth. How can not shake off? Ha, beautiful Shimizu summoning spell and transfiguration. Peter York used a huge ice cube to give the dragon trouble, which is really good. Bagman said excitedly. The fire dragon was very uncomfortable with the cold ice in its mouth, and wanted to spit out the flames, but it was painfully caused by the ice cube blocked in the eyes of his throat, and he roared left and right, unable to care about Peter in front of him. Peter watched the fire dragon wobble and hurriedly cast a protective spell on the nest, but don't let the fire dragon crush the dragon egg below. Instead of picking up the golden egg, Peter waved his wand and whispered, "Wishes come true." I saw countless golden dusty substances gushing out of the wand, accumulating more and more, and finally condensing into another huge Hungarian tree bee, standing behind Peter, roaring loudly into the sky, as if announcing his own birth. Peter looked at the fire dragon he had conjured up with satisfaction. This magic he had not cast for a long time, after he learned from Voldemort, except once used against Voldemort. This spell was released by him for a long time. This magic is very magical, it can give reality to what is conjured, but its limitations are also very large. It can only conjure up a single object, and once the magic is over, the conjured things will disappear, so unless necessary, it is generally not needed. Drogo, drive that fire dragon out of the nest for me. Peter patted the chest of the dragon behind him, quickly named him, and gave the order. As if he understood Peter's words, Drogo roared angrily at the fire dragon on the opposite side, who was exactly the same as himself, and then took heavy steps and flew over, knocking the fire dragon away. The Hungarian tree bee, whose mouth was almost filled with Peter's ice cubes, landed on the ground unguardedly, just enough to spit out the ice cubes in its mouth. The fire dragon was knocked unconscious, stood up and shook his head, and then looked at the fire dragon who was exactly like himself on the other side, first for a moment, and then roared angrily, as if to accuse him of helping humans attack their own people. Peter's fire dragon did not answer, but directly tilted its neck, the red light in its chest surged, and then a fiery red flame spurted out of its mouth and attacked the opposite fire dragon. The unsuspecting Hungarian tree bee was surrounded by this flame, and the flames burned all around it, but the fire dragon deserved to carry a fire word, and these flames did not hurt it, but provoked it even more, roaring angrily at the fire dragon that Peter had conjured up, and then rushed over, and the two fire dragons just like this tore each other in the field, rolled together, and lifted the dust off the sky, and Peter was like a spectator, watching with relish the fight between the two fire dragons. Oh my god, what kind of magic is this? The narrator was completely stunned, and then he roared excitedly, Peter York has conjured up a fire dragon. He conjured up a real fire dragon? It's incredible! The judges and the audience were also stunned. They had never seen such magic before, and it was well known that the Transfiguration Master could conjure up the appearance of the same as the fire dragon, but it was only a fragile illusion, neither the tough skin of the fire dragon nor the dragon flame. But at this time, on the field, two identical Hungarian tree bees used their teeth and claws to bite each other, but they did not leave too many marks on each other's bodies, and they were not spewing flames at each other, and everyone could not tell which of the two fire dragons was real and who was fake. Dumbledore, do you know what kind of magic this child is casting? It's incredible. He actually broke the rules of transfiguration and conjured up a truly magical creature? Mrs. Maxim asked in shock. Dumbledore looked at the two fire dragons below, and Peter, who was watching the play leisurely, with a smile in his eyes, shook his head with a smile, and said, Actually, I don't know too well, but this magic can be said to have been created by himself. He was improved by a Middle Eastern wizard to play muggles, and I only happened to see it a few years ago, which is really impressive. Is this a magic of his own making? How is this possible? Karkaroff, who was beside him, did not want to believe it and said with a skeptical face. Several other people also had a skeptical look on their faces, knowing that creating new magic was not an easy task, and that it was indispensable to use time and place, not to mention such a rule-breaking magic. Have you heard or seen this magic anywhere else? As far as I know, only Peter himself can do this magic, and I don't think there would be such a generous wizard who could give such a reputation to someone else. Dumbledore waved his hand and smiled and said, I don't think I have such a big heart and give up such an honor. Not to mention what the professors on the jury court thought. The other students did not care how exquisite the magic was. At this time these students looked at the two fighting fire dragons, and they all transformed into their own supporters, constantly cheering and cheering, trying to defeat the fire dragons they supported. Instead, Peter, the protagonist, is forgotten. Peter looked at the two bitten fire dragons, still remembering the right thing, took a few steps to the nest, picked up the golden egg inside, and then walked out. With a wave of his wand, one of the fire dragons instantly turned into golden sand and dissipated, leaving only a fire dragon with a confused face. There was a wave of regret and disappointment in the stands, and many people wanted to see if it was the dragon that Peter had conjured up to win, or the real Hungarian tree bee that won. But now that they saw that Peter had got the golden egg and had completed the task, the audience gathered their thoughts, looked at the young man holding the golden egg below, and shouted out Peter's name with the greatest strength. Peter? Peter? Peter's name echoed throughout the venue. Now it's Peter's turn to score. The first place is still Barty Crouch, although he and Peter have some differences, but still directly gave 1 point. Dumbledore also smiled and gave a full score. Bagman was equally happy to give 1 point, 3 full points in succession, so that the audience cheered one after another. When it was Mrs. Maxim's turn, she hesitated for a moment and finally scored a 9. The audience, though somewhat dissatisfied, did not say anything. It wasn't until Karkaroff's scoreboard came out that it immediately aroused the anger of the Hogwarts present, and the earth-shaking boos and curses rang out, because this guy scored 5 points, and the reason was that Peter had caused great damage to the dragon with unknown dangerous magic, and it took Peter's other players a long time. In the end, Peter's total score was 44 points, ranking first. But such scores still did not satisfy the students of Hogwarts, especially Peter's friends, who cursed and threw things at the judge's Karkaroff. Even a shy guy like Cedric couldn't help but lose his temper at this time, and joined the other partners in denouncing Karkaroff. The twins, who didn't know where to get the stinky baked rags and confetti, attacked them at Karkaroff with 1,000 bullets. Several other judges left their seats to avoid being hurt, hiding far away. Dumbledore smiled and hid to the side to watch the play, with no intention of stopping. Karkaroff constantly used spells to block various things thrown at him, constantly complaining about Hogwarts' hospitality, saying that these students were of poor quality, and Bagman did not know whether it was intentional or careless, and piled the microphone to Karkaroff's side, so his words were heard by the students present, which immediately triggered an even more fierce crusade. In the end, Karkaroff slipped away from the playing field, otherwise he feared that he would be drowned by the spit of the wizards around him. On the field, the dragon trainers suddenly appeared again, and at the same time, they hit the grumpy fire dragon with a coma charm to quiet it down. Be pretty, Peter. Charlie was also in the ranks of the dragon trainers, and he gave Peter a thumbs up. Your last hand stunned us, and we dragon masters can't see the truth of the fire dragon you conjured up. It's amazing? Thank you. Peter smiled and looked at the dragon trainers scrambling and asked, "Need my help? You guys look busy." "No, we can handle this." Charlie shook his head, then patted Peter on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Go and enjoy your honor. Now that everyone has been conquered by your magic, rest well." Professor Snape, as well as Professor Flitwick, appeared on the playing field, and they all walked over to look at Peter, and there was a smile on their eyes, especially Snape, who seemed to be in a very good mood, and the corners of his mouth were all hooked. "Well done, wow, Peter, wonderful," Professor Flitwick said excitedly, shaking his fist. Professor Snape also looked at Peter with a good look in his eyes, and then looked at Peter carefully, with a smile on his face, and rarely praised, "Well done, it seems that nothing happened." "Thank you too, professors. I have nothing to worry about you." Peter smiled and shook his head. "It's all right, but you're going to check on Mrs. Pomfret, there's no problem, and you have 2 more games," Snape said. The 3 then leave the venue together, and Professor Flitwick is very curious about Peter's last wishing spell, and keeps discussing its usefulness with Peter. Until she came to the fence, Madame Pomfret stood there, anxiously waiting. As soon as he saw Peter coming, he hurried over and looked closely at Peter to see if there were any wounds on his body. Madame Pomfret, while examining Peter, complained, "Dragons, these people are also crazy, and they actually let students face the dragon. Last year it was a Dementor, this year it was a fire dragon, so what's coming in?" After checking it out, Madame Pomfret breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You're lucky, you're not doing anything, you can go out and celebrate with your classmates." Then he smiled at Peter. "By the way, congratulations Peter, he successfully passed the first game." "Thank you Mrs. Pomfret," Peter said. The first game is over, but Bagman sent someone to inform him that there is still something to say, so it is necessary to go inside the previous warrior's tent. By the time Peter returned to the tent again, the other 3 contestants had already arrived, especially Fleur de Lecour in her hand, who had now put on a new dress and sat there gracefully, as if the previous fire was just an illusion. "Ah, our warrior Peter has also appeared." When Bagman saw Peter appear, he said happily, and then he turned to the 4 players and said, "You have all performed very well this time, and I have only a few words to say. The second event will start at 9:30 a.m. on February 24th next year, so you have enough time to rest in the 3 months in between. However, as before, the content of the second game still needs to be discovered by yourself, and the one who can provide more clues is the golden egg in your hand, so come on. Now you can go back and celebrate." Leaving the tent, Harry and Victor both came to Peter's side, and Fleur saw this, looked at Peter with a warning, and then snorted coldly and left with her head on her back. All 3 looked inexplicably at the figure of Fleur leaving, wondering what crazy she was doing. Harry excitedly hugged the golden egg and said to Peter, "Peter, I heard Ron say that you easily surrendered the fire dragon and conjured up a real fire dragon. Did you use the magic that you used to deal with Voldemort?" Peter smiled and nodded, then praised, "Harry, you're doing a good job. You can think of using a broomstick against the fire dragon, and you're still unharmed, which is already very powerful, and you're younger than all of us, which is very powerful. In fact, this method was not what I came up with. When I first knew that I was going to face the fire dragon, I was scared of 6 gods and no master, and I didn't know what to do." Harry scratched his head in embarrassment and smirked. Harry, although he said that he couldn't ask the professor for help, in fact, the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament is like this, and there are people behind the players in each school, so you don't have to feel embarrassed, Peter said with a smile. At this time, Victor also changed his previous attitude of ignoring Harry. After all, Harry's score in this game was still before him, so it was rare to interject in English with a full foot. "I also had a lot of companions to advise me before, but I didn't expect to use a broomstick, and you are much better than us at this point. Haha, Victor, obviously your best is the flying broom skill, but you didn't think of using the broomstick against the fire dragon." Peter laughed and teased. Victor said sheepishly, "I really didn't think of this method. I also heard Harry Potter use summoning to fly broomsticks, and I suddenly realized that I still had such a method." The 3 of them laughed and laughed halfway together, with Victor returning to the boat to celebrate with his classmates, and Harry and Peter returning to their respective academies. When Peter entered the Slytherin common room, it cheered and danced again, and everyone surrounded Peter. Peter's performance today was very eye-catching, which made the Slytherin students proud. The lounge was filled with various snacks and drinks, snacks spontaneously bought by the students, and excited students released all kinds of colorful flowers with magic ceremonial flowers. As Peter's roommate and friend, Alan dragged Peter and the other students around the lounge, as if crowning the emperor, full of laughter and laughter. When the celebration was almost over, the students looked at the golden egg that Peter had put aside, and a Slytherin student asked curiously, "Chief, do you know the clues in the golden egg? Do you want to say what the next game is?" Peter looked around at the curious eyes, the corners of his mouth ticked, and said, "Since you are so curious, why don't you open it yourself and take a look?" "Really, Chief? After all, this is an important clue for the next game. What if we break it?" The students around them were eager to hear it, but then asked worriedly, "Don't worry, I already know the content of the next game, so it's okay if you break it, and this golden egg can't be damaged so easily." Peter waved his hand and smiled, looking like you guys were casual. Seeing that Peter didn't care at all the students couldn't help but rush over to see what clues would be hidden in the golden egg, of which Alan was the first to squeeze over, holding the golden egg to be the first to open, and even Peter did not stop it in time. In the anticipatory eyes of the crowd, Alan carefully observed the golden egg, and then used his fingernails to open along the gap in the golden egg. Contrary to what everyone expected, it was empty. But at the moment of opening, a terrible, sharp scream filled the room, and all the students who surrounded it were very uncomfortable by this sound, and they all felt that their eardrums were penetrated. Shut it up. Some students covered their ears and shouted. Alan, who was holding the golden egg, endured the sharp noise, quickly closed the golden egg, and then looked at it with trepidation. Merlin, what the hell is this sound? Female ghost? Does that mean the next game Peter they're going to deal with female ghosts? Some students looked at the golden egg in horror from guessing. Alan held the golden egg with a miserable face and carefully put it back on the table, afraid of once again arousing the harsh sound that had just killed people. Then, seeing Peter's look of laughter, he rushed directly to Peter and pressed on him, with a posture of pinching his neck, and said fiercely, "You already knew that, right, you bad guy? Obviously, I know it, and I am encouraging us to open the golden egg, and if I listen to the noise again, I think my ears will be deaf?" Peter laughed and struggled, arguing, "I didn't agitate, it was your own curiosity that opened it, and what is the matter with me?" After the two of them had a fight, they finally stopped fighting. After all, they were watched by the students around them, but it was very influential to the prestige of the chief and the prefect. Seriously, Peter, what the hell was that scream just now? It sounds a lot like the voice of a female ghost, but the Triwizard tournament should not be so simple. Alan asked curiously. Peter spread out on the couch, looked at the flames in the fireplace, and said casually, "That's the sound of mermaids, and if you've heard them on land, you'll know. Mermaid." The students around them who put up their ears to listen were in a trance. Then they looked to the other side of the lounge, and outside the window was the Black Lake, where various fish were swimming by, and even occasionally mermaids led Grindevo through the window. Slytherin is located in the cellar, just on the edge of the Black Lake. The window of the lounge and dormitory is the Black Lake. When the weather is clear, the sun can also shine down from the lake, through the crystal window. In the lounge reflects the sparkling, very beautiful. Moreover, the Slytherin dormitory is not far from the mermaid tribes in the Black Lake, so the melodious songs of the mermaids can often be heard, which is also something that Slytherin students are proud of. I didn't expect the sound of mermaids to be so ugly on land. It's so surprising. I used to fall asleep listening to mermaids' songs. It's really annoying. The lower graders complained. So the second game is going to be held in the Black Lake? Alan asked speculatively. Peter nodded, then directly conjured up a silver basin, and then poured water into it, and then Peter put the golden egg into the water in the eyes of everyone's doubt, and then opened the golden egg. Others saw this and instinctively covered their ears. However, they did not hear the harsh screams, but instead came a pleasant song from the water, and everyone put down their hands and listened to the familiar mermaid song, and they all gathered around curiously, wanting to hear the meaning of the song clearly. Peter waved his wand, and the muffled song became clear and resounded throughout the lounge. A melodious chorus came from the golden egg. "Look for us, where our voices sound. We cannot sing on the ground. As you search, think carefully. We stole your most beloved treasure. You have only 1 hour to find and retrieve the object we have taken, and after an hour you hope that it will be completely gone and never to appear again." After listening to the song, everyone fell into contemplation and guessed the meaning of the song. Snatch your most beloved treasure? Are they going to steal the chief's treasure? Greengrass, who was in 3rd grade, blinked and asked, "What is chief baby? Will they be able to successfully snatch it from the chief? How do I feel unrealistic? I also find it a little difficult. Can they still break into the chief's dormitory to find his baby? Don't be afraid of being knocked unconscious by the magic of the chief setting?" Another girl said with a grin. Once a Slytherin girl sneaked into Peter's dormitory, trying to steal some of Peter's personal belongings, only to be knocked unconscious by Peter's magic, and it took a long time to be discovered. Since then everyone knows that Peter's dormitory is very dangerous and mysterious, except for his roommate Alan. Basically no one knows what it looks like. As for the bastard girl, Peter let her go with a smile and sternly warned the others not to do it. "You're all guessing about dead things. Maybe the chief's most precious thing is alive." Another student made his own guess. "Is it the phoenix of the chief?" "That's quite true." Another student agreed. Field does have a great possibility, but the problem is that without the chief's consent, they may not be able to catch Field. Another person made a different opinion. "I think it is very likely that people may not be able to say it. Man, the most beloved baby." The students looked at each other, then shook their heads and said, "We all know the chief's interpersonal relationship. He has never been in love, nor has he ever had a gossip with that girl, so the odds are small. Is it possible that the chief is secretly in love? After all, the chief will have a lot of magic, and it is easy not to be discovered." A boy smiled and whispered, "No way, we Peter support will always pay attention to the chief's actions. He has never had a relationship experience, and he does not have that time." Several girls retorted fiercely after hearing this. Then he looked at Peter with a confused face and said, "He is a public lover. It is all of us, and no girl can be under the protection of our fan support association." And secretly Chen Kang. "Ah, after all these years, the chief will always be so handsome and perfect." A girl looked at Peter lying on the sofa with a blushing face. When I think of a woman standing next to him in the future, my magic is stirring, and I am about to explode. The same goes. The other girls also said in unison, we would rather he be so clean and self-righteous, always beautiful alone, rather than have other women exclusive to him. My heart breaks at the thought of that scene. The boys who heard this instantly retreated from these witches and said in horror, you girls are really crazy, and you actually cursed the chief lonely old man for life, and the woman's jealousy is really terrible. As you go, your faces appear before our eyes, polluting our eyes. The girls squeezed the boy in front of them away, looked at the figure not far away, and groaned, how could Merlin let such a perfect person appear? Now my eyes are radiant again. No help, these girls? They're even crazier than drinking the ecstasy potion? The boys shook their heads and sighed, and then looked at Peter with a look of envy. Oh, how come I don't have such a face? Otherwise I wouldn't have to worry about finding a girlfriend. Peter listened to the discussion and speculation of his classmates, smiled and shook his head, and then he was also very curious about his baby. According to the original plot, it was definitely necessary to choose someone, but according to Peter's own understanding, the most precious people were first of all his family Aunt Christine and housekeeper Wales, but they were all people without magic and should not appear here. As for the best relationship between the words and Peter in school, the twins, Alan and Cedric, but when they heard the adjective of the most beloved baby, and then associated with these guys, they felt a sense of awkwardness. At this time, Alan was still talking about Peter's baby with other fires, and when he heard that the baby might refer to people, Alan just got weird, turned into a shy look, pinched his throat to learn the girl's voice and said, Peter's most beloved baby must be me. After all, we have lived together for so many years, this is an incomparable feeling. Then he shyly replied that he wanted to lean on Peter. Get out of the way. Contaminate the eyes? Peter got goosebumps from this guy and kicked Ray on Alan's ass to keep him away from himself. The onlookers burst out laughing, and they couldn't help but be amused by Alan. Alan himself couldn't help but laugh, rubbed his ass, and complained, Peter, you guy is too unloving roommate, my ass is numb. Whoever called you disgusting me, asked for it. Peter glanced at Alan and sat back on the couch, became serious again, and asked Peter, did you guess the meaning of the song in this golden egg yourself? What the hell is that baby? This treasure was too broad at one time, and we couldn't guess for sure. Peter nodded and said, it should be referring to people, but I don't know who it refers to now. After all, you also know that I have a few real friends besides my family. When Alan heard Peter's words, he immediately covered his chest and stepped back, his eyes widened, and said, isn't it really me that your precious person is? Peter, I think of you as a good friend and a good brother, I'm not a casual person. Peter looked at him angrily, gave him a warning look, and said contemptuously, where is your confidence? No, go to the dorm room and look in the mirror will tell you the answer? I don't want to. That mirror brain is broken, it's targeting me? Alan shook his head and said angrily, every time I look in the mirror, the thing keeps taunting me, saying that I can consider changing my head so that I don't get in the way. Then I met you like a licking dog and kept touting you, and I was going to throw up the words of praise. I think it's just jealous of me? If you can argue with the mirror, I'm afraid you're the only one who's so bored. Peter was speechless. The dressing mirrors in the dormitories are all talking magic mirrors, and I don't know how the people who make it think. Usually I can give wizards good dressing advice, but the mouth is also very broken, and the people who often look at the mirror are eager to smash it. Therefore, the reason why the magic mirror in the magic world is most damaged is that it is mixed up by the owner. Of course, the magic mirror is very tolerant of people with high looks. Even if Peter gets up in the morning and comes to the mirror in the bathroom, the mirror will use all kinds of gorgeous praise words to describe Peter's appearance, often making Peter embarrassed. The following time, the school fell into calm again, and the next game had 3 months to go, and it was already next year, so the students were still discussing the dragon of the first game, which was normal class time. Peter was taking potions class, and Professor Snape stopped the lecture after asking everyone to put aside the potions they had made. I have a few words to say, Professor Snape said, looking at the crowd, and the Christmas ball is coming, a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament and a great opportunity for us to socialize with foreign guests. So this Christmas, students in the 4th grade and above stay at the school to attend the dance, and you can invite your favorite dance partner. The students whispered that most of the wizards had never attended such a dance, and they were all excited. The girls giggled and whispered to each other, then looked up at Peter again, pointed at him, and smirked. You're going to put on your dresses and robes. Professor Snape continued, the ball will begin at 8 o'clock in the Christmas evening, right in the auditorium, and at 12 o'clock midnight the students are more excited, and the boys are looking at the girls around them, ready to invite the girls as dance partners. Quiet. Professor Snape saw this and frowned and said, while the prom allows you to relax, it doesn't mean you're completely free of yourself and don't follow the rules of the school. If anyone embarrasses Slytherin, I would be very saddened. The Slytherin students fell silent, especially when they heard Snape's last threatening words and sat up. The bell rang at the end of class, and with Snape's permission, the students quickly left the classroom as if there were something horrible in the classroom. Peter, you wait, I have something to say to you. Snape stopped Peter from leaving. This disappointed the girls waiting outside, but they were ready to invite Peter to become a dance partner at the first time. As for the tradition of boys inviting girls, they all said that they did not care, as long as they could invite Peter York and become his dance partner. It was a very long face. At this time, Peter was also relieved and looked at Snape gratefully, otherwise he would not have been able to hide in front of these girls who were staring at him. Alan smiled and patted Peter on the shoulder, then left the classroom. Snape looked at Peter, his eyes flashed with teasing, and said in a strange tone, "It seems that you are very popular. So many girls want to invite you. How? So many worship fans. Have you found the desired goal? Professor, how can you make a joke?" Peter listened to Snape's words and smiled helplessly. "Okay, let's get down to business." Snape said calmly, "At the Christmas ball, according to tradition, warriors are to take their mates to dance, so I hope you can find your own dance partner before the dance. Don't forget." "I know the professor, I'll find a dance partner." Peter agreed. "By the way, you can dance, right?" Snape asked again. "If you can't, go learn from someone who can jump. Slytherin has a lot of them, you can find them. I'll be a ballroom dancing professor, you don't have to worry about me." Peter laughed and said that as a nobleman, it was common to attend balls, so the skill of dancing was a must-learn skill. "I've forgotten that you're still the Muggle Count, and dancing is not a problem for you." Snape also remembered and said, but still said unassuredly, "But the dance partner you choose would do well, or teach well before the dance, and don't lose face at the dance." "I see, Professor." Peter smiled and agreed. "Then you leave." Snape waved his hand, but looked at the doorway and said playfully, "There are a lot of people waiting for you outside, and they haven't given up yet. Do you need me to help you get rid of it?" "No, Professor." Peter smiled wryly and refused, "I can solve it myself." Then he walked quickly to the door, until the doorway position, the whole person disappeared directly invisible. Seeing this, Snape laughed and strode out of the classroom. The girls who had been waiting outside the door for a long time saw Snape come out and retracted their heads, afraid that Snape would get into trouble. Ahem. Looking at these girls, Snape snorted directly, the corners of his mouth mocked, and directly strode away, his black robe flying openly, like a bat. Seeing Snape gone, the girls breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to the classroom, but to their beckon, the classroom was empty. At this time, Peter was sitting in the room with several partners, and the extremely bad companions laughed at Peter and were chased and intercepted by a group of wolf-like girls. Peter glanced at these unscrupulous fellows and asked, "Are you guys ready to invite who to be the dance partner?" The twins stood up triumphantly and said in unison, "Of course, we managed to invite a dance partner when Professor McGonagall announced it." Fred invited Angelina, and this guy got a little faster than I did. George said with a pursing his lips. "Hey, bro, that's called first-hand combat, isn't it?" Fred said triumphantly. "What's going on? Sounds like they all want to invite Angelina?" Cedric asked with some puzzlement. Alan snickered, and then couldn't help but say, "Haha, these two guys are really worthy of being twins, they both like Angelina at the same time," but in the end Fred took the lead and invited Angelina. Peter also raised an eyebrow, and he remembered that the original plotline was Angelina and George together, and the last son born was named Fred. So if he eventually saves Fred from his death, who will Angelina end up with? At the thought of such a complicated relationship, Peter also looked at the twins with gossip. The two guys were embarrassed by the crowd, and George craned his neck and said, "It's okay, we've decided, if Angelina chooses anyone in the end, the other one will give up, and our brothers won't abandon each other." Yes, the Weasley brothers are always together, not even women. Fred hugged George and said firmly, "I've invited a Slytherin schoolgirl, and Cedric has invited the Ravenclaw flowers." Alan said, then looked at Peter, "Peter, what about your dance partner? Don't say you're going to the prom alone. That will laugh off the big teeth of the earth." "Of course not." Peter smiled and said, "I'll find a dance partner before Christmas." "Alan, you don't have to worry about him, just look at how popular he is now being chased by girls and hiding here." Fred chuckled and said, "Do you believe that even if you have accepted the invitation, if you are invited by Peter, you will definitely get rid of the original boy and choose to become Peter's dance partner?" "I believe." Alan couldn't help but laugh, after all, our Peter's charm is unstoppable. Peter rolled his eyes and said to the guys who were watching his own drama, "Believe it or not, I'm going to invite your dance partners and see if they choose me." "Believe it? We believe?" Several people quickly begged for forgiveness one after another. "If you do this, our dance partner will most likely be gone." Cedric watched Leahy from the sidelines. These three guys always have a long memory, often suppressed by Peter but always like to mess with him. After that, Peter was always haunted, so that the bold girls could not find his traces and jumped straight to their feet. Now a challenge has quietly arisen among the girls, that is, who can take down Peter and become his ultimate dance partner. This incident was also told to Peter by the gossip king Alan, who gleefully compared Peter to the championship trophy of another girls' championship. Peter was also very helpless at this time. These crazy girls he could not fight and scold, one by one on the road he had to go through. Every time he went to class was a challenge to Peter. And the professors seemed to have stopped seeing Peter eating up, laughing and watching the play, as if they didn't see Peter's eyes asking for help. Peter relied on invisibility and even transfiguration to avoid the girls, otherwise dozens of girls blocking the door would often happen during this time. Fortunately, Peter used a powerful confusion and ignore spell on his dorm room in advance to prevent these crazy girls from breaking into his dormitory. The incident was also reported by Rita's Kit in a mocking tone in the Daily Prophet, with the headline "Why was Peter York, the warrior of the Triwizard Tournament, chased by girls and fled in a hurry?" It is also accompanied by a gif of Peter escaping in the corridor and a group of girls chasing after him. When Peter saw this report, he almost lost his nose and sent a warning letter directly to Skeeter with the patron saint. On the weekend, Peter went to the highest tower with a magic book borrowed from the forbidden area of the library where Sirius and Little Dwarf had been imprisoned before, so few people came here. After all, it was hard enough to shoot so many stairs on the top of the tower, and the breeze was breezy. Peter directly conjured up a large umbrella, as well as a comfortable recliner and table, and then lay down on the chair, looking down at the surrounding green scenery and the Black Lake and the forbidden forest in the distance. Peter's good eyesight could clearly see the Black Lake, Durmstrang's black sailboat leaning against the lake, Victor wearing only shorts, swimming in the Black Lake, and a group of girls on the shore were excitedly cheering him on. Peter smiled, and it seemed that Victor had also found a clue in the golden egg. Peter sat back in his recliner, comfortably took the magic book, and read it. He wears a Ravenclaw crown on his head and covers it with a wizard's hat. When he studies now, he basically wears a crown, and the effect of this learning amplifier is very good, and compared with usual, the learning efficiency has been more than doubled. Just as he was fascinated, "It seems that you have found my mother's crown and discovered the magic of it." Sound. Peter woke up and turned his head to find that it was the ghost grey lady floating on the ground, staring straight at the top of Peter's head, as if he could see the crown inside through his hat. "Ms. Ravenclaw." Peter got up and shouted in surprise. "You still call me Lady Grey? I'm not qualified to have this surname now," the ghost girl said darkly. After saying that, he rushed to Peter in an instant, his eyes carefully looking at Peter. The distance between the two was very close. Peter could even see a few traces of blood on her clothes. Peter tilted his unnatural head back, took a few steps back, and asked, "Lady Grey, I don't know how you ended up here. How did I know I got the Ravenclaw crown?" Lady Grey did not care about the distance between the two. She looked at Peter with curiosity, as if to say to herself, "You are very similar to a boy I have ever met, the same handsome appearance, the same popularity. I used to think he was the only friend I could talk to, but he cheated on me? He was always trying to get my mother's crown from me?" Lady Grey's expression grew angry. He stained it with black magic and hid it in the room of requirement. Looking at the excited Grey Lady, Peter quickly reassured, "Helena, please calm down. You are talking about Voldemort. He used to be called Tom Riddle when he was in school, but he has deceived almost everyone. You are not the only one." Madame Grey's expression returned to a look of indifference, as if the angry expression she had just had was just an illusion, and she looked at Peter carefully and said, "As soon as you came to the school, I paid attention to you. You are very similar to him. You have also entered Slytherin, and you also have the ability to position. Madam, although I belong to the same academy as Voldemort, I think I am completely different from him." Peter smiled and shook his head, joking, "And I think I'm still better looking than him." Lady Grey didn't care about Peter's joke, and her hand involuntarily reached out and ran through Peter's hat, as if touching the crown. But the ghost couldn't touch the entity, so she just touched the void. Lady Grey was not disappointed, looking at the crown with a look of remembrance in her eyes, and said, "I should thank you for restoring my mother's crown to its original state and preventing it from continuing to be defiled by black magic." It took her a long time to turn back to Peter and say, "You are indeed different from him. You are a magical boy. The ghosts in the castle know your deeds, and when you get the crown from the room of requirement, I will start to pay attention to you. I thought you were also a greedy person who pursued so-called wisdom, and when you found out, you would wear it on your head, but you didn't touch it for 2 years. You seem to have known in advance that it was contaminated with black magic, and trapped it with a lot of protection and warning magic." Lady Grey narrowed her eyes curiously and stared into Peter's eyes. "Last year, you seemed to have found a way to remove the black magic from the crown, which surprised me. Since the crown was defiled, I knew that it only had the fate of being destroyed, but you saved it. Many people in the wizarding world have been searching for the Ravenclaw crown for thousands of years, and they want to gain the same wisdom as my mother and thus become human beings? But you don't seem to want to do it after you get the crown. Why?" Lady Grey looked puzzled by Peter's approach. Peter looked at the Grey Lady in front of him, who looked not much older than him, smiled, sat back in the chair, raised the book in his hand, and said, "Grey Lady, you are wrong. I often use it. The crown has really helped me a lot. It has made me more efficient when learning to read, which is a very rare thing." Reading. The Grey Lady looked at him with a look of disbelief. "The legendary crown that can increase wisdom. You can use it to read books. Is it necessary to do anything else? Lady, do you use it to do bad things? Or wear it to run for Minister of Magic?" Peter said amusingly, "The crown does increase the speed of thinking in the brain and maximize the use of the brain, but it does not bring wisdom in itself. Lady Helena, have you forgotten Ravenclaw's most famous saying, 'The wisdom of man is the greatest treasure of mankind'?" Peter looked at the confused lady in front of him and said, "But I think that superior wisdom is never innate, but can accumulate wisdom through continuous learning. Like this crown, Peter took off his hat, took it off and played with it in his hand. I never thought that this crown gave Ms. Ravenclaw superior wisdom. It was just a prop made by Ms. Ravenclaw to help her improve her learning efficiency and experimentation. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. Peter read out a string of characters on the crown and then said in a mocking tone, Lady Ravenclaw has long inscribed this sentence on the crown, but many fools always ignore it, thinking that by wearing it they will gain the same wisdom as Ravenclaw. But they don't know that Tau wisdom is never innate. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. Madame Grey read this sentence in a daze, her expression was full of sorrow, and then she looked mad and laughed at herself. Yes, my mother has already reminded me, but I just ignored it, and only remember that the crown can bring wisdom. I was jealous that I didn't have my mother's wisdom, so I betrayed her and stole her crown. I am a fool, an unknowing fool, a shameful thief and a betrayer. I made my mother very sad and disappointed. Lady Ash mourned, but the ghost had no tears, so she covered her face full of shame, and then rushed down the tower and disappeared. Peter looked at this scene, shook his head and sighed. This kind of family conflict of 1,000 years ago, he could not solve it. Peter sat back in his chair, opened the book and did not continue to look, but looked at the distant scenery, and the corners of his mouth drew up and said, Come out, Luna, how long will you be hiding in the corner? Only the wind was whistling on the tower, and no one answered Peter's words. After a short while, a figure slowly appeared from the stone ladder next to it. Hello, Peter. Luna shouted at Peter in a trance, without the slightest embarrassment of being caught. Peter looked at the innocent little girl and asked amusedly, How did you get here? You should be playing with Ginny at this time. Ginny is full of harassment flies right now. She has no intention of going outside to play. She is waiting for Harry to invite her to the dance. Luna said without concealment. Now many people are entangled in harassing flies. Too much. I can't drive them away, so come to the tower to hide. There are no harassing flies here. Peter heard her words, a little funny, so easily sold Ginny. He smiled and said, Then Ginny is going to be disappointed. Harry is thinking of a Lady Ravenclaw these days. He will not take the initiative to invite Ginny. As a good friend of Ginny's, you can suggest that she take the initiative to invite Harry, so that the opportunity is great. After all, the girl Harry wants to invite already has a dance partner. Ah, is it possible? Luna asked with silver eyes and a questioning look at him. Of course, you must know that there is an old saying in the East, called men chase women across the mountain, women chase men across the yarn. Ginny, since she likes Harry, she must take the initiative, and happiness depends on fighting. Peter pretended to be serious and assured her with a smile in his eyes. Then I'll go find Ginny now. Luna turned and was about to go downstairs, looking anxious for her friend. Wait, Luna. Peter pulled her in. Well, what else is going on? Peter. Luna looked at him with puzzled eyes. I mean to ask you, have you been invited to the prom? Peter asked with a smile. No, I'm in 3rd grade and can't go to the prom, so my dad is going to take me to Norway for Christmas. Luna shook her head. Although the lower grades cannot participate, they can participate in the Christmas ball as long as they receive an invitation from the senior grades. Peter stood up and said formally, I don't know if I have the honor to invite you to be my dance partner. Me? Luna was very surprised, her eyes were wide open, and she looked very puzzled. Why are you inviting me? I see a lot of girls inviting you? Mainly the girls are crazy, and they just want to be the dance partner of the warriors and enjoy that high-profile vanity, and I'm a little disgusted by it, so I don't want to invite them. Peter explained, then looked at her gently and said, I don't know if you want to be my dance partner. Luna looked at Peter's smiling expression, then thought silently for a moment, then nodded, smiled, and said, I do. I've never been to a Christmas ball. Seeing that Luna had to smile when she agreed, she asked, I wonder if you can dance. I need to start dancing with my partner as a contestant, and if you can't, we can take advantage of this time to practice and try not to lose face at the dance. I would do some, and my dad would often pull me to dance when he was happy, but he wasn't very skilled. Luna said happily. That line, it's going to be Christmas soon, and every afternoon we're here to practice dancing, and I'll take you dancing, can you see? Peter asked. Luna nodded, looking very excited, and after making an appointment with Peter, she jumped out of the tower. Peter looked at the way she was leaving and smiled, and now that the problem of the dance partner was solved, he wouldn't have to bother anymore. Lying comfortably in his chair, he picked up the magic book again and looked at it, only the breeze swinging around him, blowing the parasol and making a whirring sound. Next, Peter did not hide anymore, following a few of his friends, going to class and leaving class normally, or going to the library to read. The girls who chased him, of course, were very happy to see him again, and one by one, when they found the right time, they walked to Peter with a look of anticipation and shyness, hoping that Peter would invite him to the dance. Peter only responded that he already had a dance partner, and apologetically declined the girls' invitation. After rejecting more than a dozen girls in succession, the whole school soon learned that Peter already had a dance partner, and the girls who were originally full of expectations were suddenly very disappointed, and then gritted their teeth to find out who Peter's dance partner was, who secretly hooked up with Peter. But the matter of who Peter's dance partner was, Peter was silent, and even a few of his companions did not pry the name out of Peter's mouth, so it became a pending case, and no one knew Peter's dance partner Shen. The weather quickly turned cooler, with heavy snow falling overnight. Heavy snow covered everything, and Busbaton's light blue carriage was covered with frost, and it looked like a big pumpkin when it was covered in ice and snow. Even the edge of the Black Lake was frozen in a layer of ice, holding Durmstrang's black boat firmly to the dock. The girls of Boothbatten were frozen, almost shrunk in the carriage, and when they went to class, they also wrapped their heads in long scarves and listened to the class with trembling. The twins, who had a very lucrative eye, built a bunch of heaters with a flame that wouldn't go out and kept providing heat. The flames inside were not ordinary flames, but magical flames, or the twins asked Peter to help them. This magical flame never goes out, and it is used in many illuminated places in the castle. Once this kind of stove was sold, it was very popular, especially the cold-fearing Busbaton students. Almost everyone had one, especially Furong Delacour, who ordered 7 or 8, and when the class started, he filled the heater around himself to ensure that he would not freeze. On Christmas morning, Peter was woken up early in the morning by Elu, only because Peter's gifts had filled the common room and needed him to dispose of them quickly, otherwise he might accidentally be ignited by the flames in the fireplace and cause a fire. When Peter showed up in the lounge after washing up, he was also startled by the scene, because the whole common room was full of gift boxes, especially next to the Christmas tree, which was almost piled up into a mountain. Look, Peter, it's all gifts from your fans. I think a lot of people in the school have given you gifts, the rest are sent from outside the school, and the number of owls who gave you gifts this morning is uncountable, Alan said in an envious tone. Then he picked up a gift box and read, "To Peter York, the most handsome witch, Chrissy from Brighton." Alan teased, "Peter, your admirers have spread outside the school. A large part of these gifts are sent by your admirers outside of school, and you have become a star." Peter looked at the gifts with some headache and asked incomprehensibly, "How come I suddenly have so many fans? Don't you know? Since the first game of the Triwizard Tournament, you've become a celebrity. In particular, the picture that Skeeter took of you was voted the most perfect face of the year by Wizarding Weekly, and it also featured a special report on your deeds and achievements. Wizarding Weekly is distributed in many countries, and you now have fans all over the world," Alan said exaggeratedly. In the end, after Peter used the flying charm to summon several friends, as well as gifts from his family and professors, the other gifts Peter simply made them all smaller, used magic to detect them, confirmed that there was no danger, and prepared to slowly dismantle them later. At noon, after eating in the auditorium, the ADHD-like twins dragged Peter out for a snowball fight. The world was snowy outside, and except for the direction to Boothbarton and Durmstrang, where there was a route stepped out by students, the rest of the place was snow that no one had stepped on. "Fred George, have you been doping? It's cold outside, so let's go back to the castle, or go to the room of needs, where it's warmer." Alan wrapped his neck and half of his face in a long scarf, resisting the outside. "No, we can't stand the boredom in the castle." The twins grinned and said, then grabbed a ball of snow and threw it at Alan. The defenseless Alan directly hit the snowball in the chest, and the scattered snowflakes drifted into his neck, making him shake a little. "Damn it, Fred George, you guys asked for it. Look at my invincible snowball." Alan simply forgot about the cold, and a large snowball came straight out of the ground, and rushed towards the twins. Suddenly the snow was full of snowballs, and there were 3 people giggling and playing with Peter and Cedric standing aside, watching their play. Peter shook his head wordlessly and funny, and said, "This Weasley brothers really can't stop for a day. I really don't know where they come from. They often swim at night, in addition to class during the day. They also have to make their joke props. It's so lively. But because of the existence of the 2 of them, it is more interesting." Cedric smiled and said, and then he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Peter, tonight is the Christmas ball. Who have you invited as a dance partner? Even we are hiding it. Should it really be like they said? You did not invite people?" Peter shook his head amusedly and said, "I didn't tell you because we had Alan and the twins in our team, 3 big-mouthed guys, and if I had told them, the whole school would have known who my dance partner was the next day. That would have caused trouble to others, so that's why I didn't tell you. Who is your dance partner? Now you can tell me?" Cedric asked. Peter smiled and replied, "Actually, I provoked Luna Lovegood of Ravenclaw in the 3rd grade." "Lovegood? Ravenclaw's mad girl?" Cedric blurted out in surprise, then realized that he had said the wrong thing, slapped his mouth in embarrassment, and then asked incomprehensibly, "How did you invite her? She is only in the 3rd grade, a little small." Then he looked at Peter with a strange look in his eyes and said, "You shouldn't have a crush on her, right? You have unique tastes," Peter said. "How come you followed them to learn badly?" Peter hammered him in disgust and explained, "Didn't I often go to Ravenclaw to read? Once I saw Luna being bullied by her classmates, so I helped her, so I gradually became acquainted. I don't have a dance partner at the Christmas ball. I think she is very suitable, so I chose her." "What are you 2 whispering there? Watch my wandering ball attack." George suddenly ran behind the 2 men and made a surprise attack, pasting a large ball of snowball towards the 2 men. The 2 dodged George's attack in time, only to hear 2 rapid wind whistles behind them, and 2 snowballs slammed into the backs of the 2 men. Watching the 2 get hit by a snowball, Fred and Alan happily high-fived each other in celebration. Cedric and Peter looked confused at first, and then came back to their senses. The 2 looked at each other for a moment, then smiled, and at the same time grabbed the snowball on the ground and quickly counterattacked the 3 of them. The two cooperate with each other, one is a snowball, the other is responsible for attacking, and the three people on the other side are quickly and effectively confronted. On the snow, snowballs flew all over the sky, and the sound of several people playing resounded all around, attracting students from afar to watch. At 7 o'clock in the afternoon, when night fell, the tired people returned to the castle breathlessly, said goodbye to each other with their wet clothes, returned to their respective colleges to change into dresses, and went to the Christmas ball held at 8 o'clock. Back in the dormitory, Peter changed into a gorgeous dress, which was actually the dress Peter had made of basilisk skin, but because he had never participated in the wizard's ball, the dress had been pressed at the bottom of the box, and this time it was just right to use. The dress is a dark green near black uniform dress, which is covered with stars and stars, which looks very gorgeous, and after Peter puts it on, the dress automatically fits his figure and looks very fit. Peter stood in front of the mirror and looked at it carefully, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Oh, you look amazing. Your perfect face, your blonde hair as bright as gold, really like the sun god Apollo, this dress is perfect for you, you are like a god. Suddenly a voice came from the mirror, praising in an aria tone. Ahem, old licking dog. Alan came out in his black dress and snorted coldly in the mirror. Peter amusingly gave up his place so that Alan could tidy up his dress. The mirror saw Peter leave, let out a lost sigh, and then looked at Alan's appearance and laughed unceremoniously. No matter how well dressed, it can't match your face. You have to change your face, and if you look at my eyes again, you will be blind. I have a temper tantrum? I really want to break this nasty mirror. Alan clenched his fists and threatened, a mirror actually dares to look down on me. Well, let's hurry up and pick up the dance partner, for having the lady wait is not what a gentleman should do. Peter said helplessly. Peter and several of his companions came outside the auditorium and waited for the arrival of his dance partner. I heard Lee Jordan say that the girls returned to the dormitory 4 or 5 hours in advance to put on makeup and dress. I really don't know what they spend so much time doing. Isn't it just a dress and a kung fu to wipe your face? Fred looked at the almost all boys outside, and not only complained, it's almost 8 o'clock, these girls haven't appeared yet, it's really good to grind time. Don't let the girl hear this, otherwise you won't find a girlfriend in the future. Alan smiled and said, when my mother went to the dances held by those pure-blood families, she would spend the whole day getting dressed, and my father and I were waiting obediently, but we didn't dare to urge her. Girls. Several people said in unison. Here comes my dance partner, I'll go first. Cedric found Zhang Qiu's figure, excitedly said to his companions, and then rushed to pick up his girlfriend. Oh, the boy who fell in love. Several people shook their heads and sighed. After a while, Alan and the twins waited for their dance partners, smiled and said goodbye to Peter, and entered the auditorium with their dance partners. Peter was not in a hurry, looking around leisurely. Fleur Delacour had arrived, her dance partner was Roger Davis, the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. This guy was smiling silly, looking at Fleur with obsessive eyes, obviously fascinated by Mia. Victor stood at the bottom of the stairs leading to Ravenclaw, looking up from time to time, apparently waiting for his dance partner. As for Harry, he was now dragging a reluctant Ron downstairs. Peter almost didn't laugh when he looked at the evening dress on Ron's body, which was exactly the same vintage as it was hundreds of years old, covered with folds and lace, and looked like a skirt. No wonder Ron did not want to wear it out, really sympathetic for him, the second in the tens of thousands of years, so many brothers. There is a sister who is only a year younger than 1 year younger. He is almost the most easily overlooked. This ball Ginny will definitely have a newly bought dress, but Ron's dress is the old dress handed down from the family. In this situation, Ron cannot be blackened, but Peter feels that it is not easy. It didn't take long for Peter to spot Luna and Ginny coming down the stairs, both in beautiful dresses that looked elaborately dressed. At this time, Luna was wearing a long sky blue dress, blonde hair draped behind her back, and a bunch of garlands on her head, looking like a fairy in the forest, and her silver eyes were even more ethereal. Peter stepped forward, looked at Luna's dress, and praised, "You look very beautiful, just now I thought the legendary elf appeared." Luna smiled at Peter's silver eyes and said, "You're handsome today too. Your harassing flies look a lot less." "I dressed up for Luna," Ginny said triumphantly, and then said in frustration, "But she refused to take off her carrot earrings, which greatly reduced my efforts for an afternoon." Peter looked at Luna's earrings on both sides and smiled, and said indifferently, "It's okay, I think it's fine," adding a little cute element. After all, the fairy is too ethereal, or a little authenticity is very good. "Well, since you, the dance partner, don't care, I won't say anything." Ginny counted her shoulders and said, then looked at Harry who was pulling with Ron not far away, and whispered to Peter, "Thank you Peter, listen to your advice, I invited Harry first, he just happened to be rejected by Zhang Qiu, so he agreed to my invitation." Peter looked at Ginny and looked a little dim when she mentioned Zhang Qiu, and secretly lamented the precocious maturity of these European and American boys and girls, thinking about emotional things at such a young age, which he could not compare. But he still encouraged, "Don't be discouraged, Ginny, Harry is a little older than you, but the boy's brain is always a little sluggish, he just thinks of you as his sister now, you can try to show yourself and make yourself strong, so that he will not ignore you, will always find you're good." "Thank you Peter, you're much better than my brothers, these guys have a big nerve, they take me to Quidditch all day, and they don't notice that I'm in a bad mood," Ginny said gratefully. You've wronged them, at least Fred George cares about you, but boys are always less attentive than girls. Peter comforted, and then quietly said, one more news, Zhang Qiu is already Cedric's girlfriend, so even if Harry has any thoughts, he has no chance. Now you should be relieved. Really? Ginny was visibly happy. Harry's love for Zhang Qiu had bothered her for a long time, even if she was now Harry's dance partner. She still remembered that it was because Zhang Qiu refused, so she had been sullen. Of course, this is what Cedric told me personally, and you know he's a good friend of mine. Peter nodded and smiled. Ginny then walked down the stairs in a daze and came to Harry, taking Harry's arm and waiting for the ball to begin. At 8 o'clock, the 4 warriors, with their respective dance partners, lined up under the command of Professor McGonagall, and entered the auditorium amid the crowd's onlookers and cheers. Then Dumbledore gave a very brief speech, then took the lead and sat down at the table, tapped the plate with his wand, and said, steak. As soon as the word stopped, a steak appeared on the dinner plate, and the others followed suit and ordered their favorite food. Ha, it's that simple? It's so funny? Fleur Delacour sneered and was very dismissive of this order. Roger Davis, who was just looking at her dementedly, didn't hear her words at all, just smirked and nodded in agreement. I don't like her. Luna, who was sitting next to Peter, frowned and said, she's like a peacock, and she smells a strange smell, and those who smell her smell like crazy. And she also said bad things about Professor Flitwick, saying that the professor was Professor Zoo. Are you? Peter looked at Luna's performance with some amusement. It was the first time he had seen Luna so obviously express her dislike for a person. He smiled and said, since you don't like it, just don't meet with her. Anyway, they live in the carriage, and there are very few opportunities to meet with us. Luna frowned, shook her head, and said, Elder Davis was blinded by her strange smell, always took her to the Ravenclaw lounge. As soon as she came to the common room, she was picky everywhere, judging, bringing a lot of harassment flies, very annoying. Peter looked at her, a little stoic. This naive little girl, the view of things is always so novel. The warriors were all sitting together, along with the professors. Harry looked restrained, constantly tidying up the bow around his neck, but Ginny looked generous, paying attention to Harry's state and ordering him the food he liked. Fleur Delacour commented on the food and the arrangement of the ball, while Roger Davis next to him nodded silly. Victor's dance partner was still Hermione, and he changed his original silent appearance and happily chatted with Hermione about Durmstrang's study life. He was also frequently interrupted by Karkaroff, saving him from exposing the school's address. After eating, Dumbledore stood up and asked the students to stand up as well, then waved his wand and moved all the tables and chairs to the corner, leaving a clearing in the middle. Then a gorgeous stage suddenly appeared, and a bunch of instruments appeared on the side of the stage, with guitars, harps, flutes, drum kits, etc. Professor Flitwick came to the instrument in the eyes of the 273s and waved his wand, like an orchestra conductor, and the instruments automatically made sounds. At this time, the Eccentric Sisters, who are the most famous orchestras in the magical world, appeared on the stage, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause. The Eccentric Sisters, dressed in odd costumes and oddly dressed, picked up their respective instruments and, under the direction of Professor Flitwick, gave off a burst of stirring music. At this time, the surrounding lights dimmed, leaving only the stage position to be illuminated. All 4 warriors got up and took their respective dance partners to the stage, accompanied by the music of the Eccentric Sisters, circling in place. Peter and Luna have a certain height difference, so it's mainly Peter who takes her to jump. But Peter used his eyes to catch Harry's group. Harry looked nervous, his body stiff, and he was danced by Ginny. The main thing was that Harry had not yet grown up at this time, and looked about the same height as Ginny standing together, so the two danced, much like 2 children dancing among several adults, which seemed a bit funny. After the Christmas ball, the students were still unsatisfied, but the professors did not give the students time to relax, but instead aggravated their studies, and wanted these crazy students to pull their minds back. On January 1st, Peter officially celebrated his 17th birthday, from which point on his tracks would disappear and the Ministry of Magic would no longer be able to monitor his tracks at any time. Peter had thought that burning the traces in the wand would be able to escape the Ministry of Magic's tracking, but apparently the Ministry of Magic was not so stupid, because the traces were essentially no different from contract magic, and even if the traces were burned, they would quickly recover. The Ministry of Magic traces are divided into 2 types. One is the trace on the surface, that is, the trace on the wand, mainly to facilitate the inspection of the ownership and monitoring of the wand, so this trace is the label on which the wand is made, otherwise Ollivander cannot sell it. This trail was burned by Peter with the Phoenix Fire in the first place, so that in the future, except for Peter and Ollivander, no one knows where the wand belongs. But another trail is actually an agreement signed by the students after enrollment, and at the end of the 1st grade, the school will let the students sign a notice prohibiting the use of magic outside the school. As long as they sign their names on it, they will officially sign the contract. The contract will leave a mark on the student, which is the so-called trace. As long as there is a magic fluctuation near the student, the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Prohibition of Abuse of Magic will sense it, send a warning letter, and the second time it will be directly expelled from the school. Of course, this is mainly used on Muggle students. The children of wizards mainly rely on self-awareness and parental supervision. After all, in the wizarding family, adult wizards often use spells at home, and the magic part is not clear whether the parents or students use magic, so the traces cannot play a big deterrent role at all. This is one of the reasons why Peter hates traces. After all, this naked and discriminatory trace has kept the little wizards of Muggle families at the bottom of the chain of discrimination. Of course, Peter had not suffered such discrimination over the years, but the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Prohibition of the Abuse of Magic was tossed by him and finally gave up the surveillance of him. But Peter was still very unhappy that he had this mark on his body, and now he could finally say goodbye to this disgusting trace. On their 17th birthday, neither Ant nor Wales could come to the wizarding world, so they could only congratulate Peter on a happy birthday through a double-sided mirror. Several of Peter's friends, who attach great importance to his 17th birthday, deliberately set up a birthday party in the Room of Needs, and several people secretly asked the house elf on their backs about the making of cakes. What ended up in front of Peter was a large, rough-cut cake with the words "Happy Birthday Peter York," and the gifts they had carefully prepared. Peter gladly accepted their gift. Peter's birthday party, at his request, was not known to many people, so Peter had a fun birthday in comfort. The age of 17 was considered a sign of adulthood in the wizarding world, so Peter quickly seized the last time to register for this year's Phantom Transfiguration exam, and he, Cedric and Alan, in the envious eyes of the twins, all took part in this year's Phantom Transfiguration. The two of them are only a few months away from turning 17, so they can only wait until next year to sign up. The time passed quickly, and it was February, and soon it was the second race. Peter wasn't worried, so he studied, rested, and had time to look at the triangle story of Victor and Hermione and Ron. Among them, Ron and Hermione have been caught in the Cold War since the Christmas ball, and Ron is jealous of Hermione becoming Victor's dance partner, and Hermione feels that Ron does not know what to call it, and has not considered inviting her as a dance partner. Harry, on the other hand, was torn between the two, trying to reconcile the two partners all day, and even forgot about the second game. Peter watched with relish, and with a bad eye, he tricked Victor into pursuing Hermione and trying to take advantage of the Cold War between the two of them. Then, with Peter's encouragement, Victor gathered around Hermione every day like chicken blood, booing and asking for warmth. This brought Hermione and Ron's slightly softened relationship back to an impasse. Alan saw Peter's operation and said wordlessly, "If you do this, if Fred George knows, they will beat you, but they have always wanted Hermione to be their sister-in-law, and you are digging Ron's corner for others. If there is anything, I am catalyzing their feelings." Peter didn't admit it at all, retorting solemnly, "If it weren't for my intervention, when would Ron understand their intentions? Now it is testing the depth of their feelings. If they are firm, if Ron can actively fight, it will not let Victor dig the wall to succeed." Alan schemed his lips and looked at him with contempt and said, "How did I find out that you guy is so bad? I see that you are not wonderful enough to add materials yourself. What's the matter?" Peter was told a dry cough with a wandering look in his eyes. However, learning from the twins that Harry had not yet found the clue in the golden egg, Peter was ready to find a time to remind him, as if he had taken the initiative to find himself to see the dragon before repaying it. Harry was having a very headache at this time. His two good friends were in the Cold War. He guessed the reason for the conflict between the two of them, but he did not understand this kind of feeling. After all, the bud of his first love that came out of the cold was fiercely snuffed out. Cedric and Zhongchu's love affair. Since the Christmas ball came out, the two no longer hid, often tired together. To other people constantly sprinkled dog food, which made Harry completely give up the heart of the trip. Originally, if Ron and Hermione could really be together, he was happy to accept it, but now there is another Victor, who pursues Hermione and makes Ron's flying vinegar fly all over the sky. Although Hermione politely refused Victor's pursuit many times, Victor became thick-skinned under Peter's guidance and encouragement, did not give up on the continuous pursuit, and very deliberately in front of Ron to be intimate with Hermione, successfully making Ron jump to his feet. Harry continued to ease the conflict between the two, but as the second game approached, he remembered that he had not yet found a clue to the golden egg. In Transfiguration class, Harry looked toothache as Hector, who was huddled next to Hermione for the lesson, and Ron, who was already blue next to him, groaned on the table. He was a 7th grader who actually ran to the 4th grade class and said that the curriculum at Durmstrang School was different from Hogwarts, and who would believe his lies. Ron stared indignantly at the backs of Victor and Hermione and said, "I think he's plotting against him." Harry did not dare to interject at this time, and Ron was like a volcano about to erupt, even if any sentence would make him suddenly erupt. "Ha, look. So close. Do you need to be so close to asking questions?" The big guy wanted to ask questions. Why not just ask the professor? Ron kept muttering. Harry was finally relieved to hear the bell ring at the end of the class, and he listened to Ron's yin and yang weirdness for a whole lesson, and he was about to go crazy. Hermione packed up her textbooks and bumped into Ron. Harry, looking at Ron who didn't see herself, pulled Harry hard to speak, snorted coldly, and then continued to explain the knowledge in the textbook with Victor. "Look at her look, so proud. 80% of her is enjoying the vanity of being pursued." Ron said in a strange way, "I dare say that guy is not a good person. If he is chaste, it will not be long before he will dump her." "Ron, you can't say that about Hermione." Harry frowned and said, "You know, Hermione is not such a person. You made Hermione angry first, so let's apologize to her. You haven't spoken for 2 months. If I want to go, I won't go." Ron turned his head and said, "I don't want to disturb her date with a Quidditch star." Then he rushed to the door of the classroom. "Wait for me, Ron." Harry hurried to catch up. Outside the classroom, however, Harry was stopped by Peter. "Harry, I have one thing to tell you." Peter smiled. Harry looked at Peter curiously and asked anxiously, "Peter, do you have anything to do? Can I talk about it later?" "I was chasing Ron and he seemed angry." "Leave him alone, it's just the troubles of adolescence." Peter smiled and said, "What I'm going to tell you now is about the second game, because I heard that you didn't have the heart to explore the golden egg clues all this time, so I had to find Harry." Hearing Peter's words, he said with some embarrassment, "Mainly during this time my friends have had conflicts, and I want to ease their relationship, so I forgot about it." Peter didn't care about his words, after all, Hermione and Ron, and he had secretly inserted a foot in it, so he said directly, "You should have opened the golden egg." Harry nodded. "I've opened it several times, but there's nothing inside, just a very harsh scream, which we guess is the voice of a female ghost, but don't know what it means." "It's not the voice of a female ghost, it's the song of a mermaid," Peter explained, then winked at him, prompting, "You can try putting the golden egg in the water and opening it again, and you will reap the rewards." Peter then left with Harry's confused expression. Fast forward to February 24th, and early in the morning, Peter was dragged from bed by Alan. "Peter, hurry up, today is your time to play, don't be late." Alan kept shaking Peter's shoulder and urged, "Oh my god, Alan, it's only past 7 o'clock and the game starts at 9:30, can't you just let me sleep a little longer?" Peter looked at the time on his watch and said grumpily. Alan didn't care about Peter's complaints, and excitedly said, "You still have to get up for breakfast and then warm up." During this time, Victor and they often swam in the Black Lake, and I bet they must have known the clues of the golden egg. Who is as lazy as you, and has not once practiced in the Black Lake? Last time you have scored the highest score in, this time cannot be left behind, the Goblet of Fire champion must be you? Thank you for believing in me so much," Peter said in a nonchalant manner, and got up sleepily. Along the way to the restaurant, the Slytherin students were concerned about Peter's physical condition as if they were looking at a fragile object, and for the first time when eating, they also had the courage to recommend Peter to eat some high-calorie foods, thinking that the lake was still very cold and bone-chilling at this time, and needed enough energy to maintain physical fitness. There was even a proposal to let Peter bring a little wine and drink a little wine to warm up before the game to avoid freezing his body. Peter watched helplessly as the Slytherin students looked even more nervous than he was, silently eating his own food. He was thinking about who his baby really was. Alan was sitting next to him now, and the candidate could not be him. The twins didn't see each other for a night, could it be one of them, or Cedric? The thought of Dumbledore announcing that they were his beloved treasures gave Peter goosebumps. "Mom, don't be one of them, otherwise he would have been laughed to death," Peter prayed silently. After breakfast, Peter was surrounded by people and came to the Black Lake, where many people gathered, and the deeds that had been playing around the dragon appeared on the lake, and the rows of seats on the other side of the lake were already full. Victor and Fleur had arrived, and they sat at a table by the water's edge with a golden tablecloth, in which Victor was wearing only a pair of shorts and did not look cold at all in the cold wind. Fleur, on the other hand, was wearing a one-piece swimsuit and was wrapped in a thick blanket. Seeing Peter's appearance, both nodded their heads. Peter smiled at them, then looked at the time and asked Bagman, "Harry hasn't come yet." "He hasn't come yet, I don't know anything but that, I hope he can catch up," Bagman said worriedly. Not long after, Cedric appeared with his girlfriend Jong Chiu, which made Peter suddenly breathe a sigh of relief. "What about Fred George? Why haven't they shown up yet? Shouldn't they have overslept?" Cedric looked around and found no sign of them, and asked incredulously, "I don't know, but I shouldn't forget that today is the game, and you know that the two of them are the most enthusiastic about these things." Alan also looked around and said that Peter was feeling a little bad at this time. Shouldn't his baby candidate be one of these two guys? The time soon came to 9:30, and there was some noise around, and everyone did not see Harry Potter appear for a long time, thinking that something had happened to him or had given up the game, and when Karkaroff and the others waited impatiently and said that they would no longer wait for the fourth contestant, Harry finally rushed over breathlessly. I'm coming," Harry said breathlessly. "Where have you been?" Percy Weasley asked in a domineering manner. He was sitting next to referee Drow at this time. During this time Barty Crouch disappeared, as his assistant Percy temporarily replaced his job, which made Percy more satisfied. A referee toned to question Harry. Harry's side was caught up in the explanation and several headmasters, and Peter's side of several partners surrounded him and constantly encouraged him, and comforted him to do his best, no better than to fight for the championship. "What happened to the Weasley brothers today? Peter is going to race right away, and they haven't shown up yet?" Alan complained, "How these two guys are not reliable at a critical time, and then I will talk about them well. Don't blame them, I think I know where they went," Peter said with a strange expression, and at the same time he was curious about how the two guys were missing. Shouldn't he choose one of them? "Where did they go?" they asked curiously. "You'll know later." Peter finished speaking, shook his head and shut up without speaking. If these guys knew that the treasure they were looking for was one of the twins, they would definitely laugh to death. Before a few more questions could be asked, the courtroom fight was over, accompanied by a deafening cannon blast, and the game officially began. Bagman had the 4 contestants lined up on the shore of the lake, each at a distance. Harry hurriedly took off his robe and, like Victor, wore only one swim trunk, while Fleur also took off the thick blanket and shivered at the lake in only a one-piece swimsuit. At this time, Peter alone was still wearing a school uniform robe, which looked somewhat conspicuous. "Peter, why haven't you taken it off? You know, if you wear a robe, you can't swim well in the water?" Bagman kindly reminded, laughing and saying, "It's shy, hack, don't be so embarrassed, boys sooner or later have such a return, boldly take it off." Bagman, as the live narrator, has a loud voice magic on his body, so his words are heard by the audience, which immediately causes a burst of laughter, and the do-gooders coax Peter to quickly take off his clothes. Peter looked at Bagman helplessly, and then nodded his wand at the robe on his body, which seemed to shrink, quickly shrinking and eventually turning into a pair of swim trunks to wear on Peter. Peter was also stimulated by the sudden cold air. There was a clamor in the surrounding stands, and the girls held up their binoculars and stared at Peter tightly, emitting a foolish laugh. "Oh, no wonder our warrior Peter is so reluctant to be exposed, in good shape, haha," Bagman said, glancing at Peter, laughing and whistling. Then Bagman narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "Listen, our warriors have all taken their places, the second game is about to start, and when I whistle, they will jump into the lake to find the treasure that has been taken away from them. I count to 3, 1 or 2, 3, with a sharp whistle, accompanied by cheers and applause from the audience in the stands, Victor cast a spell on his head with his wand, and then jumped into the lake first, only to see that the head of the lake Victor became the head of a shark, looking like a fish-headed assembly. And the second was Fleur de la Cour, who gracefully jumped into the lake and cast a bubble head spell on herself. Her head was like a glass jar Harry Potter quickly shoved into her mouth, and then waded into the lake, and his neck grew like a fish gills, and his fingers and toes grew webbing, looking strange, but swam very quickly, and one turned over and burrowed into the bottom of the lake and disappeared. Peter couldn't bear to be stared at by thousands of pairs of eyes at this time, especially now, so he grabbed his wand and jumped into the lake. In the lake, Peter felt the cold water around him, quickly cast a silent warmth spell on himself, and then his mind moved, using the transformation skill, only to see that his lower body quickly turned into a blue fish tail, and his fingers also grew fins, and the gills used to breathe in the water also grew on his neck, which looked like a mermaid, but it looked countless times better than the ugly mermaid in the Black Lake. Peter looked at himself now, and smiled satisfactorily. His transformation skills, although he could not become a real mermaid, but it was still possible to imitate a few points, which was the transformation ability he obtained from Bogart. Peter turned into a mermaid, and in the lake it was like feeling like returning home. All the previous discomforts disappeared, and the visual and auditory senses became very sensitive in the water, and even the song of the mermaid could be heard in the distance. Peter swung his tail, like a sword, swimming rapidly in the lake water. Some of the Grindevo who came to stop him, saw Peter's appearance, was startled, and then obediently stopped attacking him, but was very close to him. Peter looked at these long-horned water monsters on their heads, with long nails, pointed tusks. They were very aggressive, although the strength was not good, but liked to attack in groups, and were domesticated by mermaids as housekeepers. Now they look like they're mermaids. Peter swung his tail and continued to move forward, and as he passed through a belt of aquatic grass, he found Hibiscus, who was besieged by Grindevo not far away, but he was not a helpful person, and as if he had not seen it, he directly accelerated forward without stopping. Peter's speed was very fast. He followed the song of the mermaid, and soon came to a mermaid settlement, surrounded by many huts made of stone, on which grew a lot of water weeds, and there were many mermaids in the stone house who heard the movement outside, and looked out curiously through the window, opposite Peter's line of sight. These mermaids have iron-gray skin, dark green hair, yellow eyes, pointed teeth, and look ugly, not at all compatible with the legendary mermaid. However, Peter, as a Slytherin student, was occasionally able to see the mermaids outside the windows of his dormitories and common rooms, so he was not too surprised. Although the mermaids are ugly, their intelligence is not less than that of humans, but the more they go inside, the more they dwell in the stone dwellings. The shapes are various, and there are even stone houses with gardens outside, and Grindevo is tied in front of the door. The mermaids looked at Peter's appearance with a very surprised and curious look, and they rushed from all directions, pointing at the fishtail on the lower part of his body, and whispering with their hands to cover their mouths, looking at the lively scene. Peter didn't bother to take care of the mermaids, whose appearance didn't match his aesthetics, so he didn't bother to communicate with them and swam straight to the center of the mermaids' colony, where the song came from. At the destination, this square looks like a mermaid, surrounded by scattered stone dwellings, where a group of mermaids gather and sing a pleasant song. Behind the mermaid is a huge statue of a mermaid with 4 people tied to the tail of the statue. From left to right are Ron, Hermione, a silver-haired 8 or 9-year-old girl who is Fleur's sister. As for the last one, Peter recognized it as Fred. Peter patted his head helplessly. He knew he couldn't escape, but fortunately Harry was with him, and his lost treasure was obviously Ron. Looking at the sleep of all 4 of them, Peter was not in a hurry to save them. After all, he was not like Harry, and he really believed what the golden egg said, thinking that if they were not found within the stipulated time, these people would disappear forever. Peter had no intention of staying here, but he waved his wand, cut the rope under Fred's feet, and then swam over to hold the rope, ready to take him back to the lake. Please wait, young man. A somewhat sharp voice rang out from the mermaid crowd. Peter paused and turned to look at the vocal mermaid, who, unlike the mermaids around him, wore a crown on his head that looked like it was made of red coral, with some pearls inlaid on it, and was guarded by several mermaids with spears around him. You're the leader of these mermaids. Peter looked at the mermaid, raised an eyebrow curiously and asked, what are you looking for me for? Or are you trying to stop me from taking people away? Don't worry, young man, we won't stop you from saving people. Dumbledore just put us in charge of helping to watch them. The mermaid leader spoke softly and showed kindness. The mermaid leader looked at the gorgeous blue fishtail on Peter's lower body, and then looked at his appearance, and couldn't help asking, young man, do you have the blood of a deep-sea mermaid? Deep-sea mermaids? Peter asked incomprehensibly, then shook his head. Sorry, I don't have mermaid blood. As for the way I look now, it's just the reason for the magic transformation. Impossible? We have lived here for a long time, and we know some of the magic of your wizards, and your magical deformation cannot turn itself into a magical creature, otherwise there will be unpredictable consequences. The mermaid leader obviously did not believe his words, looked at him and said, since you don't want to say that, I will not ask any more questions, but if you have time in the future, you can come to our place as a guest. We have not seen the deep-sea mermaid for a long time. Peter opened his mouth, but still closed his mouth. Obviously the mermaids regarded him as the so-called deep-sea mermaid bloodline, and he could not say that his deformed ability was the result of the system fused with Bogart. But he was still very curious about this so-called deep-sea mermaid and asked, what do you mean by deep-sea mermaid? Could it be that mermaids are divided into different species? The mermaid leader looked at Peter, who really didn't know what his brain had made up, and said in a sympathetic and pitiful tone, it's really a poor child. It looks like you've wandered into the human world, and you don't know what these deep-sea mermaids think. We shallow water mermaids won't let their little cubs disappear so much. Then he looked at Peter with a kind look and explained, our mermaid family is generally divided into deep-sea mermaids and shallow water mermaids, of which shallow sea mermaids are our species. And the image of the deep-sea mermaid is more similar to that of humans, just like you are now. We have our own aesthetics, but in the eyes of humans, it is obviously more like their deep-sea mermaids in line with human aesthetics. Deep-sea mermaids will grow human legs when they come ashore, so they will have intermarriage with humans, and they will give birth to hybrids like you. Well, Peter listened to the mermaid leader and didn't know what to say, or if he hadn't confirmed that he had nothing to do with the mermaid, he would have thought it was true. This mermaid leader is really good at brain patching. And at this time he discovered that the mermaid leader was a woman, and it looked like the mermaid tribe was a maternal clan tribe. Thank you for your explanation. But I had to hurry up and take my companion up, or someone else would come. Peter said politely to the mermaid leader. The mermaid leader nodded, then smiled, and said, you can call me Lilith, and when you have time to come to us later, we will prepare delicious seaweed fruits for you. Thanks, I'll come when I have time. Peter smiled and said, I'm a Slytherin student, and if you have anything to do, you can call me out to me outside the window of the Slytherin dormitory. Then Peter took Fred to swim to the lake. He saw that Harry had come over in the distance, waved at him, and then he swung his tail and quickly left the lake with Fred. The audience and the referee were waiting. This game was not much to watch, so many students were bored waiting, and those close to the four warriors were very anxious to wait. It's been almost an hour, how come no one has yet appeared? Why didn't Peter move? Logically, this is not much of a problem for him. Alan stood by the lake, looking around at the surface of the lake, trying to see Peter appear, but never waited. Rest assured, Alan, Peter will be all right, we'll just wait. Cedric, though a little anxious, comforted him. Don't worry, it's not even an hour yet, and I'm going to say that Peter must have been having a lot of fun in the lake, so he forgot to come back. George grinned, looking not worried at all. Speaking of George, where the hell did you just go? You don't show up until you're halfway through the game? Alan asked puzzled, and Fred? Why hasn't he appeared yet? George seemed to think of something interesting, and couldn't help but say, Fred is doing a very big thing right now. Peter will certainly appear when he appears, and you will have to wait. What the hell are you doing? God is mysterious. Alan complained in doubt, only to see a blue figure out of the lake. The blue fishtail in midair by the morning sun is beautiful, half a man and half a fish. Peter, a flexible vertical, like a flight from the lake to the shore, the moment the landing of the fishtail into human legs. At the other end of the rope he was holding, Fred woke up the moment he left the lake, and was then smoothly dragged to the ground by Peter. Oh my god, Peter York surprised us once again that he was the first to successfully rescue his own hostage in 45 minutes. Bagman explained in surprise, and his beautiful mermaid body, is it transfiguration? This is amazing. Peter, Fred, how are you? No problem, right? Alan and a few of them hurried over, carrying a thick blanket to cover them. Put it on, you will be cold on such a cold day. Not at all. Peter pushed his hand, and then used his wand to light a little at his Fred, and the water on his body evaporated in an instant, and his body instantly warmed up. Superb. Fred's face flushed, and he happily took the blanket and covered his body to keep warm. After taking the two back to the rest area, Madame Pomfrey waited here early, carrying 2 cups of green potions, shoving them directly into Peter and Fred's hands, staring at them and saying, "Drink the potion first, so that you don't catch a cold." The two looked at the green potion and the unpleasant smell, and quickly waved their hands in resistance and said, "Madame Pomfrey, we don't have to drink it, you see the way we look now, there is nothing at all. Drink." Madame Pomfrey was at the waist, her eyes staring at the two of them, and she looked like she was doing it herself. For the uncrowned king of Hogwarts, Peter and Fred did not dare to refute it, and could only face bitterly and pour potion in one gulp. After a flurry of stomach rolling, the ears of the two spewed mist like train jets, and the people watching laughed. "Well, now you can tell us why Fred became a hostage and was rescued by Peter. What's going on here?" Alan asked first. I'll say. George raised his hand and said excitedly. The crowd looked at him, wanting to hear his explanation. George chuckled and said, "Do you remember what was said in the golden egg that it would take away the warrior's treasure? We thought it would be Peter's valuables. But unexpectedly, last night our brothers were called to the principal's office, where there was Ron, Hermione, and the sister of Fleur. The headmaster said we were the chosen warrior's treasures, so he asked us to go to the Black Lake and wait for the warrior's rescue. Of course Fred and both of us can't be hostages at the same time, so we guessed who lost and who was going to be held hostage. You've already guessed it. And the headmaster knew that our brothers were never separated, so as not to attract attention, so I could not come out until after the game started. Peter's baby. Fred." Several of them looked at Peter and Fred with suspicion, followed by laughter. "Merlin, Fred, you have become Peter's most beloved baby." Ellen covered his stomach, smiled breathlessly, and then pointed at Peter, ignoring his blue face, laughing. "I just said Peter, why did you show a constipated look when you mentioned the baby in the golden egg these days? It turned out that you had already guessed this result." Peter looked at these guys laughing at this time, and he wanted to just shut their mouths. He knew that these guys would have such a reaction. Fred, this guy is worthy of the last person on the face. Obviously he is also the party of the joke, but also happy to play with him, pretending to be shy to Peter's side, twisting and pinching his voice and saying, "Oh, Peter, I didn't expect you to have such a thought about me. You said hemp earlier," he said and threw a wink at him. Haha. Several people couldn't hold back any longer. Laughter erupted. "Roll." Peter gritted his teeth and said, "People are your little darlings, you can't do that to people." Fred pretended to be delicate and disgusted, and he was going to punch him with a small fist. "Block the tongue and throat." Peter returned the spell directly. Fred suddenly became mute, unable to speak any more, opened his mouth, and hurried to beg for forgiveness and admit defeat. Peter snorted coldly and ignored him. Several of my friends saw this and smiled even happier. "Well deserved, Fred." Ellen smiled and said, "Your last movement tone also disgusts me. Fred, you usually talk the most, and it's good to be quiet for a while now." Cedric couldn't help but say. Fred looked at his brother for help, hoping he could help him. "Brother, bear with me. Whoever told you to annoy Peter, wait until he is discouraged." George also said happily, and the stall hand said that he could not do anything. Fred was very unhappy with his brother's schadenfreude and chased after him. Alan smiled as he watched the two brothers fight, and then complained disapprovingly, "Peter, Fred, and Cow George can all be your precious candidates, and neither I nor Cedric. Don't you love us anymore? Or are you favoring one over the other and only liking the two of them?" Peter looked at him with alarm, shook his wand in his hand, and said threateningly, "Do you want to end up with Fred too?" Alan tightened his neck, quickly surrendered his hand, and signaled to seal his mouth. George, who was fighting, stopped and said with a grin, "I can defend Peter on this. In fact, in the principal's office, we saw that Peter's list of selected hostages had your name on it. It was just that Dumbledore said, 'Alan, you live in a bedroom with Peter, and if you disappear, Peter will certainly be able to find more.' And Cedric's words, in Dumbledore's words, are to avoid your girlfriend being jealous, so he gives up, and finally chooses between our brothers." Zhang Chu was also next to Cedric at this time, and when he heard George's words, he giggled and said funnily, "Rest assured, I will not eat this vinegar." Headmaster Dumbledore is worried? Peter shook his head helplessly. What kind of people were around him? None of them were normal. "Well, we're going to turn our attention back to the game. It's not over yet," Peter quickly reminded. "There's nothing to see. This game we can only stand by the lake and blow a cool breeze, not as good as the last dragon thrill." Alan schemed his lips and said, "Besides, you were the first to come back with the hostages, and you must be the first. It's still early, don't rush to make up your mind." Peter shook his head and said, then looked at the lake. Suddenly, there was a movement on the surface of the lake again, and everyone's eyes were once again focused on the surface of the lake. Only to see Fleur de Lacour appear on the lake. She was taken to the shore by several mermaids. Delacour looked excited, desperately trying to get back into the lake, but was pulled by Madame Maxim and others. What's going on? Was Fleur the second to return? What about her hostages? Why didn't it appear? George asked puzzled. "No, she should have failed." Peter shook his head slightly, and said calmly, "I saw her being besieged by a group of Grindevo in the aquatic weeds. She should have failed there, and now she is rescued by the mermaid." Hearing Peter's explanation, several people understood. Sure enough, Bagman explained the reason to everyone, and Fleur did not succeed in reaching the rescue site, but failed halfway through. Cedric looked up at his watch, frowned, and said, "It's been an hour now, why haven't Harry and Crumb shown up yet? Are they having a problem?" Alan also looked at his watch, glanced at the calm lake, and couldn't help but frown. "They have timed out, they should be deducted points. Don't worry, they'll come out." Peter looked at the lake and said eight indifferently. Before long, ripples rippled across the calm lake, and a shark's head surfaced and then changed back to the shape of Victor, as he swam toward the lake with Hermione in his arms. There was a cheer in the stands, and the girls' disbelief, many of whom did not expect that Victor's baby would actually be Hermione. Peter watched amusedly as soon as Victor came ashore, ignoring his body and Karkaroff's black-faced expression, and kept asking Hermione for warmth, looking very nervous about her. Hermione looked a little embarrassed, blushing and, "I don't know if I was shy or frozen. Oops, our stupid brother has less chance." The twins looked at Victor and Hermione, shook their heads with a grin, and said, "Ron, that guy is still unenlightened, and he still has a cold war with Hermione. I'm afraid that when he reacts, Hermione has become someone else's girlfriend." Several people looked at the two hippie smiling guys with strange eyes, and Cedric said wordlessly, "Ron is your brother, and the object of his liking is going to be pried away. How can you still look like Schadenfreude?" The twins shrugged their shoulders and said with an innocent face, "We tried to match too, but Ron the guy was like a stubborn cow, just doing it, and he cried Hermione several times. If he wasn't our brother, we would have beaten him up a long time ago. Hermione was the smartest girl in Gryffindor, and we certainly wanted her to be happy." Well, a few people reluctantly accepted their reasoning, but if they could restrain the Schadenfreude, their words might have been a little more truthful. Peter didn't know if Hermione and Ron would be able to be together as they had been before after he intervened. But for Peter, who only likes to do things and does not like to finish, the rest of the matter is not his business. Before long, the lake surface appeared again. From the lake first floated Ron and a little girl, then Harry sprang out of the lake like a flying fish, and after falling to the shore, Harry kept coughing up water, and it seemed that he had drunk a lot of water in the lake. With Harry's appearance, all the contestants had finished the game, and there was a lot of noise and cheering around. Fleur no longer had the proud look of her past, and saw her sister surface, desperately trying to rush into the lake to save her sister, but was pulled hard by Madame Maxim. Gabriel? Is she still alive? Was she injured?" Fleur asked very nervously with a crying voice. But her worries were a little superfluous, and as soon as the hostage surfaced, she automatically woke up, and Ron swam over with the little girl and came to the shore. Fleur broke free of Madame Maxim's hand and rushed back and forth to hug her sister, kissing her face and head constantly, and choking apologetically, "Oh, my fault, Gabriel. I thought I lost you. I failed to save you." She then kissed Harry and Ron passionately, thanking them for saving her sister and making the two pure love boys blush with half charm. "This Dracour doesn't look very annoying now." Fred resumed his voice, a rare comment. Indeed, before a big lady generally commanded, but also pointed to Hogwarts, looked very annoying, did not expect to be so nervous about their sister. George said. Peter did not pay attention to this. He saw Dumbledore communicating with the mermaids floating out of the lake with a very sharp and piercing cry, and the sound of the mermaids on the surface of the lake was also very harsh, and from time to time pointed at the four chosen ones, as if they were telling something. After the exchange, Dumbledore and several referees gathered to discuss. Eventually, Bagman walked out, and his loud voice suddenly startled everyone and they all fell silent for an instant. "Gentlemen and ladies, we have finally made a decision. The mermaids have told us everything that is happening in the lake, and we have now scored the 4 warriors, as follows. Fleur de Lacour, despite her excellent use of the bubblehead charm to solve the problem of underwater breathing, she was attacked by Grindevo halfway through and did not succeed in freeing the hostages, so we gave her a score of 25. Applause from the audience in the stands. Fleur looked ashamed, covered her face and shook her head and said she deserved 0. Victor Crumb, who used transfiguration into the water, although incomplete, he managed to rescue his hostage, but his timeout was 10 minutes, so we gave him 40 points. Warm applause rang out again, but Victor didn't seem to care about the results, but instead leaned over to Hermione with a concerned face and greeted her with a cold greeting. This made Ron, who had originally fallen into the kiss of hibiscus, come back to his senses, and his face stinked again. Harry Potter very cleverly used Gilsack grass, and achieved amazing results. Bagman continued, although he was the last to come out, we learned from the communication with the mermaid that Harry was the second to arrive at his destination, but he wanted to make sure that all the hostages could return safely, so he stayed in the lake. Most of the referees, said Bagman, who looked at Karkaroff disapprovingly, felt that this was a good moral, so his score was 45. Upon hearing the score, Harry and his companions, who had expected it to be a low score, were immediately happy. Finally, said Bagman, looking at the insulted Peter in a strange tone, Peter York, he was the first warrior to successfully rescue the hostages within the stipulated time. And the mermaids said that Peter had actually arrived at the hostages' location long ago, and only visited there for a while before choosing to bring the hostage back. And he also turned himself into a mermaid with transfiguration that we don't know about, and his ability to transform is very remarkable, so we give him 47 points. As if deliberately igniting, Bagman added, "We all agree that Peter York's excellence deserves a perfect score, but Principal Karkaroff expressed concern about Peter's unknown transfiguration, so he chose to score 7 points, so unfortunately there is no full score." When the audience in the surrounding stands heard this, they remembered Karkaroff's shameless performance in the first game, and they booed and insulted him. Karkaroff looked a little angry, looked at Bagman with hatred in his eyes, and then skillfully erected a protective barrier for himself, a posture of letting me not move. The third game will be held on the evening of June 24th, and the Warriors will play according to the score ranking of the first 2 games, and the content of the game will be announced at that time, so stay tuned. After the second game, the students were all very curious about what was happening at the bottom of the lake, with Harry being asked the most, forcing him to dodge these curious guys everywhere, and Peter, the Slytherin students, although curious, did not dare to ask him, and the students of other houses often did not touch him, so there were not many people to disturb him. So Ron became the most popular person, because he was impatient to tell his classmates how he was taken to the principal's office, and then how he appeared at the bottom of the lake, and finally he made up his own fierce battle with hundreds of mermaids at the bottom of the lake. Soon, however, his limelight was stolen by Harry and Hermione, but neither of them wanted the limelight. Because Rita Taskett's report on Harry came out, she portrayed Harry as a little pitiful, stepped on 2 boats by his little girlfriend Hermione, and Hermione was described as a mediocre but ambitious person who toyed with Harry and Cow Wickadall's feelings. As soon as the report came out, Hermione was in trouble, and many girls believed it and found her trouble. "Granger, you dirty ugly fellow, stay away from my Victor. You don't deserve him." A roaring letter rang out at Hermione's desk, shaking the whole hall table. Hermione looked very ugly, destroyed the roar letter with a wand, and then continued to eat with her head down. "How many letters is this?" Alan sat next to Peter and said sympathetically, "These Victor fans are really afraid of cloth, and it is difficult for Granger to be so strong. If other girls, I am afraid that they will have to hide in the dormitory and cry their noses now. I heard that there was another girl who went to her trouble, and the 2 of them got into a fight, and in the end, Professor McGonagall personally solved it, which was crazy." Peter ate his own meal, and when he was finished, he looked up and wiped his mouth, glancing at the Potter trio not far away. It seems that this incident has eased the relationship between the 3 of them, and both Harry and Ron are comforting Hermione. Due to the reports and the yelling letters from Victor fans, Hermione had distanced herself from Victor and avoided him. The possibility that Victor would pursue Hermione became very small again. But Peter didn't have much energy to focus on the emotional problems of these young boys and girls, and he was now looking at the daily newspaper of the Prophets on the table, which had the headline, "Batty Crouch's 6 stilts." On the other side is printed, "The whereabouts of the Ministry of Magic witches are still unknown, and the minister himself is currently involved in the matter." Reports indicate that Crouch has not been seen since November, that the home does not appear to be inhabited, and that the Ministry of Magic has not confirmed his terminal illness. Peter looked at the report above and sneered. This Crouch should now be controlled by his son with the Soul Reaper charm. As to why he did not appear in the school, I am afraid that he was afraid of being discovered by Dumbledore. As for the missing witch, named Bertha Joggins, a poor witch who had previously worked for Crouch, went to Crouch's quarters, only to discover that Barty Jr. was not dead, and was forgotten by him with a powerful forgetting curse when questioning Crouch, which made her very forgetful. Later, on vacation in Albania, he encounters Pettigrew, and is then taken to Voldemort, where Voldemort breaks the Oblivion spell with powerful magic, discovers the fact that Barty Jr. is still alive, and eventually kills her. Peter felt that the poor witch must have died somewhere in the Albanian forest by this time, and that the Ministry of Magic could not find her any further. Time passed by, and by May, when Peter was in class, he was told to go to the Quidditch stadium to hear Bagman announce the content of the last game. Peter and Harry met outside the castle, and the 2 quickly arrived at the stadium to find that the place was no longer smooth. Countless long low walls were built around them, which were intricate and meandering in all directions. What the hell are they doing? Harry watched the Quidditch stadium being ruined like this, and his face was very unhappy. When the 4 warriors gathered, Bagman announced that the next game would be played in the maze. Labyrinth. Several people stared wide-eyed at the maze that could not be seen. "We just have to go through the maze?" Fleur asked. "Of course there will be some obstacles." Bagman smiled and said, "Hagrid provided a bunch of animals. There are still some spells that must be lifted, and we need to test your comprehensive strength in this game, so come on. Forget to say that the higher the score in the previous 2 games, the first to enter the maze." Bagman cheerfully said, "Peter York scored the highest, he was the first to enter, then Harry Potter, then Mr. Crumb, and finally Miss Delacour. You have to cross the maze, through those obstacles, and finally come to the center of the maze, where there will be a trophy, and the first person to touch it will be taken out of the maze and become the ultimate champion. Do you get the idea?" All 4 nodded, especially the other 3, especially Victor and Fleur, all of whom focused their eyes on Peter, their eyes full of war. They all want to win the championship, and they know that the biggest rival is Peter, and their respective principals are telling them to pay attention to Peter, because so far, Peter's first 2 games have been very relaxed. Peter's strength is obvious to everyone, not to mention that he is still in an advantageous position. Harry also wanted to win the championship trophy at this time, but he knew the difference in strength between himself and Peter, not to mention that he was most worried about the person behind the scenes who dominated his registration. He looked at Peter and wanted to ask him if he knew who that person really was and how he wanted to deal with himself. When Bagman announced that everyone could leave, Harry tried to ask Peter about the man behind the curtain, but Victor stopped him. Harry, can I have a few words with you? Yes. Harry didn't know what Wickedall was looking for, but he still didn't refuse. You come with me? Okay. Harry looked in Peter's direction, then followed Victor away. As soon as Harry turned to leave, Peter turned back to look in the direction they were leaving. Harry followed Victor to the Forbidden Forest, and he was a little surprised how Victor had brought himself here. I've seen your daily prophet. Victor looked at Harry with a calm face. Your reporters have reported on me, Hermione, and you. Harry was so surprised that he thought that Victor had brought him into the woods to say something serious, but he didn't expect to ask such a question. But he looked at Victor's gloomy face and quickly explained, that report was made up, don't believe it, I'm good friends with Hermione, not my girlfriend as the newspaper said. I know it's fake, Victor explained, not softening, patting Harry on the shoulder. Hermione had been hiding from me since that report, and could you help me contact her? I wanted to talk to her. Harry was a little embarrassed to hear this. He knew that Victor liked Hermione, but he could also see that Ron liked Hermione too, and was still psychologically biased towards Ron. He explained in embarrassment, Victor, the main reason Hermione is hiding from you is that your fans keep sending her yelling letters, and some prank props. They warn Hermione not to come near you, so Hermione is reluctant to come near you. Even if I called her for you, she wouldn't come over. Victor listened carefully to Harry's words, looked a little frustrated, and complained, I'd rather not be a Quidditch player so I don't have so much trouble. But Victor was still unwilling. He put his hands on Harry's shoulders, leaned over and pleaded, Harry, you are a good friend of Hermione. She often mentions you in front of me. You just need to help me tell Hermione that I want to see her. I only talked to her for a few words. Harry was embarrassed, but finally nodded and said, I'm just helping you tell Hermione, and I can't guarantee that she won't see you. Victor laughed lightly and said gratefully, thank you, as long as you can help. Harry was about to say something when he noticed movement in the bushes, as if someone had pulled Victor over him, then pulled out his wand and pointed it at the bushes. What's going on? Victor first looked at Harry with a wary look, and also took out his wand and looked at the opposite side. At this time, a man stumbled out of the bushes. It was Crouch. At this time, Crouch looked very depressed. There were many tear marks on the robe, there were many scratch marks on the body, the beard was pulled, the face was pale and the eyes were unfocused, and it looked like it had been wandering outside for a long time. His thinking was very vague, his expression was painful and remorseful, and his mouth was constantly muttering something, as if he was talking to someone and gesturing. Isn't this the referee? Crumb stared at Crouch and asked with a strange face, isn't he from your Ministry of Magic? Harry nodded, hesitantly stepped forward and touched Crouch, shouting, Mr. Crouch, are you okay? Crouch was touched, first flinched, then stared at Harry with unfocused eyes, as if to see his face, then grabbed his hand tightly, gasped and said, I want to see Dumbledore. I'm going to see Dumbledore? It's too late. I did something wrong. He's back. I must. Harry's hand that was scratched by Crouch hurt a little, and he forcefully broke Crouch's hand, then tried to lift him up. Mr. Crouch, what's wrong with you? You get up first, and I'll call Headmaster Dumbledore. Victor, come and help. Victor looked at Crouch's madness, hesitated, and walked over to help Crouch to a fallen crossbar with Harry and sat down, saying, Harry, I see he's crazy, he's delirious now. Now is not the time to think about these things, Harry said as he looked at Crouch's constant chanting of Dumbledore's name, feeling urgent. We need to contact Dumbledore, who has been missing for a long time, and he must have something important to see Dumbledore now. Hearing Dumbledore's name, Crouch rolled his eyes, stared at Harry tightly, grabbed his robe, and asked, Who are you? I'm Harry Potter, Mr. Crouch, and I'm a student at Hogwarts. Harry said softly, afraid of irritating him. Harry Potter? Hogwarts? Crouch replied with some nervousness, then looked a little nervous and whispered, You're not his people? His people? Harry was puzzled, but shook his head and said, No. Crouch looked relieved and asked, Dumbledore's man? Yes. Harry nodded. Crouch became agitated, grabbed Harry's robe tighter, pulled him over, and said anxiously, to Dumbledore, Wake up. I made an unforgivable mistake. I let him out. Blame me, I killed Bertha Jokins. Tell Dumbledore. He came back and got stronger with Harry Potter. The Dark Lord. Harry Potter. Let go of me, Mr. Crouch. Harry tried to pull out his robe. You let me go, so I can go find Dumbledore. But before Harry could pull out his robe, Crouch let go of his hand again, looked at the tree in front of him with a sluggish look, and said, Yes, Fudge, my son recently passed the 12 ordinary wizarding level exams, and the results are satisfactory. Thank you for your praise. I am indeed very proud of him. As long as he can do things according to my arrangement, his achievements must be better than mine. Yes, this. Harry looked at him at this moment and said helplessly to Victor, You stabilize him here first, I'll go find Dumbledore. Victor hesitated for a moment, but nodded, but still said, You can hurry up, I'm not sure if I can stabilize him. Harry quickly left the woods and ran towards the castle. In the woods was only Victor standing by, guarding Crouch, who was talking to himself. Confusing. A silent spell shot out from not far away, hitting the unsuspecting Victor. Then Peter appeared from his stealth state. He slowly walked to the two of them, looked at Victor, who was in a trance at this time, smirking, and then came to Crouch, leaned over, and sighed softly. Crouch, Crouch, your fate is really tragic enough, but you also did it yourself, and you can't blame others. But count me kind today and save your life. As he spoke, Peter's wand flickered. Wishes come true. Golden dust poured out of the wand, and in the blink of an eye, a man exactly like Crouch appeared. Peter petrified Crouch with a petrified spell, then swapped the two Crouches in a different position, then floated the real Crouch and strolled out of the woods. And the same Victor turned back to a clever look. He looked at Crouch, who was still talking to himself, thinking that he had just been blown by the cold wind, and he did not care to continue to guard Crouch. It was only soon that there was movement in the bushes that caught the attention of Victor. Who? He asked warily, holding up his wand. It's me. A dull, thick voice replied, and then came out Moody, dragging his prosthetic leg and turning his magic eyes to come to the two of them. You're a professor at school, come and help. Here's your Ministry of Magic official, who looks crazy and keeps clamoring for Dumbledore. Victor saw Moody, breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly explained. Moody looked strange, his magic eyes rolling to look at Victor, then at the crazy Crouch behind him, and said, he's looking for Dumbledore. Yes, he looked like something urgent, saying he had made a mistake and was unconscious anyway. Victor said, is it? Moody's eyes fixed on Crouch, he thinks it's wrong. Then a sly smile appeared on his face. Moody quickly hit Victor with a spell that left him directly on the ground and into a coma. Then he walked up to Crouch, watched him say Dumbledore's name to himself, and sneered. He raised his wand, pointed it at the unconscious Barty Crouch, looked cold, and whispered, Daddy, it seems that using the Soul Reaper spell still can't stop you. You want to inform Dumbledore to sabotage the Master's plan. It's impossible. I will destroy all those who want to prevent the resurrection of their Master, including you. When Crouch heard this, as if returning to the light, his eyes focused, he looked up at Moody, his eyes were clear, he looked at him with a sad look, and pleaded, Little Barty, my son. Moody saw this look, the look in his eyes fluctuated slightly, but then he became firm and said coldly, Farewell father forever. Avadaso. A green beam of light hit Crouch's body in an instant, and he fell down with his eyes open. No one can stop the Master's plan. Moody looked at Crouch's body and muttered delirium. Moody then came to Victor with a murderous look in his eyes, but then he retracted, cast a forgetting spell on him, and whispered, You still have some role, and then you left the place with Crouch's body and went deep into the Forbidden Forest. What a tragedy of fatherly kindness and filial piety. A mocking voice sounded, and Peter reappeared, looking at Moody's eyes in the direction in which Moody had disappeared, and then turned his head and said, Twinkle, now that I have saved your former master, you should not go to the back kitchen alone to drink alcohol in the future. I have heard other house elves complain many times. A house elf in a small tuxedo appeared next to Peter, her big eyes full of tears, and bowed gratefully to Peter. Thank you, sir. You saved the Crouch Master, and after Flash swear to always be loyal to you and will not betray. Don't be so serious. Peter waved his hand with a smile. Our family is not popular with the title of Master. Since you have become a member of our York family, you will forget the stereotypes of the wizarding world and take good care of my life. All right, young Master. Twinkle said solemnly, looking at Peter with wet eyes. Well, Dumbledore, they're coming. We're leaving. Peter chuckled and then turned his head to look at Twinkle. Twinkle, you first arrange Mr. Crouch so that he doesn't show up before the third game. All right, young Master. Flash nodded, then grabbed the petrified Crouch, snapped his fingers, and disappeared into place. Peter also looked at the unconscious Victor on the ground, sighed sympathetically, and then turned to leave the Forbidden Forest, his body gradually disappearing with the sound of footsteps. When Harry reappeared with Dumbledore and Percy Weasley, he saw Victor, who had fainted on the ground. Victor! Harry exclaimed, and quickly ran over and crouched down, trying to wake him up. Dumbledore leaned over, looked closely at Victor, and then reassured, Harry, he's just unconscious, you don't have to worry. Then he raised his wand and cast a lucidity spell on Victor. Victor opened his eyes and woke up, and as soon as he tried to get up and stand up, Dumbledore pressed him down to tell him to lie still and not move. Victor, what the hell is going on? Why did you faint here? And what about Mr. Crouch? Where did he go? Harry asked first. Victor reached out and covered his head, shook his head, and said, I don't know, I seem to have been sneaked in from behind, and I fell into a coma in an instant, and I don't know what happened after that. Dumbledore listened with a serious look as he waved his wand, and a phoenix patron saint emerged from the wand and flew swiftly outside the Forbidden Forest. Not long after, Hagrid came breathlessly with a bow and arrow, and Moody and Karkaroff appeared one after the other. As soon as Hagrid arrived, he followed Dumbledore's instructions to go deep into the Forbidden Forest to contact the other inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest and find Crouch's trail together. So someone attacked Victor and took Batty Crouch with him. Moody asked in a rough voice, and the green magic eyes turned around, as if they were vigilant around. Dumbledore nodded and said, It's very likely that this is the case, but according to Victor, it could also be Crouch who attacked him from behind. I'll go find it. Moody went into the woods with a cane and a wand in one hand. When Karkaroff arrived, he kept clamoring that this was a conspiracy, believing that it was a conspiracy by Hogwarts and the British Ministry of Magic to win the championship. Because of the matter of Barty Crouch, the school was not quiet all night, and the Ministry of Magic also sent several Aurors to look for Crouch with the school's professors, but in the end no trace of him was found, and Crouch seemed to evaporate from the human world. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Peter was brought here by Field, and Peter followed the induction to a grass that did not look at all unusual, and would cast a spell to open the grass in front of him. Soon a pit a few meters deep appeared on the ground, and under the pit lay a dead sheep, and near the dead sheep there were dense ghouls, frantically nibbling on the sheep's carcass. If I come later, I am afraid that there will be no bones left. Little Barty is really fierce enough. Peter looked at the dead sheep, shook his head, and then waved his wand to unmask the disguise. I saw that the pit was no longer a sheep, but the appearance of old Crouch. Peter was waving his wand, and Crouch's body in the pit quickly turned into golden dust and dissipated. Twinkle, what did this former master of yours do to his son that made little Barty hate him so much that he not only wanted to kill his father, but also let him be dead? Peter asked curiously. Twinkle appeared on the side. Her big eyes were full of disbelief looking at the pit. She shook her head and her eyes were filled with sad tears, and said, Flash does not know why the little master has become like this, although the little master is very strict with the little master, but loves him very much. When the little master first got the 12 owl certificates, the Crouch master was very happy, and drank the wine that had been treasured for a long time in the study. But the little master is very rebellious. He often quarrels with the Crouch master, and finally joins the team of the mysterious man, and the Crouch master is very sad about this. Peter didn't care about Flash's name for Crouch. After all, the house elf, a servile creature that had been rooted for thousands of years, wanted to let it go so quickly in a short period of time, and if it was true, he would not dare to use such an elf. Settle old Barty, right? Peter asked. The young master is assured that I have placed the Crouch master in a secret safe house in the Crouch family, and I will bring food every day and will not let him run out. Flash replied. That line, you can take care of him during this time, don't let him appear outside, wait until after the top 3 cups, just let him go. Okay, young master. Twinkle bowed. After a few more days, Crouch's affair seemed to be just a small episode, and it did not cause much ripple, and the Ministry of Magic did not pay much attention to it, and the students should also go to class. As Peter and Alan leave from Potions class, they meet the Weasley twins in the hallway, and the two guys look unhappy and argue with angry expressions. Fred, that's blackmail, we're going to get into big trouble, George said, as if trying to persuade Fred to calm down. But we've tried the polite way, but the guy is obviously very shameless, he doesn't recognize what he's done. Now we can only be a villain once, just a letter thing, and he certainly doesn't want the Ministry of Magic to know what he's done, Fred said disapprovingly. Peter and Alan glanced at each other and then came out of the corner. Fred, George. Alan was the first to speak, and the two of them reached out to greet each other, smiled and asked, what are you doing? Extort? Who are you trying to blackmail? The twins were startled to see that it was Peter and Ellen, slightly relieved, then smiled, hid their hands behind their backs, and said, no, you heard it wrong, how could we possibly blackmail? Is it? Peter looked at the two of them and said playfully, then what is that letter you are holding? Aren't you going to send it to the Ministry of Magic? The two were embarrassed by Peter's penetrating eyes, their eyes fluttering, their eyeballs swirling around, and they said hard, cough, what Ministry of Magic? We just wanted to send a letter to my mom, you heard it wrong. It's really strange. Would you even take the initiative to write to Mrs. Weasley? Peter looked surprised, then narrowed his expression, and said in a strange way, I thought you were trying to write to Bagman because he refused to return your bets. The twins were debunked and embarrassed, with their heads bowed and staring at their feet, like children who had done something wrong. When Alan saw this, he immediately understood what was going on and asked in surprise, gambling money. Is Bagman sitting on the throne again? He still has money? Didn't he lose even his pants at the previous Quidditch World Cup? Peter looked at the twins and explained, that's the gamble. These two guys got into the money's eye and, despite my persuasion, threw 5 gallons in, gambled on Ireland to win, and the Bulgarian team caught the golden snitch. Didn't the two of them win the bet? Alan said puzzled. It's a win, Peter said disapprovingly, but where did Bagman lose 1x the money to them? So I used the gold coins concocted by the Irish leprechaun to charge. These two guys are also nervous, and they don't look for anyone to check whether these gold coins are true or false, and after the results are brought back, the gold coins disappear directly? So it's Bagman who doesn't admit it now. Alan finally understood, and looked at the two brothers with an embarrassed face amusedly. You are now in a broken bowl, do you want to report Bagman sitting? Fred said angrily, that shameless guy in Bagman actually cheated the child's money. The money he gave us was fake. We looked for him to theorize. He actually did not admit it, and said that he had given us the money. George couldn't help but complain. We chased him for a semester. We have given up on getting him to pay back the bet we won, as long as he returns our bet of 5 gallons, but he is still unwilling. So we decided we were going to teach him a lesson. The twins spoke in unison, their expressions very angry. I told you long ago that Bagman was unreliable, but you didn't believe it. Peter looked at the two brothers calmly and said lightly, as far as I know, in addition to the money that Bagman owes you, he also owes Gringotts a lot of money. You know those goblins are much more terrifying than you. Do you think he still has the money to pay your bets? Hearing this, the twins' eyes widened, as if they had heard some terrible news, and their bodies withered as if they were deflated, and they looked at Peter pitifully. Then what should we do? That's 5 gold gallons, which is the fund for our future store opening? Well, when you use it to gamble, you should have thought that there would be this result. Peter looked at the two of them in disgust, then held up a fake smile and said, "There's nothing we can do, so come on, you guys, and try to get that money back." Then, ignoring the pitiful looks of the two men, he pulled Ellen to turn away. From time to time, Alan looked back at the two men with the pestle in place, and said with some hesitation, "Peter, do we just ignore them? Leave them alone?" Peter snorted coldly, "This time even if it makes them more memorable. Otherwise, even if you make money in the future, you will be gambled by them? Can't control the gambling sex, sooner or later it will hurt them? Of course, if they can really get the bet, they are also considered strong. It's June, exam season is here, but many students seem to have forgotten about this bad thing, and they are all excitedly looking forward to the start of the third competition. The labyrinth of the Quidditch stadium has grown very tall, and the huge green maze in the distance can be clearly seen in the castle, and many students are curious to look at the outside of the maze. The twins also tried to climb over the labyrinth wall to take a look, but were eventually spotted by Hagrid and driven out. When the day of the game came, the castle was in a tense and excited atmosphere, and the owls were busy delivering letters all day. The third competition will be held in the evening, but Peter is not nervously preparing for the evening competition like the other contestants, but is sitting in the classroom, taking the exam like the other students. As a warrior, you can skip the final exam. However, Peter did not listen to the exam. After all, this game was not as important to him as the final exam. Snape was very agreeable to Peter's choice, and it was rare to praise him in class. Of course, Harry, as a negative example, was pitifully ridiculed by Snape, saying that after he became a warrior, he could not look at the final exam results. Peter was also very helpless about Sneapra's own comparison with Harry, although he did not need Harry Potter's friendship much, but he did not want to make enemies. In the afternoon, Peter easily cast his magic in front of Professor Flitwick, ending the practical exam of the spell class. "Okay, it's done perfectly." Professor Flitwick nodded with great satisfaction, and then looked at Peter kindly and said, "It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and you still have a game to play in the evening, so let's get ready. I hope you can win the championship and win the glory of the school." "I know, Professor, then I'll go first. Goodbye, Professor." Peter smiled and nodded, then left the examination room in the envious and admiring eyes of his classmates. Peter had just walked out of the classroom when he almost bumped into Neville, who was crouching in the doorway. "Neville, why are you here?" Peter asked in surprise. "Peter, have you finished your exam?" Neville woke up from his slumber, saw Peter, and stood up happily, then took his hand and walked downstairs, explaining, "The warriors' families will be invited to come and watch the last game, but Peter, your relatives are muggles, and they cannot be invited to participate due to the principle of secrecy, so my father and they came as your relatives at Dumbledore's invitation to watch the final. Now they're all waiting for us in the downstairs conference room. Uncle Frank, here they come." Peter asked in surprise. "Yes," Neville said reasonably, "we can't watch you play alone in the final. Harry and his relatives are Wessiers, and my mother said that your relatives in the wizarding world are of course us." Peter looked at Neville's sincere look and a warm smile appeared on his face. The Longbottom family was very enthusiastic about themselves, and since they had woken up the Longbottoms, they had been in constant contact with him, greeting him warmly and treating Peter as a benefactor. The two men came downstairs and crossed the auditorium to the adjacent conference room, which was already very lively, especially Mrs. Weasley's loud voice, which could be heard clearly at the door. When he entered, he saw Victor and his parents sitting in a corner, saying something in Bulgarian. On the other side, Fleur de Lacour and her mother chattered in French. Her mother also had a long silver hair, very beautiful, but her father was plain-looking, and he had a big belly, smiling and holding his little daughter. On Harry's side, the Weasleys were all around him, and even the rare Bill appeared, and Harry looked very happy about the appearance of the Weasleys, and he was held in Mrs. Weasley's arms, smiling and saying something. Then there was the Longbottoms, who were closest to the door, and as soon as they saw Peter and Comfort, their eyes lit up and they walked quickly. "Peter, I didn't expect it." Frank opened his hand and said with a hearty smile, "Nice to meet you, Uncle Frank." Peter happily hugged Frank. Just out of Frank's arms, Peter was hugged by Alice again, and she kissed her cheek. "Let me see you, child, this time looks a lot thinner. Is it heavy school? Tired?" Alice looked at Peter carefully and said with some pain. Peter had never been cared for in this way, and for a moment he was a little embarrassed. "Haha, Peter is shy." Frank was smiling happily. Neville laughed with his father. Peter's appearance also attracted the attention of others, and Victor waved happily at his parents, while Madame Delacour also looked curiously at the boy who looked more handsome than Miva, tilting her head and saying something to Fleur. "Meet again, Peter. Congratulations on becoming a warrior." Bill came over to Peter and said, "Thank you." Peter smiled and then asked, "Bill, don't you work in Egypt? How did you get the time to come?" "I've been transferred from Egypt and have been working in the country ever since." Bill explains. That's fine, Mrs. Weasley should be very happy, she's been saying you're too far away, Peter said with a smile. Peter, take us everywhere. We haven't been to school in a long time and want to see if anything has changed, Frank said. Peter nodded, bid farewell to the crowd in the conference room, and took Neville for a walk in the castle with the Longbottons. The Longbottons pulled Peter and Neville aside and pointed around to tell their experiences when they first went to school, not mentioning tonight's game at all, as if they were worried about adding pressure to Peter. Peter was amused by this, taking them around and killing time. The time gradually came to the evening, and everyone gathered in the auditorium for dinner.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.